In May, Tanzania welcomed the long-awaited rainy season. Heavenly dew fell, and the flora and fauna of the savanna embarked on a new cycle of rejuvenation. Everywhere was a vibrant scene, teeming with life, where all creatures vied for existence. In a lush, verdant meadow, Warthog Mother emerged from her burrow. After scanning her surroundings to ensure safety, she let out a few encouraging grunts, signaling to her piglets that it was time to leave the cave. Swish, swish. Two subadult warthogs dashed out of the burrow. Following closely were four little warthogs, scampering forward with their tiny legs. One of the little warthogs lagged behind, seeming unhurried to leave the cave, her bright black eyes filled with vitality. Good grief. Being stuck in that cave for over 20 days felt worse than prison. Finally, I can stretch my legs, she muttered to herself. The lagging little warthog, named Liu Chang, pondered this in silence. Once an animal world commentator, Liu Chang used to upload short videos on platforms like Douyin and Slowfoot, where he shared his unique narratives about the animal kingdom. His videos typically began with his signature catchphrase, "Goodness gracious, something big is about to happen, my friends." Pongo is wobbling off with his 5G antenna to make a name for himself, seeking the lion director. Little did he know he'd run into the head of proctology. Or perhaps, "Oh dear, it's over, my friends." The Savannah show-off Pongo has been cornered by director Lion and his gorgeous lionesses, and other similarly humorous clips. Never did he expect to awaken one day, transformed into a little warthog. This time it was indeed, "Oh dear, it's truly over." Upon opening his eyes and seeing Warthog Mother, Liu Chang was so startled he nearly wet himself. The appearance of Warthog Mother was undeniably otherworldly. A substantial, slate-gray head crowned with a pig's snout, two menacing, hook-like tusks that struck fear into the heart, with a flat face flanked by four protruding flesh warts. Her eyes angled upwards, accompanied by a pair of erect, pointy ears, topped with gray-black bristles. This disconcerting visage made Liu Chang vehemently resist the idea of suckling from Warthog Mother. Yet ultimately succumbing to the protests of his hungry stomach, he reluctantly took a sip. Oh my, it was actually quite delicious. Slurp, slurp. Having spent 3 weeks in the burrow, Liu Chang had done little but drink milk and cursed the old man who had caused his transformation into a little warthog. It's all that old geezer's fault. The night before his unexpected journey, Liu Chang, after having drinks with friends, had kindly given his leftover barbecue to an old man who stood nearby, eyeing the food with greedy anticipation. In gratitude, the old man gifted him a bead. Liu Chang vaguely recalled drinking water upon returning home, only to somehow swallow the bead. Upon waking, he found himself in this bizarre predicament. Indeed, no good deed goes unpunished. He cursed internally. Not only had he traversed into this strange reality, but had also become an arrogant little Pongo. As a commentator on the animal kingdom, Liu Chang was acutely aware of the ecological challenges faced on the African savanna. For herbivores, life in this realm was nothing short of dreadful. Regardless of whether it was the lion director, the head of proctology hyena, the deputy director, or the workhorse leopard, they were all Pongo's nemesis. Even drinking water had its perils, as lurking nearby were the underhanded Nile crocodiles. One could say the survival of herbivores hinged entirely on luck. Sooner or later, they would become the prey of carnivores. The only distinction lay in choosing one's method of demise. Being caught by the director might offer a swift end, but falling into the clutches of any other beast could lead to a drawn-out, agonizing fate, with their skin stripped and innards removed mercilessly. That would be a fate worse than death. Yet, driven by a quintessentially Chinese spirit of now that am here, Liu Chang resolved to persevere. Once his 3 siblings had completely exited the burrow and confirmed the surroundings were safe, Liu Chang finally emerged at his own pace. He knew that Pongo piglets typically made their entrance during the rainy season, a time when the grasses were lush and freshly sprouted. There was an abundance of food to feast upon. Stepping out of the burrow, Liu Chang gazed around. His eyes met a vibrant sea of green. As he surmised, in this rain-soaked savanna, the one thing in surplus was grass. Moreover, the grass that sprouted at this time was particularly tender and succulent. With a playful flick of her tongue, Warthog Mother lovingly smothered Liu Chang's face in her slobber. She had 6 children. 2 were born last year, having grown into subadults, while 4 were recently born just 3 weeks prior. This was Warthog Mother's first outing with her new offspring foraging for food. For the last-born Liu Chang, she showed affection in her own way, encouraging him to eat and grow strong. "Good heavens, your slobber is everywhere. I can hardly keep my eyes open." Liu Chang whined, nudging his head against the grass. then opened his eyes to continue surveying the surroundings. The little warthogs pranced about, eagerly munching the grass before them. Liu Chang didn't immediately lower his head to feast instead. He emulated warthog mother, observing the environment keenly. He turned in circles, scanning the vicinity. Goodness, these piggy eyes aren't very useful. I can't discern anything more than 10 meters away. Never mind, life and death are fated, and wealth is determined by heaven. Filling my belly is the priority, he mused internally, glancing at his 3 siblings beside him, kneeling to gorge on grass. His approach to eating differed markedly from his siblings. While the others were fixated on gorging, Liu Chang occasionally stole glances at his siblings or mother, preparing for a hasty escape if any lioness or the director came on the prowl. He needed to ensure he could outrun them. It was all about the philosophy of better you than me. Outside the burrow, as he grazed on the luscious grass and beheld the verdant earth and expansive blue sky dotted with clouds, Liu Chang suddenly felt a sense of limitless freedom. Reflecting on his previous life with over $1 million in mortgage debt, where his property had depreciated so drastically that even a half-price sale wouldn't cover his dues with the bank, he unexpectedly found solace in being Pongo. At least, there was no weight of debt pressing upon him. Day after day, it was simply eat, sleep, and repeat. Rising with the sun and resting at dusk, akin to seclusion in the ancient recesses of Mount Zhongnan. Once he grew up, feasting on wildlife wouldn't be illegal. Surely, being Pongo meant he could have several wives, right? As these thoughts filled his mind, Liu Chang couldn't help but smile. The warthog family joyfully grazed away. Suddenly, roar! A resounding and domineering roar rang in the ears of the warthog family members. Upon hearing that roar, Liu Chang's heart tightened. It was the lion director's voice. Without a second thought, he turned and dashed back toward the burrow, silently praying, "Lion director, please go easy on me during this first mission." Woo-woo! Warthog mother scuttled up as if in a spasm, emitting warning sounds, activating her V8 engine to flee. Liu Chang felt a rush of wind pass by him as a massive shadow whirled back toward the burrow. Good heavens, who could outrun you? Chapter 2. The battle for milk. Liu Chang exerted every ounce of strength, his 4 short hooves nearly leaving behind after images as he sprinted towards the cave entrance. That moment, the cave entrance transformed in Liu Chang's eyes. It was no longer a stinky pigsty, but rather a safe haven akin to a novice village. Fortunately, Liu Chang's inherently cautious nature placed him closest to the cave entrance. After the warthog mother retreated into the cave, he was the second to follow. Lying within the cave, Liu Chang felt his limbs weaken and grow limp, yet his heart swelled with the joy of having survived a close encounter. Thud, thud, thud. The other 2 subadult warthogs dashed into the cave. Closely huddling against their mother, Liu Chang observed intently. Their bodies trembled, a result of the intense fright they had just experienced. Shortly thereafter, 3 more warthogs rushed frantically into the cave. Liu Chang was secretly astonished that the warthog clan had not suffered any losses. The warthog mother lay at the cave entrance, her tusks poised defensively outward. Should a lion truly approach, it would be met with the sharpness of her ivory. However, aside from the initial roar of the lion, no other sounds echoed outside the cave. After guarding the entrance for over 10 minutes, the warthog mother returned to lie down within. The tense atmosphere in the cave gradually dissipated. Yet, Liu Chang found it impossible to relax. The lion's roar signified the presence of a lion nearby. Whether it was a pride of lions or a solitary rogue, it was certainly not good news for the warthogs. Lions could effortlessly hunt adult warthogs. Fortunately, Liu Chang was aware of the lion's habits. During the rainy season, lions typically abstained from hunting warthogs, as they served as reserves for the dry season. Once the wildebeests, water buffalo, zebras, and antelopes migrated away, and no large herbivores remained in the lion's territory, they would inevitably turn their attention to the warthogs. Of course, for the warthogs, the rainy season did not guarantee absolute safety. Should they encounter a solitary warthog, a lion would not hesitate to indulge in an extra meal. The immense pressure of survival weighed heavily on Liu Chang. He did not wish to become a reserve meal for the lion pride, nor did he want to serve as an additional snack. He simply wished to survive. Liu Chang's mind raced, contemplating his current predicament and potential solutions. It was the onset of the rainy season, heralding 6 months of abundant grasslands, where food would not be a concern. He only needed to strategize on how to evade carnivorous predators. In his previous life, Liu Chang had been a commentator on the animal kingdom. Well acquainted with various flora and fauna, capable of identifying which animals posed a threat to warthogs and which plants were edible with just a glance. In addition to my ability to recognize diverse species, I possess intelligence. These two attributes are my greatest advantages, Liu Chang encouraged himself inwardly. Although he had transmigrated into the body of a warthog, his mind remained human, unlike other warthogs whose brains operated on instinct alone. The primary survival skill of warthogs is burrowing, which I currently possess as a racial advantage. As for disadvantages, I am simply too small to dig independently. Should I encounter a carnivore, let alone a lion or a cheetah, even a serval or a jackal could easily take me down. Liu Chang gritted his teeth. Being small implied insufficient strength and poor combat capability. Lacking self-defense ability, he would easily become prey for carnivores. Even with superior intelligence, he found little opportunity to utilize it.as for the innate racial talent of burrowing for survival and fighting with tusks. He lacked both. In summary, he was too small, devoid of risk resistance, and the ability to establish a safe haven. I should eat more to grow quickly. Each additional inch of growth would enable me to escape faster and enhance my chances of survival. When foraging, I must remain vigilant, at the very least until I can dig a burrow by myself. Liu Chang formulated his plan moving forward. He resolved to develop cautiously, seeking refuge under the warthog mother's protection to weather the challenging juvenile phase. As for the future, he would first focus on reaching adulthood. With his developmental direction set, Liu Chang eagerly approached the warthog mother to nurse. Previously, he had only nursed when hungry, but now, with a rapid development plan in mind, he would drink as long as his belly did not feel overly full. Liu Chang latched onto the most abundant teat, greedily gulping down the milk. Warthogs nurse for 3 months during their juvenile phase, and fresh maternal milk provides the best nutrition. Only when his belly was swollen did Liu Chang lie down to rest. His abdomen felt slightly warm, but Liu Chang thought little of it, attributing it to a normal bodily reaction for a warthog. Due to the sudden lion's roar, the warthog mother refrained from leading her younglings out to forage all afternoon. Liu Chang nursed twice more that afternoon, each time drinking until his belly felt nearly bursting. As soon as he lay down to rest, the warmth in his belly would dissipate quickly. The following morning, the warthog mother grunted, waking her offspring and preparing to forage. Liu Chang quickly dashed to her rear and latched onto the largest teat to suckle. The 3 other juvenile warthog siblings also stood up and approached their mother. Liu Chang gulped down the milk, relishing the ample supply. The other 3 warthogs, while nursing, would intentionally shove Liu Chang with their shoulders or backsides. Liu Chang, emboldened, deftly pushed one brother to the ground with a shoulder shove and then used his rear to topple a sister. The remaining sister, clutching the teat, cautiously distanced herself from Liu Chang. The siblings that had been knocked down scrambled back up, grabbing smaller teats to nurse, wary of further confrontation with Liu Chang. Liu Chang smirked inwardly, continuing to voraciously consume milk from the most plentiful teat. Such is the nature of the animal kingdom, where competition is rife, from the smallest struggle for a drop of milk to the grander battles for mates or territory. The harshest reality lies with the hatchlings of birds. When food is scarce, the first chick to hatch will kill its siblings that emerge later, consuming them to stave off hunger. This ensures a hearty meal and eliminates competition for food. Often, out of 3 or 4 chicks, only 1 or 2 will survive, with the weaker ones falling prey to the stronger. Thus, animals reproduce when food is plentiful, yet even then, it remains challenging to sustain all offspring. Liu Chang demonstrated his strength and vigor, instilling a sense of intimidation in his siblings, who naturally dared not contest him. After finishing the fresh maternal milk, Liu Chang, with a round belly, followed the clan members out of the cave. Still trailing at the back, having just nursed, he felt a warm sensation in his belly, particularly comfortable, and was in no rush to forage. The 3 other warthogs regarded Liu Chang with some trepidation, unable to comprehend how he could so easily topple them with just a nudge. With their limited intellect, they could not fathom the answer. Liu Chang felt a tinge of satisfaction. Even having transformed into a warthog, he remained the clever Liu Chang, fully aware of how to use his body to exert force. The grass that had been grazed the previous day had yet to regrow, so the warthog mother led her offspring to a grazing area slightly farther from the cave. Liu Chang lagged behind the main group, waiting for his siblings to begin eating before he knelt down to devour the tender grass. Regardless of the stage of growth, warthogs generally forage throughout the day. Once sated, they play, tire from play, and resume eating until darkness falls, at which point they retreat to the cave for rest. Liu Chang, however, was different. After filling his belly, he would return to the cave to sleep, only emerging again to eat after waking. He resolutely avoided playing with other warthogs outside the cave in the afternoon. Liu Chang nursed from the warthog mother 2 more times, occupying the prime position to suckle from the largest teat. During this time, a brother attempted to shove Liu Chang, only to be knocked down once more. None of his siblings dared to compete with Liu Chang for milk after that. Throughout the day, Liu Chang consumed grass 3 times and nursed 5 times. The warm sensation in his belly hardly ever faded. 18 night. His sleep was particularly restful. Time flew by, and half a month passed. Chapter 3. The Newly Grown Tusks. The other 3 warthogs had come to accept Liu Chang's dominance over the largest teat, while also recognizing that he was not interested in playing with them. During this period, aside from eating and sleeping, Liu Chang had significantly reduced the time spent cursing at the old man. He had reconciled with his current situation, understanding that cursing at the old man would not change anything. To stave off boredom, Liu Chang named his siblings. The 2 subadult warthogs born the previous year were named Taidan and Chui Hua. The trio born at the same time, 1 male and 2 females, were named Zixian, Xine, and Wanting. Each generation of warthogs bore distinct names. After half a month of development, Liu Chang had grown considerably larger than his contemporaries, particularly Zixian and the others, his eyes sparkling with vitality and his muscles beginning to take shape. Covering the distance of about 100 meters from the cave to the grazing area, Liu Chang could sprint back in one breath. His face unflushed and breathing steadied. In contrast, his contemporaries, Zixian, Xine, and Wanting, would need to pause midway to catch their breath and rest their legs. The disparity in stamina became evidently pronounced. Providing Liu Chang with a sense of reassurance, he jokingly referred to them as the 3 lagging warthogs in the event of a true encounter with a carnivorous predator. Although he could not outrun a lion or a cheetah, he could at least outpace his siblings in the animal kingdom. The weak are destined to be consumed. While this reality is harsh, it is also the most fundamental and straightforward fact. Liu Chang also noticed that he was consuming more than Zixian and the others. He could eat up to 8 meals a day, and on particularly good days, even 9. In contrast, Zixian and the others typically managed only 5 to 6 meals daily. The difference of 3 meals a day over the course of half a month was sufficient to create a noticeable gap in their sizes. Liu Chang had no means to weigh himself or his siblings, so he remained oblivious to the weight disparity between himself and Zixian's group. The warthog mother also recognized the differences between Liu Chang and her other 3 offspring. Her delight in Liu Chang's growth was palpable. She often extended her tongue, showering Liu Chang with slobber. Liu Chang could only grunt in dissatisfaction, then rub his head against the grass on the ground. Suddenly, while foraging, the warthog mother emitted sounds to summon her offspring. Liu Chang looked towards her direction, confirmed there was no danger, and dashed over. Taidan and Chui Hua had arrived first. The warthog mother, her mouth stained with blood, was vigorously chewing on bits of flesh, making room for her young. Liu Chang spotted an eviscerated hoofed rabbit on the ground and understood that the warthog mother was sharing her food with her offspring. The jackrabbit is an exceedingly common small mammal on the vast grasslands, occupying a pivotal role within the food chain. Tio put it simply, jackrabbits feast on grass and small insects, and once they have fattened, they become a veritable buffet for medium to large carnivores. The wild boar is an omnivorous creature, and when it encounters a jackrabbit, it does not hesitate to indulge in a meat feast. Upon seeing the blood on the tusks of the wild boar mother, Liu Chang's imagination conjures scenes of the wild boar mother hunting the jackrabbit. As the wild boar mother grazes on grass, she suddenly spots a jackrabbit sharing her meal. With a swift turn of her head, one tusk ends the jackrabbit's life. Taidan and Chui Hua crouch on the ground, tearing at the warm, fresh, succulent flesh of the jackrabbit. Liu Chang feels a stir of desire and approaches, yearning to savor a few bites of the warm meat. During this time, he has been subsisting on grass, occasionally mixed with a few insects or small lizards. But he has yet to indulge in a hearty meal. Just as he prepares to take a bite, Taidan and Chui Hua growl lowly, threatening him to step back. Liu Chang is acutely aware that should he take another step forward, they would undoubtedly attack him. He decisively halts, signaling that he harbors no intention of stealing their food. In terms of size, the 2 wild boar siblings are subadult and juvenile, akin to a high school student confronting a kindergarten child. They are simply not on the same level. Moreover, they possess tusks, while he does not. A true man can bend and stretch. One navigates the world according to one's heart, Liu Chang reassures himself. Typically, these two subadult wild boars do not compete with him for milk. So he has had little interaction with them, but upon encountering meat, they show no courtesy whatsoever. Zishuan, Sini, and Wanting follow suit, standing beside Liu Chang, waiting for Taidan and Cui Hua to finish their meal and clear the way. Soon, the two boars are satisfied after tearing into the jackrabbit's tenderest flesh and step aside. Liu Chang is the first to rush forward, starting with the jackrabbit's thigh meat. Although the thigh is not particularly fatty, it has a delightful chewiness. Zishuan and the three boars quickly follow suit. Sini moves closer to Liu Chang, eager to join him in tearing at the jackrabbit's thigh, but Liu Chang snorts heavily, asserting his dominance. When faced with Taidan, he is timid, but when confronted by Sini, he strikes back. Sini quickly shifts her focus to gnaw on another solitary foreleg of the jackrabbit. The wild boars consume meat, but not in excess. Zishuan and the three boars each have a few bites before returning to munch on grass. Liu Chang continues to gnaw at the jackrabbit, noticing a distinct warmth in his belly after consuming the meat. Regarding this warmth post-feeding, Liu Chang speculates it might be related to his constitution, or perhaps tied to the mysterious bead that had disappeared. While the three boars sleep, he stealthily approaches them, discovering that their bellies do not radiate warmth. When he nursed from the wild boar mother, he also pressed his head against her belly, feeling no significant heat. Thus, Liu Chang theorizes that perhaps after a satisfying meal, the bead aids in his digestion. Consuming jackrabbit meat seems to amplify this warmth, prompting Liu Chang to verify whether eating high-energy food would enhance the peculiarities of his body. A mature jackrabbit weighs around 7 or 8 pounds. And the other wild boars have only had a few bites. Aside from the skin and bones, every morsel of the jackrabbit has found its way into Liu Chang's belly. After satiating his hunger, he nibbles on some grass to cleanse the taste of blood from his mouth, and then scurries back to the wild boar mother for milk. With a warm belly, Liu Chang feels his eyelids growing heavy and hastily runs back to the den, collapsing into a deep sleep. Upon hearing the wild boar mother's calls, Liu Chang awakens with renewed vigor. The den is filled with the earthy scent of soil and the wild boar's musk. Complemented by the moist air wafting in, he seems to hear the whisper of grass as it sways in the wind. My sense of smell and hearing appear to be heightened compared to before. Liu Chang is startled, acutely aware of his difference from the previous day. Could it be the effect of consuming jackrabbit meat? In a moment of distraction, Sini has already dashed to the wild boar mother's side. Grasping the most abundant teat, Liu Chang snorts, moving towards Sini. That is his designated teat, and none shall claim it. Reluctantly, Sini clings to the teat. Liu Chang directly nudges her neck with his head. The wild boar's sturdy skull and snout are innate gifts of their kind. Even without sharp tusks, a mere collision is quite formidable. Sini yelps in pain, sprawled on the ground. Liu Chang opens his mouth slightly, inwardly thinking he did not exert much force. Sister, your reaction seems a bit exaggerated. The wild boar mother turns to check on the squealing piglet, noting that Sini is uninjured and bleeding. Thus she loses interest. Her gaze then falls upon Liu Chang, her eyes lighting up as she extends her tongue. Licking Liu Chang's face enthusiastically. Oh dear, Liu Chang internally laments. Outside the den, he can rub his head against the grass, but within the den, it is all mud, and to wipe away the drool on his face, he must smear it with dirt. After bestowing affection upon her progeny, the wild boar mother resumes her stance, allowing her offspring to nurse. Liu Chang rubs his face against the den's edge several times, cleaning off the slobber, and just as he prepares to burrow under the wild boar mother for milk, his eyes are drawn to 2 faint scratches on the cave wall. These are the marks he had just rubbed out with his face. Could it be? Liu Chang extends a front leg, feeling his broad face and unexpectedly discovering a pair of small, hard, bony protrusions. I have grown tusks. Those are the very marks I had just created with my face. Could it be? Liu Chang extends a front leg, feeling his broad face and unexpectedly discovering a pair of small, hard, bony protrusions. I have grown tusks. Chapter 4. The first encounter with a predator. I have grown tusks. Liu Chang wants to shout aloud, releasing the exhilaration within him. The wild boar's only weapon against carnivorous foes is its tusks. Sharp tusks can intimidate adversaries and aid in hunting other creatures, representing a quintessential ability to withstand and strike back. Moreover, for wild boars, tusks also serve as a shovel for burrowing, and burrowing is a vital survival skill. With tusks now developed, Liu Chang feels that his plan to create a safe haven is finally taking shape. Activated his innate racial talent, how could Liu Chang not be thrilled? The den resonates with his excited grunts. Sichuan, Sini, and Wanting gather together, their eyes wide with astonishment and confusion, tinged with a hint of fear. If they could speak, they would surely inquire, "Why have you suddenly grown tusks?" After calling out a few times, Liu Chang regains his composure, nudging his way under the wild boar mother to latch onto the largest teat. Greedily gulping down the milk, the three wild boars no longer dare to contest with Liu Chang, resignedly settling for the smaller teats. Liu Chang is certain that he is different from the other wild boars. Compared to the trio, his growth rate is remarkably accelerated. Furthermore, the better he eats, the faster he grows, and the larger he becomes, creating a snowball effect that leaves the others far behind. After satisfying his hunger, Liu Chang does not lie down to sleep but instead approaches the cave's edge, attempting to use his newly grown tusks to dig into the earth of the cave wall. After a few attempts, he ends up with a snout full of dust. Darn it, these tusks are too short. It feels like I'm merely rubbing my face against the wall. So foolish. Liu Chang brushes the dust from his face with a front leg. Surveying his efforts, the wall is marked with numerous scratches, resembling a child's haphazard chalk drawings on a blackboard. The three wild boars stand beside Liu Chang, their expressions filled with confusion. Humph! Liu Chang exhales forcefully through his nostrils. The three wild boars sense his foul mood and instinctively step aside. Liu Chang lies down to rest, contemplating that since his tusks have only just emerged, he still has a way to go before he can effectively dig burrows. Fortunately, the initial signs have manifested. He can simply continue to follow the course of development. As long as he continues to grow, his tusks will undoubtedly lengthen, eventually allowing him to break through the soil as easily as slicing through tofu. Humph, humph, humph. The wild boar mother, having rested sufficiently, calls her offspring to accompany her in foraging. Liu Chang rises from the ground, still lagging behind the group, and leisurely steps out of the den. With the wild boar family foraging, the circle of grass surrounding the den is completely devoured by Liu Chang and the other pigs. After leading her offspring for a few minutes, the wild boar mother arrives at a new grazing ground. Taidan, Chui Hua, and the three wild boars frolic about, searching for their preferred grass, kneeling down to feast. Liu Chang, as usual, surveys the area, confirming it is safe before choosing a spot close to the three wild boars to begin his meal. He discovers that his vision has significantly improved. Standing here, he can even faintly see the entrance of the D-end. As an animal world video commentator, Liu Chang knows that wild boars have poor eyesight. Even adult wild boars can only see clearly within a range of about 10 meters. Thus, it is common for wild boars to wander near the lion's den, oblivious until the lions, bewildered, realize what is happening. By the time they react, the wild boars have already revved up their engines and fled. While success can certainly be impressive, most of the time, wild boars end up being unwitting delivery services for eager predators. Exceptional vision can dramatically enhance a wild boar's chances of survival. The same applies to their sense of smell. The scents of carnivores on the vast grasslands are quite potent, often marked by their urine to delineate territory. A keen sense of smell allows them to discern who has entered their domain, or to detect the presence of predators before they strike. Coupled with his newly developed tusks, Liu Chang feels an overwhelming sense of confidence about the future. Over the next half-month, Liu Chang maintains a rapid growth trajectory. However, no unwary jackrabbits wander foolishly into the presence of the wild boar mother's tusks, resulting in Liu Chang's continued abstinence from hearty meals. In his quest for more meat, he even does not overlook the dung beetles on the ground. With a flick of his tongue, he crunches them into tiny pieces. Surprisingly, the taste is quite palatable. On that fateful day, the mother warthog took her young ones out to graze once more. Observing Liu Chang and his lively brood, the mother was filled with joy, particularly at the sight of Liu Chang himself. Robust and vigorous, having already developed tusks at such a tender age, truly a prodigy in the realm of warthogs, it was akin to a humble family producing a scholar from Tsinghua or Peking University. How could a mother not feel elated? In her previous litter, she had 4 offspring as well, but tragically lost one to a rock python and another to a cheetah. This time, the mother vowed to protect her young at all costs. Liu Chang, however, remained blissfully unaware of her determination. At that moment, he was kneeling on the ground, leisurely munching on the grass while his eyes scanned the terrain. If he spotted any moving morsels, he would not hesitate to seize the opportunity. Suddenly, he paused mid-bite, his front hooves extending rapidly as he stood upright. A scent foreign to the warthog wafted through the air, thick with a meaty aroma, on the vast grasslands. Such scents often heralded the presence of carnivorous predators. Noticing that the other warthogs were still engrossed in their grazing, Liu Chang grunted a couple of times, signaling them to hurry over to their mother. If they were indeed targeted by a predator, only the mother warthog could face it and safeguard them. The other warthogs lifted their heads momentarily but continued to munch on the grass, indifferent to his warning. Liu Chang cursed under his breath, grunted again, and trotted towards his mother. He had done his part to alert his siblings. Whether they heeded his warning was beyond his control. If trouble were to arise, it would merely be fate's decree. After just 2 strides, he suddenly heard an unusual whoosh behind him. Alarmed, he realized he had become the target. The pursuing predator had abandoned the oblivious warthogs to pursue him, this clever little one. Panic surged through him, but he quickly accelerated, revving up his own little V2 engine. The sound of the predator's pursuit grew ever closer, and Liu Chang howled, glancing back to gauge the distance between himself and his mother. At least 10 meters. Meanwhile, the predator was now perilously close. By the time the mother warthog realized the danger and came to his aid, it could very well be too late. In this critical moment, Liu Chang tapped into the innate ability of his species. Executing a swift lateral maneuver, he stole a glance back at the predator. Slim and elongated, with delicate limbs, its fur a tawny hue, and ears standing erect, it bore a striking resemblance to a feline. A serval, recognizing the predator's identity, Liu Chang made a swift decision. Servals are agile felids, renowned for their speed and sharp turns. Given his current size, he knew he could not outrun an adult serval. His only option was to confront it head-on, evade its deadly chokehold, and buy time until his mother could arrive to rescue him. If he could endure just 3 seconds, he would be safe. As these thoughts raced through his mind, he had just completed his turn when the serval, quicker than he anticipated, closed the distance between them. It lunged forward, claws extended. With a swift swipe, the serval's claws struck Liu Chang's rear, tearing through skin and revealing crimson flesh. Chapter 5. Unleashing Potential. Liu Chang winced at the searing pain in his hindquarters, unable to suppress an angry shout. The serval's attack had not only inflicted injury but also disrupted his balance as he ran. Sensing fresh blood, the serval grew increasingly excited, reminiscent of a cheetah hunting antelope. No matter how the antelope zigzagged, the cheetah would follow closely until the distance was short enough to strike, disrupting the antelope's balance, leading to a swift capture. Liu Chang knew he must not fall. He couldn't afford to let the serval choke him. With a sudden burst of energy, he faced the serval head-on, using every ounce of strength to charge at it. The serval, a small carnivore weighing a maximum of 30 pounds, was not much larger than Liu Chang, who estimated himself to weigh around 20 pounds. Although he lacked sharp tusks, their sizes were comparable, and a determined collision could provide him a fleeting chance at survival. The serval, caught off guard by Liu Chang's unexpected defiance, paused for a moment before instinct kicked in, and it prepared to leap at him. To hunt successfully beneath the watchful gaze of the mother warthog, it had to secure a chokehold and drag its prey away swiftly. Thus, the serval opened its jaws wide, aiming for Liu Chang's throat. Seeking the perfect moment to strike in that critical instant, Liu Chang noticed an unusual shift in his perception. The once agile and ferocious serval appeared to move in slow motion, allowing him to observe its gaping mouth, the fine barbs on its tongue, and the greedy, cruel glint in its eyes, a ravenous longing for his flesh. Without further thought, Liu Chang let out a roar, ducking to evade the serval's pounce, shielding his throat. The impact of their collision resonated through the air. The serval, though momentarily pained, fought through its instinctive discomfort, its jaws sinking into Liu Chang's forehead, piercing through skin and muscle to strike bone. Liu Chang howled in agony. But he too bore the torment, lifting his head defiantly to thrust against the serval. His small tusks dug into the serval's soft underbelly, although the thickness of its fur dulled the penetration. The force behind Liu Chang's strike caused the serval to yowl, and it sprang backward, momentarily startled. Blood oozed from Liu Chang's forehead, and despite the pain causing him to tremble, he dared not relax his vigilance. Keeping a close watch on the serval's movements, thud, thud, thud. Liu Chang heard the furious approach of his mother. The serval, its cruel gaze lingering on Liu Chang, vanished into the thick grass with a swift leap. Liu Chang howled in triumph as his mother, enraged, pursued the fleeing predator. Iron Egg and Green Flower rushed to Liu Chang's side, forming a protective barrier around him. The astonished expressions on their faces reflected their disbelief. This little one had successfully executed a defensive counterattack against a serval. A remarkable feat indeed. Zixuan, Yi, and Wan Ting, wide-eyed and trembling, scampered to Liu Chang's side, seeking the safety of Iron Egg and Green Flower. With their mother absent, Iron Egg and Green Flower, the largest among them, became the natural protectors. Liu Chang exhaled heavily, lowering his head to rub away the blood on his face against the grass. In that brief encounter with the predator, he felt as though he had traversed the edge of a precipice multiple times. Had he not understood the hunting habits of felids and decisively retaliated, he might have already been dragged away by the serval. More importantly, he had discovered an extraordinary ability within himself, at the brink of life and death. His perception had transformed dramatically. His thoughts raced with unparalleled speed, enabling him to devise the simplest yet most effective response to the threat: protect his throat and retaliate in kind with the serval. This was the crucial factor that allowed his defensive maneuver to succeed. The pain in his face and rear served as a stark reminder of how close he had come to losing his life. Liu Chang howled again as his mother returned swiftly. After losing the serval's trail, she feared for her young, wary of other predators lurking nearby, and thus refrained from pursuing too far. Nevertheless, she snorted in agitation, her nostrils flaring as she paced anxiously, brimming with the desire to attack. Liu Chang cautiously moved a step away from her, concerned that in her frenzy, she might mistakenly harm him in the animal kingdom. It is all too common for frantic creatures to accidentally injure their own young. After a moment, the mother warthog's fury subsided as she noticed the wound on Liu Chang's forehead. Her heart aching for him, with a gentle touch, she licked the blood from his head, her saliva thick and sticky, leaving him feeling uncomfortable. Liu Chang, both touched and helpless, wiped his face against the grass once more before heading towards the burrow. With injuries on his face and rear, the scent of blood could easily attract other predators, making it unwise to continue foraging outdoors. After such an exhausting encounter with the serval, he felt utterly drained and in need of rest. Once he confirmed their safety, the other warthogs resumed grazing. Inside the burrow, Liu Chang lay with his eyes wide open, replaying the earlier scene in his mind. He realized he had made a critical mistake. Upon detecting the predator, he had turned to run towards his mother, inadvertently presenting his back to the hunter. For felines like servals, cheetahs, and lions, facing away from their prey is the optimal moment for them to strike. This also explained why the serval had chosen to ignore the oblivious warthogs and targeted him instead. Damn it, I was just unlucky to cross paths with a serval, Liu Chang muttered inwardly, continuing to analyze the perilous encounter. After the serval had singled him out as prey and initiated its attack, he had only then hastened his retreat. This too was a significant error. Upon recognizing the predator, I should have immediately activated my V2 engine and dashed towards my mother. I had been sailing too smoothly lately and became complacent. Liu Chang silently etched this lesson into his mind. Had he sprinted toward his mother, creating distance from the serval, the predator would likely have abandoned its pursuit or switched targets. In either scenario, he would have emerged unscathed. Ultimately, he had underestimated the predator. Only by walking the razor's edge of life and death could he truly grasp the cold, ruthless nature of carnivorous animals. One might say that I have learned my lesson. It is not yet the time for frivolity. My rate of growth remains insufficient. Even a small carnivore like the serval can pose a lethal threat to me, not to mention the jackals, cheetahs, leopards, and wild dogs. Liu Chang mentally enumerated the myriad of predatory threats he faced. He must accelerate his growth. The larger he becomes, the swifter he can run. Once he reaches a subadult stage, akin to Tai Dan and Chui Hua, his skin will be tougher, his mane will cushion impacts, and his fangs will serve as formidable weapons. Currently, he possesses none of these attributes. Previously, he had felt a sense of pride in outpacing the warthog, yet, when confronted with hunters, that advantage is woefully inadequate. The velocity of his growth must increase. Liu Chang's focus shifted to his eyes, in the moment of life and death struggle with the serval. Its speed appeared to slow to a crawl within his vision. While his brain processed information with remarkable quickness, enabling him to devise the optimal response. Lowering his head to allow the serval to bite him, he then lifted his head to retaliate with his fangs. Liu Chang dubbed this state potential eruption. Chapter 6. The relatives of the earth pig. Liu Chang understood that the human body, under certain conditions, could unleash latent potential, accomplishing feats ordinarily unattainable. His confrontation with the serval epitomized the characteristics of such a potential eruption. Whether this uniqueness stemmed from his physique or the influence of the mysterious orb, Liu Chang leaned towards the latter. The orb enhanced his digestive capacity, accelerated his growth, and now bestowed upon him yet another surprise. He even suspected it might possess other effects, but at his current size, he found them difficult to discern. The discovery of his potential eruption alone had proven immensely beneficial, in that state, despite being smaller than the serval. He had managed to repel it, a remarkable achievement indeed. Had his fangs been longer, he believed he could have perforated the serval's hide, creating a gaping wound. On the vast grasslands, penetrating injuries result in rapid infection. With a near certainty of death, in other words, if Liu Chang could attain a subadult state, a one-on-one encounter with a serval would undoubtedly result in his survival and the serval's demise. Herbivores turning the tables on carnivores is a rare and extraordinary occurrence on the grasslands. Yet for Liu Chang, such feats seemed entirely routine. If I possessed the physical prowess of an adult warthog, I would be capable of overpowering lions and cheetahs in a potential eruption state, Liu Chang mused. Slowing his opponent's attack speed while accelerating his own cognitive processes, the dual buffs would render him overwhelmingly formidable in direct confrontations. Liu Chang attempted to activate the potential eruption state once more but found himself unable to do so, lacking even a hint of success. Enough is enough. I shall revisit this later, he resolved. Temporarily abandoning the endeavor, the image of the serval still fresh in his mind, he harbored a premonition that he might encounter that foe again. Sang Biao, next time I shall ensure your demise. Liu Chang gritted his teeth, naming the serval that had ambushed him Sang Biao. He vowed to remember today's perils and await his chance for revenge. After reflecting on the matter, Liu Chang summarized 3 key points. Before long, he drifted into a hazy slumber. Upon awakening, he found his mother warthog returning to the den with her young. Liu Chang hurried forward, seizing the largest teat and greedily gulping down the milk. After satiating his hunger, he lay down to rest. He needed to expedite the healing of his wounds. Should they worsen or become infected, the grasslands offered no antibiotics. Furthermore, the scent of blood would attract carnivores, posing a significant threat to Liu Chang and his entire warthog family. The following day, upon awakening, his first action was to rush to his mother for milk. While nursing, Liu Chang suddenly recalled something. The pain in his rear seemed to have dissipated. He turned to inspect the wound, which had transformed from a bloody gash into a pale, thin line. Goodness gracious, how has the wound healed so swiftly? Liu Chang marveled to himself. Even though warthogs were known for their rapid healing, this was remarkable even by their standards. He rubbed his broad face against his mother's belly, feeling a lingering pain on his face. It's not entirely absurd. If the wound inflicted by the serval had healed completely, then barring severe injuries or amputations, minor wounds would hardly be of concern to me, Liu Chang contemplated, extending a foreleg to touch the scar on his face. The previously oozing wound now bore a layer of scab. Given its current state of recovery, it might heal completely within 2 to 3 days. Liu Chang felt elated, having discovered yet another unique ability, an exceptionally rapid healing rate. He increasingly realized that his body was unlike that of an ordinary warthog. That orb must be extraordinary. Too bad I cannot summon Lao Bai Deng to inquire further, Liu Chang lamented. Lao Deng had gifted him such a precious orb, seemingly not with malicious intent. After all, there were countless ways to harm someone. He had been an ordinary person in his previous life, and squandering such valuable items to take his life would be a waste. After finishing his milk, Liu Chang accompanied the warthog herd outside. He was determined to consume grass and meat, further accelerating his growth. The last time, the serval had attacked him. Next time, should he encounter a jackal or a cheetah? He had no intention of lying down and letting them feast upon him. Liu Chang was resolute in his desire to survive. For several days, Liu Chang behaved like a cautious pig, hastening his eating to minimize his time spent outside the den. After filling his belly, he would scurry back to rest. Upon awakening, he would venture out to forage again. It wasn't until the scab on his face fell off, revealing tender skin, that Liu Chang felt a sense of relief. With no scent of blood emanating from him, the likelihood of attracting carnivores was significantly reduced. Once his body had returned to normal, Liu Chang became bolder yet remained vigilant, continuing to grow steadily without encountering any predators. The grass around the warthog den had been thoroughly consumed, prompting Liu Chang's mother to lead her young in search of new foraging grounds. Liu Chang had no choice but to follow the herd. Learning from his past experiences, he remained acutely aware of his surroundings while grazing point one day. As Liu Chang crouched down to nibble on grass, he suddenly detected a faint earthy scent in the air. With a swift motion, he stood up. However, he did not flee immediately. The earthy aroma was much stronger than the faint scent of flesh, indicating that the nearby creature was not a carnivore. Summoning his courage, Liu Chang trotted towards the source of the earthy smell. This was the warthog's usual dwelling, and there were neighbors nearby. A friendly greeting would be in order. Should it be a field mouse or a hoofed rabbit? He harbored intentions of hunting the creature for a hearty meal. His fangs had grown slightly longer, becoming harder and sharper. If they could not pierce a serval, surely they could penetrate a field mouse or a hoofed rabbit. After walking a few steps, Liu Chang halted, his gaze falling upon an animal remarkably similar in form to himself. The creature was covered in a tawny coat, with sparse fur, possessing a body akin to that of a pig but with a narrow, elongated head and upright ears reminiscent of a rabbit's. Unlike a warthog, it lacked the broad head, warts, and pairs of sharp tusks. Liu Chang recognized the creature instantly, an African aardvark. This animal also enjoyed burrowing and was known for its poor memory, often digging holes wherever it happened to wander. The aardvark before him was clearly an adult, with sharp claws on its forelimbs and a long, slender snout, extending its tongue to lick the termites crawling on the ground. Liu Chang's eyes brightened. He knew that aardvarks primarily fed on termites. Termites, though small, are highly nutritious, and an aardvark can consume thousands in a single night, making them the champions of termite eradication on the grasslands. With their powerful forelimbs and elongated snouts, aardvarks are formidable opponents against termite mounds, capable of devouring all the young termites within. I shall join the aardvark for a meal, Liu Chang quickly resolved. Intent on becoming part of the aardvark's group to share in the feast, an aardvark is also a pig, and he too is a pig. Calling out to one another as relatives seems entirely appropriate. Without hesitation, Liu Chang took a few steps forward and halted 3 meters away from the aardvark, extending his tongue to lick the termites on the ground. He concentrated on observing the aardvark's reactions. Should it growl or adopt an aggressive stance, he would make a hasty retreat. Most animals on the grasslands are fiercely protective of their food, unwilling to share their meals with others. Liu Chang knew that aardvarks were generally gentle and docile creatures. Yet he could not guarantee that the one he encountered would not be ill-tempered. Caution was warranted. The aardvark appeared oblivious to Liu Chang's presence, engrossed in consuming the termites on the ground. Liu Chang gradually closed the distance between them, 2.5 meters, 2 meters, 1.5 meters, 1 meter, until the two pigs stood side by side. Success! Liu Chang felt a surge of joy. The aardvark was indeed gentle and timid, allowing him to approach without a hint of hostility. Liu Chang settled in a prime location along the termites' path, crouching low as the long line of termites passed before him. He extended his tongue, sweeping up a multitude of them and consuming them eagerly. The army of termites continued on their route, while Liu Chang lay in wait, feasting with unrestrained delight. Chapter 7. The vanguard of termite eradication. The aardvark maintained its position along the termites' return route, its elongated tongue proving a catastrophic force against the unsuspecting termites, sweeping them away without mercy. One pig guarded the exit while the other secured the entrance, voraciously devouring the entire colony of termites. After half an hour of relentless feasting, Liu Chang began to feel sated. The termite army, perhaps sensing the danger, ceased sending out scouts, intermittently dispatching a few termites to investigate the situation outside. Liu Chang, feeling disinclined to squander time on a mere handful of termites, nibbled on a few blades of grass to cleanse his palate before casting his gaze towards the aardvark across from him. The number of returning termites to their nest had significantly dwindled. "Oh, oh," Liu Chang called out amiably, expressing gratitude to his old friend the aardvark for treating him to a feast of termites. The aardvark glanced at Liu Chang and ambled leisurely away. "Oh, oh," Liu Chang called out again, curious whether his companion was preparing to venture into the termite mound for some serious work. If the aardvark intended to raid the termite nest, he must accompany him for protection. After trailing the aardvark for several dozen meters, Liu Chang watched as it burrowed into a hole. "All right, my friend, take a breather. I shall return later to play," Liu Chang called out. Turning back to run, he joined his mother, the wart hog, for another drink of milk, his belly swelling comfortably as he returned to the burrow for a delightful appetite. It was sheer bliss. For several consecutive days, Liu Chang sought out his aardvark companion to play while indulging in their termite buffet. A single colony of termites could comprise millions, and together, Liu Chang and the aardvark consumed tens of thousands each day. Far from decimating the termite population, however, after 10 days of this indulgence, the termite numbers finally began to wane, with fewer and fewer emerging from their subterranean haven. Liu Chang could only manage a partial meal, supplementing his diet with ample grass and milk for nutrition. On this particular day, after finishing the last of the termites, Liu Chang grunted towards the aardvark, suggesting it should excavate the termite mound. Waiting idly yielded insufficient rewards. The aardvark moved at a leisurely pace, with Liu Chang dutifully guarding its flanks. However, today, the aardvark's course was not towards its burrow, but rather towards an unusually prominent peak on the flat terrain. The mound was not particularly high, just over 2 meters, its surface a yellow-brown hue, tapering from a wide base to a narrow summit. Liu Chang recognized that this peak was, in fact, the termite mound, constructed by the vast colony using a mixture of saliva and soil. Judging by the mound size, the termite population was likely around 3 million after 10 days of feasting. With a rough estimate of 60,000 termites consumed per day, they had only depleted about 1 million. This left a staggering 2 million still nestled within the mound. A truly impressive figure. Approaching the termite mound, Liu Chang extended his foreleg to tap against its surface. The sound of his hoof striking the mound echoed. Liu Chang pushed against it with some force, but the earth felt as solid as iron, leaving no trace of his effort. No wonder it's a termite mound. It's remarkably sturdy, Liu Chang thought to himself, turning to the aardvark and grunting twice, indicating that he was counting on it. The aardvark, with its muscular build and powerful limbs, particularly its sharp, hook-like claws, was a natural excavator for tackling the termite mound. With an air of nonchalance, the aardvark approached the termite mound. Liu Chang licked his lips, suppressing his eagerness as he awaited the action. Suddenly, the aardvark extended its foreleg, its claw-like appendage striking down hard upon the mound. Penetrating it with ease, as the aardvark exerted force, the resilient structure of the termite mound began to yield, tearing apart in segments. Liu Chang cheered excitedly for his aardvark friend, exclaiming, "You're doing great, my friend." With several decisive swipes, the aardvark created a substantial breach in the mound, causing the startled termites to scatter in a frenzy, either to investigate the disturbance or to flee for their lives. The aardvark swiftly extended its long, slimy tongue, snatching up the unsuspecting termites and consuming them. Liu Chang stood by, doing the same, capturing the panicked termites that scurried about. Together, the two enjoyed a veritable feast before Liu Chang, feeling overly full, declared, "I simply cannot eat another bite." He glanced over at the aardvark, who remained unhurriedly licking up the termites. Oh. Liu Chang grunted at the aardvark, suggesting that it continue feasting while he returned for a nap. As a full belly often leads to drowsiness, despite his boldness, he dared not sleep outdoors during the day. Upon returning to the burrow, he settled in for a comfortably extended slumber. After awakening, Liu Chang ventured back to the termite mound, only to find the aardvark absent, while numerous termites gathered at the damaged mound, slowly attempting to repair their home. "Ha ha ha," Liu Chang chuckled, extending his tongue eagerly to devour the termites. Once satiated, he returned to the burrow for more rest. For several days following, Liu Chang continued to visit the termite mound for his self-service meals. Occasionally, he would encounter the aardvark, exchanging a few friendly grunts before each returning to their respective feasts. For days later, the termite colony had finally been sufficiently depleted by Liu Chang and the aardvark. Perhaps they realized the mound could not be restored and chose to abandon it altogether. Observing the desolate termite mound stirred a sense of melancholy within Liu Chang. His grand banquet had come to an end, and he felt he had not eaten enough. Over the course of nearly half a month, he lost count of how many termites he had consumed, but the results were undeniable. His once short fangs had grown significantly, nearly the length of an adult's thumb, and were exceptionally hard and sharp. With ample protein intake, his body had swelled considerably. Liu Chang estimated he had gained at least 6 to 7 pounds. His muscles were noticeably more defined, no longer resembling a thin dog. His senses had also sharpened perceptibly. Liu Chang estimated his vision extended over 20 meters, with objects beyond that distance appearing somewhat blurred. His sense of smell could detect various scents carried by the wind, and his hearing could discern the sounds of lizards or other insects moving through the grass. Should he encounter the feral dog from before, Liu Chang felt confident he could repel it in a one-on-one confrontation, perhaps even claim a meal of feral cat meat. Where can I find a stable source of meat? Liu Chang pondered as he returned to his mother, the wart hog, for milk. His size had surged once again, causing his contemporaries, Zixuan, Sini, and Wanting, to look up at him in awe, no longer daring to compete for the largest teat. After drinking his fill of milk, Liu Chang knelt to graze on grass, but he felt something was lacking. The satisfaction of eating meat was unparalleled, and his growth was nearly exponential. Grazing on grass simply did not suffice. Having narrowly escaped a life-threatening situation previously, Liu Chang was gripped by a profound sense of urgency, unable to bear the slow pace of his growth. With so many animals on the plains, what can I hunt at my current stage? Liu Chang mused as he munched on grass. Being still in his juvenile phase, the animals he could hunt alone were few, perhaps voles or young hares. However, carnivores like feral cats, jackals, and even venomous snakes also preyed upon voles and hares. If he were to pursue them, he would likely encounter other predators. Though Liu Chang was unafraid of a feral cat in a one-on-one encounter, he was no match for a jackal, as they typically operated in pairs. Furthermore, most snakes on the plains were venomous, and as a juvenile, his skin was neither tough nor thick enough to withstand a snake's bite. Chapter 8. Do not deplete the sources of life. Hunting alone was not a wise choice. The risks were exceedingly high, and he could easily find himself in peril. Even if Liu Chang were to succeed in hunting, the saying goes, while the mantis stalks the cicada, the oriole lurks behind. It was quite possible that after taking down a hare, he would fall prey to a lurking jackal, rendering his efforts fruitless. What if I emulate the honey badger and seek out honey? Liu Chang's mind entertained this notion. Honey was indeed a highly nutritious resource. However, he quickly dismissed this idea, realizing that warthogs were not climbers. Their hooves were suited for life on the plains and even in hilly terrains, but not for scaling trees, which required claws or agile fingers. Ultimately, I must seek out my old friend and stick with him. Feasting on termites is the most prudent course of action, Liu Chang concluded after careful contemplation. After a refreshing nap, he made his way to the aardvark's burrow. Uncertain whether the aardvark was inside. Liu Chang called out a few times, but no response came. Disinterested in lingering outside, he decided to enter the aardvark's burrow directly. Aardvarks dig holes wherever they go, and their burrows are often commandeered by other creatures. Particularly during the dry season when temperatures soar, small animals like lizards, snakes, and honey badgers frequently seek refuge in these cool burrows. After lions and leopards give birth, they too may place their cubs in aardvark burrows to shield them from predators. To Liu Chang, the aardvark's burrow felt remarkably spacious. Upon entering, he found no trace of his friend and chose to lie down for a rest. After a while, he heard the aardvark's displeased grunt, prompting him to rise and respond with a few grunts of his own, as if to say, "Hey, friend, where have you been? I've been searching high and low for you." The aardvark cast a glance at Liu Chang before settling back down. Closing its eyes to rest, the routine of foraging for food when hungry and napping when sated was common among most animals on the plains, and the aardvark was no exception. Liu Chang exited the burrow to graze on grass. After some time, the aardvark emerged from its den at a leisurely pace. Liu Chang approached, expressing his friendly intentions. As they walked together, Liu Chang noticed the aardvark frequently lowered its long snout to the ground, seemingly investigating something. Indeed, all creatures capable of thriving on the vast plains possess unique innate abilities, Liu Chang mused to himself. After following the aardvark for a while, it came to a stop and began to lick up ants from the ground. As if it had sensed their presence, Liu Chang quickly knelt beside his friend to share the delightful feast. After all, he had played his part in guarding and felt it only fair to partake in a share of the bounty. Liu Chang followed the aardvark for several hundred meters, taking considerable risks as he remained vigilant of his surroundings, his senses of sight, hearing, and smell heightened to their utmost. Should a carnivorous predator appear, he would be the first to flee and raise the alarm, simultaneously ensuring the safety of the aardvark. Unfortunately, this time, the aardvark discovered only a colony of ordinary black ants. Liu Chang feasted enough to feel satisfied. But soon the swarm of black ants vanished. The aardvark continued onward, and Liu Chang chose not to follow any further, letting out a couple of oos to signify to his companion that he should proceed alone. As venturing further would be somewhat excessive, the aardvark paid him no heed and ambled away leisurely. Liu Chang turned back, knowing that aardvarks typically forage wherever they go, gorging themselves until they dig a burrow to sleep. He realized he could not accompany the aardvark in its activities. Simply having the fortune to encounter and share a mound of termites was already a considerable stroke of luck. Upon returning to the warthog group, Liu Chang knelt on the ground to graze, contemplating that he should proactively seek out a termite nest. The aardvark was unreliable in the following days. Liu Chang continued to grow normally while expanding his foraging range. He aimed to locate a termite nest where he could settle down and enjoy a buffet. Even though he could not yet destroy the termite mound, the daily influx of termites entering and exiting would suffice for several hearty meals. The rainy season marked the time for a significant proliferation of termites. 3 days later, Liu Chang indeed stumbled upon another termite mound. However, this particular mound was not very tall, standing roughly 1.5 meters high. Considerably shorter than the first mound he had encountered, and naturally housing fewer termites. Liu Chang did not mind. He diligently stationed himself outside the termite mound daily, extending his tongue to swiftly capture the industrious termites to satisfy his hunger. He enjoyed 2 meals of termites, 3 servings of milk, and 4 portions of grass each day. Why only 2 meals of termites? Because Liu Chang had not discovered any other termite nests near the warthog burrow. He did not dare venture too far, so he remained at this one nest, prudently avoiding overexploitation. Eating 2 meals was akin to tending a flock of hens for their eggs. He would not deplete the termite colony. With ample meat, grass, and milk, Liu Chang continued to thrive at a relatively rapid pace. One day, upon awakening from his burrow, he scampered over to his mother warthog to drink milk. He had already consumed 2 hearty meals of termites and 1 serving of milk that morning. So he need not wander far. He could simply follow the herd to graze and drink. Suddenly, there came a frantic wah 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 from Cinny, one of the younger warthogs, indicating that danger was afoot. The mother warthog, spurred into action, dashed toward Cinny to protect her offspring. Liu Chang, momentarily bewildered, felt his milk bottle fly from his mouth. Instinctively, he sprinted back to the burrow to ensure his own safety. In the face of danger, the presence of the mother warthog and 2 subadult siblings, Taidan and Suehua, meant it was not his place to confront the peril. Moreover, given his current size, should he encounter large carnivores like hyenas or leopards, he would merely serve as their meal. At the entrance of the burrow, Liu Chang lay low, observing the direction of his family. With a quick retraction of his hindquarters, he could retreat into the safety of the burrow, ensuring his security while remaining attentive to the unfolding situation. Wah wah wah! Besides Cinny, Zishuan and Wanting joined in the calls. Liu Chang listened intently to the commotion and detected scents in the air. Sensing that his siblings did not seem to be facing a large carnivore, if a leopard or hyena had attacked, they would not have had the chance to cry out. They would have been seized and carried away in an instant. Liu Chang's focus shifted predominantly to the mother warthog. Among the warthogs, she was undoubtedly his primary concern. As for his siblings, their fates lay in the hands of fate. Wah wah wah! Taidan and Suehua also joined the fray. A chorus of warthogs erupted, directing their calls toward a creature on the grass, likely a field mouse or a small hoofed animal given their heightened agitation. Have they encountered a honey badger or a snake? Liu Chang ventured from the burrow, preparing to assess the situation. The honey badger, known as the fearless warrior of the savannah, though small in stature, was renowned for its audacious spirit. Frequently, it found itself at odds with lions and leopards, often with fatal consequences, yet the honey badger remained undeterred, continuing its reckless pursuits. Occasionally, lions and leopards, wary of injury, would avoid confrontation, not due to a lack of capability, but rather because they deemed the honey badger unworthy of their efforts. The honey badger's meat was scant. On rare occasions, when a honey badger successfully repelled a lion or leopard, it only fueled its already inflated bravado. Liu Chang had encountered many honey badgers in the wildlife documentaries he had edited in his previous life. As for snakes, Liu Chang was acutely aware of the dangers they posed, as venomous snakes were abundant in the grasslands. A snake without venom is akin to a mobile source of high protein, long since hunted to extinction by other creatures. The snakes that survived were either highly venomous species like black mambas, tree snakes, gaboon vipers, or large constrictors like rock pythons. In any case, snakes in the savannah were not to be trifled with. Chapter 9. The confrontation of the mother warthog and the gaboon viper. Liu Chang swiftly approached the periphery of the fray and soon laid eyes upon the intruder in the warthog group. It was a snake approximately 1 meter long, with a triangular head, a stout throat, and a robust body, its coloration a patchwork of grass yellow, light brown, and black stripes, with a yellowish-white underside. Goodness, it's a gaboon viper. A venomous serpent. Liu Chang recognized this unwelcome visitor instantly. The gaboon viper's venom was exceedingly potent, typically preying on field mice, small hoofed animals, or birds. It was unclear how this creature had wandered into the warthog's territory. Wah wah! Liu Chang called out urgently, warning the mother warthog to avoid any conflict with the gaboon viper, urging it to retreat. Engaging a venomous snake on the savannah was a fool's errand. The snake's flesh was scant, weighing merely a few kilograms. Getting bitten would come at a hefty price. Even for wild animals with robust venom resistance, it was not uncommon to fall into a coma for days or even succumb to death. Whether rescuing his mother or safeguarding his own growth period, Liu Chang felt compelled to save the mother warthog. Without a moment's hesitation, he stood on his hind legs and extended his tongue to lick the wounds on her face. The venom had just been injected, offering a chance to extract some of it. If he waited a few minutes, the venom would spread through her bloodstream, and it would be too late for any remedy. The mother warthog, appreciating Liu Chang's attentive interaction, willingly knelt down to enjoy her offspring's ministrations. Liu Chang licked the wounds several times, quickly spitting out the mixture of venom and saliva, then casually chewed some grass before discarding it. Continuing to tend to the mother warthog's injury. Seeing Liu Chang's actions, Tai Dan also wished to come over and lick the mother warthog's face, expressing affection. Liu Chang grunted a couple of times, unwilling to yield his position. He is currently engaged in rescuing Yao Zhu Mama, rather than seeking to please her. Tai Dan, feeling quite vexed by Liu Chang's resistance, huffed twice, threatening Liu Chang to step aside. Humph! Yao Zhu Mama sensed her eyelids growing heavy. As if she were on the verge of slumber, she too huffed twice, indicating her satisfaction with Liu Chang's attentions. Only then did Tai Dan, with a displeased expression, step aside, casting a disdainful glare at Liu Chang for his obsequious behavior. Liu Chang licked several times, sensing that the venom had likely been somewhat diluted, and proceeded to suck the blood from his wounds. Afterward, he spat the saliva onto the ground, chewing a few blades of grass before discarding them. He continued in this manner until Yao Zhu Mama's wound ceased to bleed fresh blood. Liu Chang also felt his tongue tingling, rendering him incapable of sucking up any more venom. He squatted down heavily on the ground, panting deeply, glancing at Yao Zhu Mama beside him. At that moment, Yao Zhu Mama had closed her eyes, her breathing steady, appearing as though she had fallen asleep. Goodness, the venom from the Gongfu Shihui can't be that potent, Liu Chang thought, a wave of concern washing over him as he quickly rose to nudge Yao Zhu Mama's face with his nose. He knew he must not allow her to sleep outside the cave. A motionless buffet lying in the open would surely attract the attention of large carnivorous beasts. Please wake up quickly. If you fall asleep, I won't be able to drag you back, Liu Chang exclaimed, pushing and calling out. Weighing over 100 pounds, Yao Zhu Mama could only be dragged into the cave with the combined effort of Tai Dan and Cui Hua. However, both Tai Dan and Cui Hua were ordinary wild boars, and Liu Chang could not command them. After Liu Chang's relentless efforts, Yao Zhu Mama slowly opened her eyes. Humph, humph, Liu Chang was overjoyed. Continuing to call out, standing and pointing in the direction of the cave, signaling Yao Zhu Mama to return inside. Although Yao Zhu Mama was fatigued, she understood the necessity of not sleeping outdoors and struggled to rise. Her legs felt weak, as if she were a drunken reveler, collapsing to the ground several times. Liu Chang, anxious, encouraged her while using his own body to provide support, helping her to stand. After a flurry of activity, Yao Zhu Mama finally stood up, swaying as she made her way toward the cave. After escorting Yao Zhu Mama inside, Liu Chang was utterly exhausted and stepped out of the cave to graze and fill his belly. Suddenly, a large bird circled above and landed, its hooked talons snatching the long-dead Gongfu Shihui from the ground before swiftly soaring into the sky. It possessed a beak resembling an iron hook, long slender legs akin to those of a red-crowned crane, and several black feathered crests atop its head, with a distinctive appearance of white on its upper body and black on its lower half. Liu Chang immediately recognized this bird as a serpent vulture, known for preying on venomous snakes and field mice. Upon witnessing the serpent vulture take flight, Liu Chang grimaced. He had hoped to enjoy a meal of Gongfu Shihui meat, but it seemed the vulture was quite opportunistic. Bah, shameless. That piece of meat was earned at my mother's peril. Chapter 10. The potency of serpent venom. The other wild boars barely acknowledged the serpent vulture's sudden arrival, merely casting a glance before continuing to graze, showing little concern over the loss of the Gongfu Shihui. They were not inclined to consume snake meat anyway. Stepping out of the cave, Liu Chang chose a patch of grass to kneel and nibble on the greenery. As he ate, he began to feel dizzy. Oh no, by sucking the venom from my mother, I must have ingested some serpent venom myself, Liu Chang thought warily as he stood up and hurried back to the cave. After all the effort to bring Yao Zhu Mama inside, it would be quite absurd if he were to faint outside and become a meal for a jackal or a serval. Upon returning to the cave, Liu Chang approached Yao Zhu Mama, extending his front hoof to assess her condition. Confirming her steady breathing and strong heartbeat, he felt reassured, licking a few times at the wounds on her face before lying down to rest. Soon, another thought struck him. If Yao Zhu Mama had been poisoned, would the snake venom also affect Yao Zhu Sanla if they drank her milk? It was quite possible. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Liu Chang dozed off. The next day, Liu Chang awakened from hunger, opening his eyes to take in his surroundings. The first thing he did was check on Yao Zhu Mama. She was still asleep, but her breathing was steady, and she was in no mortal danger. Moreover, her facial wounds had healed, leaving only a few grayish-white spots. Her wounds healed so quickly. Could it be that my saliva possesses healing properties? Liu Chang marveled quietly, though he did not delve further into the matter. He then turned his attention to Yao Zhu Sanla, who lay sprawled on the ground. Yixian, Xine E, and Wan Ting were sleeping soundly, their comportment rather unrefined. Tai Dan and Cui Hua, however, were nowhere to be seen. Liu Chang felt surprised. It was broad daylight, and typically, Yao Zhu Sanla would accompany their older siblings to forage for food. Why were they still asleep? Liu Chang approached and nudged Zixian with his hoof, but received no response. Not even a grunt. Oh no. Could it be that the three of you drank your mother's milk and were also knocked out? Liu Chang speculated, checking their vital signs. Fortunately, the residual snake venom in their milk was minimal. They had merely succumbed to unconsciousness and were not in danger of death. Why did I wake up so quickly? Could it be that my body has a strong resistance to toxins? A thought flashed through Liu Chang's mind. He had grown accustomed to the various peculiarities of his body. The gem that had been given to him by Peng Xiaobao was certainly no ordinary object. With his stomach grumbling, Liu Chang could not afford to dwell on these thoughts for long. He needed to forage for food swiftly. He approached the cave's entrance, but instead of rushing out immediately, he perked up his ears to listen for any sounds outside and sniffed the breeze wafting into the cave. Discerning the scents carried by the wind, he knew that the cunning cheetah, Old Liu, particularly enjoyed lurking at the cave's entrance, waiting for a wild boar to emerge, ready to pounce and execute a swift throat-grabbing maneuver. Such tactics were effective against the not-so-bright wild boars. Previously, when the group ventured out together, Yao Zhu Mama's protection ensured Liu Chang's safety when he lagged behind. Now, with only himself to worry about, he knew he had to be extra cautious. Once he confirmed that there were no carnivorous beasts lying in wait outside the cave, Liu Chang dashed out, heading straight for the termite mound. Having lain idle for most of the day without eating, he was in dire need of high-energy sustenance. After feasting on some termites, Liu Chang felt invigorated and returned to the cave to nibble on grass. By evening, Yao Zhu Sanla finally awoke, famished from a day without food. Upon waking, they sought to rush outside to forage. Liu Chang, however, blocked the cave's exit, transforming his body into a barrier. He knew that nighttime was when most carnivorous animals, such as lions, hyenas, and wild dogs, preferred to hunt, waiting for large herbivores to fall asleep to increase their chances of success. Yao Zhu Sanla, equally insistent, expressed their hunger, but Liu Chang remained resolute, refusing to let them pass. A missed meal would not be fatal. They could eat during the day tomorrow. Venturing out at night without the protection of an adult wild boar could lead to them getting lost or encountering roaming carnivores. If even one of the three returned, it would be a stroke of luck. Driven by hunger, Zixin could no longer bear it and charged at Liu Chang. Liu Chang stood firm, allowing Zixin to collide with him. With a thud, Zixin stumbled and fell to the ground, while Liu Chang did not budge an inch. Ha! I feel quite pleased, Liu Chang seemed to say, reveling in his triumph. Defeated, Zixin returned to Yao Zhu Ma's side to drink milk. Xian and Wan Ting similarly attempted to charge Liu Chang, only to be thwarted by his steadfastness. Realizing they could not break through Liu Chang's blockade, they reluctantly retreated to nurse. Tai Dan and Cui Hua looked on in astonishment at Liu Chang, who had already distanced himself significantly from his siblings. He was becoming quite impressive. After finishing their milk, the three of them wobbled over and soon collapsed back to sleep. Liu Chang found their plight amusing, contemplating the lingering effects of the serpent venom. Having helped Yao Zhu extract some of the venom, he noted that, even after a day, the venom in her milk could still incapacitate Yao Zhenla. It was no wonder that the venomous snakes of the grassland were to be taken seriously. Even a cheetah or lion could find themselves gravely weakened after a bite. Liu Chang mentally reminded himself that, although his body had a strong resistance to toxins, he must remain cautious when encountering venomous snakes. Having successfully prevented Yao Zhu Sanla from foraging at night, Liu Chang settled down to sleep. The next morning, Yao Zhu Sanla awakened, now even hungrier, and rushed toward the cave's exit. Perhaps due to their previous experiences, they did not immediately drink from Yao Zhu Ma's milk, which piqued Liu Chang's curiosity. Who said wild boars lacked intelligence? They were simply a bit dim-witted, not entirely devoid of sense. Liu Chang chose not to hinder them further. Animals driven by hunger would pursue food even at the risk of their lives. This was true for all creatures. Hunger is the most terrifying existence. While Liu Chang checked on Yao Zhu Ma's condition, Tai Dan and Cui Hua ventured out to forage. Once the other wild boars had left, Liu Chang leisurely stepped outside the cave. As usual, he first indulged in some termites. After finishing his meal, he nibbled on grass for a while before returning to the cave to rest, the cave's entrance. He spotted Yao Zhu Ma emerging, looking weak and unsteadied. Oh! Liu Chang exclaimed excitedly, jumping around her, celebrating that she had finally triumphed over the serpent venom and reclaimed her life. Humph! Yao Zhu Ma huffed twice, extending her tongue to lick Liu Chang's face. She vaguely remembered that it was Liu Chang who had called her awake and assisted her in returning to the cave for rest. Liu Chang quickly lowered his head, rubbing against the grass. The matriarch of the warthogs arrived in the verdant meadow, kneeling down to voraciously graze on the lush grass. A smile of contentment graced Liu Chang's face. As long as Mother Warthog remained unharmed, the clan would remain intact, and his peaceful days of growth would remain undisturbed. Chapter 11. The shoes in the river for over half a month. The Warthog clan encountered no significant events. Mother Warthog quickly returned to her normal state. Liu Chang joyfully indulged in her milk, while Warthog 3, having experienced the previous incident with the tainted milk, approached Mother Warthog's nourishment with a hint of trepidation. It was not until several days later that it cautiously began to sip the milk. This allowed Liu Chang to relish an ample supply of nourishment. With a bountiful diet, Liu Chang's physique grew increasingly robust, transforming nearly on a daily basis. He now towered over his contemporaries, Zixuan, Sini, and Wanting, measuring at least twice their size. He had even surpassed the size of the ferocious Sang Biao, who had once ambushed him. Should the two beasts confront him again, Liu Chang was confident he could send Sang Biao reeling in confusion. On this particular day, after finishing her meal, Mother Warthog grunted softly, gathering her offspring. Once Liu Chang and the other piglets had congregated, Mother Warthog led them in a specific direction. Liu Chang, bewildered, emitted a few grunts, questioning, "Mother, where are you taking us?" However, without a common language among the warthogs. Mother Warthog could not comprehend Liu Chang's query and continued on her path. Following the clan, Mother Warthog set off at a brisk pace, ensuring her children kept up before quickening her steps. Liu Chang matched the speed of the group, finding the exertion akin to a leisurely stroll after a hearty meal. Curiosity piqued in him. He wondered where Mother Warthog was leading them, from his understanding of warthogs. Venturing beyond their usual foraging grounds typically meant a trip to the Red Romance Spa or to the riverbank for a drink. They rarely pursued anything else of interest. Approximately half an hour later, Mother Warthog slowed her pace. Liu Chang detected the moist scent of water in the air. They were evidently nearing the river. As they continued, Mother Warthog exhibited caution, frequently glancing around to guard against potential predators lurking nearby. Soon, the warthog troop arrived at an expansive river. Liu Chang observed his surroundings with keen interest, spotting many animals he had previously encountered while editing videos in his past life. Among them were the towering, robust ostriches, the petite and nimble antelopes, the sharp-horned bushbucks, and the dagger-like horns of the gazelles. He even spotted a mother wildebeest with her calf and a calf accompanying a water buffalo. Remarkably, carnivores and herbivores coexisted peacefully along the riverbank, a truly wondrous sight. However, no large carnivores were in sight. As Liu Chang admired the vibrant fauna, he discerned a medley of scents in the air, each animal exuding a distinct aroma. Accompanying Mother Warthog to the riverbank proved to be an enlightening experience. Expanding his understanding of the various animal scents, Mother Warthog halted at the river's edge, grunting softly, seemingly informing her offspring that this was the place to drink. Liu Chang reflected on his 2 months on the vast grassland. Realizing he had yet to quench his thirst at the river, he had relied on Mother Warthog's milk for hydration, and the succulent grass beneath his hooves was sufficiently moist to meet his needs. However, as he continued to grow, he would eventually need to drink from the river. With this thought, Liu Chang became alert. The river teemed with Nile crocodiles, the ultimate hunters of the waters. Their stealth was unmatched. Lurking beneath the surface while watching the animals at the riverbank, poised to strike, if a crocodile were to seize him, it would be a grim fate, dragged into the depths with little hope of escape. Liu Chang had often referred to the Nile crocodile as Old Shoe during his commentary on their hunting prowess, but standing before the river now, fear replaced any semblance of jest. He fixated on the riverbank. Hoping to spot any lurking crocodiles, if Old Shoe lay in wait, he must ensure Mother Warthog did not approach the water. Just as he feared, he caught sight of 2 dark green figures swimming in the murky depths. "Oh no, Old Shoe, you truly are lurking below, preparing for an ambush." Seeing Mother Warthog proceed, Liu Chang hastily grunted twice. Mother Warthog paused and turned to him. With a powerful push from his hind legs, he stood firm and pointed towards the river with his front hooves, opening his mouth wide to indicate the presence of crocodiles. Mother Warthog hesitated. Had it been before, she might have disregarded Liu Chang's warning, for it was common knowledge that crocodiles prowled the rivers, in the grasslands. Would animals refrain from drinking water simply because predators lurked? They would surely perish from thirst, just as herbivores did not hide in their burrows when carnivores hunted. Mother Warthog, though perhaps lacking in intellect, understood the survival rules of the grasslands. Life in the savannah was fraught with peril. If one were to fret over every potential threat, survival would be an impossibility. Nevertheless, having received assistance from Liu Chang previously, Mother Warthog regarded his input with newfound respect. Just as she contemplated, a troop of baboons rushed towards the riverbank, their urgency akin to that of desperate souls seeking relief. Zixuan stood rooted, nearly toppled by a passing baboon. "Damn those pests," Liu Chang snarled at the baboon horde, warning them to maintain their distance. "We warthogs came in a group. If trouble arises, our mother weighs over 100 pounds. You scrawny creatures should tread lightly." With a low growl, Mother Warthog defended her young. Liu Chang quickly grunted a few times, urging her not to be angered. The baboon troop was notorious for their unruly behavior. Skilled in mischief but lacking in virtue in a confrontation, Mother Warthog would not fear the baboons, but Warthog 3 would. Liu Chang even entertained the notion of using these bothersome creatures as bait to lure Old Shoe out of hiding. Mother Warthog calmed her ire, grunting softly as she gathered her offspring. A dozen baboons sprawled by the riverbank, drinking noisily. Their raucous behavior unsettled Liu Chang as he noticed several dark green shapes gliding toward the shore. "Come on, baboon brethren. Old Shoe, you must succeed." Liu Chang's anticipation surged. He knew that Old Shoe could endure hunger for long stretches, only to rest after a meal. It was the perfect opportunity to let the irritating baboon serve as bait for old Shoe. Chapter 12. A baboon disappears into the water. One young baboon eagerly drank from the river. Suddenly, a flat, green figure surged from the water, jaws agape, lunging at the baboon. The young baboon reacted swiftly, retreating just in time. Yet, its movements were a fraction too late, and old Shoe latched onto one of its arms. The baboon's companions and other animals at the riverbank panicked, instinctively retreating from the lurking Nile crocodile. Even the warthog clan was startled. Warthog 3 pressed close to Mother Warthog, trembling in fear. Liu Chang too felt the shock. He had not anticipated old Shoe's explosive speed. The ferocity displayed by the crocodile was a testament to its rank as one of the savanna's apex predators. Under different circumstances, Liu Chang would not have claimed to evade old Shoe's ambush unscathed. Mother Warthog cast a surprised glance at Liu Chang, fully convinced by her son's perceptive actions. Had she led her young to the river to drink moments ago, they would undoubtedly have been the crocodile's target. Liu Chang's intervention had saved them. The wounded baboon emitted terrified cries, thrashing in desperation. The other baboons joined in a cacophony of screams, attempting to frighten off the crocodile. Unfazed by the ruckus, old Shoe's jaws remained firmly locked, retreating back into the water. The young baboon struggled fiercely, blood seeping from its mangled arm as it fought to escape the crocodile's grip. Old Shoe's powerful jaws clamped down on its shoulder, slowly but surely dragging it beneath the surface. The baboons on the shore shouted in anger and dismay, but their cries fell on deaf ears. All the animals stood at the riverbank, transfixed by the sight of the struggling baboon. None among the savanna's inhabitants could rival the Nile crocodile in the waters. Soon, several more crocodiles, drawn by the scent of blood, converged on the scene, seizing the baboon and initiating the death roll. The river churned violently, crimson staining the waters before swiftly being washed away. Within 2 to 3 minutes, tranquility returned to the river, leaving only the forlorn cries of the baboon troop. After the commotion, the wildebeests, water buffalo, and antelopes resumed their routine. Approaching the river to drink it was not that they had a penchant for suffering. Rather, survival necessitated hydration, and with it came the constant threat posed by the Nile crocodiles. They had long since adapted to a life of dancing on the edge of danger. Liu Chang observed that there was temporarily no sign of Pai Xiaolao Lu in the river water by the shore. He emitted a few mournful cries, signaling the other pigs that they could approach the bank for a drink. The warthog matriarch strode proudly, her bristles waving in the breeze as she made her way to the water's edge. Upon arrival, she lowered her head and began to drink deeply, while simultaneously keeping a vigilant gaze on the movements within the water. As she drank, the warthog stood firmly on her 4 legs, refusing to kneel. Should a crocodile attempt a surprise attack, she would be able to spring backward, evading the predator's advance. Tai Dan and Chui Hua mirrored the actions of the warthog matriarch, both seasoned veterans brimming with experience. In contrast, Zixuan, Sinny, and Wanting, the 3 pigs, cowered in fear, daring only to timidly lap at the river water, poised to flee at the slightest rustle. Liu Chang drank heartily from the river, but the thought of the numerous crocodiles lurking within, as well as the fact that the river served as both a bathing spot and a toilet for hippos, made him feel a wave of nausea. Fortunately, warthogs can extract moisture from grass or the roots of plants, making their need for water less critical. After quenching his thirst, Liu Chang stepped back several meters from the bank, continuing to observe the other animals around him. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Why do carnivorous animals not choose to lie in wait by the riverbank? Hunting herbivores is laborious. It would be far more efficient to ambush prey directly at the water's edge when hunger strikes, a strategy far more reliable than waiting for a rabbit to stumble into a trap. Liu Chang gazed at the flatland by the riverbank and quickly deduced the answer. The risks involved in carnivorous animals hunting herbivores are considerable, leading to greater exhaustion. The optimal strategy involves closing the distance to herbivores and launching a surprise attack. Pursuing herbivores across open ground is a foolish endeavor. Herbivores are not naive. They will not simply stand by while predators approach. At the very least, they will flee. The predator chases, but due to their larger size, carnivorous animals struggle to maintain prolonged pursuits. Even if they succeed in hunting an herbivore, they are often too fatigued to defend their catch. The saying "the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind" holds true. Animals may not speak, but they understand this instinctively. Capturing prey is one thing, but retaining it is another. The most effective hunting method remains stealthily approaching the target for a decisive strike, as Liu Chang pondered. A multitude of herbivores finished drinking and departed from the riverbank. Many other parched animals approached the shore. He observed various herbivores, including solitary male warthogs, wild dogs, and male cheetahs, on the vast grasslands. Male animals enter a prolonged wandering phase upon reaching maturity, seeking mates or new groups to join, while females are tasked with reproduction and nurturing their young. This is one of the vital reasons to avoid inbreeding. Furthermore, a particular area can only sustain a limited number of the same species. For instance, if two prides of lions exist within a 5-square-kilometer area, they will ultimately starve. The only solution is for the stronger pride to drive the weaker one from its territory. The same applies to warthogs. If two groups of warthogs graze on the same patch of grass, both will inevitably go hungry. Though animals cannot speak, they possess inherited instincts honed over thousands, if not tens of thousands, of years. Thus, male animals must venture out upon maturity, refraining from procreating within their natal group to expand their own lineage. A rare tranquility enveloped the animals at the riverbank, as if they were not mortal enemies. Liu Chang then noticed a few zebras approaching the shore. A zebra matriarch, accompanied by her foal, drank from the river. Suddenly, an adult zebra approached and kicked the foal with startling abruptness. The foal emitted a heart-wrenching cry. Its sound akin to a blend of a dog and a donkey. Liu Chang observed that one of the foal's forelegs had bent at an unnatural angle, clearly fractured. Without prompt and effective aid, this injured zebra would soon attract the attention of carnivorous predators, becoming an easy meal. Witnessing such a brutal act firsthand gave Liu Chang a visceral understanding of the harshness of zebra behavior. While carnivorous animals hunt out of hunger, driven by biological instinct, the adult zebra's act of breaking the foal's leg was purely malicious, a selfish act devoid of benefit to itself. Enraged, the zebra matriarch attempted to attack the male zebra that had harmed her foal. The male zebra took flight. The two zebras raced along the bank, stirring up clouds of dust. Liu Chang noticed that a solitary hyena and wild dog had already set their sights on the injured foal. With its foreleg injured, the foal could not flee. Even if the zebra matriarch fought desperately to protect it, the outcome would remain unchanged. Chapter 13. The battle for warthog mates. It seems I must remain vigilant not only towards carnivorous animals, but also be wary of the treacherous herbivores. Liu Chang reminded himself, herbivores like rhinoceroses, zebras, and baboons are not known for their docility. In fact, they can be quite aggressive. Even without provocation, merely passing by them could incite an attack. Especially during the mating season, male animals become increasingly volatile. Liu Chang suspected that the male zebra that had just attacked the foal was acting out of hormonal frenzy, deliberately injuring the foal to divert the matriarch's focus from nurturing to mating. After a futile chase, the zebra matriarch returned to her injured foal. Sinny, one of the 3 warthogs, sensed the commotion nearby and hurriedly retreated. Zishuan and Wanting followed suit, trailing behind Sinny. After a few steps, they turned back, finding no sign of crocodiles, and sheepishly returned to the river for a drink. The warthog matriarch, along with Tai Dan and Chui Hua, had already quenched their thirst. Liu Chang felt a pang of frustration. This trio of pigs was truly foolish, nearly traumatized by the shadow of Pai Xiaolao Liu. In reality, the success rate of Pai Xiaolao Lu's hunts was quite low. Perhaps 1 in 3 or 5 attempts would yield a catch. The baboon's raucous drinking had inadvertently provided an opportunity for Pai Xiaolao Lu. There was really nothing to fear. Liu Chang, having satisfied his thirst, internally mocked the 3 warthogs. They had brought shame upon their kind. After a while, the trio finally finished drinking. The warthog matriarch called out a couple of times, gathering her young. Liu Chang stepped forward to join the group behind Chui Hua. The 3 warthogs fell in line behind him. Under the guidance of the matriarch, the group trotted towards their burrow. Liu Chang deliberately glanced back at the injured zebra foal, which, with its fractured leg, could barely manage a limping walk. Despite the matriarch's protection, a solitary male hyena lingered behind the foal, biding its time until the foal exhausted its strength. Liu Chang turned away, no longer focusing on the zebra foal. The animals of the grasslands reproduce according to their natural order. He needed to prioritize his own safety. After jogging a short distance, Liu Chang noticed 2 solitary male warthogs trailing alongside the group, casting flirtatious glances towards the matriarch. They flaunted their unkempt bristles and sharp tusks. "Ah, it appears the male warthogs are courting. It seems our matriarch is quite the beauty among warthogs," Liu Chang observed with interest. Warthogs typically give birth before the onset of the rainy season and can conceive during the rainy season to ensure ample nutrition for the mother. Liu Chang felt no discomfort regarding the matriarch seeking a mate. It is the nature of life. He would not foolishly impose human moral standards onto warthogs. Moreover, the inclusion of mature male warthogs into the group would only benefit Liu Chang. The strength of the group would increase, making for safer foraging and an expansion of territory. The areas he could explore would widen, possibly leading him to discover additional termite mounds. Presently, Liu Chang had only one termite mound, insufficient to meet his body's rapid growth needs. Faced with the advances of two male warthogs, the matriarch proudly raised her head, her small antennae wagging joyfully behind her. Tension began to rise between the two males as they moved to the forefront of the group. Locking eyes with palpable animosity, the warthog matriarch halted, allowing her offspring to observe. For a wandering male warthog to integrate into another group, he must first gain the approval of the resident matriarch. They must assess whether the male is imposing and robust. If two or more males are present, a brawl will ensue. The victor will be deemed the strongest warthog, capable of joining the group and mating with the female warthogs to propagate the next generation. Once the mating season concludes, the male warthog will depart the group and continue his wandering. The warthog matriarch, with her young in tow, watched the unfolding contest to educate them on the nature of adult male warthog conflicts. Liu Chang observed with keen interest. The brutal battles among animals for mates or territory remain a timeless theme in the biological realm. The combat style of adult warthogs was a lesson for him to learn. Roar, roar. The two warthogs began to grunt, attempting to intimidate one another with their vocalizations. If one of them exhibited weakness, it was likely to retreat. However, both males were robust, and rather than instilling fear, their roars ignited a shared fury within. "You think you can steal my mate? You blind fool, that is my mate." If warthogs could speak, their roars would likely convey such sentiments. The impending battle for the female warthog was imminent as both parties retreated. Not in surrender, but to gather momentum for the inevitable collision. The sturdiness of the warthog is entirely contingent upon the impact of their collisions. With a resounding thud, two warthogs exert their strength simultaneously. Charging towards one another. Weighing nearly 200 pounds, the warthogs engage in a ferocious clash, compelling even the mightiest carnivores to momentarily retreat. However, in this moment, both parties are driven by the primal instinct to compete for a mate, leaving no room for evasion or retreat. With a resounding bang, the collision is solid, leaving both warthogs momentarily dazed. In the next instant, their large, flat heads become entangled, their sharp tusks viciously striking at one another. Occasionally, the sound of their tusks clashing resonates like stones being forcefully struck together. The male warthog possesses two pairs of tusks, one pair long and curved like crescent moons, and the other shorter and straight. Resembling daggers, before long, both warthogs bear visible wounds, their faces smeared with blood. As they attack with their tusks, they simultaneously engage in headbutting, vying for dominance. The scene is both bloody and brutal. Though Liu Chang, this spectacle embodies a raw, instinctual beauty inherent in nature. The trio of piglets shivers in fear, huddling close to their mother for solace. Yet, Suehua remains unfazed. Taiden watches with rising excitement, pawing at the ground. Regrettably, being still in a subadult state, it is significantly smaller than the two adult warthogs. Otherwise, it would yearn to join this male competition. Minutes later, one warthog changes direction, retreating from the battlefield and running off to another side. The victorious warthog, despite its bloodied visage, emits triumphant grunts and strides proudly towards its mother. Warthog Mama approaches, nuzzling the male warthog with her large face, signifying her acceptance of this valiant warrior. The male warthog gazes at Taidan, Suehua, and Liu Chang, appearing fierce yet revealing a semblance of satisfaction in its eyes. It is clear that it acknowledges warthog Mama's ability to bear and nurture offspring. Particularly, Liu Chang, who has grown tall and robust in just 2 months, stands out as a prodigy among warthogs. Should it mate with warthog Mama, the progeny would undoubtedly inherit such vigor. Chapter 14. The contribution of the old warthog to the clan in the presence of the male warthog. Suehua and Taiden exhibit a demeanor of indifference. Liu Chang remains unperturbed. The addition of a robust male warthog to their clan is a boon, even when encountering solitary predators like cheetahs or leopards. The presence of 2 adult warthogs greatly enhances their safety. The benefits of incorporating a male warthog into the clan are manifold, with the most significant being that it will not, akin to lions, eliminate the existing young ones within the group. However, it is evident that male warthogs typically depart the clan after the mating season, resuming their solitary wanderings. In contrast, male lions protect their pride until supplanted by a stronger rival. Liu Chang comprehends the stark behavioral differences between male lions and male warthogs. A lack of guardianship towards the clan naturally correlates with indifference toward whether the offspring are theirs. Conversely, should they choose to protect the clan, they would certainly not nurture the progeny of a former mate. This mirrors certain societal dynamics among humans, where some individuals are indifferent to whether a woman bears children, as they do not feel obligated to care for them. In contrast, those with a stronger sense of responsibility, such as East Asians, tend to prioritize forming partnerships with women bearing children, as the burden of upbringing falls upon them. Despite being animals, their instinctual behaviors do not differ significantly. The trio of piglets, fearful of the newly joined male warthog, dares not to gaze upon it. Warthog Mama calls out soothingly to her young ones, guiding them toward their burrow. The male warthog keeps pace alongside Warthog Mama. Their bristly crests flow gracefully as they move. Approximately half an hour later, Warthog Mama leads her offspring to the entrance of their burrow. With several grunts, she signals her young to enter first. Once they have settled inside, Warthog Mama adeptly maneuvers to back into the burrow, ensuring the adult male warthog, whom Liu Chang has aptly named Old Warthog, is the last to enter, should they be pursued by predators. The last piglet entering the burrow would face considerable danger. The adult warthog, performing a reverse maneuver, positions its sharp tusks towards the entrance, deterring any potential ambush by carnivores. Once inside, Old Warthog surveys the space before lying down next to Warthog Mama. Although the burrow was spacious enough for the clan, the addition of nearly 200 pounds of Old Warthog renders it somewhat cramped. It can only be said to be barely adequate. After the long trek of 30 kilometers, the warthogs are fatigued, especially the trio of piglets. Having just turned 2 months old, the lengthy journey takes a toll on their small bodies, quickly lulling them into slumber. Liu Chang, unable to sleep, seeks nourishment from Warthog Mama, his mind filled with hopes of venturing out with the clan to forage for food and explore new territories. With Old Warthog's inclusion, the Warthog clan's presence is significantly bolstered, and their territory is likely to expand by more than double. This allows Liu Chang to venture farther afield in search of the desired termite mounds, if he can discover new termite nests. He plans to indulge without restraint, consuming them entirely. Liu Chang understands that the adult male warthog will not remain with the clan for long. Following the mating season, it will abandon its familial ties and revert to a life of wandering, fulfilling its biological imperative. Once again, it is folly to impose human moral standards upon the instincts of warthogs. Thus, should Liu Chang discover new termite mounds in the newly acquired territory, the optimal course of action would be to exploit them fully. Once the male warthog departs from the clan, the foraging territory will diminish, and Liu Chang will face peril if he wishes to seek out termites beyond their domain. After lying for a while, Old Warthog finds himself uncomfortable and rises to excavate the burrow walls with his broad mouth and sharp tusks. Expanding the burrow not only enhances his living conditions, but also serves as an opportunity to showcase his capabilities. Liu Chang observes intently. He watches as Old Warthog's tusks carve through the soft earth, chunks of soil falling away like pieces of tofu, quickly accumulating at his feet. Warthog Mama stands up, pushing the loose soil out of the burrow with her hooves and flat mouth. The finer dirt can be disregarded. As the warthogs lie or move within the burrow, it will compact naturally. Working in concert, the two warthogs swiftly remove large clumps of soil from the entrance. Within an hour, Old Warthog has excavated a 3-meter-long passage, wide enough for 2 warthogs to walk side by side. Liu Chang watches in astonishment. Even with Warthog Mama clearing the debris, Old Warthog's speed of excavation is remarkable. 2 individuals armed with shovels would likely not match this pace, and humans require rest. Unlike Old Warthog, whose stamina is boundless, the addition of such a strong laborer to the clan is indeed a profitable venture. After creating a broad, straight passage, Old Warthog selects a direction for a junction and begins digging again. aiming to carve out an expansive underground chamber. With several grunts, Warthog Mama signals old Warthog to refrain from branching off but to focus on creating an exit instead. Old Warthog complies, using his tusks to dig upwards. After a little over 10 minutes, a new exit emerges from the Warthog burrow. Warthog Mama pushes the larger clumps of soil through this new opening. Standing proudly at the new exit, old Warthog emits triumphant grunts. Liu Chang observes throughout, gleaning invaluable insights. He realizes that the technique employed by warthogs in burrow excavation is quite effective. Once his tusks and bristles have matured, he too will be able to excavate independently, crafting a safe haven for himself. After a brief rest, Warthog Mama grunts, awakening her young ones, signaling that it is time to forage. The trio of piglets, still groggy, notices the burrow has expanded significantly and that a new exit has been added. Grunting in surprise, Warthog Mama leads her young ones out through the newly excavated passage. Old Warthog takes the lead, having demonstrated his value. He naturally assumes the role of leader. Following closely are Warthog Mama and her offspring. With Liu Chang trailing last, the group advances. Warthog Mama stays beside Old Warthog, occasionally grunting, seemingly conveying her usual foraging territory. Under Old Warthog's guidance, the clan easily surpasses their previous foraging radius, continuing to forge ahead. In the past, even when abundant vegetation lay ahead, Warthog Mama would cautiously warn her offspring against proceeding further. However, with Old Warthog leading, she remains silent. The trio of piglets squeaks, as if questioning whether advancing would breach the boundaries previously set by their mother. With a low growl, Old Warthog turns back, signaling that all is well with him in charge. With my 200 pounds of weight standing here, who dares to confront me? Chapter 15. Expanding territory. Warthog Mama grunts soothingly, comforting the frightened trio of piglets as they continue to follow Old Warthog. Should they encounter a carnivore, with both her and Old Warthog present, there will be no cause for alarm. The nearly 200-pound male warthog, adorned with 2 pairs of sharp tusks, poses a formidable presence, deterring even solitary predators like leopards and cheetahs. Solitary hunters tend to avoid adult male warthogs, as their primary goal is to satiate their hunger, not to engage in a perilous confrontation. Faced with a herbivore weighing twice their own body mass, a cheetah or leopard would think twice, wary of injury that could potentially cost them their lives. Only social predators such as lions and hyenas would dare to hunt adult male warthogs in packs. If misfortune were to befall a wild boar and it encountered a lion pride, their primary target would undoubtedly be the strongest of the group, the formidable warthog. Weighing nearly 200 pounds, the warthog provides ample sustenance for a carnivorous pack. This is precisely why the mother warthog dares to lead Liu Chang and a troop of young boars in the endeavor to expand their territory. Every few dozen meters, the warthog halts momentarily, releasing a stream of urine as a territorial marker. This act indicates that the land is claimed as its own. Typically, carnivorous animals, upon detecting the scent of an adult warthog, would wisely retreat. The mother warthog and the male share similar behaviors, marking their territory at intervals. This enables carnivores to perceive the presence of 2 adult warthogs and reconsider their approach. Weighing the risks of challenging such formidable opponents, as the gentle breeze wafts by, the pungent odor of the warthog's urine reaches Liu Chang's nostrils. Goodness, it's no wonder animals mark their territory with urine. The stench is overwhelming. Liu Chang inhaled the air, tainted with the acrid scent, feeling quite uncomfortable, prompting him to shift his position. The purpose of marking territory with urine is to assert dominance and deter other animals. For instance, male lions and cheetahs also mark their territories. If a wandering lion or cheetah were to enter, the scent would signal them to turn back. Should they dare to enter, it would imply a challenge to the established territorial leader, inevitably resulting in a fierce confrontation. The warthog, leading its group forward, received a few approving grunts from the mother warthog, indicating they had ventured far enough from their burrow. With its head held high, the warthog pressed onward. After advancing nearly 500 meters, it finally paused, proudly awaiting the mother warthog's commendation. The mother warthog indeed responded with a few grunts, signifying that the warthog had performed admirably, not only for its robust physique, but also for its courage. An adult warthog assumes the responsibility of protecting the young, and expanding their foraging radius by 500 meters is a perilous undertaking, potentially attracting the attention of large carnivores. However, The warthog was undeterred. If not for such bold actions, how could it showcase its valor and the immense contributions it brings to the warthog clan? The mother warthog grunted a few more times before kneeling to graze on the grass. The young ones trailed closely behind her. Upon reaching a new grazing ground, their hearts fluttered with trepidation. The warthog mirrored the mother's actions, occasionally rising to survey the surroundings, ever watchful. The mother warthog grew increasingly pleased. Soon, the young boars shed their initial apprehension about the unfamiliar territory and, after satisfying their hunger, began to frolic as usual. Liu Chang, having finished his meal, refrained from joining in the play and instead hurried back to his termite buffet. Although still in the juvenile phase, he was robust and possessed remarkable endurance. He quickly reached the entrance of the termite mound. After indulging in a feast of several thousand termites, Liu Chang returned to rest in the burrow. Upon awakening, he followed the scent to join the group for grazing. The warthog was not static in one place, but rather grazed in various locations, marking their path with urine to deter any potential predators encroaching upon their territory. Suddenly, a rustle in the grass signaled the swift passage of an animal, accompanied by the sound of grass being disturbed. The warthog at the front of the line reacted swiftly, charging forward. As it closed in on the unknown creature, it discovered it was merely a small hare. A sinister grin spread across the warthog's face as it approached the hare, delivering a powerful blow with its head. Though the sharp, curved tusks did not pierce the hare's body, the sheer force sent it flying through the air. Once the hare hit the ground, it convulsed a few times before falling silent. For the hare, being struck by an adult male warthog was akin to an ordinary person being hit by a heavy truck traveling at 60 miles per hour. Its internal organs ruptured, bones shattered, leaving no chance of survival. The mother warthog, her excitement palpable, dashed over to savor the hare's succulent flesh. The warthog stood proudly, head slightly raised, relishing the admiration of its kin. This marked the third hare it had taken down that day. As for the field mice that had met their demise beneath its hooves, the warthog could scarcely recall. The mother warthog took a few symbolic bites before stepping aside, as both Tai Dan and Cui Hua had lost their appetite. Having already feasted, the young boars, too, followed the warthog's lead, having consumed enough meat to satisfy their hunger. Liu Chang stepped forward to relish the hare, his belly never having felt empty that day. After indulging, he felt a warm sensation in his stomach, quickly digesting the meal before moving on to eat again. Having finished the hare, Liu Chang continued to accompany the group as they surveyed their new territory. The process of territorial expansion among animals is exceedingly brutal. If they do not encounter their own kind, they will expel or eliminate smaller creatures within their domain. Should they come across others of their species, it often results in a bloody conflict. Fortunately, with the stalwart warthog leading the charge, clearing obstacles and facilitating a smooth expansion of territory proved to be quite effective. Suddenly, another shadow darted through the grass. Breaking the silence, the warthog activated its V8 engine, sprinting after it. Adult warthogs can reach speeds exceeding 50 kilometers per hour, outpacing most animals on the grassland. Liu Chang followed closely behind, keenly observing the warthog's combat techniques against other creatures. In time, he would also leave the clan, becoming a solitary male wart. It was essential for him to learn these skills in advance. Soon, the warthog spotted a tawny figure ahead. Although Liu Chang struggled to keep pace, his keen eyesight allowed him to identify the creature as a serval cat. The serval was slightly smaller than a caracal, its fur a tawny hue adorned with spots reminiscent of a cheetah. At first glance, it resembled a diminutive cheetah. They prey on birds, hares, field mice, and lizards, and occasionally target the young of larger animals. For Liu Chang, the serval was a perilous predator. The warthog also recognized the serval ahead and accelerated once more. To ensure the safety of its future offspring, the warthog deemed it necessary to eliminate such carnivores as servals, caracals, and jackals. The serval attempted to evade the warthog with agile maneuvers, but ultimately could not escape. It resorted to climbing a large tree, temporarily evading danger. Chapter 16. The bounty of the new territory. Liu Chang was taken aback. Who says animals lack intelligence? He observed that the serval's actions were exceedingly clever. Under the pressure of a pursuer, it remained calm and ascended the tree to find refuge. Truly a textbook example of survival in the savannah. The warthog, frustrated, grunted beneath the tree. Unable to climb, It was left powerless against an enemy that had sought refuge in the branches. Liu Chang paced beneath the tree, gazing up at the serval. The serval, perched above, also watched the wart-hog clan below, its eyes filled with trepidation. Given its size, even a gentle brush from an adult wart-hog could inflict serious injury, in the vast grasslands. Even minor wounds can lead to fatal consequences. Injured or aged herbivores become prime targets for carnivores, while injured carnivores face a drastically reduced chance of successful hunting, leading to starvation, weakness, and ultimately death. After a brief stalemate, the wart-hog and mother wart-hog marked their territory with urine before continuing their patrol. Liu Chang realized that the wart-hog had achieved its goal, demonstrating their strength to the serval, which would surely vacate the wart-hog's territory. For one, it was a matter of danger. Today, the serval was fortunate to find a tree for refuge. Next time, it may not be so lucky. Moreover, servals also reproduce, and raising their young requires a stable environment. Should the adult wart-hogs discover any serval offspring within their territory, it would spell doom for the young. Just as wart-hogs keep their distance from lion territories, smaller animals strive to survive in the margins of the grassland. Subsequently, the wart-hog encountered a caracal, which it likewise drove up a tree, marking its territory before moving on. Liu Chang, following the wart-hog, noted that this caracal was not the same as the one that had previously ambushed him. The wart-hog adhered to a principle of eliminating any predators it could while driving away those it could not kill, maximizing the safety of the young boars. Liu Chang, blending in with the troop, remained vigilant, realizing that the outer perimeter of their previous territory was rife with carnivores. Had he ventured out alone, he would surely have become a meal for either the caracal or the serval. During this territorial expansion, Liu Chang had not engaged in much action. Rather, he shadowed the wart-hog to learn the behaviors of adult wart-hogs while also scouting for potential termite mounds. As the wart-hog clan extended their territory, it was conceivable that they might stumble upon new termite nests. Discovering one would be a significant boon in the afternoon. Liu Chang indeed uncovered a new termite mound. This marked the third nest he had found, towering above the ground, even taller than the one he and his aardvark cousin had previously destroyed. Wow, no wonder they say one cannot prosper without unexpected gains. Just as horses cannot thrive without nighttime fodder. Had it not been for the wart-hog's involvement in expanding the territory, I would have never discovered this buffet on my own. Overjoyed, Liu Chang settled near the entrance of the termite mound, extending his tongue to lap up the passing termites. The other wart-hogs soon took notice of the mound and Liu Chang's actions. The young boars approached Liu Chang, mimicking his feeding style, licking up the passing termites. Liu Chang did not shoo away his siblings. The mound was substantial, housing at least several million termites, far too many for him to consume alone. In times of scarcity, he would undoubtedly prioritize his own sustenance. The food supply was ample, rendering any calculations unnecessary. Even the old wart-hog made his way over with his companion, the wart-hog mother, along with Tai Dan and Chui Hua. Wart-hog San La took a few bites before losing interest. The termites had little flavor, their texture far inferior to that of fresh grass. As for Tai Dan, they did not even attempt to taste them. Having grown up, they had long since encountered ants and found them unpalatable. The old wart-hog grunted a couple of times, seemingly remarking, "This child has a rather unique palate. No wonder he is a prodigy in the wart-hog realm." The wart-hog clan grazed on grass for a while near the termite mound before continuing onward, intent on traversing their territory and proclaiming to all creatures within this land that it belonged to the wart-hogs. Liu Chang remained behind, continuing to eat. Once his belly was full, he followed the scent left by the wart-hogs to rejoin their ranks. Just as he reached the side of the wart-hog mother, he heard the low growl of the old wart-hog and the heavy thud of hooves against the ground. Curiosity surged within Liu Chang, prompting him to dash forward to investigate. The wart-hog mother followed suit for a couple of steps, warning Liu Chang of the predatory threat ahead, at least a danger to him in his current state. Liu Chang halted, fully aware that on the vast grassland, he must exercise caution and avoid recklessness. After a while, the old wart-hog came thundering back, his eyes ablaze with fury. The wart-hog mother grunted a few times, soothing him, suggesting that it was sufficient to drive off the other animals. Killing them was not necessary. Liu Chang's curiosity only deepened. After marking their territory, the wart-hog clan pressed on. After a short distance, Liu Chang caught a whiff of something foul. Suddenly alert, He shouted to warn the other warthogs of the carnivores that had set their sights on them. The old warthog instantly shifted into a state of heightened alertness, scanning left and right, while the warthog mother shielded her young. Following the direction of the breeze, Liu Chang spotted an animal that resembled a cross between a fox and a wild dog. Its fur a mottled yellowish-gray, with cold glinting eyes. It was a jackal. Liu Chang recognized this creature instantly, recalling the battlefield correspondent moniker he had given it in his previous life's animal documentaries. In those videos, jackals often appeared before lions and hyenas, scavenging leftovers, and were portrayed as diminutive in comparison. Yet, using lions and hyenas as benchmarks misrepresented the true strength of adult jackals, which could easily prey on animals like hoofed rabbits, foxes, and small antelopes. They posed a significant threat to the young of herbivores. Jackals are remarkably swift over short distances, capable of executing rapid, darting movements. Typically, they hunt in pairs, launching attacks on the joints of their prey. And if the target is small, they would latch onto it and tear it apart, inflicting grievous wounds. Liu Chang estimated his weight at just over 20 kilograms. Against a jackal in a one-on-one confrontation, he might hold his ground, but encountering two would spell disaster. With a determined shout, Liu Chang activated his V3 engine and charged toward the jackals. With the old warthog present, he felt little fear of a pair of jackals posing a threat. Viewing this as an opportunity to gauge his current combat abilities, the two jackals swiftly retreated, their movements barely audible amidst the rustling grass. The old warthog, slightly slower than Liu Chang but still formidable with his V8 engine, continued the chase. Liu Chang, however, chose to halt and retrace his steps toward the warthog mother. With the distance between them widening, the jackals could easily circumvent the old warthog to launch an attack on him. Chapter 17. A reunion with the jackal. Jackals are cunning creatures, adept at collaboration. Despite having been driven off once by the old warthog, their persistence led them to return and assess the warthog clan's situation, revealing their patience and restraint. Liu Chang felt justified in his caution. Before long, the old warthog returned, seething with anger, but Liu Chang was not disheartened. The jackals had likely witnessed the warthog clan's strength and would soon relocate. The warthog clan had accomplished its goal. Engaging in a hunt was exceedingly difficult and would require at least 3 warthogs working in concert to surround their prey. There was no need for such measures. With 2 adult warthogs to safeguard them, the clan could easily intimidate all other creatures on the grassland, save for lions, hyenas, and wild dogs. The old warthog licked Liu Chang's face, grunting approvingly, as if to commend his bravery in confronting the jackals. Liu Chang felt a wave of disgust and hastily rubbed his head against the grass. While he could tolerate the warthog mother's affection, he found the old warthog's advances unwelcome. Throughout the day, the old warthog led the clan on a patrol of their territory, demonstrating his might by using his tusks and brutish charges to dispatch 4 hoofed rabbits, driving off several servals and a pair of jackals. Before sunset, the old warthog guided the warthog clan back to their burrow. That night, undeterred, the old warthog continued to expand the underground lair. The warthog mother tirelessly excavated vast amounts of earth. The burrow had more than doubled in size, now boasting 2 entrances with excellent ventilation. Furthermore, after the expansion, the old warthog had meticulously redesigned the burrow to include distinct areas for a living room and a bedroom, the latter elevated and the former lower, creating a clear hierarchy. Liu Chang was secretly astonished. The intelligence of warthogs was far from negligible. Prior to the old warthog's arrival, the warthog mother had allowed everyone to sleep together purely out of laziness. The old warthog's home renovation efforts garnered unanimous praise from the clan members, resulting in a marked improvement in their attitudes toward him, including Warthog San-La. The old warthog, now brimming with pride, worked with renewed vigor. The following morning, after Liu Chang and Warthog San-La finished their milk, they accompanied the old warthog out of the burrow. Today, the old warthog's task was to patrol the opposite side of their territory. With the expansion of their domain, it was challenging to cover it all in a single day with the entire family in tow. After yesterday's exertions, the clan was eager to explore their territory. They merely followed the old warthog, who did the bulk of the work. Liu Chang arrived at the edge of the territory to graze, and after satisfying his hunger, he separated from the clan to head towards the 3rd termite mound he had discovered the day before. Liu Chang approached this mound with the mindset of seizing the opportunity. Once the old warthog left the clan, He wouldn't dare venture beyond their established territory to feast here, so he resolved to clear the mound of termites before the old warthog departed. As he diligently consumed the termites, his belly soon round and full, he followed the scent of the clan to catch up. Midway through his pursuit, Liu Chang suddenly caught a whiff of something foul. Alarm bells rang in his mind as he cautiously halted. A carnivore had set its sights on him, and during the old warthog's sweep of the new territory, it was daring to launch an attack on a member of the warthog clan. Was this a last-ditch effort before being forced to relocate? Liu Chang heightened his senses to the maximum, carefully discerning the direction of the foul scent before slowly turning to face its source. Emerging from the grass was a serval, inching towards Liu Chang. Jackal. Liu Chang's pupils dilated. He had not expected to be confronted by the very creature that had first ambushed him. This was fortuitous, for he was no longer the naive fool he once was. Liu Chang felt his blood ignite with excitement. The thrill of confronting an enemy and the anticipation of revenge surged within him. This would be his first encounter with a carnivore since that fateful day, where he had suffered injuries and teetered on the brink of life and death, all due to this very jackal. To claim that he felt no fear would be a lie. Countless times, Liu Chang had longed for a rematch with the jackal, to defeat it honorably and redeem his past humiliation, shattering the fears that resided within him. For Liu Chang, a rematch with the jackal held profound significance. The jackal approached with deliberate steps, its paws silently kissing the ground, amber eyes fixed steadfastly on Liu Chang. Exuding an unwavering resolve, it was determined to take Liu Chang's life today, driving the warthog family into madness. Liu Chang's dark eyes scanned the surroundings, his mind racing with various scenarios as he devised a plan for confronting the jackal. Suddenly, he turned and bolted toward the direction of the warthog clan. He was not fleeing for his life. Rather, he was intentionally distancing himself from the jackal's chosen hunting ground. Liu Chang had spotted the towering trees. Feline predators excelled at climbing, whereas warthogs did not. Even if he managed to defeat the jackal, should it ascend a tree, Liu Chang would be powerless to prevent its escape. Therefore, he needed to choose a battleground that suited him best. This was one reason for his choice to run toward the warthog clan, deliberately misleading the jackal into believing he sought refuge. The jackal would undoubtedly pursue him. While felines are known for their explosive speed, their endurance is typically limited. For instance, a cheetah can reach astonishing speeds of 115 kilometers per hour. But such high-intensity bursts can only be sustained for 2 to 3 minutes. Luring the jackal into a chase under the guise of fleeing would deplete its stamina, as anticipated, upon witnessing Liu Chang's flight. The jackal gave chase with remarkable speed. Under normal circumstances, the ideal hunting strategy for a jackal is to approach its prey from behind and launch a surprise attack. However, having been discerned by Liu Chang, it could not remain concealed and was left with no choice but to reveal itself. Now that Liu Chang was fleeing, the jackal was unwilling to let its prey escape, compelling it to follow Liu Chang into a hunting scenario. Yet, Liu Chang was not yet in his subadult phase, equipped with only a V3 engine, clearly unable to outrun an adult jackal. It wasn't long before the jackal caught up to him, extending its claws to deliver a vicious swipe at Liu Chang's back, aiming to disrupt his balance. Should Liu Chang fall, the jackal would seize the opportunity to pounce and secure a lethal grip on his throat. Liu Chang had long anticipated Sang Biao's move. His speed in fleeing was not particularly swift. He placed greater emphasis on maintaining his balance. The most crucial factor was that his weight had more than doubled compared to a month ago. Would a large, moving truck lose control if struck by a motorcycle? Clearly not. Liu Chang was akin to a heavy-duty truck, while Sang Biao's claws resembled a motorcycle colliding with such a behemoth. The truck merely swayed slightly, nowhere near losing its balance and tipping over. After 2 failed attempts to knock Liu Chang down, Sang Biao, filled with rage, extended its claws once more, 5 sharp talons springing forth like 5 delicate daggers. Whoosh! Sang Biao's claws viciously slashed towards Liu Chang's back. Since it could not topple Liu Chang, it abandoned technique in favor of sheer force. Chapter 18. Today, Sang Biao shall fall. Swoosh! Sang Biao's claws struck Liu Chang's back, slicing through the dark gray outer layer of skin and revealing the white membrane beneath. The sturdy membrane halted the claws, preventing the gruesome results of the previous encounter. Hiss! Sang Biao, I've got an early class. Liu Chang shuddered in pain, gritting his teeth and continuing to run. He had already led Sang Biao over a mile. emerging from the cover of the great trees. To ensure absolute safety, he needed to cover another 300 meters, exhausting Sang Biao's stamina while increasing the distance between them and the trees, leaving Sang Biao no chance to survive. One strike had proven effective, yet there was no trace of satisfaction on Sang Biao's face. The last time, it had easily breached the defenses of this little creature, yet this time it could only scratch the surface of its fur. Sang Biao was enraged. It accelerated once more, its sharp claws aiming for Liu Chang's rear. Preying on an enemy's weakness is an instinct of carnivores. With a swift motion, Sang Biao's claws inflicted a grievous wound. Liu Chang felt a searing pain in his rear. "You damned Sang Biao. I'll fight you to the end," Liu Chang roared, abruptly changing direction to confront the ferocious Sang Biao. Originally planning to lead Sang Biao another 300 meters, he was caught off guard when it attacked his rear. If he did not confront Sang Biao head-on, he feared it might sever his most precious assets. Sang Biao's claws were sharper than the finest blades. Though Liu Chang had no thoughts of procreation with a female warthog, his dignity as a male boar was at stake and must not be compromised. Sang Biao also halted, panting heavily. Having pursued Liu Chang for nearly a kilometer while unleashing claw attacks, it too was exhausted. "Tired, are you, you filthy mutt?" Liu Chang felt a surge of elation, growling softly as he lightly scraped his hooves against the ground, adjusting his rhythm while attempting to trigger his potential burst state. Once activated, Liu Chang had confidence that he could swiftly end the battle, defeating Sang Biao beneath his tusks. Unfortunately, his vision revealed no changes, and the activation of his potential burst failed. Nevertheless, Liu Chang felt no despair. With his current physique and strength, defeating Sang Biao was well within his grasp. After a brief respite, Liu Chang took the initiative, charging towards Sang Biao. Thud, thud, thud. Liu Chang unleashed the basic attack skill of a warthog, a brutal charge. His weight undoubtedly surpassed that of Sang Biao. Even if Sang Biao was faster, it would be no match in a collision. Sang Biao also moved, its steps light as it danced upon the ground. In stark contrast to Liu Chang's thunderous charge, if Liu Chang's mad sprint resembled pebbles striking the water's surface, sending up a splash, then Sang Biao's acceleration was akin to a grain of rice falling into water, merely creating subtle ripples. Liu Chang's four hooves struck the ground like a drum, amplifying his intimidation. As the warthog and the cat were about to collide, Sang Biao deftly sidestepped, its body suddenly changing direction, narrowly brushing past Liu Chang at the same time. Sang Biao extended its sharp claws towards Liu Chang's back in a swift slash. Utilizing the momentum from their charges, the claws cleanly tore through Liu Chang's fur. Rip! Sang Biao's claws carved a gash nearly half the length of Liu Chang's body. Blood oozed forth. Hiss! Liu Chang trembled in pain. Initially, Sang Biao's claws could only breach his fur, but unexpectedly, it had managed to deliver a heavy blow by capitalizing on their crossing paths. This creature was more cunning than he had imagined, able to use force against force. Liu Chang's estimation of Sang Biao rose another notch. The agony of his wounds ignited Liu Chang's fierce spirit. A month ago, he had been unable to defeat it due to his smaller size. Now, could he still not prevail? Liu Chang regulated his breathing, gathering strength for a second charge. The thought of activating his potential burst state was cast aside. Today, he would decisively vanquish Sang Biao. Thud, thud, thud. His robust hooves pounded the ground, producing a muffled sound. This time, Liu Chang did not fully engage his V3 engine but conserved some strength, wary of falling victim to the same trick as before. He would not tread the same ground twice. Sang Biao's gaze was icy, its elongated limbs gliding across the ground as it surged towards Liu Chang. Having landed a hit, it attempted to repeat its successful strategy, relying on its extensive hunting experience to overpower Liu Chang, teaching this young warthog that size alone could not contend with it. The gap between predator and prey was not one that could be bridged by mere bulk. As the warthog and cat clashed once more, the scene before Liu Chang shifted instantaneously. The once agile and nimble Sang Biao appeared to Liu Chang as though it had slowed down 5 or 6 times. If its previous attacks were akin to an AK-47 spraying bullets, now they resembled a red tassel spear probing. Though still sharp and lethal, the speed had diminished considerably. Liu Chang could easily dodge. Furthermore, his cognitive processing had accelerated. Even if Sang Biao altered its attack strategy on the fly, Liu Chang could instantaneously react and implement countermeasures. Now was the moment. Liu Chang's spirit surged, and the state of potential activation returned. Sang Biao, prepare to meet your demise. Indeed, Sang Biao attempted the same trick again, twisting its body to change direction while extending its claws towards Liu Chang. It aimed to bleed Liu Chang until he could no longer stand. Liu Chang's sturdy hooves stomped heavily on the ground, his body turning to charge at Sang Biao. Even with Sang Biao's sharp claws positioned between them, Liu Chang felt no fear, without the advantage of speed. Sang Biao's claws could only slice through his fur's outer layer. His charge was sufficient to rupture Sang Biao's internal organs. Injuries for injuries, that was Liu Chang's tactic against Sang Biao. With his tough skin and resilience, he could endure. Against the agile feline, exhausting its stamina and inflicting wounds would diminish its dexterity. What followed would be Liu Chang's time to take control. Sang Biao seemed unprepared for Liu Chang's unexpected maneuver, charging directly towards it without hesitation. Without a moment's pause, it retracted its claws and forcibly twisted its body to evade Liu Chang's charge. Liu Chang's large head collided with Sang Biao's torso. Glancing off at an angle, Sang Biao tumbled several times on the grass, dissipating the immense force of the impact. By the time it regained its footing, its expression was grave. Had it not reacted swiftly, a direct collision with the warthog would have likely left it incapacitated. Before it could comprehend the situation, thud, thud, thud. Liu Chang adjusted his trajectory and charged once more. Ack! Sang Biao let out a cry. If it could speak, it would surely exclaim, damn! In a moment of crisis, Sang Biao sprang lightly off the ground, its body leaping high. This was one of the fundamental survival skills of felines, akin to a rapid ascent from the ground. Evading attacks, however, the drawback was glaring. Once airborne, it lacked a point of leverage, making it a prime target. Had Sang Biao not pursued Liu Chang for nearly a kilometer and retained sufficient stamina, it might have been able to adjust its position to avoid the impending attack. Yet now, panting heavily, it had no better options. There was no escaping Liu Chang's charge this time. Chapter 19. The Bounty After the First Kill. Liu Chang observed Sang Biao soaring through the air and, in an instant, slammed to a halt, positioning himself beneath the descending beast. He thrust his flat head upward with all his might. With a resounding thud, Sang Biao was struck as though by a bulldozer, its body tumbling through the air before crashing to the ground. Before it could regain its senses, Liu Chang's massive face filled its vision. In a state of potential activation, Liu Chang unleashed wave after wave of attacks without hesitation. In desperation, Sang Biao could only screech while flailing its claws in a futile attempt to defend itself. Liu Chang closed his eyes, determined to push forward. His head collided with Sang Biao, propelling it across the grass for over 3 meters. Sang Biao's voice weakened. Liu Chang retreated a few meters, opening his eyes to gaze at Sang Biao. The latter was bleeding from its mouth and nose, aside from its head and tail appearing somewhat intact. Its body was contorted like a twisted rag. Having been charged by the warthog and pressed into the ground, its internal organs ruptured and bones broken, it could not escape. Any creature facing such injuries would meet but one fate, death. Beyond salvation, Sang Biao's eyes remained fixed on Liu Chang, seemingly unable to comprehend the turn of events. The little warthog that had nearly perished at its hands had, in just a month, become so formidable. The tables had turned, and it was now facing its demise at the hands of the very creature it had sought to conquer. Soon, its eyes dimmed, losing their luster. Liu Chang stared intently at Sang Biao, ensuring it had indeed passed away. Before exhaling heavily, he had finally avenged himself against his foe, albeit at the cost of several wounds upon his own body. For Liu Chang, these injuries were trifling. The only minor inconvenience was the wound on his rear, which he could endure. With his constitution, he would recover in a few days. As Liu Chang prepared to advance and seize the serval, an extraordinary force suddenly emanated from his abdomen. He felt an intense pressure within his body, as if he were on the brink of tearing apart, the skin on his surface stretching to its limits. Ah! Liu Chang could not suppress a groan, gritting his teeth to endure the agony of his bodily transformation. He was uncertain of the nature of this phenomenon, whether it was beneficial or detrimental to him. Soon, he felt a cool sensation at the site of his injuries, as though a soothing balm had been applied. From an unseen angle, the wounds inflicted by the serval on Liu Chang's body began to miraculously heal. The gash on his back, which was nearly half the length of his torso, returned to its original state as if he had never been harmed. This force permeated Liu Chang's limbs, organs, and sinews, causing his physique to expand somewhat. His skin became tighter, thicker, and more resilient, revealing denser and more explosive muscle mass. His heart thudded like a small pump, while his lungs contracted and expanded, allowing for deep breaths. Even his pair of testicles felt more solid. The strange transformation dissipated within mere minutes, as if it had retracted back into his abdomen. With a deep exhale, Liu Chang attempted to move his body. He could run, jump, and turn without issue. But wait! Liu Chang discovered two significant changes. First, his injuries had completely healed. Second, his physique seemed to have become sturdier and slightly larger. Although the increase was modest, it was undeniably real. "This is utterly astonishing," Liu Chang exclaimed inwardly, unable to contain his surprise. The alterations he had previously experienced could be attributed to his unique constitution, but this time it had transcended into the realm of the mystical. There was no medication in existence that could instantaneously mend his injuries. Clearly, that mysterious orb had released energy, not only repairing his wounds but also enhancing his physique. Or perhaps the orb had actively unleashed its energy with the intent of fortifying his body while simultaneously healing his injuries. While pondering this, Liu Chang realized another issue. The state of his potential explosion had not faded. In the past, after experiencing a surge of potential while clashing with Sang Biao, the effect quickly dissipated once he was safe. Yet now, even in safety, he remained in this heightened state. Has the potential explosion become my norm, or has it transformed into a skill I can control? A question flashed through Liu Chang's mind as he attempted to deactivate the potential explosion state. Soon, his vision, hearing, sense of smell, and cognitive reaction speed returned to normal. Liu Chang felt a brief sense of disorientation as he transitioned back from the potential explosion state, akin to having a veil of dust over his eyes. Suffering from nasal congestion or having cotton stuffed in his ears, he then tried to reactivate the potential explosion state. In an instant, his perception shifted once more. He could see clearly at distances that far exceeded his previous capabilities. The sound of insects scuttling on the ground reached his ears while he inhaled the scents of fresh grass, damp earth, and the metallic tang of blood from Sang Biao. I can truly control my potential explosion. Liu Chang shouted with excitement. This newfound ability to harness his potential explosion would be his greatest asset in combat. Had he been able to unleash it during his earlier confrontation with Sang Biao, he would have easily dispatched him without sustaining any injuries. The myriad changes left Liu Chang exhilarated. Undoubtedly, it was that orb that had bestowed these transformations upon him. As for why it had suddenly granted him such benefits. Liu Chang's gaze fell upon the corpse of Sang Biao on the ground. Perhaps it was due to his slaying of Sang Biao, marking his first kill in this new life? Or could it be that he had triumphed over his inner fears, achieving a spiritual elevation, prompting the orb to reward him? Unable to decipher the reasoning behind it, Liu Chang set the question aside. Regardless, after defeating Sang Biao, he had gained immensely, whether it was through enhanced physique, healed injuries, or the ability to autonomously control his potential explosion state. All were undeniably advantageous. "Thank you, Sang Biao, for your generous offering," Liu Chang jested inwardly, lifting the serval in his mouth and sprinting toward the Warthog clan. The spoils of his hard-fought battle could not be left behind to be scavenged by jackals or vultures. As he ran, Liu Chang realized that his physical prowess was far beyond what he had previously imagined. Dragging a 20-pound serval behind him, he dashed forward with remarkable speed, feeling no fatigue whatsoever. If he had once been a V3 engine, now, with the serval in tow, his pace could easily match that of a V4 engine. Were it not for the burden of the serval, Liu Chang believed he could achieve the speed of a V5 engine. The running speed of subadult warthogs was approximately equivalent to that of a V6 engine. While fully grown male warthogs boasted the top-tier V8 engine, capable of reaching speeds of 55 km per hour, at just over 2 months of age, Liu Chang's physical strength was rapidly approaching that of a subadult warthog that had been developing for a year. Before long, Liu Chang caught up with the Warthog clan. The elder warthog was leading the group, kneeling on the ground to graze. The arrival of Liu Chang drew only a fleeting glance from the pigs, but that glance quickly turned into a fixed stare. All the warthogs were captivated by the serval in Liu Chang's mouth. If they could speak, they would surely exclaim, "Wow, you actually brought back a serval." For a juvenile warthog to kill a serval was nothing short of miraculous. With a thud, Liu Chang dropped the serval onto the ground. The elder warthog ambled over to Liu Chang, inspecting him with concern. As if to ascertain whether he had sustained any injuries, it was indeed perilous for a young warthog to encounter a serval. Noticing the absence of wounds on Liu Chang, the elder warthog expressed its delight with a series of grunts. The elder warthog gazed at the serval, then back at Liu Chang, grunting in confusion. Even he found it hard to believe that someone could slay the agile and elusive serval. The trio of Iron Egg, Suehua, and Warthog Sanla exchanged glances with the serval and then turned their gaze to Liu Chang, their eyes filled with skepticism, as if to inquire, "Where on earth did you find this serval corpse?" In response to the pig's reaction, Liu Chang merely puffed out his chest in pride. He had indeed slain Sang Biao, and whether the other warthogs believed him was of no concern. The elder warthog was the first to extend its tongue, licking Liu Chang's face as a gesture of encouragement. Before Liu Chang could rub his head in the grass to clean himself, the elder warthog's mother followed suit, licking Liu Chang's face as well. Soon, Iron Egg and Suehua joined in, followed by Warthog Sanla. Liu Chang was soon drenched in saliva, and despite knowing this was the warthog's way of expressing respect and affection, he felt quite disgusted. Once the pigs had finished their affectionate gestures, Liu Chang hastily rubbed his head against the grass to clean himself. Feeling refreshed after cleaning up, he knelt down and began to tear into Sang Biao's carcass. As the predator, he had the right to partake in the spoils first. However, he did not begin to eat immediately. After tearing away the skin and fur of Sang Biao, he stepped aside, gesturing for the elder warthog and its mother to eat first. The elder warthog grunted a few times, indicating it was not hungry. It had caught several field mice and hoofed rabbits that day and had had its fill of meat. Warthogs are omnivorous creatures, and while they enjoy meat, their true preference lies in grass. The elder warthog's mother also declined to eat. Liu Chang then squatted down to tear into the flesh of Sang Biao, consuming every morsel until only the skin and inedible bones remained. As the warthog clan continued on, Liu Chang left the scraps behind, which would likely be scavenged by vultures or decomposed by microorganisms in the vast grassland. The elder warthog took the lead, ready to spring into action at the slightest rustle, defending the clan or driving off intruders. Liu Chang closely followed the elder warthog, primarily observing the animals of their new territory and learning the elder's methods of attack. Whenever they encountered field mice or hoofed rabbits, Liu Chang devoured them all. The other warthogs were not particularly fond of meat, and Liu Chang found himself eating more than before. He speculated that the orb's enhancements had also fortified his digestive system. Occasionally, Liu Chang nibbled on some grass to wash away the metallic taste of blood lingering in his mouth. If he continued to consume only meat, he would soon reek of the scent typical of carnivorous animals. Shortly after noon, Liu Chang stumbled upon a new termite mound, marking the fourth he had discovered. It stood nearly 2 meters tall, a fitting size that was neither overly grand nor too diminutive. Excellent! With 2 termite mounds at my disposal, I could easily gain 10 more pounds of meat. Liu Chang grinned widely, kneeling down on the path frequented by the termites, indulging in a feast. With his enhanced digestive capabilities, he devoured the termites with the appetite of a glutton without feeling bloated. The elder warthog led the clan onward, while Liu Chang remained behind to savor the delicacies of the termites. After consuming an estimated 100,000 termites, Liu Chang stood up, thoroughly satisfied. The sensation of gorging himself was simply exquisite. Having filled his belly, he followed the scent back toward the warthog clan. Suddenly, he heard the harsh, piercing cries of baboons in the distance. Oh no, there's a troop of baboons in the new territory, Liu Chang thought, quickening his pace until he reached Warthog Sanla's side and saw the unfolding situation. The elder warthog and its mother stood side by side, growling angrily at the baboons ahead. Among the baboon troop, the largest and most fearsome one perched diagonally on a tree trunk, gripping it with one hand while resting its feet on the trunk, resembling a triangular flag hanging from the tree. The other baboons occupied nearby branches, screeching at the warthog clan. The elder warthog threw back its head and roared, its forehooves scraping the ground incessantly. His desire to fight was intense, but unfortunately, his adversaries were perched in the trees, just out of reach. The baboon troop displayed remarkable intelligence, merely shouting from the branches and steadfastly refusing to descend. Liu Chang found the scene amusing. At first glance, the baboon group appeared to number 20 or 30, an impressive sight. However, that was far from the reality. Baboons are not particularly large creatures. Even the most robust baboon leader would weigh no more than 40 pounds. If it were to engage in a head-on clash with a warthog, the warthog could easily gore it into submission. Yet, the warthog had a clear disadvantage: it could not climb trees. Thus, this verbal skirmish was destined to yield no resolution. Indeed, after several minutes of stalemate, the warthog matriarch grunted a few times and nudged the warthog patriarch, signaling that it was unnecessary to waste time with the baboons. The warthog patriarch bellowed a few times and led the warthog group through the clearing beneath the great tree. The baboons, perched above, escalated their shrill cries. The warthog patriarch pretended not to hear, deliberately traversing the baboon territory to assert its dominion over the land. As the warthog group departed the wooded area, the baboons' cacophony gradually subsided. The warthog matriarch turned back, grunting to warthog Sanla and Liu Chang, cautioning them to avoid approaching the baboons' territory. Adult baboons were no match for fully grown warthogs, and they would undoubtedly bully any young warthogs. The warthog troop would not yield to the baboon group, nor would the baboon troop migrate due to the warthog's threat. The optimal solution was for both parties to coexist as if the other did not exist. The baboons remained in the trees most of the time, their diets overlapping sufficiently, yet the territory was ample enough to allow for their coexistence with minimal conflict. Warthog Sanla grunted in response. Liu Chang was uncertain if the trio understood. To him, the baboon group posed little threat. With his innate V5 engine, he could easily outrun the baboons, and he could activate his potential burst state at any moment. Even 2 or 3 adult baboons would struggle to inflict significant harm upon him. With the combination of speed and the potential burst ability, Liu Chang had secured a measure of self-protection on the vast grassland. As long as he did not encounter pack-hunting carnivores like lions, hyenas, or wild dogs, other carnivorous creatures would find it challenging to injure him. During the subsequent patrol, the warthog patriarch exhibited considerable aggression, chasing other animals in a frenzy, seemingly venting its frustration at not being able to attack the baboon troop. Chapter 21. Cinny captured by the baboon troop as the sun began to set. The warthog patriarch finally completed a circuit of the troop's territory with its members. For the next several days, the warthog patriarch led the warthog group on foraging expeditions. After the previous thorough sweep, the foraging process was remarkably tranquil. The surrounding animals were fully aware that 2 adult warthogs guarded the territory and would not foolishly challenge the dominant male warthog. Following the group, Liu Chang spent most of his time feasting on 2 newly discovered termite mounds. Once the warthog patriarch departed, the territory shrank, and the risk of consuming the termites within those mounds increased significantly. As for the termite mound that was originally within their territory, Liu Chang refrained from consuming its inhabitants, allowing them some time to develop. With ample meat supply and a formidable digestive capacity, Liu Chang's physique grew steadily and robustly, his muscles swelling and limbs thickening, complemented by 2 pairs of sharp tusks nearly the length of an adult's middle finger, clearly signifying that he was an exceptionally strong male warthog. One day, Liu Chang continued to consume termites at the mound. After several days of feasting, the number of termites emerging from the mound had significantly dwindled. Previously, he could satiate himself with 2 or 3 tens of thousands of termites in a single sitting, but after undergoing a complete transformation, he could now consume 100,000 in one meal. Furthermore, his powerful digestive ability allowed him to eat and digest simultaneously, enabling him to guard the termite mound for an entire day. No termite mound could withstand Liu Chang's relentless onslaught. If termites possessed intelligence, they would undoubtedly pen a novel titled "Do Not Venture Outside." The outside world was guarded by ancient behemoths, and any that dared to venture out would meet their demise, leaving no chance of survival. Even though termites are not particularly intelligent, they had observed their kin diminishing day by day and thus reduced their excursions. Now, a dilemma presented itself to Liu Chang. What to do if there were not enough termites to eat? His solution was simple. If there wasn't enough to eat, he would excavate the termite mound and take all the termites within. The surface of the termite mound was hard, akin to concrete. Liu Chang lacked the razor-sharp claws of a meerkat, which could excavate with the precision of a machine. He could not completely tear open the mound. However, with his sharp tusks, he could easily create a few holes for destruction. Liu Chang tilted his head and charged at the termite mound. With a crack, his tusks, measuring nearly 8 centimeters in length, penetrated the mound. He withdrew his tusk and forcefully struck the edge of the hole again. Soon, a series of round holes appeared on the surface of the termite mound. A multitude of termites emerged from the mound, congregating at the damaged surface, eager to repair it. Liu Chang lay in wait. Indulging in a feast, he held nothing back. As long as he could fit it in his belly, he devoured with abandon. With a mindset akin to draining the swamp, Liu Chang feasted joyfully. Half an hour later, his belly swollen, he casually nibbled on some grass before heading back toward the warthog group. Along the way, a spring hare was startled by Liu Chang's footsteps and fled in a panic through the grass. "Hey, you spring hare, come here." Liu Chang activated his V5 engine, sprinting after the spring hare, twisting his head to deliver a swift blow. His hard, sharp tusks pierced through the spring hare's body, launching it several meters away. With 8-centimeter tusks, he wielded considerable destructive power. Against creatures like spring hares, voles, or wildcats, they were nothing short of a formidable weapon. Combined with the brute strength of a warthog, it was akin to a mouse slaying a mouse. A rabbit slaying a rabbit. When the spring hare landed heavily on the ground, it was as dead as could be. Liu Chang grinned. After running a distance, having expended some energy, the timely spring hare had presented him with a replenishing meal. After finishing the spring hare, Liu Chang set off again. When he was only a few hundred meters away from the baboon troop, he wisely chose to take a detour. It was not that he feared the baboon troop. Rather, the detour offered a better cost-benefit ratio. Engaging in a battle with the baboon troop would yield no benefits for Liu Chang. Only a fool would pursue such folly. As he ran, Liu Chang suddenly heard the wailing of warthogs. "What? That Sinny's voice?" Liu Chang quickly halted, looking toward the source of the sound. The cries grew increasingly clear and resonant. Liu Chang was filled with confusion. Sinny should be foraging with the warthog group. How did she end up in baboon territory? Pondering this, Liu Chang jogged toward the sound. If he could save her, he would. If not, it would simply be her fate. Activating his potential burst state, Liu Chang spotted Sinny, surrounded by 4 adult baboons, with another 7 or 8 baboons standing at a distance, merely spectators. As Sinny attempted to flee, the 4 baboons would pounce, using their claws to snatch her back if she remained still. Other baboons would strike her fiercely or take a bite. Although these attacks would not be fatal, they would inflict significant pain, prompting Sinny to cry out in distress. These baboons are audacious indeed. Attempting to harm Sinny, Liu Chang observed keenly, recognizing that the baboons' seemingly non-lethal actions were merely preambles to their method of hunting. Due to their smaller size and lesser strength, the baboons fought differently from warthogs. They favored a group approach, attacking in succession to prevent their prey from escaping and denying it any opportunity to rest and recover. Once their prey was thoroughly exhausted, devoid of the ability to resist, they would strike, die in a previous life. Liu Chang had edited videos of the animal kingdom and had witnessed baboons hunting wildcats. The scene before him was strikingly similar. The exhaustion tactic was not an act of mercy from the baboon troop, but rather a strategy tailored to their own circumstances and optimal attack rhythm. Liu Chang assessed the situation. Facing 4 baboons of similar weight, even if he charged in and fought valiantly, he would only be able to momentarily scatter the troop. They would quickly regroup and attempt to encircle him again. If Sinny had ample stamina, she could potentially escape alongside him. However, if she had already been drained of her energy by the baboons, creating an opportunity for her to escape might prove futile. Liu Chang was not prepared to take that risk. He intended to leave and seek the assistance of adult warthogs in the troop. Even if the warthog patriarch and matriarch arrived, they could disperse the baboon group. Suddenly, one of the 4 baboons surrounding Sinny approached the onlookers. With this movement, only 3 baboons remained encircling Sinny. It was an opportunity. Liu Chang's mind raced with the thought, maintaining his potential burst state as he charged towards Sinny. Thud, thud, thud. His hooves pounded the ground with a muffled thrum. The 3 adult baboons surrounding Sinny recoiled in panic, evading the impending assault. Sinny, exhausted, sprang to her feet, her eyes sparkling as she looked toward Liu Chang. The baboons, observing from a distance, began to screech and scurry up the tree trunks in a frenzy. With a swift motion, Liu Chang burst forth from the grass, reaching Sinny's side, and grunted loudly. signaling her to escape with him while there was still time. The panicked baboon troop, seeing only Liu Chang, a young warthog, charging forth, became enraged, their cries escalating. A few adult baboons leaped down from the trees, advancing toward Liu Chang. They were numerous and would not fear a solitary juvenile warthog. Chapter 22. The warthog troop arrived, seeing only Liu Chang charge forward. Cindy's excitement began to wane. How? Liu Chang, noticing Cindy's immobility, nudged her with his snout, urging her to flee swiftly. Once the baboon troop regrouped, there would be no chance for escape. Cindy emerged from her slumber as if awakening from a dream. Hurriedly sprinting away, Liu Chang deliberately chose a different escape route, a strategy aimed at dividing the baboon troop. The adult baboons, while not particularly swift, were no match for Liu Chang's confidence in evading their pursuit. By drawing a few baboons after himself, he could alleviate the burden on Cindy. Once he took off, he could no longer afford to concern himself with her. Fate would take its course. He had already done what he could. Squeaks and howls echoed behind him, confirming that two baboons were in hot pursuit, their voices rife with frustration. It was almost laughable that they were intimidated by a mere juvenile warthog. Liu Chang remained unfazed. He understood that baboons were all bark and little bite. Were it not for the danger posed by the baboon troop behind him, he could easily turn and confront them. After running several hundred meters, Liu Chang sensed the sounds of pursuit fading into the distance, prompting him to feign a halt. The two baboons, now slowing their pace, appeared disinclined to continue their vocalizations. Liu Chang taunted them with a howl, which reignited their anger, spurring them to chase after him once more. As they closed the gap, he resumed his flight. After another stretch, Liu Chang felt the distance between him and the baboons widen again. He stopped once more to glance back. The baboons seemed exhausted and unwilling to pursue any further. Liu Chang continued to provoke them, yet they ignored him, turning back toward their troop. Clever beasts, he muttered under his breath. Unable to lure them, he activated his V5 engine and dashed toward the warthog group. If Cindy managed to return to safety, all would be well. If not, he needed to inform the elder warthog and the matriarch of the situation. Minutes later, Liu Chang arrived at the warthog's territory. He scanned the area, yet Cindy was nowhere to be found. He called out, attracting the attention of the adult warthogs. Rising on his hind legs, he pointed toward the baboon troop, mimicking a baboon's demeanor as he gestured to Wan Ting, one of the warthogs. After several demonstrations, the matriarch understood his message. Cindy had been captured by the baboons. With a snort, the matriarch exhaled hot breaths toward the elder warthog, signaling her intent to charge into the baboon troop. The elder followed closely behind, along with Taidan, Chui Hua, and the rest of the warthog clan. The family mobilized in a long line, determined to confront their adversaries. On their way, Liu Chang caught a whiff of blood in the air. "Oh, woo," he howled, racing toward the source of the scent. The matriarch trusted Liu Chang, for he had surprised her with his capabilities before. The elder hesitated briefly before following her lead. The group formed a line with Liu Chang at the forefront. As they approached the source of the scent, Liu Chang discerned faint calls from Cindy. "Oh, were!" he shouted to alert the elder and matriarch that Cindy was nearby. The elder and matriarch quickened their pace, and Liu Chang kept stride with them. Previously, he had been moving at V3 speed to accommodate the other younger warthogs. But now he surged forward. Before Liu Chang could reach the scene, raucous baboon calls erupted in chaos. A grin spread across his face. In this area devoid of towering trees, the baboons could not use their climbing skills to thwart the adult warthog's advance. At least two of the baboons were bound to perish here. Liu Chang soon spotted Cindy lying in the grass, her body marred by numerous bite wounds, and her legs bearing signs of gnawing. She lay weakly on the ground. Meanwhile, the baboon troop and two adult warthogs had retreated further away, clearly indicating that Liu Chang's earlier diversion had not sufficed to save Cindy. Exhausted, she had been overtaken by the baboons. Yet Liu Chang's efforts were not altogether fruitless. At the very least, Cindy had managed to escape some distance, drawing the baboons away from the trees. Otherwise, even if the adult warthogs had arrived, they could only chase off the baboons without inflicting any fatal damage. Taidan and Chui Hua emitted low growls of anger. Under normal circumstances, Cindy's injuries would prove fatal. The sharp baboon teeth had inflicted grievous wounds, which would likely lead to infection and a slow demise without proper treatment. Liu Chang extended his tongue to lick Cindy's wounds, aware of his saliva's unique healing properties. Whether this would suffice to save her remained a matter of fate. After tending to her injuries, Liu Chang gazed toward the baboon territory. The cacophony of baboon calls faded into the distance, signaling that the elder and matriarch were pursuing further, possibly deep into the baboon's domain. He took a few steps toward the territory. Glancing back at Tai Dan and Cui Hua, Liu Chang called out to them, inquiring if they would join him in confronting the baboons. Cui Hua turned away, unwilling to take the risk. However, Tai Dan boldly charged past Liu Chang. Heading straight for the baboon territory, Liu Chang urged Cui Hua to stay back and guard the younger warthogs, before igniting his V5 engine to race alongside Tai Dan toward the enemy. Tai Dan cast a surprised glance at Liu Chang. He had always regarded Liu Chang as a younger sibling, never truly recognizing his potential. The day Liu Chang had returned with the slain serval, unscathed, Tai Dan had simply chalked it up to luck. Now, to his astonishment, Liu Chang was keeping pace with him. Though Tai Dan was nearly an adult warthog, having developed for over a year, Liu Chang was still a mere 3 months old. Yet, in that moment, Tai Dan felt eclipsed, spurring him to increase his speed. Liu Chang matched his pace, and soon they arrived at the baboon territory. Even from a distance, the commotion of baboon calls reached Liu Chang's ears, indicating that the elder and matriarch were engaged in a standoff or battle with the baboon troop. "Awar!" Liu Chang shouted, signaling Tai Dan of the impending conflict. Tai Dan replied with a grunt. Acknowledging his understanding, and nearly adult male warthog, he was filled with a fierce desire for battle. The two warthogs surged toward the baboon territory, their hooves pounding against the ground, creating a rhythmic sound. Upon noticing the approaching reinforcements, the baboon troop became increasingly agitated, their calls growing louder. The elder and matriarch turned to see Liu Chang and Tai Dan rushing toward them, their faces lighting up with surprise. Especially the matriarch, who expressed her delight by licking both Liu Chang and Tai Dan's faces. Liu Chang instinctively buried his face in the grass, reciprocating the affection. Tai Dan, however, stood proudly, allowing his saliva to dry on his face. Liu Chang's gaze fell upon the ground, where two baboon corpses lay, their bodies twisted and mangled, resembling the fate of the slain serval. Clearly, the elder and matriarch had played a pivotal role in their demise. The elder and matriarch dragged the baboon carcasses closer, leaving them at the foot of a tree, a blatant challenge to the baboon leader and its adult followers. Yet, the baboons remained perched in the trees, refusing to descend despite their anger. With a series of furious roars, the elder prodded the fallen baboon bodies with his sharp tusks, inciting even greater ire among the baboons, who remained too frightened to descend. The matriarch joined in, urging the elder to return home. Without the baboons stepping down, even the strongest warthogs were powerless against them. Turning away, the elder glanced back at the baboon troop, filled with hatred. The baboons glared at the warthogs. Liu Chang's mind raced with the thought, they must not be allowed to remain. Baboons were notoriously vengeful creatures, seizing any opportunity to retaliate for even the slightest affront. The near-fatal encounter with Cinny served as a stark reminder of this nature. Today, the elder and matriarch had each slain a baboon and left their bodies as a warning. Liu Chang speculated that they intended to drive the baboon troop away through such brutal means. Whether this tactic would succeed was uncertain, but he was confident that if the baboons decided to relocate, they would not do so without seeking revenge first. The four warthogs gathered around Cinny, and Cui Hua, Zixian, and Wan Ting breathed sighs of relief. With the strong males absent, even in their own territory, they felt a sense of vulnerability. The matriarch approached Cinny, licking her face encouragingly. Cinny attempted to rise, struggling twice before finally managing to stand. The matriarch cheered in delight. After this ordeal, the elder led the warthog clan back toward their den. Cinny, injured and slow-moving, required assistance. Liu Chang extended his tongue once more to lick her wounds, hoping to aid her recovery. Regardless of her thoughts, they shared the same lineage, and Liu Chang felt a natural inclination to assist his sibling. After tending to Cinny, Liu Chang set off toward the termite mound. Ready to face whatever lay ahead, he had traversed great distances multiple times, and the toll on his body was substantial. His stomach was emptied. It was the perfect opportunity to raid the termite mounds. Once satiated, Liu Chang dashed towards the burrow, only to encounter a herd of warthogs at the entrance. To ensure Xine's safety, the warthogs returned to their den at a leisurely pace. The warthogs Sanla and Tai Dan Chui Hua hurriedly entered the burrow. Liu Chang observed the old warthog and the matriarch standing outside the den, grunting as they conferred, seemingly contemplating how to drive the baboons away. If the previous skirmish between the warthogs and the baboons had merely been a verbal spat, this incident had solidified an irreconcilable enmity between the two factions. One side could not allow the other to remain within their territory. Otherwise, they would face relentless harassment and ambushes. The old warthog was resolute in not permitting any creature that could potentially harm his future offspring to dwell within his domain. The matriarch shared similar sentiments, knowing that antagonizing the baboons would directly affect her offspring's foraging opportunities. The injured Xian today could very well be Xian or Wan Ting tomorrow. Humph! Liu Chang approached the old warthog, grunted a couple of times, then lay down to advance, suddenly springing into action as if to mimic a stealth attack. He performed this several times, indicating that he could lead them to ambush the baboon troop. Currently, they were aware of the baboons' location, while the baboons remained oblivious to their den. The enemy was in the open, while he lurked in the shadows. Given this situation, it was imperative to strike hard against the foe, forcing them to relocate. The old warthog and the matriarch exchanged a few grunts before consenting to Liu Chang's proposal. The animals of the savannah may not grasp the adage "those not of my kind must have different intentions," but they executed it with utmost rigor. Even among the same species, any animal not of their group would be met with violence or expulsion. All actions were driven by the primal instinct to protect oneself or their kin. The matriarch entered the den to instruct her young ones to remain inside and not wander far, even if hunger beckoned them to forage. Once she was assured that her offspring understood, she exited the burrow. Tai Dan followed, raising his head and grunting, eager to join in the impending adventure. The old warthog delightedly licked Tai Dan's broad face. Liu Chang quickly sidestepped, avoiding the old warthog's slobbery affections, which he found utterly disgusting. Under Liu Chang's guidance, the four warthogs headed straight for the baboons' territory. Having once narrated the life habits of animals, Liu Chang possessed an extensive understanding of baboons. As social creatures, their numbers ranged from 20 to 60. The baboon troop they were about to confront was relatively small, comprising approximately 20 to 30 individuals. Like the warthogs, baboons are omnivorous. Within their ranks, a hierarchy prevailed, with the strongest baboon assuming the role of the leader, possessing the most mating privileges and commanding the others to serve him. Typically, baboons descend from trees to graze on grass or engage in play. One or two sentinels remain perched aloft, ready to alert the troop of danger. Consequently, baboons often coexist with herbivores like antelopes and zebras, acting as their guardians. To successfully ambush the baboon troop, one must circumvent the watchful eyes of the sentinel baboons. With approximately 500 meters remaining to the baboon troop, Liu Chang halted, activating his latent potential. He focused intently on the tree trunk where a baboon was stationed. Liu Chang circled around, intending to approach the baboon troop from the opposite side of the woods. After nearly 2 kilometers of running with the 3 warthogs, Liu Chang successfully arrived at the forest behind the baboons. Humph! Liu Chang stood upright, extending his hooves towards the woods ahead, signifying that they were entering baboon territory and should attack upon sight. Surely, they could not fail. Who? The old warthog and the matriarch exhaled heavily. The 2 pigs were eager, ready to chase after their moment of carnage. Chapter 24. The second ambush. Thud, thud, thud. Liu Chang no longer concealed the sound of his hooves pounding against the ground as he charged towards the baboon troop. Initiating his assault, he wagered that the speed of the baboons climbing trees wouldn't match his rapid advance. While adult baboons might react in time, some younger ones would inevitably be caught off guard. Thud, thud, thud. The old warthog and the matriarch swiftly outpaced Liu Chang, their charge even more ferocious. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The sentinel baboon on the tree shouted a warning. Instantly, chaos erupted among the ground-dwelling baboons. The adult baboons rushed towards the nearest large tree, while several younger baboons remained on the ground, bewildered. Squeak, squeak. The adult baboons called out to their younger counterparts, urging them to climb the trees quickly. However, before the younger baboons could react, the old warthog and the matriarch charged in. The warthog's powerful gallop appeared to the baboons like a speeding car. With a resounding thud, the old warthog collided with the young baboon, sending it flying several meters away as if struck by a vehicle. The matriarch similarly knocked a juvenile baboon aside. Adult baboons perched in the trees were infuriated, shrieking in anger. During the charge, Liu Chang had fixated on a young baboon, which, upon witnessing its two siblings being knocked away, hastily scrambled towards the nearest tree. With nimble limbs, it clung to the trunk, nearly reaching safety. Liu Chang propelled himself off the ground, leaping over a meter high, and collided with the baboon that had just scaled the tree. The baboon was struck hard, collapsing to the ground and twitching, clearly on the verge of death. Tai Dan was equally determined, preparing to take down a baboon. Unfortunately, the other baboons were quicker to react. By the time he reached the baboon, it had already ascended the tree. Tai Dan could only roar in frustration on the ground, venting his dissatisfaction. Squeak, squeak. The baboon troop was in an uproar, akin to boiling water. Shouting and screeching. Some adult baboons dangled from the tree branches, reaching out towards the old warthog in vain. The old warthog remained unfazed, approaching the lifeless young baboon he had struck, confirming its demise. He proceeded to inspect the other two fallen baboons. The one knocked down by the matriarch was undeniably dead, while the one struck by Liu Chang was still clinging to life. The old warthog pressed his hooves down forcefully on the latter, ensuring it breathed its last. The baboon troop erupted into chaos, the cacophony echoing painfully in Liu Chang's ears. The ambush had been a resounding success, claiming 3 baboon lives. The old warthog grunted triumphantly. Indifferent to the other baboon's shrieks, Liu Chang approached the old warthog, aware that he was the smallest among the 4 warthogs. He could not dismiss the possibility of an enraged adult baboon targeting him. The old warthog led the warthog troop on a leisurely exploration of the baboon's territory, departing with the demeanor of victors. Only after the warthogs had left did the baboon leader dare descend to the ground. The baboon troop chattered, clearly divided. Upon returning to the den, the matriarch communicated with Xian through grunts, seemingly informing her of the vengeance she had exacted. Xian lay on the ground, listless. After a brief respite, the old warthog took the warthog troop out for foraging. Under the matriarch's urging, Xian dragged her weary body to follow. Liu Chang licked Xian's wound once more, instead of joining the troop to graze on grass. He approached the termite mound, resolutely executing his plan of exhaustive foraging. After an hour of feasting, Liu Chang finally filled his belly. By evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, the warthog troop gathered at the entrance of the den. Preparing to rest inside. Humph, Liu Chang grunted, rising on his hind legs and gesturing towards the direction of the baboon troop. He still yearned to lead the strong members of the troop for another raid. That day, the warthog troop had already slain 2 adult baboons and 3 juveniles. The baboon leader's position would undoubtedly have been severely undermined, plunging the entire baboon troop's morale to rock bottom. If he led the warthogs to the baboon territory again that night, slaying 2 to 3 additional baboons, the enraged members of the baboon troop would likely oust their leader. The newly appointed baboon leader, aiming to preserve the remnants of the troop, would most likely lead them to migrate. The old warthog gazed at Liu Chang with a mix of shock and disbelief, as if to say, "You are truly ruthless. Who on earth provoked you? They must have run out of luck." The matriarch, however, nodded in agreement, grunting twice to express her support. To safeguard her offspring, she wholeheartedly endorsed the expulsion of the baboon troop. Tai Dan could hardly contain his eagerness for the impending confrontation. During the daylight raid, the other 3 warthogs had all achieved success, while he had been left empty-handed. Now, with another ambush looming, Tai Dan was determined to prove himself. The warthogs united in their resolve. Under Liu Chang's leadership, they set forth towards the baboon troop. The long journey was physically demanding, yet Liu Chang felt no strain. He recognized this as a result of Zhu Zi's enhancement of his physique. Though he was still under 3 months old, his strength and endurance had already reached a level comparable to that of a subadult warthog. In fact, in certain aspects, he surpassed even the subadult Tai Dan. When Liu Chang and the troop of strong warthogs arrived at the baboon territory, the sun hung low on the horizon, just half a disk remaining. Activating his potential state, Liu Chang spotted the sentinels perched on the trees and some baboons scavenging on the ground. The overall atmosphere of the baboon troop appeared exceedingly dismal, confirming his earlier assessment. Should he launch another successful assault, it was highly likely that the baboon troop would abandon this territory. Liu Chang sought to employ the same strategy. Circling around before approaching the baboon troop from behind, he spotted another sentinel baboon atop a tree. It seems these baboons are not foolish. Liu Chang grunted to signal the old warthog and the others that they needed to change locations. Under Liu Chang's guidance, the warthogs traversed over a kilometer, arriving at a different side of the baboon territory. On this side of the tree trunk, there were no baboons assigned to keep watch. They were indeed not foolish, yet their intelligence was rather limited. Liu Chang felt a surge of pride within him. At this moment, the sun was approaching the horizon, leaving only a halo of light. Numerous baboons had already climbed the trees, preparing to sleep, while a few scattered ones remained on the ground, either resting or foraging for food. Liu Chang, accompanied by the old warthog and his companions, cautiously approached the baboons' resting area. When he felt they were close enough, he let out a low growl and charged toward the baboons on the ground. Thump, thump, thump. The old warthog and the mother warthog were still faster than Liu Chang. Rushing towards the baboon group, upon hearing the familiar, nightmare-like sound, the baboon troop reacted swiftly. The baboons in the trees screamed, while those on the ground sought the nearest tree trunk to escape, having experienced an attack before. This time the baboon group handled the warthog's ambush with much less panic. Nevertheless, the old warthog's charging speed far exceeded the baboon's expectations. It accurately collided with one baboon, sending the latter flying 6 meters away, crashing into a large tree before collapsing, utterly defeated. Liu Chang, Taidan, and the baboon chosen by the warthog successfully climbed the tree. The air was filled with the furious screams of the baboons. Chapter 25. The Perils of Night. This time, the baboon troop was even angrier, roaring at the top of their lungs, wishing they could tear the warthogs to shreds. Liu Chang quickly moved to the side of the mother warthog, seeking the protection of the adult warthogs. The old warthog paid no mind to the baboon troop's screams, leisurely inspecting the results of its charge. Confirming that the baboon on the ground was dead, it grunted in satisfaction. Suddenly, a large adult baboon descended from the tree, stopping just over a meter above the ground. Other adult baboons followed suit, clinging to the tree trunk. With a single leap, they could launch an attack on the warthogs. The adult baboons were filled with rage, awaiting a signal from their leader to engage in a bloody battle with the warthogs. The most robust baboon leader stood on the tree trunk, hesitating to give the ordered in battles against outsiders. It was essential for the leader to lead the adult members into the fray. The baboon leader was acutely aware of the disparity between itself and the adult warthogs. A single charge from an adult warthog could easily inflict serious injury upon it. If wounded, other baboons would challenge its position, leading to the loss of leadership or worse, death. This was the reason the baboon leader dared not command a bloodbath against the warthogs. With power came the loss of bravery. The adult baboons called out to their leader, urging it to descend and lead them into battle. The baboon leader turned away, ignoring the pleas of its adult kin. Liu Chang observed this scene with a smirk. He understood that some adult baboons were not genuinely seeking revenge, but rather wanted the leader to meet its demise. If they truly wished to engage the warthogs in battle, they could simply jump down without waiting for the leader's command. A single charge from the old warthog could bring them down. They were too fearful to leap, needing a scapegoat to lead them into danger. Hence their insistence on the leader descending. The baboon leader was not foolish. It knew that leading the troop into a fight against the warthogs could result in its own demise. Regardless of the outcome of the battle, the old warthog, with its head held high, flaunted its dominance in the baboon territory before making a dignified exit as the sun fully set. Liu Chang glanced back and noted that after the ambush at noon, he had seen boundless fury in the eyes of the baboon troop. Now, however, he perceived helplessness and indecision within them. Liu Chang had a strong feeling that a coup would occur within the baboon troop that night. The adult baboons would never allow a cowardly baboon to remain their leader. They would topple the previous leader, expel them from the group, and elect a new leader. To avoid the fate of the former leader and to protect the troop. The current leader would have no choice but to lead them in migration, away from the fierce warthogs. As for the risks they might encounter during the migration and whether the baboon troop could continue to thrive. Those were concerns Liu Chang did not wish to ponder. On the vast plains, animals engaged in brutal competition for resources, which included mates, territory, food, and water. The victor claimed everything, while the vanquished returned to nature. Survival was the essence of the animal kingdom. Under the moonlight, 4 warthogs raced across the prairie in a line, led by the old warthog, followed by the mother warthog, with Liu Chang in third and Taidan in fourth. Nightfall was the prime hunting time for carnivores, and Liu Chang could not afford to be at the rear. Those who dared to hunt at night were formidable predators, such as lions, hyenas, wild dogs, and cheetahs. Should they be targeted by a carnivore during the night, the danger would be immense. As they drew closer to the cave, Liu Chang's heart gradually settled. Night was the playground of large predators. Only the cave could provide him with a sense of security. Roar. Suddenly, a powerful, resonant roar from a lion echoed through the night. The old warthog trembled, its feet seemingly greased, as it surged forward at an incredible speed. The dirt beneath its hooves was kicked up into the air. The mother warthog followed suit, both pigs igniting their own engines. Liu Chang too ran desperately towards the cave. Encountering a lion at night was akin to a tourist stumbling upon a cannibal tribe on a deserted island. An extreme danger. Lions boasted sharp claws and teeth, a robust physique, and a short-term speed that surpassed that of the warthogs. They were, quite simply, the arch-nemesis of warthogs. No, one could say lions were the nemesis of all herbivores on the savanna. Even more perilous was the fact that lions were social animals. A pride of lions posed a greater threat than a solitary lion. The title of King of the Savannah was not given lightly. Tai Dan was so frightened that his limbs became uncoordinated, and tears nearly streamed down his face. Fortunately, the lion's roar was a single occurrence. All 4 pigs safely returned to the cave. Liu Chang was the third to arrive. Witnessing the old warthog and the mother warthog grunting, as if the former was inquiring about the presence of lions, the mother warthog reassured the old warthog that it was likely a lone wandering lion or a male surveying its territory. She had heard the roar before. Regardless, while foraging with her offspring, she had never encountered a pride of lions. The old warthog felt somewhat reassured. Despite weighing nearly 200 pounds, it would easily overpower a baboon. Much like an adult bullying a child, however, facing an adult male lion was another matter entirely. Even a female lion posed a grave threat. The warthog's fear of lions was an ingrained genetic imprint. Tai Dan was the last to return. Liu Chang noticed Tai Dan lying on the ground, his limbs still trembling, clearly shaken by the lion's roar. Wandering outside at night was indeed perilous. Liu Chang silently reminded himself of this. After tending to Xianyi's wounds with gentle licks, he lay down to sleep. The night passed without incident, and the following morning, Liu Chang rose early, grunting to urge the old warthog and the mother warthog to check on the baboon troop. Liu Chang speculated that the baboon troop had likely migrated overnight, but without seeing it with his own eyes, he could not be certain. If the baboon troop had not left, Liu Chang was prepared to launch another ambush. Having established a deadly feud with the baboon clan, the warthogs had no room to retreat. This was a battle for survival. The old warthog and the mother warthog got up. While the little warthogs gathered under their mother for milk, Liu Chang did not join them. Ever since discovering 2 termite mounds in the new territory, he no longer needed milk. Termites were rich in protein and fat, providing ample energy. Thus, he let the milk go to the little warthogs. In another half-month, the mother warthog would wean them off anyway. Xne attempted to rise. The wounds inflicted by the baboons had scabbed over. Aside from some pain, they did not hinder her ability to eat normally. The only issue lay with the wounds at her joints. Even though the scabs had formed, any attempt to stand or squat would cause the newly formed scabs to break, making movement quite laborious for Xine. Liu Chang, however, was pleased. As long as the wounds did not become infected, Xine would surely recover. It was merely a matter of enduring some discomfort. Evidently, his saliva had been effective. Though the warthogs were unaware of this, the mother warthog, noticing Xine's recovery, expressed her joy with a few grunts and extended her tongue to lick Xine's large face. After feeding, the old warthog led the warthog clan out of the cave. Xine lagged behind, walking slowly. Once outside, Liu Chang helped Xine tend to her wounds once more. The old warthog grunted, advising the little warthogs to forage near the cave while it went to attend to some matters. The mother warthog and Liu Chang stood beside the old warthog. Uncharacteristically, Tai Dan did not follow. Chapter 26. The looming survival crisis. Has he truly been frightened out of his wits by the lion's roar last night? Liu Chang pondered silently. He bore no ill will towards Tai Dan. It was a normal reaction for herbivores on the savanna to fear the sound of a male lion. Liu Chang himself felt a sense of dread towards lions. At less than 3 months old. He weighed perhaps over 50 pounds, but under 60, Even if he entered a state of potential eruption, survival against a lion would be a daunting challenge. I need to become stronger, at least to the size of a subadult warthog. If I grow to over 100 pounds, combining that with a potential eruption, achieving the speed of an adult warthog's V8 engine, along with my superior endurance, would grant me a sense of safety on the savannah. Liu Chang considered, if he grew to the size of a subadult warthog, he would undoubtedly reach V8 engine speeds, and with even better endurance, he could escape the pursuit of a pack of hyenas. Lions, with their lesser endurance, would pose no threat to him. Leading the way, the old warthog charged towards the baboon troop, with the mother warthog and Liu Chang following closely behind. More than 10 minutes later, the three pigs arrived at the baboon colony's habitat. Liu Chang entered a state of potential explosion, raising his head to gaze into the distance. The tree trunks, once home to baboons, now bore only green leaves, devoid of any gray baboon figures. Humph! Liu Chang grunted twice and dashed into the heart of the baboon territory. The old warthog and mama warthog entered a state of ambush. The three pigs reached the base of the tree, glancing around, yet failing to spot a single baboon. Liu Chang caught a whiff of a strong metallic scent of blood and followed its trail. Discovering a pile of severed baboon limbs, "Awoo!" Liu Chang quickly called out to the nearby adult warthogs. The old warthog and mama warthog hurried over. Upon seeing the scattered baboon remains, their eyes darted as they communicated through grunts, speculating that the baboon carcasses might have attracted vultures or hyenas. Liu Chang approached, extending his hoof to prod at the baboon remains, uncovering several bite marks and tearing traces. Such wounds could not have been inflicted by vultures or hyenas. Vultures consume flesh using their sharp beaks to peck and tear, typically ripping the meat into small chunks before swallowing. Their method has the drawback of their beaks being ill-suited to pierce the tough skin of animals. Hyenas, reliant on their sharp teeth for scavenging, cannot consume large quantities in one meal, making it unlikely for them to leave behind such evident bite marks. Considering the roar heard the previous night, Liu Chang surmised that the true perpetrator was likely a wandering male lion. Only the lion's sharp teeth and formidable bite force could rend the baboon carcasses in such a manner. Moreover, a male lion has an enormous appetite, capable of consuming dozens of pounds of meat in one sitting. The baboon remains before him seemed to align with the lion's meal size. A wave of dread washed over Liu Chang. Had they not returned to their den in time last night, encountering the wandering lion on the savannah, the two adult warthogs would have stood no chance against the mature male lion. The old warthog and mama warthog did not dwell on the matter, instead rejoicing that the baboon group had vacated their territory, merrily swaying their 5G antennas. Following the old warthog and mama warthog, Liu Chang wandered around the baboon territory, confirming that no baboons remained in the area. The old warthog, waving his 5G antenna and flaunting his flowing mane, led the tribe back to their den. On the return journey, Liu Chang felt an overwhelming heaviness in his heart. 2 months prior, he had heard the roar of a lion in the den. Last night, he had again heard the lion's roar. Aware that it had been feasting on the dead baboon, a lion with territory and a pride would disdain scavenging, leading Liu Chang to conclude that it was indeed a wandering lion. For a nomadic lion, anything edible would suffice to fill its belly. It was not picky. Liu Chang's concern lay in his uncertainty about whether this lion was merely passing through or if it lingered nearby. If it was merely a transient, the wandering lion would not disrupt the warthog clan's existence. However, if the lion were to roam in the vicinity, the warthog family could face annihilation. Fortunately, the old warthog had cleared the area of nearby animals, ensuring that there were insufficient prey for a lion to reside in the territory claimed by the warthogs. Even if a wandering lion arrived here, it would soon depart due to a lack of food. I am still too weak, Liu Chang lamented inwardly. If he had the size of an adult warthog, even knowing of a mature wandering lion nearby would not instill fear in him. He would even look forward to a confrontation with the lion, to validate his individual prowess. Should the wandering lion successfully dominate a pride, it would command 3 to 5 lionesses, or even more, dramatically enhancing its authority. Competing with a lion was simply inconceivable. In the days that followed, Liu Chang exhibited utmost caution. He did not cease foraging due to his suspicions of a lion's presence near his territory. Retreating to the den for safety would only provide temporary solace. Should his physical development stagnate, once the dry season arrived, with carnivores scouring for food, he would undoubtedly fall prey. Liu Chang persisted in maintaining his normal feeding and growth rhythm. He also came to understand the plight of herbivores encountered while drinking at the river. Everyone knew there were crocodiles in the water, yet the threat of dying from thirst outweighed the fear of crocodiles. The desperate need to drink compelled those herbivores to seek water for survival. On his way to the termite mound and during his feeding, he remained in a state of potential explosion. The significant enhancement of his senses allowed him to detect predators' presence with greater efficacy, maximizing his chances of safety. However, Liu Chang soon realized that sustaining this state of potential explosion was highly taxing on his stamina. After maintaining it for 8 to 10 minutes, he would feel dizzy, urgently needing to replenish his energy. Previously, during his confrontation with the hyena, he had only activated the potential explosion state for a minute or two, unaware of its limits. Now, with a clearer understanding, Liu Chang felt considerably more at ease. Being able to sustain the potential explosion state for 8 to 10 minutes was more than sufficient for him. After several days of thoroughly raiding the termite mound, Liu Chang finally cleaned out one mound entirely. He then focused on consuming the fourth mound he had discovered. After finishing a meal, he would return to the clan, joining the members in grazing on grass or tending to Xianyi's wounds with affectionate licks. Xianyi's injuries had healed, restoring her playful and energetic demeanor. Woo woo woo! The old warthog raised his head and called for the clan members to gather. Mama Warthog, Taidan, Cui Hua, Liu Chang, and the 3 warthogs assembled. Liu Chang calculated in his mind that the warthog clan now numbered 8, truly a formidable force, as the saying goes. One fears fame as a pig fears strength. With such a robust warthog clan, the impending dry season might not bode well. I must accelerate my growth. Liu Chang silently admonished himself, recognizing that he was not yet powerful enough. He needed to grow to a size capable of evading a lion on his own before he could confidently claim to thrive on the savannah. Otherwise, living in constant fear would render life meaningless. Himph, himph, himph. The old warthog grunted a few times and led the way. The clan members followed closely behind. Liu Chang surmised that the old warthog intended to take them for a drink. The warthogs operated as a group, their activities revolving solely around foraging and drinking water. Sure enough, the path the old warthog took led them to the river, the same route Mama Warthog had previously taken with her young. Chapter 27. The old warthog's bravado under the blazing sun. An adult warthog's mane billowed in the wind, trailed by a line of warthogs galloping across the savannah. Liu Chang felt the sunburn on his back. Realizing why warthogs grow a mane along their spines, it serves as protection against sun exposure during the summer. If he was suffering from the heat, the 3 young warthogs were undoubtedly worse off. Panting like dogs to cool down, compared to half a month ago, Liu Chang had experienced rapid growth, enhanced by the mysterious pearl that had fortified his entire being. With his newfound perspective, he viewed the animals along the way differently than before. He now felt confident he could escape from stray wild dogs or hyenas. However, he was not overly certain about counterattacking. Animals that could survive while wandering the vast grasslands might not be particularly strong. But they were certainly not weak. Liu Chang even spotted a subadult wandering lion resting in the shade of a tree, its thick mane a testament to the summer's discomfort, as lions typically refrained from hunting during the day. It would only venture out after sunset when the temperatures dropped to seek a meal. The old warthog either failed to notice the subadult lion or deemed it no significant threat. Leading the warthog clan directly toward the tree where the lion lounged awoo, Liu Chang quickly called out, signaling the old warthog to veer off. Charging directly toward the face of a wandering lion was far too reckless. Even if it were a subadult, it was unwise to underestimate the creature. The old warthog turned to glance at Liu Chang, then surveyed the surroundings. Without breaking stride, he continued leading the group forward. Liu Chang was left speechless. No wonder in his previous life while editing videos, he often saw warthogs strutting before lions. The old warthog's current actions mirrored those scenes perfectly. Not only did he saunter toward the lion, but he also brought along the young warthogs from his clan. If the lion could speak, it would surely roar. What an audacious warthog! So disdainful of me. The old warthog continued leading the troop forward. Liu Chang estimated that if he followed the old warthog, they would pass by the tree at a distance of merely 7 or 8 meters from the resting lion. It was akin to brushing past a sleeping tiger. Unable to alter the old warthog's course, he gritted his teeth and veered off to the other side. Liu Chang found himself in the middle of the group. With the three young warthogs trailing behind him, as he changed direction, they continued to follow, increasing the distance from the wandering lion to nearly 100 meters. The old warthog reached the edge of the tree, scanning the area and spotting the subadult lion lying on the ground. In that instant, his mind went blank, hesitating for a moment before swiftly activating his instincts to flee. The earth beneath them stirred, a whirlwind of dust rising as the old warthog bolted, covering over 10 meters in an instant. Mama warthog, startled, followed the old warthog for a short distance before suddenly recalling her young ones. Generally, lions do not hunt under the blazing sun, yet they would not be remiss in seizing an opportunity for an easy meal. Awoo! Liu Chang, along with the three young warthogs, rushed toward Mama warthog. Her heart settled upon seeing them. The wandering lion opened its eyes, catching sight of the warthog clan 100 meters away, shifting slightly before lying back down. At that distance, it would have to sprint several hundred meters to catch a young warthog. And with two adult warthogs nearby, the risk of confrontation was considerable. The subadult lion opted to continue its rest. Liu Chang had been closely monitoring the situation, and upon witnessing the other party recline once more, a wave of relief washed over him. Should the lion rise and come chasing after him, he would have no choice but to abandon the warthog trio and flee alone towards the direction of the warthog matriarch. At that moment, the fate of his siblings would depend solely on their fortunes. Liu Chang, accompanied by the warthog trio, made his way back to the matriarch, who was currently engaged in a grumbling exchange with the old warthog, seemingly reproaching him for leading them astray and nearly placing her offspring in the jaws of the lion. The old warthog appeared somewhat embarrassed, assuring everyone that such thoughts had never crossed his mind. It was merely a miscalculation. Liu Chang found the situation amusing yet exasperating, grateful that his redirection of the trio had prevented any loss within the group. Had the old warthog been able to speak, he would undoubtedly boast to the other warthogs about his past exploits. In my day, I led a troop of piglets past a lion, which was so intimidated it dared not move. Now that was a glorious feat. Next, the warthog matriarch took the lead, with the old warthog following closely behind. The warthog clan continued its journey towards the river, and as they approached, the variety of animals accompanying them increased. Liu Chang once again beheld the myriad of creatures that graced the savanna: servals, caracals, and jackals, alongside aardvarks, antelopes, and Thompson's gazelles, not to mention the majestic giraffes and even elephants. The diversity of life was overwhelming. Even with his past experience in animal documentaries, he could not identify them all. Liu Chang sensed that the riverside was even livelier than before, as the prolonged rainy season had spurred a remarkable flourishing of flora and fauna, rejuvenating the very essence of life itself. Standing by the riverbank, Liu Chang entered a heightened state of perception, his eyes widening as he gazed at the water's edge. To his astonishment, he discerned at least 4 or 5 dark green shadows lurking beneath the surface, as if they had come as a group. Calculating the time, he realized that it was indeed the breeding season for Nile crocodiles, who would require substantial nourishment. The old warthog continued to stride toward the riverbank. Liu Chang quickly grunted, signaling the old warthog to halt. It was not safe to drink just yet. The old warthog, however, paid him no mind, confident in his own robust physique, pondering who could possibly threaten him. Suddenly, the matriarch stepped forward, nudging the old warthog back. He, being more inclined to heed her counsel, retreated to her side. Nearby, a zebra mother was quenching her thirst with her foal. Liu Chang spotted 2 dark green forms stealthily approaching the zebra pair. He chose not to intervene. The circle of life on the savanna follows its own rules, and he was not a savior. If the zebra mother and foal could evade the clutches of the crocodile, they were fortunate. If not, it was simply their fate. In Liu Chang's eyes, both the zebra and the predator were part of the same life continuum. In a swift motion, a crocodile lurking beneath the surface struck first, launching itself from the water with a tremendous splash, its jaws wide open, aiming for the zebra foal's neck. Carnivores prioritize a high success rate in their hunts, targeting the young or the weak as their primary victims. The other animals at the riverbank were startled, instinctively retreating away from the water's edge. The zebra mother reacted with remarkable speed, stepping back in one fluid motion, while the foal, slightly slower to respond, found itself caught in the jaws of the crocodile. The foal's pained cries echoed as it struggled, its voice distorted in agony. The surrounding animals, witnessing the scene unfold, felt a visceral sense of empathy. Instinctively stepping back, the old warthog, feeling somewhat sheepish, extended its tongue to Liu Chang's face in a gesture of gratitude. Liu Chang, thoroughly disgusted, wiped his face on the ground, seeking to rid himself of the slobber. As the zebra foal's cries echoed in despair, the zebra mother emitted frantic calls, attempting to kick at the crocodile while fearing for her own safety. The foal, despite its youth, understood the dire need to resist being dragged into the water. Yet, just as it was gaining traction, another crocodile lunged from beneath the surface, seizing the foal's leg with deadly precision. Overcome by pain, the foal's legs buckled, and it collapsed, its upper body nearly prone on the ground. With its support gone, the foal was swiftly pulled into the depths, thrashing violently against its fate. The zebra mother's frantic cries proved futile, as several crocodiles converged, their powerful jaws tearing into the young creature. Employing their signature maneuver, the death roll, as the struggle subsided, the river was stained crimson, the water carrying away the remnants of the hunt. Once the mayhem had passed, the animals cautiously resumed their approach to the river's edge. Seizing the moment while the crocodiles feasted, Liu Chang summoned the warthog clan to drink. The warthog trio trembled in fear at the sight of the foal's demise, despite having faced danger before. They cautiously sipped the water, wary of any lurking crocodiles. Liu Chang gulped down the water, his eyes fixed on the river, ever vigilant for any signs of danger, as the old warthog and matriarch stood protectively by his side. Liu Chang felt a sense of security. The group continued their journey along the river, and after some time, Liu Chang noticed they had no intention of returning to their burrow. Confused, he grunted in question, wondering why they did not head home after drinking. The sun beat down on his back, creating an uncomfortable warmth. The matriarch, however, assured him with steady grunts that all was well, prompting Liu Chang to remain silent and follow the herd. After a while, the old warthog led the clan to a vibrant red mud pool, a small depression carved out by the river's flow, which would become submerged during flooding, the red romantic bath. Liu Chang realized, recalling the numerous videos he had seen of warthogs indulging in mud baths, affectionately dubbed red romantic baths. In the sweltering heat, the prolonged pursuit had taken a toll on the warthogs, and a refreshing mud bath would effectively cool their bodies. Additionally, the mud would form a protective layer against the sun's harmful UV rays, while also ridding them of parasites and impurities, promoting skin health. Even in winter, warthogs relished mud baths, as the dried mud provided a layer of insulation, protecting them from the cold winds. In essence, the benefits of a mud bath were abundant. The only drawback was that such locations could attract carnivores. However, with 2 adult warthogs in their midst, they were well equipped to enjoy this indulgence. The matriarch was the first to leap into the mud pool, followed closely by Taidan and Tsuehua, with the old warthog joining them in a display of sheer bliss. Is it really that comfortable? Liu Chang wondered, somewhat reluctant to join in the muddy revelry. However, trusting the judgment of the warthog trio, he decided to give the mud bath a try. Even the warthog trio appeared to be reveling in the moment, a testament to the undeniable pleasure of this experience. Upon entering the muddy pool, Liu Chang immediately sensed a significant dissipation of the heat enveloping his body. While the sun blazed fiercely overhead, the mud pit offered a surprisingly soothing respite. The mud and silt caressing the skin of the warthogs felt akin to a delightful exfoliation, a sensation that Liu Chang found immensely gratifying. He quickly grew fond of this feeling, closing his eyes and mouth as he submerged his entire head into the murky depths. With his body now smeared in mud, he resurfaced, realizing that the sun above seemed less oppressive than before. No wonder the warthogs enjoy their mud baths. This truly is delightful, he mused, his initial disdain transformed into an undeniable appreciation. Half an hour later, Mama Warthog slowly emerged from the water, grunting softly to beckon her offspring to the shore. While the indulgence of a mud bath was indeed pleasurable, moderation was key. Prolonged exposure in the water could be detrimental to the warthog's health. Old Warthog also exited the muddy pool. Once the group had gathered, Old Warthog led his kin towards the direction of their burrow. As they ran, the mud clinging to their bodies would shake off, yet a layer remained, creating a mud coat. Liu Chang distinctly felt the sun's rays on his back, now far less scorching than when he had first arrived. Indeed, the creatures capable of thriving on the grasslands possess a unique survival wisdom, he reflected, resolved to return to the mud baths every 2 days once he reached adulthood and left the group. The experience was simply too delightful. As they journeyed, Liu Chang suddenly caught a whiff of blood in the air, the wind carrying the scent directly towards him. Chapter 29. The Lion Magnet Physique. He quickly called out a few grunts, alerting old Warthog ahead to change course. The path ahead was perilous. Having learned from past experiences, old Warthog valued Liu Chang's input, halting his steps. Liu Chang continued to grunt, extending a hoof towards the direction ahead, signaling danger. After a brief discussion, old Warthog and Mama Warthog decided to heed Liu Chang's advice, choosing to circumvent the threat and take a longer route home. They preferred to run an extra 5 minutes rather than risk losing a member of their group. Furthermore, Mama Warthog designated Liu Chang as the leader, to which he readily accepted, sprinting ahead of the pack. For the first time beyond the confines of their burrow, leading the Warthog clan, Liu Chang felt the weight of responsibility but also an exhilarating sense of purpose. He had grown from a helpless piglet to a leader capable of guiding his family. Utilizing his keen sense of smell and awareness of the wind direction, Liu Chang successfully avoided the area from which the bloody scent emanated. The Warthog group ran a little over a kilometer, entering a safe route. Out of curiosity, Liu Chang activated his latent potential and glanced towards the source of the smell. What he saw nearly made him scream. Beneath the trees, a pride of lions had ensnared a mother buffalo and her calf. Had Liu Chang not detected the scent of blood and given warning, old Warthog could have inadvertently led them straight into the jaws of danger. Could it be that old Warthog possesses a lion-attracting nature? This is the second time he has run into lions during our excursions, Liu Chang silently critiqued. Old Warthog's so-called lion magnet physique seemed a perilous trait. Thankfully, Liu Chang's quick thinking averted a potential disaster. Otherwise, the trio of warthogs might not have returned. Noticing Liu Chang's unusual behavior, old Warthog and Mama Warthog turned their heads towards the forest. However, their vision was limited to a mere 10 meters ahead. Anything beyond that was a blur, rendering them unable to discern the unfolding scene. Liu Chang slowed his pace, continuing to run while assessing the situation in the thicket. Estimating he was 200 to 300 meters away from the lions, he realized they were focused on their hunt and would not pursue him while preoccupied with the buffalo in the underbrush. The mother buffalo huffed angrily, her horns flailing as she attempted to fend off the encroaching lionesses. Beside her, the calf bore several bloody scratches on its back and neck, a testament to the earlier struggle when the lionesses had almost subdued it in a desperate bid to protect her young. The mother buffalo had charged fiercely, scattering the pride momentarily, leading to the tense standoff between them. Even though she had momentarily driven the lions away, she was unable to rescue her calf, with 5 lionesses participating in the hunt. The mother buffalo's single pair of formidable horns was insufficient to defend against them all. The lionesses circled the buffalo pair, seizing the opportunity to dart in and attempt to capture the calf while the mother was distracted. The mother buffalo swiftly turned, using her horns to charge at the lionesses, but after several attempts, she was left panting heavily. The lionesses, for the time being, were unable to claim their prize, if nothing unforeseen occurred. This war of attrition could last an hour or two, until the mother buffalo, utterly fatigued, had no choice but to abandon her calf. Suddenly, a robust male lion emerged from the trees, and Liu Chang observed clearly that the lion's mane was predominantly dark brown, indicating its strength and prime condition. With a powerful leap, the lion's sharp claws struck the mother buffalo, penetrating her hide and securing its grip on her back. The buffalo let out a pained bellow. The lion violently twisted to the left. Having already expended considerable energy, the mother buffalo was caught off guard and toppled to the ground. The waiting lionesses surged forward, seizing her neck, nose, and hindquarters. The male lion clamped down on the mother buffalo's throat, refusing to relent. Recognizing that the outcome was inevitable, Liu Chang averted his gaze. He knew that once the male lion had locked onto its prey, the mother buffalo would suffocate within 2 to 3 minutes. And the calf would likely share the same grim fate in the savannah. Tenderness is a rare commodity. Had the mother buffalo left sooner, the lionesses would have posed no threat. Had she not sought shelter in the woods with her calf, they would not have drawn the predator's attention. In the wild, there are no what-ifs. Those who speak of compassion often find themselves on the menu of carnivorous creatures, much like the fate awaiting the mother buffalo. With one last glance, Liu Chang noted that the male lion had begun to savor its fresh buffalo feast, while the calf was being torn apart by several lionesses. He understood that the weight of a mature buffalo could sustain the pride for an entire week, ensuring a bountiful supply of food and a life of luxury for the lions. This was the biological cycle of the savannah. The remainder of the journey was uneventful as Liu Chang successfully guided his clan back to their burrow. Once again, the trio of warthogs entered first, with Old Warthog bringing up the rear. Upon returning to the burrow, Liu Chang luxuriated on the cool ground, relishing the contrast between the scorching sun outside and the refreshing temperature within. If it weren't for the looming threat of carnivorous predators, he might have even considered the life of a warthog to be quite appealing, free from the burdens of financial obligations, work-related stress, familial responsibilities, and the relentless desire to compete with other warthogs. He could simply venture out to graze when hungry, quench his thirst at a water source, or indulge in a mud bath when weary. Rising with the sun and resting at dusk, he reveled in the freedom of drifting across the grasslands. However, the haunting image of the mother buffalo and her calf being mercilessly hunted by the lions lingered in his mind. While herbivores might experience fleeting joys, they were ultimately under the constant threat of predation, a Damocles sword hanging overhead. To enjoy true freedom, he must grow into the strongest creature on the savannah. Only when he could face hyenas and lions without fear would he be able to roam the plains without restraint. Until then, he needed to maintain a cautious attitude and strive for growth. Lost in thought, Liu Chang eventually dozed off. Upon waking, he exited the burrow and raced towards the third termite mound. The current tranquility of his life was merely temporary, thanks to Old Warthog and Mama Warthog providing a secure environment. Once Old Warthog departed, the territory of the Warthog clan would shrink, and he would lose access to the two newly discovered termite mounds, significantly slowing his growth rate. Before Old Warthog left, he needed to eat voraciously and grow stronger, aiming for a day when he could live the free and unfettered life he desired. Arriving at the termite mound, Liu Chang transformed into a whirlwind of destruction, using his tusks to furiously assault the mound, unleashing a cacophony of laughter. The mound erupted with a series of holes the size of a grown man's finger. A swarm of panicked termites poured out of the mound. Liu Chang extended his tongue, greedily devouring the termites as they fell. Standing before the mound, he feasted heartily, consuming and digesting until he could hold no more. At which point he retreated to the burrow to rest, and the following days, tranquility reigned within the warthog territory. On an ordinary morning, Old Warthog ventured out with the clan in search of food. Today, however, he exhibited unusual behavior, lingering close to Mama Warthog, who, in turn, was less inclined to engage with him than usual. After a prolonged exchange of grunts, Old Warthog glanced back at the grazing warthogs and resolutely turned to leave. Chapter 30. Farewell to Old Warthog. The sound of hooves striking the ground gradually faded into the distance. The bristles along Old Warthog's back fluttered in the breeze, while the antennae-like tufts at his rear swayed gently. Alas, he could not speak. Otherwise, he might have uttered, "I depart quietly, just as I arrived quietly. I wave my sleeve, leaving not a cloud behind." Suddenly, the sound of warthogs running echoed behind him. He turned his head to see Liu Chang rushing towards him. With a couple of gruff grunts, Old Warthog seemed to convey his intent to leave without needing a send-off. Liu Chang returned the gesture with friendly grunts before making a decision that defied tradition. He extended his tongue and licked Old Warthog's large face affectionately. "I, in the presence of this admirable warthog, who has ventured forth to expand the territory of the Warthog clan, broaden their burrows, and even escort the tribe to indulge in the pleasures of the red romance baths," Liu Chang felt a profound gratitude. Thus, he deliberately expressed his affection and respect for the elder warthog through a gesture of farewell. The elder, with a personified grin, extended his tongue and affectionately licked Liu Chang's large face twice before turning and continuing his departure. Liu Chang watched the elder's retreating figure and extended his front hoof. Giving a gentle wave, "Be cautious out there, old man, and keep your eyes sharp," he silently wished the elder well. After all, the elder had made significant contributions to the warthog tribe upon his arrival. Now, as he adhered to the habits of warthogs and departed from the clan, Liu Chang suddenly recalled a phrase he had learned, which perfectly encapsulated the moment: to forget each other in the rivers and lakes. Once the elder had vanished from Liu Chang's sight, he spat out the saliva in his mouth and wiped his large face against the grass below. After ensuring he was clean, he returned to the warthog clan. Upon his return, Liu Chang noticed the melancholic expression on Warthog Mother, suspecting it might take her several days to regain her composure. However, a daunting issue now loomed before Liu Chang. The Warthog clan had lost an adult male, resulting in a significant reduction in their combat prowess and, consequently, their deterrent capabilities against other animals, which could be halved or even more. The elder, with his substantial size weighing nearly 200 pounds, boasted 2 pairs of sharp tusks and an exuberant fighting spirit. Even adult cheetahs would think twice before crossing paths with him. Now, with only Warthog Mother remaining as the sole adult in the clan, the impact on the warthog community was profound. Foremost among the concerns was the safety of Liu Chang and the other juvenile warthogs, as well as the impending shrinkage of their territory. Fortunately, the elder had just departed, and the surrounding animals remained oblivious to the change. In a few days, however, as other animals gradually encroached upon the warthog territory and discovered that only one adult warthog remained, they would undoubtedly take advantage of the situation without hesitation. The process of territorial shrinkage would be gradual. Aside from the newly expanded territory containing the termite mound, Liu Chang had little else to occupy his thoughts. He felt confident that within a few days, he could consume the termites from the third mound, reaping the final rewards of the elder's territorial expansion. As for ensuring the safety of the juvenile warthogs, Liu Chang felt powerless. His current abilities were insufficient. He could only be grateful for his own safety. The departure of the elder had some effect on Warthog Mother, but for Taidan, Cui Hua, and Sanla, it seemed to have little impact. They continued to munch on the grass with their heads down. After surveying the clan members, Liu Chang dashed toward the third termite mound. With a swift flick of his tongue, he snagged a multitude of termites and quickly devoured them. Liu Chang repeated this simple act of feeding, his brow furrowed with concern. He was evaluating his situation. During this period of ample termite supply, Liu Chang had experienced rapid growth, reaching approximately 60 pounds, far surpassing the size of his contemporaries in the clan. Yet, there remained a considerable gap to reach the 100 pounds typical of subadult warthogs. The elder's absence weighed heavily on him. Devoid of a secure and conducive environment for rapid growth, he would now have to rely on his own efforts. After finishing the termites from the current mound, he still had the second mound within the original warthog territory to sustain him for the next week or two. Moving forward, he needed to devise a plan to secure a steady food supply to replace the termites. Without a similarly accessible food source, Liu Chang would have no choice but to hunt. However, the warthog's physique posed inherent limitations for hunting. Its biting capability was inadequate. Unlike canines, it could not tear apart prey with ferocity, nor could it employ claws like felines to control and dispatch its targets. His strength lay in having a pair of sharp tusks, explosive speed, and remarkable endurance. To hunt successfully, he would need extensive practice to refine his attacking techniques. Safety was another concern. Liu Chang estimated his current combat capabilities to be roughly equivalent to that of a solitary wild dog in a one-on-one confrontation with a carnivore of similar size. He would hold his own, but against a more formidable predator, he would be at a disadvantage. Unless Liu Chang extended his hoof to touch his tusks and the new warts sprouting on his face. I should carve out a few safe burrows for myself, he mused. The warthog's innate survival abilities must not be squandered. If he could create a burrow in each cardinal direction within the warthog territory, his safety would be greatly enhanced. Even when confronted by the apex predators of the savanna, he could simply burrow into his lair, sheltering himself from the season's whims as he savored his termite feast. Liu Chang resolved on his forthcoming endeavors. First, to hone his hunting skills. While the termite supply remained uninterrupted, he aimed to swiftly refine his hunting techniques to ensure a seamless transition to meat supply. Second, to create his own burrows. For warthogs, all fears stemmed from inadequate burrows. If he possessed 4 or even 7 or 8 burrows within the clan's territory, he could easily withstand predation from carnivores. With a clear direction in mind, Liu Chang dispelled the clouds of doubt hovering in his heart, finding a renewed delight in his termite banquet. Having satisfied his hunger, Liu Chang did not return to the burrow for rest, but instead strolled around the termite mound. With the elder having departed not long ago, carnivores would temporarily avoid this new warthog territory. He intended to seize this opportunity to sharpen his hunting skills. After wandering for a while without success, Liu Chang found himself at a loss. Previously, during his explorations of the territory, he would occasionally encounter one or two unsuspecting hares. Yet, now that he was earnestly searching, he found not a single one. How peculiar! He finally understood why those carnivores often went hungry. Though the savanna teemed with wildlife, each possessed survival skills that made them elusive. Discovering and successfully hunting them was no easy feat. Ironically, when he wasn't trying to hunt, a few oblivious creatures would present themselves right before him. Frustrated by his fruitless efforts, Liu Chang gritted his teeth and entered a state of heightened potential. He refused to believe that in such an expansive area, there wasn't a single field mouse or hare to be found. With his senses significantly heightened, Liu Chang soon heard rustling sounds in the grass. Here it comes! His eyes brightened as he turned to the source of the sound, filled with anticipation and eagerness. This was his first hunting attempt, and he was determined to succeed. Chapter 31. Confronting the black mamba maintaining his heightened state. Liu Chang cautiously approached the source of the sound. He understood the methods employed by carnivores when hunting. They typically approached their prey stealthily, waiting until they were within striking distance before launching a surprise attack. For instance, hyenas, with their formidable bite strength, would latch onto their prey's pelvic axis, tearing them apart to ensure their escape was thwarted, often consuming their meal while it was still fleeing. Cheetahs and lions, on the other hand, would seize the moment when their prey was panicked, pouncing to accurately lock onto their throats. Even prey several times their size would quickly succumb to suffocation once caught. Liu Chang's hunting strategy was simpler. Upon closing the distance with his target, he intended to strike with either his large mouth or tusks. The force of a warthog's charge was tremendous, and small animals could hardly withstand it. Previously, the warthog clan had successfully ambushed baboons using tactics that relied on collision and tusk puncturing. As Liu Chang stealthily approached his prey, the sounds from the grass grew clearer in his ears. Estimating he was within 5 or 6 meters of the target, Liu Chang activated his V5 engine and charged forward. Thud, thud, thud. With a near-heroic leap, Liu Chang lunged toward the prey. Just as he prepared to use his large face to deliver a fatal blow, his eyes suddenly caught sight of the creature. It was a snake. A long one. Its head was square, resembling a small coffin, with a grayish upper body and a creamy underside, adorned with many black spots. Its deep brown eyes fixed on him. "Don't know, a black mamba." Liu Chang abruptly skidded to a halt, his hooves carving deep grooves in the earth. He promptly decided to abandon his initial hunting mission. This was indeed a black mamba, a creature capable of killing a lion with a single bite. Although Liu Chang was aware of his own strong resistance to venom, he had no desire to be bitten by a black mamba. Moreover, the venom of a black mamba was neurotoxic, leaving Liu Chang uncertain whether his body could withstand its effects. Startled, the black mamba reared up, its head tilting back slightly, eyeing Liu Chang with wariness. After a moment of hesitation, it seemed to conclude that the ugly creature before it was not a threat to be trifled with, and it lunged forward, its head darting toward Liu Chang like an arrow. Its speed was astonishing, yet to Liu Chang, who was in a heightened state, it appeared rather lackluster. Indeed, slower than the earlier attack from the wild dog. Liu Chang took a few steps back, easily evading the black mamba's strike. The snake missed its target and slithered closer to Liu Chang. "Hey, I'm not attacking you, so why are you coming at me?" Liu Chang grunted, retreating to create distance between them. He realized he had perhaps overestimated the black mamba's capabilities. His earlier fear had stemmed solely from the snake's notorious reputation. Had the black mamba attempted to flee, Liu Chang would not have pursued. Yet, since the snake had attacked him, Liu Chang now perceived the reality of its abilities. It was not as formidable as he had imagined. Its attack speed and reaction time were hardly worthy of praise. The black mamba swiftly maneuvered, attempting to bite Liu Chang. He casually stepped back, maintaining his distance. The black mamba was unable to close the distance, suddenly leaping up to attempt an attack once more. In a state of potential eruption, Liu Chang resembled an adult wielding a dagger. While the mamba's strikes were akin to a toddler swinging a large cleaver, although the cleaver was indeed formidable, in the hands of a 1-year-old, it could not unleash its true destructive power. Liu Chang merely needed to maintain a safe distance, patiently waiting for the child wielding the cleaver to tire. After 2 failed attempts to strike, the black mamba, having been evaded by Liu Chang for a while, was significantly fatigued and turned to flee. "Oh, this won't do. Aren't you the black mamba? Why so slow?" Liu Chang scoffed mockingly, taking a step closer to the mamba. The mamba fled swiftly, weaving through the grass. Animals may lack high intelligence, but they are certainly not devoid of it. Faced with an opponent they cannot defeat, fleeing is their first instinct. Liu Chang continued to keep a safe distance, leisurely trailing the mamba. As long as the mamba remained in motion, it indicated that its stamina was not yet exhausted. Seeking to play it safe, Liu Chang refrained from hastening his attack. After following the mamba for 4 or 5 minutes, it became apparent to the mamba that it could not outrun Liu Chang. Coiling into a tight circle, it raised its head, instinctively protecting itself. Heh. Liu Chang grinned widely. You think you can pose this trick and I cannot counter it? Little black mamba, today you shall witness the ingenuity of humanity. He advanced 2 steps, raising his front hoof as if to strike the mamba. The mamba, sensing danger, lunged towards Liu Chang's hoof if it could deliver a single bite. Injecting its venom, it had confidence in its ability to vanquish its foe. Liu Chang retracted his hoof and stepped back, increasing the distance. The mamba missed its strike, its head crashing to the ground before quickly retracting and rising again. Warily gazing at Liu Chang repeated his previous tactic, persistently harassing the mamba with the same method. He recalled watching videos of wildcats battling venomous snakes, where the wildcats employed such strategies to deplete the snake's energy. Once the snake was exhausted, the wildcat would pounce, sealing the snake's fate. He never imagined he would apply this strategy himself today. After several attempts to bait the mamba, it eventually lost the strength to even stand upright. Liu Chang's feigned attacks transformed into a genuine strike, as his hoof came down upon the mamba's head, forcing it into the ground. The mamba struggled to breathe, its body instinctively writhing. Liu Chang pressed down harder with his hoof. After a minute or two, the mamba ceased its struggles, its body limp and powerless upon the earth. Yet Liu Chang remained vigilant, continuing to press his hoof firmly against the mamba's head. He crouched down, biting into the snake's body, gnawing at it vigorously while simultaneously retracting from his state of potential eruption. After approximately 5 or 6 minutes in this enhanced state, Liu Chang felt a familiar hunger rising within him. It was an opportune moment to feast upon the snake meat, replenishing his energy. The flesh was fresh and delectable, and Liu Chang savored every bite. He consumed over half of the snake's body, leaving only the head beneath his hoof and a portion still connected to it uneaten. Although snake venom is typically stored within the venom glands in their mouths, Liu Chang did not wish to take any risks. After devouring nearly 3 pounds of snake meat, he felt only partially satiated. If only I could have another, Liu Chang thought, somewhat ungratefully. Releasing his hoof, he glanced at the mamba's head before turning back towards the termite mound. When hunger strikes, one must not deny oneself. As he munched on termites, Liu Chang reflected on the lessons learned from this encounter. Firstly, he realized his hunting experience was still quite limited. An experienced hunter could discern the size of an animal merely by the sounds made by its movements through the grass. Had he been able to ascertain that his previous quarry was a snake, he would not have been so startled. Secondly, he lacked a clear understanding of the prowess of his potential eruption ability. Through this battle with the black mamba, Liu Chang discovered that this skill was akin to a superpower in combat. It was as if brilliance itself had opened the door to brilliance. A true marvel. The speed of his opponent's attacks slowed significantly within his line of sight. As long as he remained calm, even when faced with larger predatory animals, he could still stand a chance. Against a venomous snake like the black mamba, Liu Chang, utilizing his potential eruption skill, easily maintained control. This instilled a surge of confidence within him. Chapter 32. The weaning of the warthog. Furthermore, this confrontation with the black mamba deepened Liu Chang's understanding of the energy consumption associated with the potential eruption skill. He had previously tested the limits of this ability, determining it lasted for just over 8 minutes, but less than in this encounter with the mamba, he utilized the potential eruption for approximately 5 to 6 minutes. He distinctly felt the pangs of hunger afterward. Consuming nearly 3 pounds of snake meat was insufficient to replenish his energy, necessitating a subsequent feast on termites. When one purely calculates the energy expended during the hunt against the meat consumed, Liu Chang realized he had essentially lost out during the encounter with the black mamba. The prey he had captured did not sufficiently compensate for the energy he had expended. Should he engage in this manner a few more times, he might very well starve. Therefore, during hunting, it was crucial to be mindful of the duration of the potential eruption's usage. If the prey required time to capture, it would be wise to judiciously deactivate the potential eruption skill to mitigate the toll on his own condition. Having summarized his initial hunting experience, Liu Chang found himself feeling satiated. He stood up and returned to the den to rest. After a satisfying meal, would he truly seek out something invigorating to continue hunting? Now that he had become a warthog, he intended to indulge in comfort. As evening approached, Liu Chang returned to the den after a day of wandering. In the afternoon, he had successfully hunted a field mouse. Although it weighed just over 2 pounds, Liu Chang had not even utilized his potential eruption skill, instead relying solely on his impressive physical prowess to collide with and kill it. This hunt also revealed to Liu Chang that he was still unskilled in harnessing his racial talent, his tusks. He was unable to precisely target his strikes. Upon spotting the field mouse, Liu Chang initially intended to use his tusks to pierce it. However, after several attempts, he only succeeded in stabbing the ground. This left him quite frustrated, and he was further incensed by the field mouse witnessing his blunders. In a fit of annoyance, he simply used his face to shove it to death. Upon returning to the den, Liu Chang did not lie down to sleep as he usually did, but instead stood by the wall, extending his head to gnaw at it. He sought to master the control of his tusks, which conveniently aligned with the task of digging out the den, a twofold benefit. Liu Chang emulated the methods previously demonstrated by the elder warthog, using his tusks to excavate the wall and expand the den. Clods of loose earth cascaded down. His tusks, nearly 10 centimeters long, were indeed capable of digging, albeit at a slower pace. The younger warthogs gathered curiously around Liu Chang, observing this peculiar brother engage in strange actions. Tai Dan and Chui Hua cast several glances but remained inactive. The mother warthog approached Liu Chang, grunting inquisitively, seemingly asking what he intended to do. Liu Chang responded with a few grunts, pressing his hoof into the earth to signify his commitment to continuing the elder warthog's legacy and expanding the family den. The mother warthog glanced at the scattered soil on the ground, too disinterested to assist Liu Chang, and returned to her previous resting spot. Undeterred, Liu Chang persisted in digging with his tusks. Soon, he discovered the technique to effectively utilize his tusks for excavation and devised a method that suited his own strengths. Indeed, watching pigs work and doing it yourself is entirely different. To master a skill, one must engage in hands-on practice. Liu Chang was invigorated, his head spinning like a top. Clod after clod of dirt fell to the ground. After nearly 2 hours of continuous work, the earth accumulating around Liu Chang's hooves almost threatened to engulf him. I must push the dirt out of the den to work effectively. Never mind. It's getting late. I'll resume tomorrow after a good rest. Liu Chang glanced down, extracting his hooves from the loose earth, and moved to a clean spot to lie down and rest. The following morning, the mother warthog was astonished to discover a large pile of loose earth, exclaiming in surprise. Could it be that the elder warthog had returned? The warthogs within the den stirred awake, as per routine. The younger warthog approached its mother for milk. The mother warthog grunted a few times, shooing them away. Starting today, she would cease nursing her young. At 3 months old, they should begin to forage on their own. More importantly, the mother warthog sensed she was pregnant again and needed to conserve energy for the offspring developing within her. The younger warthog, unwilling to relent, circled around its mother, softly grunting, resembling a 3-year-old child pleading with an adult for a lollipop. The mother warthog remained resolute, offering no glimmer of hope for the younger warthog. Liu Chang found this amusing from the sidelines. He was not mocking the younger warthog, but rather found its antics particularly entertaining. The mother warthog approached the pile of loose earth, grunting as she surveyed the other warthogs, seemingly inquiring about who had dug up the dirt. Liu Chang responded with a proud grunt, puffing out his chest. The mother warthog extended her tongue to lick Liu Chang's large face. Liu Chang wiped his face with his hoof, realizing that he could now use his hooves to clean his face. This newfound ability was one of the rewards from his digging efforts the previous night. The mother warthog crouched down, using her face to push the loose dirt out of the den. Tai Dan and Chui Hua promptly joined in, and soon, the loose soil on the den floor was cleared away. Liu Chang wore a smile that seemed almost human. He could expand the warthog den. Yet this task could not rest solely on his shoulders. The other warthogs should contribute as well. Once the den was enlarged, all the warthogs would enjoy the benefits together. After clearing away the dirt, the mother warthog led her offspring out of the den in search of food. Liu Chang nibbled on some grass before racing off to the third termite mound. eager to continue his feast on termites. According to his plan, he aimed to completely consume this termite mound within 5 days, after which he would remain cautious and not venture beyond the territory. Having satisfied his hunger, Liu Chang leisurely wandered within his territory, seeking potential prey. The previous day, he had successfully hunted a black mamba and a field mouse, yielding a total of 5 pounds of meat. Today, he aimed to surpass his previous accomplishments. With the experience gained from yesterday's hunt, Liu Chang's techniques and his application of the potential explosion skill had become notably more proficient. Suddenly, an unknown creature darted past him, rustling through the underbrush, prompting Liu Chang to swiftly turn and pursue the direction of the sound. From the noise, he deduced that the animal was likely a small, quadrupedal creature, possibly a bushbuck or another field mouse. Throughout the hunting process, Liu Chang was also learning, evolving, and enriching his hunting skills. Moments later, he caught up to the animal, which turned out to be a plump bushbuck. "Well, what luck?" Liu Chang grunted, quickening his pace. With a swift tilt of his head, he struck. With a thud, the bushbuck was sent flying several meters before crashing to the ground. Its body convulsing violently, Liu Chang approached the bushbuck, carefully inspecting its body, but found no marks from his tusks. "Damn, another failure," he muttered under his breath. He had assumed that after digging all night with his tusks, he would be adept at utilizing them for hunting. Yet, it was clear that the bushbuck had met its end due to the force of his impact, rather than his intended piercing attack. It seemed that excavating with his tusks and hunting were not one and the same. "All right, time to feast and give thanks to my bushbuck friend for the meat." Liu Chang knelt down and began tearing into the bushbuck's flesh. As he savored the meat, he pondered how to practice so that his 2 pairs of sharp tusks could become the weapons he desired. Digging was too crude. He needed a more refined approach. Chapter 33. Training the tusks piercing skill. After finishing the bushbuck meat, Liu Chang nibbled on some grass to cleanse the taste of blood from his mouth. An excellent idea struck him, one that required practical verification. He would find a sturdy tree, mark a target on it, and then use his tusks to pierce that mark. The principle was akin to an archer practicing their aim. One can shoot a bullseye on the first try. It is the result of diligent practice. Just as an oil merchant can pour oil into a jug without soiling the coin resting on its lip, the secret lies in 6 simple words. Nothing else. Just skillful hands. Thud, thud, thud. Liu Chang galloped towards the heart of the area previously inhabited by a troop of baboons. This grove was the ideal location for him to practice his tusk-piercing technique. Randomly selecting a tree with a trunk as wide as a bowl, Liu Chang rubbed his nose against the earth and then against the tree, leaving a mark resembling a pig's snout. He wiped his tusks with his hoof, took a few steps back to create distance, visualizing the tree as his prey and the soil mark as his target. Once prepared, he charged forward as he approached the tree. He suddenly whipped his head, his sharp tusks thrusting out like daggers. With a resounding thud, his head collided forcefully with the trunk. The tree shook slightly, and the lush leaves rustled noisily. Hiss, ack, Liu Chang lay on the ground, shielding his face with his front hooves, letting out a cry of pain. He wished he could slap himself. He had intended to pierce the mark with his tusks, only to have collided headfirst instead. A mere pig's body striking a tree of that size was not a fair match. Thankfully, no other animals witnessed this blunder. Otherwise, he would have had to silence them. How embarrassing! Liu Chang grimaced as he stood up, acutely aware of the swelling on his right cheek. Spitting out a mouthful of blood-tinged saliva, he stepped back to distance himself from the tree. He could not simply give up. Having learned a painful lesson from his first disastrous attempt, he approached the tree a second time without charging, opting instead for a brisk trot, then swaying his head to stab at the trunk with his tusks. This time, his speed was moderate, and his tusks struck the bark. A look of delight spread across Liu Chang's face as he inspected his handiwork. However, upon seeing the dent left by his tusks, a frown replaced his smile. The indentation was several centimeters away from the original mark made by his nose. It had barely grazed the edge of the trunk. Faced within a mobile target, he could barely strike true. In the wild, herbivores would not stand still waiting for him to attack. The challenge of piercing a moving target was evident. Well, more practice is needed, Liu Chang resolved, repeating the process a second time. Occasionally, he managed to pierce the trunk, but more often than not, he struck his head against the tree again. Fortunately, he was not moving quickly nor applying excessive force. so the pain was tolerable. After half an hour of relentless practice, Liu Chang marked a notch on the back of the tree, honing his left tusk's piercing skill. It was only when he felt hunger pangs that he sprinted towards the third termite mound. After feasting on the termites, Liu Chang headed back towards the woods, determined to continue his tusk-piercing training. Time passed slowly, the sun hanging low in the western sky. Upon returning to his lair, he remained mindful of the occasional roving male lions that might pass nearby. During the blazing heat of the day, wandering lions refrained from hunting, but once night fell, they would begin their pursuit. Liu Chang was not one to put himself in jeopardy. Inside the lair, the warthog mother rested with her offspring. Indulging in the simple pleasures of eating and sleeping, as an elite among warthogs, Liu Chang was naturally different from the ordinary ones. He approached the cave's wall once more, continuing to expand the lair with his tusks. The warthog mother, seeing his determination and skill in digging, was now more than willing to assist. With each swipe of his tusks, clumps of earth were cut away, scattering into the ground. The warthog mother, along with her little ones, helped push the loose soil out of the cave. After 2 hours of labor, Liu Chang brushed the dirt from his face with a hoof, satisfied as he found a clean spot to lie down and rest. For the next half-month, Liu Chang devoted his days to foraging, hunting, and diligently practicing his tusk-piercing skills while spending 2 hours each night expanding the cave. He envisioned the lair as a labyrinthine structure, allowing clan members to shift positions within it during the dry season when the lion pride sought to invade. In half a month, Liu Chang successfully excavated 2 passageways and exits from the warthog clan's lair, resulting in 4 entrances overall. The cave now possessed 5 distinct corridors, along with a living room and a resting area, boasting a variety of functions. Furthermore, the multiple exits ensured better ventilation, effectively reducing the odor of the warthogs within. In the grove where the baboon clan once resided, Liu Chang struck a sturdy tree with his tusks, producing a dull thud. After assessing the impact, he noticed a deep indentation in the trunk, resembling a bowl merging with the bark. Surrounding this tree were over 10 others in similar condition, all results of Liu Chang's tusk impacts over the past half-month. The first tree he practiced on bore the most damage, its surface now pockmarked and uneven. This initial tree recorded Liu Chang's journey from clumsy collisions to precise strikes with his tusks. The marks he initially made with soil were now invisible. Based on the patterns left by his tusks, Liu Chang estimated that he could now control the accuracy of his strikes to within 5 centimeters. This precision would suffice for hunting or combat, allowing him to hit his mark consistently. However, Liu Chang remained unsatisfied. For a typical warthog, achieving this level of skill would be sufficient, but he was not a mere ordinary warthog. His body had been enhanced by a mysterious gem, endowing him with extraordinary stamina, heightened senses, and robust physique. Liu Chang aimed for perfection, aspiring to ensure that one day, when he faced a lion, he would pierce its eye rather than its nose. Selecting another tree, he repeated his previous method, marking a pig snout imprint on the trunk before resuming his tusk impacts. His goal was to ensure that each strike landed precisely within the mud mark he had created. Now, he was executing the tusk-piercing skill while sprinting, albeit without exerting full force to avoid repeating the earlier mishap. Thud, thud, thud. The forest echoed with the sounds of his strikes. After over half an hour, Liu Chang ceased his practice, exhaling lightly. In that time, he had struck nearly 200 times, with at least 150 of those hits landing accurately within the marked spot. The remaining 50 strikes, though slightly off the mark, still landed firmly on the trunk, with none missing their target. Chapter 34. The white cloak and black suit. The repetitive impact of his tusks had carved a noticeable indentation into the tree. Feeling a pang of hunger, Liu Chang halted his training and trotted towards the second termite mound he had discovered within the former warthog territory. The elder warthog had claimed the 3rd and 4th termite mounds for the clan, leaving only the second mound to provide him with a stable source of nourishment. Fortunately, his hunting skills had significantly improved, enabling him to secure a portion of meat for himself. Liu Chang could now identify the types of animals from the sounds emanating from the grass, deducing their size, shape, and speed with remarkable accuracy. This invaluable knowledge was painstakingly accumulated by Liu Chang during his hunting expeditions, derived from his first-hand experiences in the field. As he made his way towards the termite mound, Liu Chang's pace was not particularly swift. While jogging, he remained discreetly vigilant of the other creatures surrounding him, Should he encounter smaller animals, Liu Chang would not hesitate to seize the opportunity for a meal. Even the tiniest mosquito is still a morsel. A hoofed rabbit frolicked amidst the grass, merrily nibbling on the tender green shoots. Occasionally, it would raise its head, scanning its surroundings with caution. For herbivores, vigilance against predators is an instinctual necessity. Suddenly, the rabbit heard a series of thudding sounds. Fear gripped its heart as it darted into the underbrush, striving to escape. The sounds grew increasingly closer. Abruptly, a robust, dark figure burst forth. Its face bore 2 pairs of tusks resembling short daggers, and its muscular physique appeared as if sculpted from steel. The mane along its spine danced in the wind, while a small antenna wiggled behind it, exuding an indescribable grace. The rabbit, now gripped by terror, abandoned its concealment and leaped away with all its might. The rush of wind whooshed past its ears, and in an instant, its body was pierced by the tusks, before it could emit a sound of distress. A massive face, imbued with ferocity, collided with it. With a resounding thud, the rabbit was sent flying several meters, crashing heavily onto the ground. It twitched a few times before falling silent. Liu Chang, elated, slowed his pace and leisurely approached the spot where the rabbit had landed. For some time, he had been practicing digging with his tusks and marking trees, honing his precision with them. Now, with a simple flick of his head, he had easily dispatched the rabbit. Another effortless meal. Had he not been so forceful, he could have controlled the intensity and, after piercing the rabbit, hung it from his tusks. If Liu Chang could achieve such mastery over his tusks, it would be akin to a human effortlessly slicing tofu with an axe. Even in his current state, being able to pierce his prey with precision was sufficient for him. After consuming the rabbit's flesh, Liu Chang proceeded to the second termite mound for further sustenance. At present, his food supply comprised approximately 40% from hunting and 60% from the termites. Unlike his approach to the third and fourth mounds, Liu Chang did not wish to devastate the second mound, hoping instead for a steady supply from the termites. Thus, he endeavored to hunt more, reducing his reliance on termites, in an effort to prolong the existence of the mound. Once the game he hunted could fully satisfy his growth needs, the termite mound would become superfluous at that time. Destroying it would have little consequence for him. As he feasted on the termites, Liu Chang contemplated his circumstances. After half a month of development, his physique had grown considerably. Although he still fell short compared to the subadult warthogs, iron egg, and emerald flower, he was not far behind. This increase in size also meant a greater demand for meat. It was not that Liu Chang could not graze on grass. Rather, doing so would hinder his rapid developmental plans. Therefore, he had to strive for greater resources. The departure of the old warthog from the warthog clan had begun to reveal its drawbacks, as new neighbors encroached upon their territory. The warthog mother prudently avoided confrontation, leading her offspring to forage within the original territory of the clan, abandoning the territory that the old warthog had previously expanded. Liu Chang believed the warthog mother's strategy was wise. To lose territory while retaining kin results in the loss of both. Conversely, to maintain territory at the expense of kin is a fool's errand. On the vast grasslands, survival is the only true measure of success. Consequently, Liu Chang resolved to officially vacate the new territory today. Firstly, he needed to find a new grove to continue his tusk training regimen. Secondly, Liu Chang decided to construct a hidden burrow for himself. Having experience in excavating clan burrows, creating one for himself was a natural progression. However, undertaking this task alone would be time-consuming. With 2 months remaining until the rainy season's end, Liu Chang was not overly anxious. Having established his upcoming tasks, he promptly set to work after satisfying his hunger. Selecting a suitable training ground was not a challenge. In his memory, there were several groves within the warthog territory. He contemplated choosing a grove and constructing a burrow adjacent to it. A mental map of the warthog territory surfaced in his mind, and he swiftly identified an ideal location, approximately 500 meters east of the clan's burrow. After confirming the site, Liu Chang jogged towards it, deliberately slowing his pace to a light run. Should he encounter any unwitting creatures along the way, he would seize the chance for a meal. Unfortunately, luck did not appear to be on Liu Chang's side today, as he did not cross paths with a single small animal. With the territory shrinking, hunting will only become more arduous, Liu Chang remarked with a grimace. Realizing there was little he could do about the situation, a larger territory would naturally encompass more animals. However, expanding territory requires formidable strength. in his current state, he was still far from achieving that. Upon arriving at the grove, Liu Chang habitually rubbed his nose against the soil. Just as he prepared to lift his head, a series of crisp, clicking sounds reached his ears, reminiscent of a fan unfurling or a door creaking open. It seems fortune is on my side today. Upon hearing the sound, Liu Chang's eyes brightened. He recognized the source of the noise. On the vast grasslands, the fate of the land is dictated by the honey badger. The honey badger, known scientifically as the Malivera capensis, donned a white cloak and black suit, presenting an imposing appearance. An adult honey badger weighs around 20 pounds and is an omnivorous creature, favoring the theft of honey from trees. While occasionally preying on birds or snakes, the honey badger's reputation on the grasslands is not due to its sheer fighting prowess, but rather its audacious and fearless nature. Though small in stature, it possesses a remarkable level of bravery. During Liu Chang's time creating wildlife documentaries, he often observed the diminutive honey badger boldly challenging hyenas and even confronting lions head-on. Most astonishingly, the honey badger would often emerge unscathed after such encounters. Among the few animals that dare to flaunt themselves in front of hyenas and lions on the grasslands, only the honey badger and the warthog are counted. Unlike the warthog, which often stumbles into danger due to its poor eyesight, the honey badger actively seeks confrontation, as if it were taunting fate. Chapter 35. When the clam and the snipe contend, the fisherman gains. Liu Chang's encounter with formidable carnivores like hyenas and lions exemplifies the honey badger's unwavering attitude. If you provoke me, I'll fight you to the bitter end. This defiance has garnered the honey badger a reputation that resonates far and wide, attracting numerous admirers. Liu Chang's excitement stemmed from his understanding of the honey badger's temperament. With just a slight provocation, it would undoubtedly engage him in a fierce battle. Weighing around 20 pounds, the honey badger is quite formidable. Liu Chang approached the source of the sound at a leisurely pace. As he drew nearer, the sounds became increasingly distinct. Aside from the honey badger's clicking, he could also hear the hissing of a snake. Could it be a buy-one-get-one-free deal today? Liu Chang's spirits soared. It seemed he had stumbled upon the honey badger in the midst of a hunt for spicy strips, as he had playfully dubbed snakes in his wildlife commentary. On the grasslands, snakes, with their slender bodies, resemble moving spicy strips when compared to the larger animals around them. Taking a few more steps forward, Liu Chang spotted a bright green spicy strip coiled up, facing off against a honey badger clad in a white cloak and black suit. Its head broad and flat. Recognizing the snake as a tree snake, Liu Chang's caution heightened. Tree snakes are known for their potent venom, and a bite from one could be quite perilous. The sudden arrival of Liu Chang startled both the honey badger and the tree snake, causing them to instinctively turn their attention towards him. Oh dear, I arrived too early. You carry on, Liu Chang snorted, retreating a few steps to distance himself from their confrontation. As the saying goes, when the clam and the snipe contend, the fisherman gains. This time, he intended to play the role of the fisherman, aiming to capture both the clam and the snipe. Whether the tree snake and the honey badger would cease their skirmish was of no concern to Liu Chang. Ordinary animals do not possess such intelligence. Particularly for the honey badger, renowned for its defiance, it would not have earned that title if it were endowed with exceptional intelligence. Indeed, after Liu Chang withdrew from the fray, he could hear the continued sounds of struggle between the honey badger and the tree snake. Patiently, Liu Chang awaited the outcome of the honey badger's victory. While the tree snake's venom is undeniably fierce, it must first succeed in biting its prey to inject its toxin. The honey badger, with its thick skin and dense fur, is more than capable of withstanding the fangs of most snakes. Moreover, the honey badger's resistance to venom is top-notch. Even if it were bitten, it could feast on snake meat and take a nap, waking up refreshed and invigorated. Hearing the crunching sounds of chewing, Liu Chang understood that the honey badger had successfully dispatched the tree snake and was now relishing its feast. He strode forward confidently, boldly presenting himself before the honey badger, and let out a few haughty snorts to convey his disdain. The honey badger, adorned in its white cloak and black suit, would not tolerate such an affront, immediately abandoning its snake meal and charging towards Liu Chang. Although the honey badger may be small, its robust body and sturdy limbs lent it a certain imposing presence when it charged. Liu Chang, undeterred, continued to taunt the honey badger with derisive snorts, entering a state of heightened potential. The charging motion of the flat-headed brother appeared to slow down several beats in his eyes. When the flat-headed brother reached Liu Chang lowered his head and forcefully tossed it upward at a 45-degree angle. The hard, sharp tusks viciously jabbed into the flat-headed brother, followed by the tremendous impact force from Liu Chang's head. With a resounding thud, the flat-headed brother was violently knocked away, flying 4 to 5 meters through the air before crashing heavily to the ground. Yet, no joy of a successful strike adorned Liu Chang's face. He acutely sensed that his previous attack had failed to penetrate the flat-headed brother's thick hide. No wonder the flat-headed brother dared to ascend trees for honey and descend to catch snakes. Such a thick hide was undoubtedly the optimal defense against bee stings and snake fangs. Just as Liu Chang was about to advance and finish off the flat-headed brother, a small figure clad in a white cloak and black suit burst forth from the underbrush. It seemed to have sustained a severe injury to one leg, hobbling awkwardly as it charged. Appearing rather comical, however, its demeanor was exceedingly serious, as if determined to perish alongside its foe. Liu Chang couldn't help but chuckle. Had his earlier strike landed on any other creature, they would have fled in a panic, lamenting their lack of speed and the absence of a few extra legs from their parents. But the flat-headed brother, despite its injuries, still dared to charge at him. Truly, there are only misguided names, never misguided nicknames. Facing the flat-headed brother's onslaught, Liu Chang employed the same tactic once more. As the opponent approached, he swiftly swung his head, unleashing his sharp tusks again, delivering a powerful blow. The flat-headed brother was once more sent flying. This time, Liu Chang opted to remain stationary, awaiting the flat-headed brother's retaliation. Instead of the anticipated foe, he heard the sound of the flat-headed brother thrashing about in the grass. Liu Chang approached and beheld the pitiful sight before him. The creature had one foreleg and one hind leg broken. Unable to stand, let alone charge at Liu Chang to launch an attack. Oh dear. My heart is too kind to witness your suffering, Liu Chang remarked. You may rest in peace. With a couple of grunts, he charged forward, forcefully ramming his head into the flat-headed brother's chest. His long tusks pinned the creature down, dragging it across the ground for several meters. Blood oozed from its mouth and nose, and its internal organs were shattered beyond measure, soon rendering it breathless. Liu Chang seized the flat-headed brother and returned to the vicinity of the spicy strips, feasting heartily, by the time he was satiated. Half of the meat remained uneaten. Unlike pure carnivores such as lions or hyenas, who could consume 30 to 40 pounds of meat in one sitting, 2 flat-headed brothers were scarcely enough for a lion's meal. Gazing at the half-eaten flat-headed brother on the ground, Liu Chang contemplated burying the meat to reserve it for his next meal, while also ensuring his safety. The pungent scent of blood could carry far with the wind, potentially attracting other carnivorous creatures. Liu Chang utilized his tusks to dig directly into the ground. With a prior foundation of expanding the burrow, he dug at a commendable pace in less than 10 minutes. A cavity the size of a basin took shape in the earth. Liu Chang extended his hoof to push the half of the flat-headed brother into the hole, subsequently covering it with the excavated soil. With the meat dealt with, Liu Chang's heart settled. He then selected a tree the thickness of a vegetable platter, marking the trunk with his mud-caked nose, and commenced practicing his tusk-piercing technique. Thud, thud, thud. Liu Chang charged towards the tree trunk. Just as he neared it, he angled his head, thrusting his tusks forth like daggers. Thud. The tusks struck the marked spot on the trunk with precision. Liu Chang grinned, continuing his monotonous practice. Thud, thud. The dull sounds echoed through the woods. The tree he had selected soon bore 2 bowl-sized depressions from his diligent practice. Liu Chang then imprinted a pig's snout mark on the reverse side of the tree, exercising the other side of his tusks. After an hour of practice, Liu Chang took a brief respite and wandered about, scouting for an ideal location to dig a burrow some 10 meters away from the woods. When it comes to building a burrow, a warthog does not simply dig anywhere. There is a method to the madness. Chapter 36. The first safe haven. The first step is to select the burrow's location. It must be situated on elevated ground to prevent flooding during the rainy season. Secondly, the soil should be relatively soft, as warthog burrows occupy considerable underground space. Should he encounter a patch of rocky soil while digging, it would be quite unfortunate. Hitting rock would render the burrow useless. As the saying goes, sharpening the axe does not delay the work of cutting wood. Before commencing excavation, Liu Chang needed to choose the best site. After surveying the area, he began work in a spot elevated about 10 meters from the woods. Avoiding the forest was also a technique. If he were to dig into tree roots, a warthog could hardly gnaw through a tree trunk. Liu Chang's hard, sharp tusks acted as two shovels, tossing the earth aside with his hooves. Nearly an hour later, he had excavated a burrow spacious enough for him to enter. It was merely enough to accommodate him. Lacking any rain protection, shade, or security against carnivorous intruders, Liu Chang paused his work and returned to the spot where he had buried the half of the flat-headed brother. He unearthed it once more. As training and digging were physically demanding tasks, Liu Chang needed to replenish his energy. After consuming the remaining half of the flat-headed brother, he buried the leftover hide and bones back into the ground and returned to his excavation efforts. Liu Chang spent the entire afternoon digging diligently, the burrow gradually deepening as loose soil piled up before his hooves. Occasionally, he had to push the loose dirt aside. If only another warthog could assist me. Liu Chang sighed, lying on the ground, panting as the sun began to set. He nibbled on some grass and dashed towards the warthog burrow. One day was certainly insufficient to excavate a proper burrow. He would continue tomorrow, with no one pressing him. For several days thereafter, Liu Chang dedicated most of his time to digging. On the fourth day, as he burrowed deeper, he broke through a large mass of soil about 7 to 8 meters from the entrance. Liu Chang's head emerged from beneath the earth. Finally, I've dug out a safe haven that can shield from the wind, remain warm in winter and cool in summer, and allow for ventilation, Liu Chang exclaimed as he emerged from the second entrance of the burrow, unceremoniously collapsing onto the ground. After 4 continuous days of labor, even a bull would be exhausted. Fortunately, hard work bore fruit. He had successfully crafted his first independent burrow. This burrow was entirely constructed according to Liu Chang's design. Approximately 7 to 8 meters long, 50 centimeters deep, with a narrow entrance just wide enough for an adult warthog to pass through. Inside, the width expanded more than double. Moreover, in the center of the burrow, Liu Chang had intentionally excavated a circular space. The circular center created a boundary, with one side elevated and the other lower. The higher side served as a resting area for adult warthogs, while the lower side was intended for the playful rest area for Xiaobao. It could comfortably accommodate up to 6 adult warthogs. Liu Chang confidently proclaimed that this burrow he had dug was undoubtedly safer and more comfortable than most warthog burrows. At the very least, it was larger and safer than the initial burrow of his mother warthog. Given ample time and energy, Liu Chang could have further expanded the burrow. Ultimately, however, he opted for a simple yet practical design. Not excavating a permanent dwelling, but rather creating a safe haven. In the event he encountered an insurmountable adversary, he could retreat into the burrow to preserve his life. After resting for a while, Liu Chang resumed practicing his tusk-piercing skill. His tusks were his racial talent and primary weapon in battle. In the perilous grasslands, he must be ever prepared and vigilant. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of Liu Chang driving his tusks into the tree trunk echoed once more through the woods. On either side of the trunk, 2 bowl-sized depressions quickly formed from his recent efforts. After completing his practice, Liu Chang ambled around his territory, searching for unwary prey to supplement his meat supply. He also kept an eye out for potential digging sites. According to his plan, he intended to establish safe points in all 4 cardinal directions around the warthog burrowed. As of now, he had only created one safety point on the eastern side of the woods, which was far from sufficient. Whoosh! A swift rush of wind whistled past Liu Chang's ear. Hey, you little thief, don't run! Upon hearing the sound, Liu Chang grunted and dashed after it. Having hunted alone for over half a month, Liu Chang's experience in hunting had grown significantly. Through the sounds, he inferred that the fleeing prey was likely a wildcat or serval, a medium-sized feline. For Liu Chang, who weighed over 60 pounds, was strong and capable of commanding his tusks like arms. Neither the wildcat nor the serval stood a chance against him. Thud, thud. The heavy sounds resonated across the ground as Liu Chang quickly closed the distance to the serval. A sinister grin spread across his face. Hey, it's you, old iron. Come on, let us get together. Liu Chang joyfully grunted, calling to the serval to set aside its prejudices and engage in an honest conversation. Noticing the hefty figure closing in behind it, the serval quickened its pace, exerting all its strength. Just ahead lay a cluster of trees. The serval swiftly leaped onto a tree trunk, its sharp claws firmly gripping the bark, and it swiftly ascended the tree. Liu Chang stood below, admiring the feline's agility. Cats are truly troublesome. Unable to defeat me, they resort to climbing trees. How shameless! The serval perched on the tree, observing Liu Chang below, resting against the trunk in a posture indicative of a standoff. Liu Chang turned and walked away. He had no time to waste with the serval. After the serval had hidden in the tree for a while, and seeing Liu Chang's figure vanish, it cautiously descended that it continued to wander through the grass, searching for prey. Suddenly, thud, thud. The sound of pounding hooves striking the ground echoed once more. The serval was taken aback, contemplating a retreat up the tree. Before it could take a step, a fierce rush of wind whipped by. Panic surged within the serval as it hastily altered its escape route in an attempt to evade the impending attack. Unfortunately, the assailant reacted even more swiftly, its large head redirecting towards the serval once more. With a sickening thud, sharp fangs pierced through the serval's skin, creating a pronounced bulge on the opposite side of its body. It was a mere hair's breadth away from a fatal wound. The serval collapsed heavily onto the ground, blood spilling from its mouth and nose, a grim sign of its impending demise. Liu Chang, in high spirits, flicked his 5G antenna and approached the serval. "Did you really think I had left? Heh, too naive," he chuckled. "Did you not realize there's always a chance for a counterattack?" Liu Chang held his head high, reveling in the moment. The serval before him was of a similar size to the wild dog that had nearly brought him to his end months prior. Now, Liu Chang regarded wild dogs with indifference. Even if a pack of 10 were to approach, they would merely serve as fodder for him. Once the serval had breathed its last, Liu Chang bent down to feast. He savored a meal of serval meat, leaving behind only the inedible skin and bones. After his repast, he dug a deep pit to bury the bloodied remnants, aware that the scent of blood would attract passing carnivores. Eager to investigate, hyenas, wild dogs, jackals, and lions were particularly drawn to the prospect of easy prey, always on the lookout for a chance to scavenge. Chapter 37. The Panic of Warthog Sanla. Liu Chang held a deep disdain for these creatures, primarily because they would indeed compete with him for meat. Moreover, after consuming his scraps, they might even turn their sights on him, behaving like unwelcome guests. In contrast, he welcomed herbivores with open arms, hoping they would orderly enter the warthog territory to exchange pleasantries. After a satisfying meal, Liu Chang continued to wander through his territory. After more than an hour without further success, he arrived at the entrance of a second termite mound. Despite having reduced his intake of termites over the past 2 weeks, the second mound remained disappointingly sparse. Simply put, the reproductive rate of the termites could not keep pace with Liu Chang's voracious appetite. "If only I had 5 termite mounds to feast upon, I would be in heaven," Liu Chang mused as he nibbled on termites. Having barely filled his stomach, he circled to the west of the warthog burrow, selecting a suitable spot to dig a hole the size of a basin. Liu Chang refrained from further excavation. Digging a burrow consumed considerable energy, and with his food supply dwindling, he could not afford to expend excessive stamina. Returning to the warthog group, he joined Warthog Mama, Taidan, Chui Hua, and Warthog Sanla in munching on grass. Warthog Old Man had been absent from the group for over 20 days, and under Mama's leadership, the warthogs had retreated to their original territory, which changed little for the other warthogs. After satisfying their hunger, Warthog Sanla began to frolic and play, having developed small tusks with which they playfully jabbed one another, becoming familiar with their new appendages. Warthog Mama, having grazed one area, moved to another patch of grass, as her needs for sustenance greatly exceeded those of Warthog Sanla. Taidan and Chui Hua were in a similar situation. Once the rainy season passed, they would transition into adulthood. Chui Hua would be ready to reproduce in the next rainy season, while Taidan, once he became a wandering male warthog, would require another year to mature before seeking a mate to propagate. Liu Chang, while munching on grass, kept a keen eye out for any potential animal activity nearby. He understood that to grow swiftly, he needed to consume more meat. He noticed that his dietary habits diverged from those of the other warthogs. For them, meat was merely a condiment. If consumed excessively, they would lose their appetite. In contrast, he felt no such limitation. Of course, he could eat grass, but it would slow his growth. For his safety, Liu Chang recognized the necessity of meat to expedite his development to a point where he could protect himself. Warthog Sanla, in their playful antics, gradually strayed from the watchful gaze of Warthog Mama. Liu Chang grunted twice, signaling the trio to return to their mother, but they paid him no heed. Now over 3 months old and weighing around 30 pounds, they were quick on their feet and had gained confidence, no longer content to remain by Warthog Mama's side, but eager to explore beyond. Liu Chang did not pursue them further. It was in their nature to wander. If he forcibly herded them back to their mother, he would only stifle their growth. While Liu Chang nibbled on grass, his mind drifted to thoughts of where he might procure some meat. He acutely felt the restrictions imposed by the shrinking territory. With less space and fewer animals within it, each day spent wandering led to diminishing returns. Am I truly left with no choice but to venture beyond my territory and hunt? Liu Chang pondered, feeling a twinge of hesitation regarding this significant decision. To leave his territory meant relinquishing the protection of Warthog Mama. The presence of an adult warthog was a deterrent to most carnivores. Why would a predator risk confrontation with a fully grown warthog if easier prey was available? Venturing out would expose him to unforeseen dangers. Whether facing lions or hyenas or the like, the risks were substantial for Liu Chang. Should fortune turn against him and he encountered such beasts, he feared for his survival. Yet, the benefits of leaving were equally apparent. It was the rainy season, and the vast grasslands were teeming with life, a flourishing environment for herbivores to thrive and expand their populations. The supply of meat would be abundant, more than sufficient to meet Liu Chang's growth needs. As he contemplated these possibilities, he realized he had nibbled his way to an empty patch of grass. Rising, he moved to another spot and resumed his grazing. If he decided to leave the warthog territory, his prior plans would require adjustment. Continuing to dig burrows within the territory would become an exercise in futility. After all, if he was to leave, what purpose would the burrows serve? Soon, Liu Chang dismissed this notion. If he encountered a cheetah or a lion, he could take refuge in one of the burrows he had excavated, sparing his group from disaster. Thus, he would continue to dig, but with the intent of keeping his burrows at a distance from the group's den. Additionally, Liu Chang thought of the aardvark. Aardvarks were adept diggers, often leaving behind numerous abandoned burrows as they wandered about. Should he venture beyond his territory to expand, he could easily utilize these aardvark burrows. Modifying an existing burrow would be significantly less challenging than digging one from scratch. In his mind, Liu Chang formulated a rough plan. He would continue to excavate burrows, enduring the fatigue, knowing that when the time came, his efforts would be well rewarded. Leaving the territory was a necessary step he must take. The timing would depend on the circumstances. Suddenly, Liu Chang heard urgent grunting and the rhythmic thud of warthog hooves striking the ground. He stood up and turned towards the source of the commotion. Thud, thud. Hyena and Wanting rushed towards him, their faces etched with fear. Liu Chang frowned, noticing the absence of Zixian. Surely, warthog Senla should not have been separated from him. He hurried forward to intercept Hyena, grunting inquisitively about what had transpired. Hyena, however, darted past him towards the burrow, clearly terrified. Wanting paused, grunting in alarm toward the direction from which they had come. As if to warn of impending danger, anxiety gripped Liu Chang. Danger loomed, and with Zixian missing, it was likely he had fallen prey to a carnivore. Yet, with no means of communication, Liu Chang could not ascertain the nature of the predator that had pursued Zixian. If it were a cheetah or leopard, rushing in alone would spell disaster. That area remained unexcavated. Facing such a predator, Liu Chang's only recourse would be to fight to the death. Just as he prepared to run towards Warthog Mama to gather support for a rescue, he heard Zixian's cries of distress. He halted, entering a state of heightened alertness, and charged towards Zixian's location. The fact that Zixian had made it this far indicated that whatever was hunting him was not a large carnivore. Were it so, a swift strike or frenzied attack would have easily dispatched Zixian, leaving him no opportunity to escape. As long as he did not encounter a large predator, Liu Chang felt confident he could hold his own. Ensuring his own safety, he was willing to rescue Zixian, seizing the opportunity to engage a carnivore in battle and gain valuable combat experience. Chapter 38. Confrontation with the jackal couple. Liu Chang had only engaged in combat with smaller creatures such as servals, wildcats, and flat-headed mongooses. Once he stepped beyond his territory, he would face unpredictable perils. Accumulating experience in battles against medium to large animals was essential for Liu Chang. With his heightened senses, he began to pick up on more sounds. Aside from Zixian's cries, there were hurried footsteps and intermittent sounds of tearing flesh. Thud, thud. Liu Chang's hoofs created a rhythmic thumping on the ground. Swish, swish. The two carnivores hunting Zixian swiftly retreated, preparing themselves for the approaching warthog. Liu Chang pushed through the grass and arrived before Zixian, his gaze immediately locking onto the hunters. Before me lay a pair of remarkably similar creatures, their elongated and narrow muzzles reminiscent of a fox's visage. Atop their heads perched a pair of ears akin to those of a Chinese rural dog, while their short, tawny fur gleamed in the sunlight. They bore an uncanny resemblance to diminutive wolves. Liu Chang instantly recognized the essence of the two animals before him. They were the hyenas of the vast grasslands, and notably, a mated pair, aligning perfectly with the social habits of their kind. The larger hyena was undoubtedly the male, while the smaller one was the female. Liu Chang felt a weight lift from his heart. Hyenas were relatively small, weighing no more than 30 pounds at most. Had it been a month prior, Liu Chang would have deemed the best course of action to flee from the two hyenas, relying on his speed and endurance to evade them. Yet now, Liu Chang's weight had surpassed 60 pounds, complemented by his formidable tusks and the potential for explosive power at his disposal. He was confident in his ability to take down a hyena single-handedly. Two hyenas? That simply meant he would vanquish them twice. Liu Chang's gaze shifted to Zixian, who lay on the ground. Zixian's injuries were more severe than those that Sini had suffered previously. Both of his hooves were savaged at the joints, blood seeping profusely, and a significant chunk of flesh was missing from his rear. No other wounds marred his body. Without assistance, Zixian's hurt hooves would prevent him from escaping, and it was highly probable that the hyenas would continue to tear at him until death claimed him. The hyena's method of hunting involved first attacking the joints of their prey's limbs, followed by rear assaults, consuming them alive. Felines prefer to strangle, while canines initiate their attacks from behind. This is the primal instinct of hunters. As Liu Chang surveyed the scene, the hyena couple scrutinized him in turn. Initially, they had anticipated that a full-grown warthog would arrive to rescue Zixian, but to their surprise, it was merely a young warthog. Still between juvenile and subadult stages, had an adult warthog approached, the hyenas would have fled without hesitation. However, this juvenile warthog was insufficient to deter them from the delectable meal at hand. Even though this young warthog bore long tusks and was robust, food was of paramount importance. The hyena pair exchanged glances before splitting in two directions, advancing toward Liu Chang. If they could force him to retreat, that would be ideal. If not, a confrontation was inevitable. Zixian struggled to rise, enduring excruciating pain as he took a few tentative steps towards Liu Chang, driven by the instinct to survive, hoping that Liu Chang would save him rather than abandon him to flee. Liu Chang, however, did not spare a glance at Zixian and instead shifted his focus to the female hyena, trotting towards the left. He believed he could topple both hyenas, yet he understood that he must not underestimate his adversaries. In his previous life, while narrating videos, he had witnessed a hyena hunting a gazelle, which, despite weighing around 30 pounds, could take down a prey weighing over 60 pounds, relying on its ferocious attack capabilities and rapid agility. When these two factors combined, once ensnared, herbivores faced inevitable doom. Liu Chang resolved to eliminate the smaller female hyena first. Her diminutive size suggested lesser speed and endurance, making her a more accessible target. As Liu Chang closed the distance between himself and the female hyena, he surged forward. The warthog's combat skills manifested in a powerful charge. The female hyena had anticipated this, propelling herself swiftly to the side, nearly leaving a blur in her wake. This was a unique trait of hyenas, enabling them to execute short bursts of high-speed movement. With this maneuver, they could grasp a lion's tail and swiftly dart away several meters. Leaving the lion baffled, as the hyena changed direction, Liu Chang also veered sharply, maintaining a direct line towards her. In a state of potential unleashed, he was keenly aware of the hyena's every move. She attempted to escape once more, her short legs propelling her forward like an arrow. Liu Chang adjusted his course accordingly, unwavering in his pursuit. Suddenly, the male hyena charged in from the side, jaws agape. Aiming for Liu Chang's hind leg joint, a single bite could compromise that fragile joint, severely impairing Liu Chang's mobility. He found himself in a predicament. The female hyena was out of reach, while the male was closing in rapidly. Fortunately, in his state of potential unleashed, his mind raced with clarity. In an instant, Liu Chang pivoted 180 degrees, his broad face colliding with the male hyena. The female hyena recoiled, creating distance for safety. The male hyena, startled, leapt aside, narrowly avoiding Liu Chang's charge. Liu Chang redirected his attack towards the male hyena, who, after two swift evasive maneuvers, managed to avoid Liu Chang's onslaught. Before Liu Chang could corner the male hyena, the female darted in, aiming for Liu Chang's hooves. Liu Chang swiftly turned to confront her, forcing her to retreat for survival. In that moment, he also withdrew from his state of potential unleashed. He realized that in a one-on-one scenario, he could unleash a short burst of power and, regardless of the hyena's speed, he could pursue and eliminate one. However, facing two hyenas, especially a mated pair exhibiting remarkable hunting synergy, presented a formidable challenge. If he cornered one, the other would inevitably attack. Thus, this battle would not conclude swiftly, and sustaining the state of potential unleashed was not feasible for long. Recognizing this, Liu Chang resolved to adopt the most straightforward strategy, a war of attrition. Though hyenas possessed remarkable short-distance speed, they were difficult to capture, especially as a pair who supported one another. Liu Chang was confident in his stamina. Even in a prolonged battle, he believed he could exhaust the two hyenas before seizing the opportunity to counterattack once their agility diminished. Henceforth, Liu Chang relinquished his offensive stance, almost remaining stationary, allowing the two hyenas to assail him. He merely needed to turn his head, brandishing his tusks to thwart their advances and compel them to retreat. Liu Chang even took the liberty of munching on the grass around him as he defended himself. After finishing the grass in his vicinity, he leisurely moved to another patch to continue his grazing. After a span of over 10 minutes, the two hyenas exhibited clear signs of fatigue. Anyone witnessing their futile attacks, only to see their opponent leisurely replenish their strength, would inevitably feel disheartened and demoralized. The female hyena, incensed, took advantage of Liu Chang's focus on the male hyena to launch a surprise attack. Hearing the commotion behind him, Liu Chang calmly adjusted his direction. The female hyena propelled herself backward with great force. Suddenly, Zixuan let out a pained groan from the ground. Liu Chang turned to see that the male hyena, finding no success against Liu Chang, had opted to attack the incapacitated Zixuan. Liu Chang advanced towards Zixuan, prompting the male hyena to retreat rapidly. Standing beside Zixuan, Liu Chang resumed his grazing. The two hyenas seethed with frustration. After all their efforts to secure a substantial meal, they were thwarted by an unexpected interloper. Yet they remained unwilling to concede defeat. In the vast grasslands, food and water were the most precious resources, the very foundation of life. The hyenas lunged once more at Liu Chang. Observing their diminished speed, a cold smile flickered across Liu Chang's face. No longer content with a defensive posture against their circling attacks, he chose to strike first. He re-entered his state of potential unleashed, pursuing the male hyena. Its speed had noticeably decreased, and Liu Chang, relying on his acute instincts, anticipated the hyena's evasive maneuvers. As the male hyena leaped and shifted direction twice, Liu Chang remained steadfastly on its tail, narrowing the distance and forcing the male into a precarious position. At that moment, the female hyena lunged from behind to bite him. "I've been waiting for you," Liu Chang exclaimed as he abruptly turned, unleashing his full force upon the female hyena. His intent was to eliminate her. Creating a one-on-one scenario for himself, compared to the male, the female was smaller and thus a more manageable target. As Liu Chang barreled toward her, she retreated in haste. Liu Chang's speed was formidable, akin to a moving land tank as he bore down on the female hyena. Despite her attempts to evade him, Liu Chang relentlessly pursued, closing the gap rapidly. The thudding of his footsteps grew ever closer, and despair flickered in the female hyena's eyes. Exhausted from the battle, she could not muster the strength for a third leap. The male hyena, desperate to aid his mate, watched in horror as Liu Chang's movements quickened. In less than 2 seconds, he cornered the female hyena. With a fierce twist of his head, his razor-sharp tusks plunged deep into her flesh, almost to the root. Liu Chang's broad face, imbued with ferocity, crashed into the female hyena, sending her skidding several meters away, incapacitated. After claiming victory, Liu Chang swiftly turned, his gray-black visage radiating a ruthless intent as he prepared to confront the male hyena. He intended to eliminate both. Witnessing his mate grievously injured, the male hyena was engulfed by fear and rage. Ultimately, however, the instinct for survival prevailed, compelling the male hyena to flee. "Though you think you can escape," Liu Chang cackled menacingly. Pursuing the male hyena with determination, exiting his state of potential unleashed, Liu Chang was confident that, given his current size and combat experience, he could easily dispatch a hyena that had already expended most of its energy without the need for explosive power. Sensing the relentless pursuit drawing nearer, the male hyena executed a rapid leap and shift, only to find Liu Chang hot on its heels. As the two raced over 300 meters, the male hyena experienced severe exhaustion. Helplessly, it watched as Liu Chang drew nearer once more. Whoosh! The male hyena suddenly felt a fierce wind whistling by its ears. Thud! A sharp fang pierced its body, and the excruciating pain caused its body to convulse violently. After a resounding crash, the male hyena's body slid over 3 meters along the ground, lying there with blood oozing from its mouth and nose. Liu Chang held his head high and approached the male hyena. With one final brutal charge, he pushed the hyena's body across the ground for over 5 meters. The male hyena was beyond saving. Only then did Liu Chang seize the male hyena's body and return to his companion. Zixin. Releasing his grip, the male hyena's body thudded to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Zixin, terrified, trembled as he instinctively recoiled. His gaze towards Liu Chang filled with fear. He could hardly fathom that Liu Chang had managed to slay 2 hyenas, especially since those very creatures had nearly killed him. In that moment, Liu Chang appeared as a divine being in Zixin's eyes. Humph! Liu Chang, uninterested in Zixin's thoughts, grunted twice. Seeing Zixin's confusion, he stood upright and gestured with his hoof towards the direction of the cave, indicating for him to return on his own. He was not Zixin's personal caretaker. Having ventured out of the territory and encountered hyenas, it was only right that he bore the consequences himself. Understanding the message, Zixin suppressed the intense pain in his joints and struggled to rise. Liu Chang lowered his head and licked the injured joints of Zixin a few times before disregarding him. He approached the lifeless female hyena and picked her up, placing her beside the male hyena. The combined weight of the 2 hyenas was around 50 pounds, and even if the yield was only half, that would still amount to 25 pounds of meat, enough for Liu Chang to feast for 2 days. Liu Chang stepped on the female hyena's body and opened his mouth to tear into it. Zixin glanced back at Liu Chang, and upon witnessing the scene, he trembled in fear. Nearly collapsing to the ground, he fought to suppress his panic and staggered towards the cave. Rip! The skin of the hyena was torn open by Liu Chang, making a sound akin to silk ripping. Immediately, Liu Chang began to feast. While consuming the meat, he reflected on the gains and losses of this battle. Previously, when he had faced the smaller creatures within his territory, it had been akin to an adult beating a kindergarten child, effortless and pleasant. Essentially, as long as he charged in, whether through a collision or a bite, he could easily dispatch his opponent. However, upon encountering the hyena couple, his offensive tactics had momentarily faltered. While the couple's seamless cooperation played a role, the primary reason was that his speed was insufficient. Entering a state of potential eruption significantly enhanced his senses and reaction times. Yet his physical prowess remained unchanged. Even if he could perceive the hyena's swift turns and charges, his speed could not keep up. He would soon be distracted by the other hyena, forcing him to alter his target. Their alternating attacks prevented him from swiftly dispatching either one, and had he not adapted his strategy in time, from offense to defense, he would have been overwhelmed. My speed is inadequate, and my defensive capabilities are lacking, Liu Chang mused inwardly. The hyena's frontal assault capabilities were not particularly strong, relying instead on their biting. When faced with larger carnivores like lions or cheetahs, hyenas could not even tear through their hides, let alone mount a defense. Liu Chang, however, dared not allow the hyenas to bite his joints. He couldn't take that risk. Should his limbs be injured, he would find himself in a perilously passive state. Without the confrontation with the hyenas, Liu Chang would have struggled to recognize his 2 shortcomings. When faced with true medium to large carnivores, these deficiencies could very well prove fatal. As for how to address these shortcomings, Liu Chang had considered it. If he could swiftly grow to the size of an adult warthog, both his speed and hide's defensive capabilities would greatly improve. With the prowess of a V8 engine, no matter how the hyenas leaped and darted, he could simply charge in and stab them dead. Moreover, the hyena's bites would fail to penetrate the hide of an adult warthog, rendering them inconsequential. Chapter 40. The burrow of the old badger has been occupied to reach adulthood swiftly. I must venture beyond the territory to hunt. Hunting outside the territory is perilous. To ensure my safety, I require the physique of an adult warthog. Isn't this a vicious cycle? If I had the physique of an adult warthog, I'd be fine anywhere without worry, Liu Chang grumbled to himself. After a hearty meal, half of the female hyena remained. The male hyena's body had not budged an inch. Liu Chang decided to carry both hyenas in his mouth, and after walking several dozen meters, he quickly excavated a pit the size of a basin, placing his reserve food within. He then covered the reserve food with dirt and trod upon it a few times. Before long, a small mound took shape. Liu Chang nibbled on some grass and sprinted towards the cave. He needed to check on Zixian. The unfortunate lad should not encounter a serval or a caracal on the way. After running for a while, he spotted Zixian limping along. The warthog's large face was grayish-black, yet Liu Chang could discern a hint of pallor on Zixian's visage. Humph! Upon seeing Liu Chang, Zixian weakly grunted a couple of times. Liu Chang responded with a grunt and then dashed towards the warthog clan's direction. It was not in his nature to perform good deeds anonymously. He had to inform the warthog matriarch that he had saved Zixian. Otherwise, his efforts would have been in vain. Soon, Liu Chang arrived beside the warthog matriarch, who was also searching for the 3 young warthogs. The trio had run off to play and had yet to return, leaving her unaware of their whereabouts. Unlike the subadult warthogs Tai Dan and Cui Hua, who possessed relatively strong self-defense capabilities, the 3 young warthogs were merely 3 months old and easily susceptible to danger. Liu Chang stood before the warthog matriarch, rising on his hind legs to grunt and pointing his hoof in the direction of Zixian. The warthog matriarch understood part of the message but not entirely. She dashed toward the direction Liu Chang indicated. Liu Chang led her to Zixian. Upon seeing Zixian grievously injured, the warthog matriarch felt immense sorrow and tenderly licked his wounds with her tongue. Zixian, teary-eyed, finally found solace at the sight of the warthog matriarch. She accompanied him back to the cave. Inside, Xian and Wan Ting greeted the warthog matriarch's return with joy, nuzzling against her. The matriarch felt a wave of relief at the sight of her offspring all alive. Xian and Wan Ting were puzzled by Zixian's survival. Liu Chang struck a few poses of attack to convey that he was the one who saved Zixian. However, he could not express the details further, as the other warthogs would not comprehend. The warthog matriarch joyfully licked Liu Chang's large face. Liu Chang wiped it with his hoof and exited the cave. He needed to continue seeking a suitable safe spot for himself. Approximately a kilometer to the south of the warthog clan, Liu Chang stood on elevated ground, surveying the area. The cave in the south must be around here. Before deciding on this location, Liu Chang had made a point to circle around. Finding no signs of other animals' burrows, if there had been an old burrow, he could have repurposed it as his own safe haven. Unfortunately, Liu Chang found nothing. With no old burrow available, he would have to dig one himself. Lowering his head, he began his work. Large clumps of soil were flung aside. Having gained experience in excavating his own burrow, Liu Chang worked with greater efficiency this time. In less than an hour, he had dug a small burrow extending 50 centimeters downward at an angle. To expedite the process, Liu Chang designated this burrow to be 3 meters long. It still featured 2 entrances, with the entryway designed to be very narrow, leading into a circular chamber approximately 1 meter in diameter. After all, this burrow was merely intended as a temporary refuge, quick and simple. Over the next 2 days, Liu Chang devoted most of his time to excavating this burrow. Whenever hunger struck, he would return to the small mound where he had buried the hyenas, dig up some dirt, and enjoy a meal. After satisfying his hunger, he practiced his piercing technique with his fangs before returning to his excavation. This burrow measured only 3 meters in length, making the workload half that of the previous one. By the 3rd day, Liu Chang had completed the 2nd entrance of the burrow, finalizing the excavation work just as the hyena meat ran out. Liu Chang had long since formulated a plan for the safe haven in the west. He wouldn't need to dig it himself. He could directly use the burrow left by the old badger. That burrow was expansive, with the only drawback being a single entrance. Liu Chang only needed to add another entrance to it. Having secured the burrow in the south, Liu Chang followed the path etched in his memory to the burrow previously left by the old badger. Upon reaching the entrance, Liu Chang detected a pungent odor, prompting him to halt. This scent was not the earthy smell of the soil, but rather the unmistakable stench of carnivores. He understood that many animals would choose to temporarily inhabit or give birth in the burrows left by badgers. Most of those seeking temporary shelter were small creatures, such as lizards, hares, and field mice. The few larger animals residing in the badger's burrow would undoubtedly be there to bear young. A twinge of apprehension coursed through Liu Chang. If a lioness were to dwell within, accompanied by a litter of cubs, it would spell trouble. As a mother, the lioness's combat prowess would surge by at least 50%. Typically, lionesses would avoid engaging hyenas due to the risk of injury. However, during the nursing period, they would fiercely defend their young and engage in brutal confrontations. Liu Chang slowly backed away, maintaining a distance from the burrow as he stood still. Despite his retreat, he felt a sense of frustration and unease. Digging a burrow was not particularly challenging for him, but he was genuinely concerned that the burrow left by the old badger might harbor a lioness. To ensure the safety of her cubs. A lioness would hunt vigorously, consuming vast amounts of meat to nourish them. The warthog clan within the vicinity of this burrow would undoubtedly become her prey. Without clarifying which animals resided within the burrow, Liu Chang could not bring himself to leave. He lay prone on the ground, concealing his body with the lush grass, his gaze fixated on the direction of the cave. An hour passed, then 2. And finally 3 sounds emanated from within the cave. Occasionally, small lizards or field mice would venture inside, yet Liu Chang did not witness their emergence. The cave seemed to function as a black hole, thoroughly devouring any unwary creatures that dared to enter. Time flowed slowly as the sun hung low in the west. Could it be that a lion resides within? He pondered. No, even if it isn't a lion. The animals inside should emerge to forage. Liu Chang gnawed on the grass by his mouth, perplexed. As the sun began to set, he dared not linger in the wilderness and turned back towards the clan's cave. That night, as he lay down to sleep, thoughts of the aardvark's cave occupied his mind. Unable to ascertain what creature lurked within, he found no peace. Liu Chang finally understood the meaning behind the old adage. By the side of the bed, how can one allow another to snore? With an unpredictable danger so close to his dwelling, sleep eluded him. The following morning, Liu Chang returned to the cave left by the aardvark. Resuming his vigil, an hour passed, then 2, and yet again 3, the cave remained silent. During this time, a few insects or small reptiles would inadvertently enter the cave, only to fall silent shortly thereafter. Liu Chang furrowed his brow. It was indeed too strange. Did the creature within possess divine powers, rendering it immune to hunger? Suddenly, an idea illuminated his mind, his eyes sparkling with realization. Perhaps the creature inside truly did not require sustenance. Chapter 41. The Great Battle with the Rock Python. Liu Chang was aware that several species on the grassland could survive for extended periods without food. The Nile crocodile was one such example, capable of enduring an entire season without nourishment by hiding in its moist burrows throughout the prolonged dry spells. Many snake species also shared this ability. During the incubation of their young, they could go without eating for 2 months or even longer. Furthermore, while incubating their offspring in caves, snakes occasionally preyed upon small animals that entered for various reasons, replenishing their energy reserves. Following this line of thought, Liu Chang deduced that the creature occupying the aardvark's cave was most likely a large snake incubating its eggs. Could it be a rock python? He mused, arriving at a preliminary conclusion. He stepped towards the cave. The creature inside could not be a Nile crocodile, as they laid their eggs near moist riverbanks and would not venture onto land. Thus, it had to be a snake. Liu Chang felt confident in dealing with snakes. In his potential unleashed state, he was practically the nemesis of serpents. The cave left by the aardvark was crucial to Liu Chang's plans. Not to mention, for him, snakes constituted a significant source of nourishment. Additionally, given that this was the territory of the warthog clan, allowing a highly predatory snake to incubate its eggs posed a substantial threat to the warthogs. For whatever reason, Liu Chang was determined to attempt to drive away or eliminate this snake. Activating his potential unleashed state, Liu Chang inhaled deeply and resolutely stepped into the cave. His senses heightened to their peak. He could only hear the faint sound of wind and the patter of his hooves against the ground. The cave was eerily silent. Were it not for the increasingly pungent scent in the air, Liu Chang might have doubted the presence of any creature within. The aardvark's cave was not deep. Even moving slowly, Liu Chang reached its interior in just a few steps. As he entered, the quiet cave stirred to life. A large snake, as thick as an adult's forearm, roused from its slumber, raising itself up with a chilling gaze fixated on Liu Chang. Liu Chang beheld the great serpent, its body coiled upon the ground, adorned with patches of brown, yellow, and olive green. while its triangular head displayed hues of yellow and brown. "Holy cow, it really is a rock python," Liu Chang silently exclaimed, "so massive. If he could slay this creature, the meat alone would sustain him for 2 days." No, it was not merely a snake. It was a python. Liu Chang also noticed a cluster of white snake eggs nestled in the center of the python's coils. Just as he suspected, the cave housed a highly predatory rock python, incubating its eggs. The rock python seemed taken aback by Liu Chang's presence. In the next moment, it unfurled its body and glided towards him. Its pace leisurely, as if extending a polite greeting. Liu Chang bolted. The python's primary method of attack involved coiling around its prey, constricting tightly until the victim could no longer breathe. Engaging the python inside the cave would be a foolish endeavor. The optimal strategy was to confront the creature in the open grasslands, where ample space allowed for both offensive and defensive maneuvers. The python quickened its pace in pursuit of Liu Chang. Driven by instinct to protect its offspring, it was determined to eliminate this unwelcome intruder, lest Liu Chang return to harass it again. Thud, thud, thud. Liu Chang burst forth from the cave, sprinting an additional 50 meters. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The rock python swiftly followed him out. Upon realizing that Liu Chang was not fleeing but rather waiting for it, it hesitated before launching an immediate attack. Swish! The python coiled its lower body around a nearby rock. Raising its upper body in a menacing stance, its cold, serpent-like gaze locked onto Liu Chang, seemingly contemplating how to ensnare this formidable foe. The rock python was highly skilled in ambush tactics and rarely engaged in direct confrontations. Thus it refrained from attacking immediately. However, Liu Chang could not afford to wait any longer. Having spent 2 days outside the cave trying to uncover its secrets without hunting, he was in dire need of meat. Despite its imposing size, the python posed a lesser threat than a jackal in Liu Chang's eyes, especially in his unleashed state. Thud, thud, thud. Liu Chang took the initiative, charging at the python. The rock python retracted its triangular head slightly and lunged forward. Its jaws gaping wide at an angle exceeding 130 degrees in response to the python's fierce assault. Liu Chang merely sidestepped, evading the attack. He then swung his head forcefully, his fangs striking the python's body. But they merely slid off the python's scaly exterior. However, the sheer force of Liu Chang's impact sent the python crashing to the ground, nearly stunning it. Liu Chang felt a surge of frustration. After painstakingly honing his fangs to the point of precision, he encountered an adversary like the rock python, with its slippery scales making it nearly impossible to strike effectively. The python quickly regained its footing, its head poised to attack Liu Chang once more. Yet, to Liu Chang, the python's assault appeared to unfold in slow motion. Though visually intimidating, it posed no real threat. Liu Chang shifted his body slightly, dodging the python's gaping maw, and struck back with a powerful headbutt. The impact sent the python crashing to the ground once again. After 2 failed attempts, the python grew anxious, turning to retreat to the cave for safety. Liu Chang would not allow it to escape. He charged at the python, his jaws wide open, clamping down on its head and violently rubbing it against the ground. The python writhed in pain, its lower body coiling around Liu Chang. Although it only wrapped around him once, it still posed a distraction. Liu Chang clamped down fiercely on the python's head, pinning it to the ground. His jaws formed a stable triangular structure against the earth, effectively trapping the python's head. The rock python could only exert force with its lower body, wrapping around Liu Chang in a futile attempt to constrict him. Holding his breath, Liu Chang pressed forward like a bulldozer. Grinding the python into the ground, he pushed back and forth in front of the cave 3 times, until the python's head was nearly ground away, its body hanging limply, dragging on the ground. The earth was marked with neat streaks of blood. Liu Chang finally released his grip, exhaling with relief. The ordeal was over. After a moment of recovery, a smile spread across Liu Chang's face. The battle had concluded, and it was time to reap the rewards. He picked up the python's body with his mouth and entered the cave. The rock python measured over 5 meters in length, roughly the thickness of a 500 milliliters bottle of Coca-Cola. Liu Chang estimated it weighed at least 30 pounds. The meat yield of snakes could reach up to 80%, meaning this rock python could provide Liu Chang with at least 20 pounds of meat, adequate to satisfy his needs for 2 days. Furthermore, there was a batch of snake eggs inside the cave. Liu Chang. They were no different from chicken eggs. Chapter 42. Zishuan's grueling recovery process with a thud, Liu Chang released the python's body onto the ground. He approached the snake eggs, devouring them one by one. Soon, over 20 snake eggs were consumed, filling Liu Chang's belly. After satisfying his hunger, he turned to the python, using his teeth to skin it and then eagerly chewing on the fresh snake meat. As he relished his feast, Liu Chang reflected on the recent battle with the python. His extensive knowledge of animals from his previous life had proven invaluable, allowing him to correctly identify the creature in the cave as a snake, which was fortuitously susceptible to his unleashed state. Thus, he had boldly entered the cave. Moreover, his wealth of combat experience had also played a crucial role. When engaging the rock python, he had wisely chosen a sufficiently spacious area, as the confines of the cave would have easily allowed the python to ensnare him. Throughout the fight, Liu Chang also recognized his shortcomings. His fangs were not sharp enough. When facing a slippery opponent, they tended to slide off, rendering them less effective than a straightforward, forceful charge. Consequently, during his second offensive, Liu Chang had opted not to aim with his fangs, but instead to strike with sheer force. My fangs require sharpening, akin to the precision of a dagger. Liu Chang pondered silently. Should I encounter armored foes or slippery adversaries in the future, lacking sharp fangs would render it exceedingly difficult to penetrate their defenses. If he were to engage in combat with rhinoceroses or Nile crocodiles, without extraordinarily sharp fangs, he might struggle to pierce even the tough armor of their bodies. As for how to enhance the sharpness of his fangs, Liu Chang already had a method in mind. It was quite simple, akin to honing a blade. He would find a sturdy rock and use his fangs to grind against it, tapering the tips of his fangs to a fine point. He mentally noted the task of sharpening his fangs. After a satisfying meal of snake meat, he comfortably reclined to rest. Having secured the burrow of the aardvark, coupled with the assurance of food for the next 2 days, Liu Chang felt an immense sense of relief. Just as he began to drift into slumber, vague rustling sounds from outside the cave stirred him awake. He opened his eyes, swiftly rose, and listened intently to the commotion beyond the cave entrance. Rustle, rustle. The sounds gradually approached the cave. Standing within, Liu Chang's lips curled into a sinister grin. From the sounds, he had already deduced the identity of the creature outside. It was the hoofed rabbit he had longed for. Fortune truly favored him today. Liu Chang realized that the vacant burrow was a natural hunting ground. The animals darting about the grasslands occasionally stumbled into the cave. No wonder the rock python chose this location to incubate its eggs. Besides the cave's tranquility, warmth, and light-blocking characteristics, it also provided an opportunity to ambush prey. Liu Chang awaited the hoofed rabbit's entrance with patience. The cave's entrance. A curious hoofed rabbit approached, seeking refuge from the midday sun. As it entered the cave and turned a corner, it caught sight of a pair of robust, gray-black forelimbs. Its body trembled slightly as it raised its gaze at a broad, flat face materialized within the rabbit's view, adorned with mismatched pairs of long and short fangs on either side, and 2 protruding warts on its visage. A pair of dark, beady eyes scrutinized the rabbit in return. Above, a tuft of gray-brown mane appeared, disheveled like wild grass. The last sound the hoofed rabbit heard in its life was the cackling laughter of Liu Chang. With a dull thud, the rabbit's body was violently propelled against the cave wall. Crashing to the ground, lifeless, Liu Chang skillfully skinned the hoofed rabbit and devoured it ravenously. After a hearty meal, he deliberately carried the rabbit's hide 100 meters away before discarding it, to prevent the remnants from stinking and deterring future visitors to the cave. Upon returning, Liu Chang set about expanding the burrow. The aardvark's lair had only one entrance, and should a lion or leopard intrude, he would find himself trapped like a turtle in a jar. With swift strokes, Liu Chang's hard, sharp fangs effortlessly sliced through the soft earth, clumps of soil tumbling beneath him. In a single breath, he excavated over 1 meter of length, kneeling to push the earth away. He then returned to continue digging. Throughout the afternoon, Liu Chang consumed 2 more servings of snake meat and excavated an entrance approximately 2 meters long. After establishing a new exit, a gentle breeze flowed into the cave, dissipating the unpleasant odors within. The cave became brighter and the temperature more comfortable. Lying on the ground, Liu Chang sighed with contentment. As the sun began its descent in the west, he securely stored the snake meat and sprinted towards the warthog clan. The warthog territory was the heart of their domain, and with the adult matriarch guarding it, safety was further assured. Upon returning to the clan's burrow, Liu Chang found Zixuan still lying on the ground, groaning in pain. The wounds inflicted on its joints made every attempt to stand or crouch excruciating, compounded by the large gaping injury inflicted by a jackal on its hindquarters. Having lost nearly a palm-sized chunk of flesh, even the saliva Liu Chang had applied earlier would not suffice for a swift recovery. Liu Chang could only mourn silently for Zixuan. He approached and spat a few more drops of saliva onto Zixuan's wound, then used his hoof to spread it gently. Zixuan whimpered, struggling to shift position. Liu Chang halted his actions, having done what he could. Whether Zixuan would survive now depended solely on its fortune. The warthog matriarch grunted a few encouraging sounds, urging Zixuan to persevere. Beyond that, no one could offer further assistance. The following day, as usual, the warthog matriarch led her offspring out in search of food. Liu Chang spat a few more drops of saliva on Zixuan before joining the main group. Zixuan, enduring the pain, managed to rise, limping out of the burrow to forage. Liu Chang followed the clan, feasting on some grass before racing towards the aardvark's burrow, towards his own cave in the west. Upon reaching the cave, Liu Chang unearthed the buried snake meat and indulged in a hearty feast. After reburying the remaining meat, he chose a large tree to practice his fang-piercing skills. About an hour later, Liu Chang strolled across the grassy terrain. His aim was the northern side of the warthog clan's burrow. Having now established caves in the southeast and west directions, only the final northern cave remained to fulfill his plan for secure strongholds. With caves scattered throughout, he could roam freely within his territory. Even if he encountered large carnivorous predators, he could retreat into the caves for refuge. While meandering, Liu Chang kept an eye out for movements in the nearby grass. Should he encounter the hoofed rabbit or another charming creature, he would not hesitate to seize the opportunity. Unfortunately, Liu Chang's luck was not particularly favorable today. He did not encounter any oblivious small animals along the way. The territory is too small. Even the animals are scarce, Liu Chang lamented, reminiscing about the days when the warthog elder reigned, and their expansive territory flourished. Upon reaching the northern edge of the warthog clan's domain, Liu Chang selected a relatively elevated patch of land and stood there, surveying his surroundings. This area was devoid of trees, adorned only with lush grass, and the earth beneath his hooves was soft, ideal for a warthog burrow. The only drawback was a stone protruding about 30 centimeters high beside him. Attempting to dislodge the stone, Liu Chang found it immovable. It was evident that the stone extended deep below the surface, forming a solid mass with the visible part. It was akin to an iceberg, where only a fraction was visible above water, while a much larger mass remained submerged. Contemplating relocating to avoid the stone, Liu Chang suddenly had an epiphany. His gaze fell upon the protruding stone, and a smile spread across his face. The small stone on the ground was of little use. Liu Chang found it too low even for sharpening his fangs. However, if there were a substantial stone underground to serve as a wall for his cave, it would be perfect for honing his fangs. He envisioned the cave's passage, allowing it to circumvent the stone while using one side as a wall. This way, he could sharpen his fangs and rest without compromise. The only challenge lay in selecting the right location. Liu Chang stepped back a few paces, meticulously observing the stone's shape, simulating in his mind what the underground portion might resemble. After determining the direction, he took a few more steps back and began digging. Liu Chang had become quite the burrowing master, his fangs functioning like shovels, effortlessly displacing the earth. Soon enough, an entrance to the cave began to take shape. Liu Chang glanced up towards the stone, mentally visualizing the trajectory of his cave to ensure everything aligned correctly before diving back into his work. Every 20 minutes or so, he would push aside a mound of earth. His efficiency was commendable. After excavating a tunnel over a meter long, Liu Chang emerged from the partially formed cave and dashed towards the western burrow. Having labored for an extended period, hunger gnawed at him, necessitating sustenance to replenish his energy. With the sun overhead, the heat blazed against Liu Chang's back. I haven't visited the Red Romance bathhouse in ages, Liu Chang mused nostalgically, soaking in the mildly cool muddy waters. The coarse sediment brushing against him was utterly refreshing. After bathing, he would emerge coated in a layer of red mud, effectively shielding him from the sun's relentless rays. Alas, now within the warthog clan, only the matriarch remained, and the risks of venturing alone with her offspring to the bathhouse were considerable. As he traveled, Liu Chang did not spot even a single lizard. The scorching weather forced small creatures like hoofed rabbits, field mice, and lizards to seek refuge in the grass or underground. Upon returning to the cave, Liu Chang did not immediately indulge in food. Instead, he lay on the ground. The heat outside made the labor of digging less pressing. There was no need to overexert himself as Liu Chang succumbed to slumber. He was roused by the faint sound of footsteps echoing from outside the cave, akin to some creature prowling in the shadows. Opening his eyes, he rose to his feet, inhaling softly to discern the scents wafting in from the outside. Upon detecting a familiar, metallic odor, a smile crept upon Liu Chang's lips. It was none other than the battlefield journalist. Hu Lang, the jackal. Liu Chang found himself intrigued. Why was the battlefield journalist not probing the lion and hyena territories for military intelligence, but instead lingering at the entrance of his cave? His gaze swept across the interior of the cave, landing on the remnants of a field mouse. Could it be that the scent of the mouse's blood had drawn Hu Lang here? Previously, this cave had but one exit, making it difficult for any odors to escape. Even if there was blood within, however, after Liu Chang had excavated another exit, the two openings facilitated a flow of air. The advantage lay in the circulation of fresh air within the cave, preventing any unpleasant odors from becoming overpowering. Conversely, the downside was that the cave's scents could now escape into the surrounding environment. Many creatures on the prairie, even from several kilometers away, could detect the scent of blood in the air, leading them to pursue it in hopes of finding prey. For instance, hyenas or lion prides often played the role of opportunistic thieves, seizing food from cheetahs, leaving the unfortunate cheetahs to scrape by as mere laborers of the savannah. The jackal, too, possessed a keen sense of smell, frequently approaching lion prides or hyena packs when they feasted upon larger prey, leveraging its near-instantaneous speed to partake in their spoils. Its appetite was modest. A mere couple of pounds of meat sufficed to satiate its hunger, which is why, most of the time, lions and hyenas could not be bothered to chase it away while they dined. It was this very talent that earned Hu Lang the reputation of a battlefield journalist. Liu Chang surmised that the jackal lingering outside was undoubtedly drawn by the scent of blood emanating from within the cave. Running under the scorching sun in pursuit of food. Naturally cunning and patient, the jackal exhibited great caution when faced with the potential presence of other animals inside the cave. Liu Chang even entertained the notion that the footsteps it made outside were intentional, meant to provoke curiosity in any inhabitants of the cave, compelling them to investigate the commotion. Should any substantial creatures reside within, Hu Lang would retreat, but if none were present, the jackal would dare to enter. Understanding the situation, Liu Chang's smile grew ever brighter as he resolved to engage in a test of patience with Hu Lang. He remained still, awaiting the moment the jackal would venture into the cave. Outside, the jackal paced, its paws softly crunching the grass beneath it. Its gaze was fixated on the cave's entrance, filled with both wariness and a hint of greed. The jackal was certain that the tantalizing scent of blood wafted from the very cave before it. Once inside, even if only remnants of a feast remained, it would suffice for a hearty meal. It paced back and forth at the cave's threshold, and after several minutes of silence, the jackal concluded that the hunter had finished its meal and departed. Deeming it time for its own indulgence, with a light-hearted step, it approached the cave's entrance, exhilaration coursing through it. Upon entering, the scent of blood intensified, and the jackal's excitement grew. As it turned a corner. Before it could fully comprehend the situation that lay ahead, a sudden rush of wind grazed its ears. Alarm bells rang within the jackal's mind, and it sprang backward with the force of an arrow. The abrupt threat triggered a reflexive urge to flee, leaving it no time to ponder why it had lingered outside for so long, deliberately making noise, only for the cave's denizens to remain hidden until it ventured inside to ambush. Thud, thud, thud. Its hooves struck the ground with a heavy thrum. Liu Chang, having missed his initial strike, activated his V5 engine and pursued the jackal. However, the jackal's speed, akin to instantaneous movement, was astonishing. Even as Liu Chang entered his heightened state of potential, lying in wait to strike from the shadows, he could not land a decisive blow. If it were a wild dog or a hyena, Liu Chang would undoubtedly have confidence in his aim. Swish, 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 the jackal darted swiftly out of the cave. Behind it, thud, thud, thud. Liu Chang dashed forward with reckless abandon, his body akin to a speeding automobile. Chapter 44. Sharpening the tusks, Liu Chang closed the distance to the jackal and, with a sudden flick of his head, unleashed his sharp tusks, resembling swords as they lunged forth. The jackal swiftly altered its trajectory, propelling itself several meters ahead to evade Liu Chang's attack. Unperturbed, Liu Chang adjusted his course and continued the chase. At this moment, he had exited his heightened state, yet his stamina remained abundant, and most crucially, he faced only a solitary jackal. Liu Chang was confident he could fell it, even with his eyes closed. Time and again, he cornered the jackal, pressing it into precarious situations, yet each time, it escaped with its remarkable speed. Were it any ordinary carnivore, it would have surrendered the chase by now, yet Liu Chang remained steadfast. Keenly attuned to the jackal's pace, he could discern that it was beginning to tire. The opportunity to strike down the jackal was at hand. Once more, he closed in on the jackal, and with a swift movement of his head, he pierced the air with a sound akin to a knife slicing leather, effectively impaling the jackal's body. It collapsed heavily to the ground, blood oozing from its mouth and nostrils. Liu Chang advanced, clamping his jaws around the jackal's throat to prevent any last-ditch retaliation, dragging it back toward the cave. The exhilarating chase, culminating in the jackal's demise, left Liu Chang's blood surging with adrenaline. Upon returning to the cave, he lay on the ground, taking a moment to recuperate. During this brief interlude, Liu Chang reflected on the recent skirmish. This jackal appeared to have recently reached maturity, having yet to find a mate, thus roaming alone. Had it been fully grown and accompanied by a partner, Liu Chang might not have had the chance to slay it. His prior success in dispatching a pair of jackals stemmed from their fixation on capturing Zixian, which allowed him to outlast them. Liu Chang acknowledged that his speed was indeed a limitation. When faced with creatures faster than himself, he found himself at a loss in the wild. Encounters with speedsters like cheetahs or leopards could prove perilous. He might not stand a chance in combat, nor could he hope to escape. Once I sharpen my tusks, the next step will be to train my running speed, Liu Chang resolved internally. Once he ventured beyond his territory in search of food, he could not afford to exhibit any glaring weaknesses. Such vulnerabilities could spell disaster at the hands of larger carnivores. After his brief respite, Liu Chang extracted the snake meat from the cave and brought in the jackal's carcass. With the fresh meat replenishing his supply, he no longer restrained his appetite, devouring the snake meat with fervor. Once satiated, Liu Chang's gaze fell upon the remnants of the hoofed rabbit and the snake skin within the cave. He contemplated whether to leave these remains behind to attract other carnivores, thus providing himself with further hunting opportunities. In simpler terms, he considered initiating a fishing-hunting mode. After some thought, Liu Chang decided against this. He carried the remains outside and buried them in a pit. For now, his strength was insufficient. While he could take down smaller carnivores like jackals or servals, attracting hyenas or cheetahs would be precarious. Liu Chang could barely contend with a singular opponent, and there was no need to take unnecessary risks. He resolved to focus on his own development, and, once he matured into an adult warthog, he could later engage in fishing-hunting strategies. As the sun began its descent towards the west, the sweltering earth gradually cooled. Liu Chang departed the cave, heading towards the northern cavern, which remained under construction. He intended to utilize the daylight hours efficiently to expedite the completion of his work. After digging for over an hour in the northern cave, Liu Chang was elated to discover a rock face underground. His heart swelled with joy, for his plan was well on its way to success. As dusk approached, Liu Chang hurried back to the communal cave to rest. He spat a few mouthfuls of saliva towards Zixian and lay down, relishing the coolness of the spacious cave. Though the cave was dim, Liu Chang could still discern the positions of the other pigs. This was a distinguishing feature that set him apart from ordinary warthogs. Although he had not attained the ability to see in total darkness, he was certainly not rendered blind like other warthogs at night. Liu Chang noted that both Mama Warthog and the others, like Taidan and Chui Hua, all had tusks that curved upward. Taidan, being a male warthog, possessed 2 pairs of tusks, with the smaller pair being relatively straight while the larger tusks remained distinctly curved upward. This configuration was advantageous for digging, yet less effective in combat. Excessively curved tusks made it challenging to pierce an opponent. Liu Chang extended his hoof to touch his own tusks, which measured over 10 centimeters in length, already exhibiting noticeable curvature. Without proper maintenance, they would inevitably bend upward like Taidan's tusks, forming nearly 3/4 of a circle. How I wish I had a mirror. I could use it to shape my tusks against the rock. Liu Chang mused as he lay on the ground. His ideal tusks would resemble 2 elongated daggers, angled slightly upwards by about 30 degrees, allowing for effective piercing when he struck with his head. In contrast, if his tusks were to curve into a complete shape like those of ordinary warthogs, they would lose their piercing capability. More importantly, the piercing skills Liu Chang practiced were based on the current state of his tusks. Should they continue to grow and curve further, his previously honed skills might become futile. I must expedite the construction of the northern cave, Liu Chang resolved, rubbing his hardened and sharp tusks with his hoof as he plotted his next course of action. Over the next 2 days, Liu Chang devoted himself to practice, feasting, and diligently excavating the northern cave. The northern cave was situated just 2 meters from the exposed rock above ground. Liu Chang burrowed through the earth, poking his head out and taking in a refreshing breath. Thus, Liu Chang had successfully constructed caves in all 4 cardinal directions for the Warthog clan. Should he encounter an adversary beyond his strength, he could retreat to the nearest cave to preserve his life. The northern cave took Liu Chang a full 3 days to complete. Initially, he had envisioned excavating a cave stretching over 3 meters in length. However, as he encountered the obstruction of the rocky wall, he altered the cave's direction, and clearing the soil from the stone surface consumed a considerable amount of his time. Scrape, 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 from within the northern cave. A sound reminiscent of stones grinding against each other echoed. This persisted for nearly 20 minutes before abruptly ceasing. Liu Chang stood before the stone wall, extending his hoof to caress the large tusk on his right side. After his meticulous refinements, the tusk had shortened by approximately 2 centimeters compared to its previous length. Correspondingly, the tip of the tusk had become straighter and exceedingly sharp. If Liu Chang's tusk could previously be likened to a dull, curved blade, it now resembled a finely honed sword. Should he encounter a rock python again, despite the python's smooth and sleek scales, Liu Chang felt confident in his ability to pierce through its body with his tusk. The previous issue of slippage would no longer arise. Having finished polishing the right tusk, Liu Chang proceeded to sharpen the left one. The cave resonated once more with the sounds of scraping. After over an hour of refining his tusks and taking a brief rest, Liu Chang emerged from the cave. He felt an overwhelming sense of power within himself, a pressing need for a formidable opponent to validate his combat prowess. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of Liu Chang's jubilant footsteps echoed across the grassland. After wandering around his territory, Liu Chang found nothing of interest and, cursing under his breath, arrived at a second termite mound. Chapter 45. The mutation of the Warthog clan upon observing the few worker termites entering and exiting the mound. Liu Chang felt a surge of anger. He had made every effort to hunt and minimized his time spent preying near the termite mound. Yet, these termites were disappointingly unproductive, reproducing at an exasperatingly slow rate. Liu Chang was tempted to use his freshly sharpened tusks to obliterate the remaining termite mound before him. However, after some reflection, he chose to crouch down and consume a modest meal with his tongue. His appetite had been increasing steadily, and the prey within his territory was becoming insufficient. If he were to destroy the termite mound, he would lose even the most basic and stable source of nutrition. Previously, Liu Chang's diet consisted of approximately 50% meat, 30% termites, and 20% grass, striking a balance of both protein and greens for optimal health. Now, the meat he could obtain constituted merely 30% of his daily intake, while the termites remained at a steady 30%, and his consumption of grass had surged to 40 or even 50%, subtly impeding his rapid growth and development. Yet, venturing beyond his territory would inevitably bring forth unpredictable risks and challenges. Liu Chang found himself grappling with indecision. Deep down, he understood that regardless of his willingness, this territory could not sustain him indefinitely, and there would come a day when he must step beyond its confines. As night fell and he returned to the nest, Liu Chang cast his gaze upon Mama Warthog and his siblings, Taidan, Suehua, Zishuan, Sini, and Wanting. Although Liu Chang had bestowed upon them rather peculiar names, mockingly referring to Zishuan and the others as the Warthog Trio, he had developed a measure of affection for them over the 4 months of cohabitation, especially for Mama Warthog. Approaching her, he rubbed his face against her back. Suddenly, a thought struck him. If he were to leave the territory in search of new grounds, only to be hunted down by other carnivores, would Mama Warthog feel heartbroken? Mama Warthog, somewhat surprised, turned to Liu Chang and affectionately licked his large face. Liu Chang wiped the saliva from his face onto Mama Warthog and returned to his sleeping spot in his heart. Liu Chang had already made a decision. 3 days. He would grant himself 3 days. If he could not secure a stable supply of meat within his territory, he would have to venture out from the current confines of the warthog domain and actively seek prey in unfamiliar territories. The following morning, as usual, Mama Warthog roused her brood with gentle grunts, leading them out to forage. The other warthogs followed closely behind her, with Liu Chang lagging at the end, just in front of Zishuan. After nearly a week of recovery, Zishuan's joint injuries had healed, and the large scab had formed over the flesh that had been gnawed away from his rear. Though it appeared rather unsightly, at least Zishuan had survived. Liu Chang felt a swell of pride. Had it not been for his daily efforts to provide Zishuan with saliva to reduce inflammation and expedite healing, such a significant wound would have undoubtedly festered and become infected during the sweltering summer months. An infected wound could breed a multitude of bacteria, gradually weakening the animal until death. In retrospect, he had saved 3 members of the Warthog clan. The Warthog clan has not suffered casualties, all thanks to me. Liu Chang thought, feeling a profound sense of satisfaction. Suddenly, Mama Warthog's piercing scream shattered the tranquility, her voice filled with anguish. Upon hearing it, Liu Chang's heart clenched tightly, instinctively entering a state of heightened alertness, ready to charge out of the cave to rescue Mama Warthog. Yet, Zishuan stood in his path. The design of the Warthog cave was typical, featuring a narrow entrance that opened into a spacious interior. In times of danger, adult warthogs would back into the cave, using their sharp tusks to intimidate any intruders and protect the lives of the other warthogs within. However, this posed a disadvantage. If any warthog attempted to rush out, they would be obstructed by those at the entrance. Liu Chang found himself in such a predicament. He desperately pushed forward, trying to urge the warthog trio to move aside and clear the exit. Hearing Mama Warthog's anguished cries, Zishuan became paralyzed with fear, retreating into the cave in a panic. If only Zishuan were the sole warthog at the entrance, Liu Chang's strength could have easily propelled him out. Unfortunately, the warthog trio, equally terrified, huddled together and retreated further into the cave. Liu Chang pressed against the entrance, struggling against the warthog trio, forming a temporary stalemate. Damn it! Liu Chang cursed inwardly, turning to sprint toward another exit of the cave. If time were not of the essence, he could have slowly worn down the warthog trio, waiting for them to tire before forcing them out of the way. But with Mama Warthog under attack outside, there was no time to waste. Thankfully, the cave, thanks to the expansions made by Liu Chang and the elder warthog, had 3 exits. Thud, thud, thud. Liu Chang burst forth from the alternate exit, quickly turning to face the direction of Mama Warthog's cries. He beheld Mama Warthog, pinned beneath a leopard, which had sunk its teeth into her neck, causing her to wail in agony. She struggled valiantly but could not shake off the leopard, her long tusks unable to reach the predator on her back. On the other side, another leopard had successfully locked its jaws around Tiedon's throat. Though Tiden fought desperately, his strength was rapidly waning due to the chokehold. Without external intervention, Tiedon's demise would be inevitable. Allowing the leopard to join forces with its counterpart to hunt down Mama Warthog. Thud, thud, thud. Without a moment's hesitation, Liu Chang charged toward Mama Warthog. In the choice between rescuing Tiden or Mama Warthog, he chose the latter. Tiden was already in a chokehold. Even if Liu Chang pursued, the leopard could easily drag Tiden away. By the time he caught up, Tiden might already be dead. On the other hand, Mama Warthog remained locked in a struggle with the leopard, presenting a higher chance of successful rescue. Additionally, in Liu Chang's heart, Mama Warthog was the most significant member of his clan. Upon seeing Liu Chang rushing toward her, the leopard holding Tiden immediately bolted. It had secured its prey and had no need to linger, for preserving its catch was its utmost priority. The leopard atop Mama Warthog, however, fixed its large head intently on Liu Chang, letting out a low, menacing growl, attempting to intimidate the small warthog with its murderous intent. Liu Chang remained undeterred, his hooves kicking up a cloud of dust as he charged forward. Just as he was about to reach Mama Warthog, he planted his limbs firmly on the ground, briefly leaping into the air, and launched himself at the leopard on Mama Warthog's back. The leopard released its grip, retracting its sharp claws, and using Mama Warthog as leverage. Flipped backward. A predator cannot afford to be injured during a hunt. In the vast grasslands, injury often signified weakness, diminished hunting ability, and ultimately, death. The leopard landed gracefully on the ground, its eyes locked onto Liu Chang with fury. Letting out an enraged growl, having lost its nearly secured prey, it yearned to shred Liu Chang to pieces. Chapter 46. Blood Battle with the Leopard. Liu Chang too fixed his gaze on the leopard before him. The natural instinct of herbivores to fear carnivores was completely nullified in his presence. The leopard before him possessed sharp claws, a lithe body, and weighed at least 140 jin, while Liu Chang weighed only about 70 jin. In terms of sheer weight alone, he was utterly overmatched. Not to mention, the leopard boasted 4 powerful canine teeth capable of delivering a devastating bite. Yet, the thought of fleeing did not even cross Liu Chang's mind. To turn tail and run would only invite death, leaving his back exposed to the predator. He possessed the potential for explosive power, and his healing capabilities far surpassed those of any animal on the grasslands. If he fought with everything he had, even if he sustained injuries, there was still a chance of survival. In a clash of courage, the valiant would prevail. Standing face to face with the formidable leopard, Liu Chang felt his blood boil, his desire for battle surging to an explosive crescendo. Mama Warthog, having freed herself, quickly darted toward the cave. Liu Chang's heart sank. For heaven's sake, I risked my life to save you. And you run faster than anyone. How utterly ungrateful! Roar. The leopard, keenly sensing an opportunity to attack, let out a low growl and charged toward Liu Chang. Roar. Liu Chang echoed a furious roar of his own, charging forward to confront the beast. After nearly 2 months of rigorous training in tusk-piercing skills, combined with his explosive potential and the freshly sharpened tusks, along with his accumulated hunting experience, he poured every ounce of energy into forging a bloody path against the leopard. With a swift motion, the leopard leapt high into the air, its sharp claws extending like the blades of a diminutive wolverine, and its jaws gaping wide, revealing elongated and menacing fangs poised to rend flesh. Liu Chang also propelled himself into the air, observing the leopard's attack with meticulous precision, every detail crystal clear in his sight. In terms of size, he weighed merely half that of an adult leopard. Engaging head-on would undoubtedly spell his doom, as he would be knocked to the ground and have his throat seized. Thus, his only chance lay in harnessing his keen senses to seize the opportune moment. Using his own sharp tusks to inflict piercing wounds upon the leopard, if the leopard were to sustain an injury, it would likely retreat, for a carnivore's most critical consideration in hunting is to avoid injury. As the leopard's claws descended before Liu Chang, he stood his ground, pressing his head down and advancing towards the leopard's chest and abdomen, allowing its claws to strike him, with a sickening thud. The leopard's talons sank into Liu Chang's hide, penetrating like steel. Despite the agonizing pain coursing through his body, he remained resolute in his plan. The leopard's massive jaws clamped down on the upper part of Liu Chang's neck, causing him to nearly lose consciousness from the sheer agony. Now he understood why the mother warthog had screamed so desperately moments ago. The leopard's fangs were indeed exceptionally long, and their bite was excruciatingly painful. As the leopard's jaws tightened around Liu Chang, he found the perfect position to retaliate. From the perspective of an observer, the battle unfolded with the leopard standing tall, while Liu Chang braced himself on all fours. Their forms interlocked in a deadly embrace. The leopard's upper body pressed down upon Liu Chang, its claws gripping his back, while its mouth clamped onto his neck. Liu Chang's head was effectively pinned beneath the leopard's chest and abdomen, a position he had fought hard to secure. Suppressing the pain radiating through his body, he twisted his head to the right and forcefully flung it upward at a 40-degree angle, with the leopard's jaws still locked onto his neck. He was unable to fully unleash the movement, and the tearing pain from his wound intensified. Nevertheless, his sharply honed tusks effortlessly pierced through the leopard's soft underbelly, driving deep within. The sudden onslaught of pain made the leopard roar in anguish, its heart simmering with fury. Just as it was about to claim its prize, how could it have been injured? Liu Chang felt the massive jaws around his neck tighten even further, as if the leopard was determined not to release its grip until it had extinguished his life. You wretched leopard! In this life-and-death moment, Liu Chang summoned his last reserves of strength. Even if he were to perish at the hands of the leopard, he vowed to ensure that it would not escape unscathed. With a ferocious determination, he withdrew his tusks and sharply turned his head to the left. The left tusk found its mark, piercing smoothly into the leopard's body once more. The leopard trembled in agony. reluctant to relinquish its hold on the meat it clutched. Suddenly, Liu Chang felt an inexplicable surge of energy erupting from his abdomen, coursing through his body at an astonishing speed in an instant. The pain vanished, although the leopard's claws remained fixed in his fur and its jaws still clamped onto his neck. The excruciating sensations had inexplicably dissipated. Furthermore, he sensed that his vitality had been fully restored. His body brimming with newfound strength, akin to a soldier revived by adrenaline after sustaining injuries. Instantly invigorated, he felt as if he could single-handedly overpower two bulls. With a surge of energy, Liu Chang began to swivel his head like a whirlwind. Each strike against the leopard's abdomen inflicted deep, penetrating wounds, effortlessly tearing through its flesh. Unable to endure any longer, the leopard released its grip, retracting its claws and retreating hastily. Even as it mourned the loss of its meal, it dared not allow its abdomen to be turned into a sieve. Though it managed to withdraw in time, its belly bore multiple gaping wounds, blood gushing freely, painting a grim picture. Liu Chang's condition was equally dire. The leopard's claws had deeply embedded themselves into his back, leaving a series of varying-sized wounds. Above where the leopard had bitten him, two pairs of deep puncture marks oozed blood that dripped steadily to the ground. With a primal roar, Liu Chang maintained his stance, gradually retreating. While it was likely that a wounded carnivore would withdraw, he found himself facing a particularly tenacious leopard. The leopard remained rooted in place, extending its forelimbs and displaying its claws, emitting a low growl. Its heart was filled with reluctance, yet it lacked the courage to launch a renewed assault. Step by step, Liu Chang retreated toward the cave. Just then, a cacophony of shrieks erupted as the mother warthog charged out from the warthog den, roaring defiantly as she sprinted toward the second leopard. The leopard stumbled back, halting its advance 15 meters away from Liu Chang. It could forcefully hunt small warthogs like Liu Chang, but it would never engage an adult warthog in direct confrontation. That would be far too perilous. With the mother warthog successfully driving back the second leopard, she positioned herself protectively beside Liu Chang. She would not abandon her child. Overwhelmed with emotion, Liu Chang felt tears welling up. The mother warthog had risked her life to rescue him, refusing to forsake him. Seeing the mother warthog retreat, the leopard pressed forward a few steps, maintaining its relentless pursuit of prey. The mother warthog raised her head slightly, brandishing her tusks to intimidate the approaching leopard. The leopard, filled with murderous intent, bared its teeth and growled menacingly. The mother warthog slowly retreated, and Liu Chang followed her lead, the two of them inching back toward the cave, with each backward step taken by the warthog. The leopard advanced, its eyes filled with ferocity and defiance. At long last, Liu Chang and the mother warthog reached the entrance of the cave. Liu Chang hastily entered, while the leopard let out a furious roar. Lunging forward a few paces, rising up onto its hind legs, poised to pounce. The mother warthog remained calm, raising her tusks defiantly against her foe. The leopard, unable to find an opening, retreated a couple of steps as the mother warthog successfully maneuvered into the cave. However, she did not fully enter. Instead, she halted at the cave's entrance, ready to defend against the enraged leopard. Inside the cave, Liu Chang stood bloodied, exuding an aura of desperate survival. The young warthogs, Sanla and Tsuehua, cowered against the cave walls, keeping their distance from him. Soon enough, Liu Chang felt the effects of the mysterious orb waning, and the pain surged back with a vengeance. He could not suppress his cries of agony as he succumbed to the discomfort. The marks left by the leopard's claws were mere surface wounds, but the deep bite on Liu Chang's neck had nearly cost him his life. Having escaped the battle, he no longer needed to suppress the pain, and he groaned in distress. His heart was filled with an unquenchable hatred for those two leopards. No amount of water could wash it away. He had come perilously close to losing his life to the jaws of the leopard. Had he not sharpened his tusks the day prior, the previous encounter would have ended differently. The insufficient sharpness of his tusks, combined with the minimal movement of his head, would have prevented him from penetrating the leopard's soft abdomen, resulting in only a minor impact. Had the leopard pounced on him, he would have surely met his demise. Liu Chang extended his foreleg, gingerly touching his abdomen. It was during the most critical moment of the battle that the mysterious orb had surged once more, granting him a brief reprieve from pain and elevating his physical condition to its zenith. This allowed him to pierce through the leopard's abdomen with his tusks, inflicting severe injury and forcing the leopard to relinquish its hold and retreat. The price he paid, however, was steep as he forcefully shook his head to pierce the leopard. Its jaws remained firmly clamped onto his neck. The violent motion caused the wound to tear further, resulting in a surge of blood. With the effects of the mysterious orb fading, Liu Chang felt an overwhelming numbness wash over him, blood pouring forth uncontrollably. Yet, against all odds, he had survived. As long as he lived, every sacrifice would be deemed worthwhile. Moreover, he had faced the leopard head-on and lived to tell the tale, despite it weighing nearly twice his own mass. Though he was gravely injured, the leopard was not without its own suffering. The multiple puncture wounds in its abdomen significantly increased the likelihood of its demise. An inexplicable sensation surged within Liu Chang. Previously, he had harbored an uneasy feeling about venturing beyond his territory, fearful of encountering formidable predators and falling into peril. Yet, after battling the leopard, he discovered that it was not as fearsome as he had imagined. Alternatively, the bloody battle was not as terrifying as he had envisioned. For the creatures inhabiting the vast grasslands, danger was as intrinsic as the act of breathing. Yet, he remained tethered to his past life's thoughts, constantly yearning for a way to defeat his adversaries without sustaining injury, only to unleash his desperate fighting spirit after being wounded. This was a grave error. Danger, like the wind, was a constant companion, embodying the true essence of life on the grasslands. It represented the stark reality of the animal kingdom. Liu Chang took a deep breath, suppressing the pain radiating from his neck, and gently reclined against the cave wall. He was now losing blood severely and felt utterly exhausted, lacking even the strength to reflect on the battle. Rest and nourishment were urgently required to recover his strength and heal his wounds. The warthog mother stood guard at the cave entrance for over 10 minutes, ensuring that the two leopards had departed before cautiously retreating into the cave. Upon seeing the gruesome wound on Liu Chang's neck, she approached and gently licked it. Liu Chang, hazily opening his eyes, beheld the warthog mother before him, momentarily transported back to 4 months prior to the instant he first laid eyes on her. Yet this time, he felt no panic. Instead, he calmly rose, extending his tongue to tend to the warthog mother's grievous injury. The warthog mother bore deep wounds inflicted by the leopards, and without his saliva to soothe the inflammation, her injuries would likely have become infected. After briefly attending to her wounds, Liu Chang lay back down to rest. After a considerable time, Liu Chang opened his eyes once more. The light outside the cave had dimmed to a golden hue, and he realized he had slept for 7 or 8 hours. His gaze swept across the cave. The warthog mother was still asleep, while Tsuehua and the warthog trio were absent, presumably out foraging. As for Taidan, he had been carried away by the leopards, and his fate was evident. Liu Chang rose to inspect his own injuries, cautiously moving his neck. A sharp hiss escaped him as the pain made him wince, forcing him to cease further movement. The 4 wounds inflicted by the leopard's fangs had been turned into gaping lacerations by his own actions. The hours of rest had yielded little improvement. Any shaking of his head would tug at the wounds on his neck, rendering him unable to shake his head, let alone use his fangs to pierce prey during a hunt. He gingerly maneuvered along the cave wall, feeling discomfort from the injuries on his back caused by the leopard's claws, which would hinder him if he attempted to run. Extending his tongue to lick the warthog mother's wound once more, he then stepped outside, determined to restore his strength through sustenance. Upon exiting the cave, Liu Chang surveyed his surroundings and chose a patch of grass not far from the cave entrance, kneeling to graze. Due to the injury on his neck, even running proved to be an arduous task. Any sudden movement risked reopening the wounds that were already knitting together. Liu Chang cursed inwardly, lamenting the ferocity of the leopards. However, the thought that he had not allowed that particular leopard to escape unscathed provided him with some solace. Chapter 48. To the bitter end as he grazed on the grass, Liu Chang finally found the time to reflect on the morning's battle. In his mind, he reprimanded the warthog trio, recognizing that had they not blocked the exit with their cowardice, he might have escaped the cave a crucial 2 seconds earlier, potentially avoiding a confrontation with the leopards altogether and successfully rescuing the warthog mother. The scenes of the battle with the leopards flashed through his mind, and his expression grew serious. Unquestionably, this had been the most perilous encounter he had faced since arriving on the grasslands, even more so than his earlier fight with the hyena. The leopard was an undisputed apex predator of the savanna, often confounded with the cheetah, yet they were entirely distinct species, in his previous life as a commentator on the animal kingdom. Liu Chang had whimsically dubbed the cheetah the working cat due to its smaller size, weaker bite force, and shorter canine teeth. The cheetah's strength lay in its ability to unleash explosive speed in brief bursts. But its weakness was the necessity for rest afterward. Upon a successful hunt, the cheetah would often find itself chased away by lions or hyenas, pitifully abandoning its prey, only to end up with nothing to show for its efforts. In contrast, the leopard was a formidable force. Its size was intermediate between that of a lion and a hyena, equipped with long, sharp canines, immense bite strength, and astonishing speed, making it truly at home on the grasslands. Neither hyenas nor lionesses dared to contest a leopard for its meal. Even more fearsome than a solitary leopard was a pair of leopard brothers, precisely the terrifying opponents the warthog clan had encountered that day. The family dynamics of leopards bore similarities to those of warthogs. Once male leopards reached maturity, they would depart from their clans to lead a nomadic existence. Upon entering the territory of a female leopard and gaining her consent, they would mate, subsequently leaving once she became pregnant, while the female would remain to rear the young alone. The nomadic life was fraught with challenges, and at times, leopards would form alliances with their brothers to hunt together and share their spoils. The success rate of two leopards hunting together on the savanna was significantly higher. As Liu Chang recalled the morning's events, a wave of trepidation washed over him. Had he not engaged in a fierce battle with the leopards, those two would surely have slain Taidan and the warthog mother before excavating the warthog burrow to eliminate the remaining piglets. Tuehua lacked the courage to obstruct the cave's entrance with her tusks, and the warthog clan would have faced total annihilation. By rescuing the warthog mother, he had, in essence, saved himself. Liu Chang felt gratitude for his timely decision. He continued to reflect on the battle with the leopards. The leopards likely weighed around 140 pounds, twice his own weight, leaving him with scant chances in a direct confrontation. Even the warthog mother, weighing over 100 pounds, had nearly succumbed to the sharp fangs of the leopard. The reasons for his ability to repel the leopards and achieve such notable success were manifold. Firstly, he possessed an indomitable spirit, exemplifying the truth behind the adage that the brave triumph when faced with adversity. Though there may have been disparities in equipment, size, and combat experience, the ability to fight could only be determined through the act itself. The willingness to engage was paramount. The will to fight could profoundly alter the outcome of a battle. Secondly, he had taken the precaution of sharpening his fangs adequately and had exercised great caution, always being the last to exit the cave. The lethality of a well-honed sword compared to a dull one was akin to night and day. Had he not sharpened his fangs, the blunt ends would have merely punctured the leopard's hide and fat without delivering a penetrating wound. In combat, the weapon's quality was crucial. Liu Chang surmised that the leopard brothers had likely discovered the warthog burrow and positioned themselves above the entrance to ambush the warthogs as they emerged, which explained why the warthog mother and Taidan had been caught off guard. Conversely, Tuehua, who had exited the cave afterward, had escaped unscathed. Had Liu Chang followed the warthog mother outside, he would have been hard-pressed to counter the leopard's ambush. He reminded himself to remain vigilant at all times. Lastly, the mysterious orb had bestowed upon him an array of extraordinary abilities. Whether it was the surge of latent potential that heightened his senses or the inexplicable surge of pain-numbing energy during the battle, allowing him to fight through the pain and restore his stamina for a ferocious onslaught against the leopards, it had proven invaluable. Part of his success was due to his own efforts, while another portion stemmed from the fortuitous gifts of the enigmatic orb, enabling him to adopt a strategy of trading injury for injury to drive the leopards back. He did not dare to boast about having defeated the leopards. In truth, he too had sustained severe injuries, and had the leopard been resolute in its desire to fight to the death, the outcome remained uncertain. Therefore, Liu Chang considered the battle a draw in terms of direct confrontation. Yet strategically, he had undoubtedly emerged victorious. He had achieved his objective of rescuing the warthog mother. Furthermore, his constitution was extraordinary, allowing for rapid recovery from injuries, while the leopard had sustained multiple wounds to its chest and abdomen from Liu Chang's fangs, likely sealing its fate. Reflecting on this, Liu Chang could not help but smile. Ultimately, he had triumphed in this bloody conflict. Regarding the mysterious energy that had surged within him during the battle, he dubbed it to the bitter end. In this state, Liu Chang transformed into an unyielding, relentless machine of slaughter, undeterred by fatigue or pain. Unless he suffered a fatal injury, he would fight until the last drop of blood had been shed. This state of to the bitter end resonated deeply with his prior condition. However, he remained uncertain how to trigger this state and was also unaware of the stamina it consumed or any potential adverse effects it may have. Following the morning's battle, he felt exhausted, his eyelids drooping. Now, reflecting on it, he could not ascertain whether it was the battle that had drained him or the to the bitter end state that had left him weary. After grazing for a while, Liu Chang found the grass tasteless and contemplated seeking meat from the termite mound. However, after some consideration, he ultimately abandoned that idea. His injuries were too severe to engage in a proper fight. Should he encounter a jackal or a serval on his way, he would truly be at the mercy of fate. Go repel the leopards only to be humiliated by a serval would be a dismal fate. As the sun began to set, Liu Chang turned and slowly made his way back to the clan's burrow, just as the warthog mother emerged from the cave. With a grunt, she looked upon her offspring with relief. Extending her tongue to lick the wound on Liu Chang's neck, she understood that had Liu Chang not rushed out to save her, she too would have been carried away by the leopards. Liu Chang reciprocated, licking the wound on the warthog mother's neck and grunting softly in acknowledgement. He too was grateful to the warthog mother. Had she not charged out of the cave to save him, he would likely have been unable to fend off a second leopard in his severely injured state. Although their wounds were similarly located, the warthog mother's injuries were considerably less severe than Liu Chang's. After being bitten by the leopard, Liu Chang had frantically thrashed his head back and forth, using his fangs to attack, ultimately exacerbating his own injuries. The warthog mother glanced at the sky, and for the sake of safety, she retreated back into the cave. The warthog is an exceptionally resilient creature. It can endure an entire week without food or water, hiding within its burrow. Inside the cave, a faint metallic scent of blood lingers. Quickly whisked away by the breeze that enters, the mood among the warthogs is notably somber. Even the most boisterous among them, the warthog named Sanla, curls against the cave wall, listlessly flicking its tail. The events of the morning have shattered their spirits. The mother warthog lies prostrate on the ground, her gaze vacant. Liu Chang speculates that she may be mourning Taidan, the eldest son. Taidan has reached the subadult stage, and in 2 months, he would mature into an adult warthog, leaving the family to embark on a life of wandering. Tragically, he met his demise at the jaws of a leopard. The mother warthog, having painstakingly raised her offspring, now grieves the loss to a predator. How could she not be sorrowful? Chapter 49. Expanding territory. Liu Chang feels a twinge of melancholy, not out of nostalgia for Taidan, but rather a sense of shared sorrow for the plight of the fallen. He witnessed another leopard seize Taidan by the throat until silence enveloped him. Is this the fate destined for herbivores? Anger surges within Liu Chang. Regardless of what befalls the other warthogs, he resolves not to succumb easily, refusing to become a mere feast for carnivores. He must survive. The following morning, Liu Chang awakens. The first thing he does upon opening his eyes is to rise and gently shake his head. Assessing the healing of his wounds, as he shakes, he distinctly feels a hard lump at the base of his neck. It has scabbed over. Splendid, he thinks, a surge of excitement coursing through him. The formation of a scab signifies that the wound is on the mend. In just a day, the torn flesh has begun to heal. Perhaps in 2 or 3 days, the injury on his neck will fully recover. Liu Chang rubs his back against the cave wall, where the gash inflicted by the leopard has also developed a thick scab. After a few rubs, a slight pain emanates from the scab, but it does not hinder his movements. Once the wound on my neck heals, I will venture out of the territory, Liu Chang muses to himself. The encounter with the leopard has provided him with invaluable experience in battling large carnivores, and he has gained a clearer understanding of his current combat capabilities. To accelerate his growth, leaving the territory has become an essential part of his plan. For several days, Liu Chang diligently feasts on grass. On the 4th day, he emerges from the burrow, twisting his neck and breaking into a wide grin. His long, sharp tusks glisten with a bone-white sheen under the sun's rays. After tending to his mother's wounds, Liu Chang sets off towards the termite mound. In fact, by the 3rd day, the wound on his neck had healed significantly. The scab had fallen away, revealing dark red new skin beneath. The twisting of his neck only brings a slight sting. Liu Chang had deliberately rested an extra day in the cave to ensure complete recovery and restore himself to peak condition. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of hooves pounding the ground resonates. A gray-black warthog races across the grassy expanse, its wild mane billowing in the wind, while the antenna-like appendages at its rear sway side to side. Suddenly, the warthog appears to hear something and swiftly alters its course, accelerating towards a specific direction. A hoofed rabbit scurries through the grass in a panic. With a swift thrust, a long and sharp tusk effortlessly pierces the rabbit's body, launching it into the air before it crashes heavily to the ground. That's the third one, he notes. It seems I am fortunate today. I need not run all the way to the termite mound to satiate my hunger. Liu Chang approaches the fallen rabbit, extending his hoof to pin it down, expertly skinning and consuming the flesh. This rabbit marks the third small creature he has slain today, following a field mouse and a common snake, all dispatched with a swift thrust of his tusks. After finishing the rabbit, Liu Chang continues his sprint towards the second termite mound. Previously, he had limited his consumption of termites, but now, as he prepares to leave the territory and explore beyond, the termite mound is no longer necessary. Destroying the last termite mound feels like a final stand for Liu Chang, leaving no remnants of attachment behind. Arriving at the termite mound, Liu Chang shakes his head vigorously, using his tusks to wreak havoc upon the structure. Thud, thud. His sharp tusks pierce the surface of the mound repeatedly. The remaining termites, alarmed, swarm out of their nest, either fleeing for their lives or attempting to repair the damage. Liu Chang extends his tongue, eagerly devouring every termite in sight. After thoroughly cleaning out the mound, he turns and bolts away from the warthog territory. Exiting the territory does not mean recklessly charging forth. Should he stumble into the domain of hyenas or a pride of lions, he would be delivering himself to the dinner table. Liu Chang's initial plan is to replicate the actions of the elder warthog, expanding the warthog's territory. A larger territory signifies an abundance of prey. Liu Chang's goal is to secure food that will facilitate his rapid growth, rather than merely engaging in mindless violence outside his territory. Upon traversing beyond the confines of the warthog clan's territory, Liu Chang continues to jog outward. It is not until he reaches the territory previously explored by the elder warthog that he comes to a halt. Given my current abilities, replicating the former glory of the elder warthog's territory carries some risk. Yet it is manageable, Liu Chang contemplates. His mindset has shifted. In the vast grasslands, there exists no idyllic sanctuary free from worry. Danger is as omnipresent as the air breathed by all creatures. Instead of waiting for peril to arrive, one must grow stronger. Circling the periphery of the territory once claimed by the elder warthog, Liu Chang begins a cautious jog. This time, he is the sole warthog in the area. Swish, swish. The sounds of animals darting through the grass, colliding with the foliage, echo around him. You little thief, come here. Liu Chang snorts, quickening his pace, determined to give chase. He deliberately trains his speed, pouring his all into each pursuit. The maximum speed of an adult warthog is approximately 50 kilometers per hour. And Liu Chang estimates he can reach a speed nearing 40, akin to a V6 engine. This pace exceeds that of the majority of creatures on the grasslands. As he closes in on his prey, he finally glimpses its form. It is a recently matured serval. It's a distant relative of the leopard. Liu Chang grins. The serval, a member of the feline family, can unleash a powerful burst of speed, reaching nearly 80 kilometers per hour, but like all felines, it lacks endurance. Liu Chang remains steadfastly on the serval's tail. Despite the serval's attempts to evade, it cannot shake Liu Chang off. As he inches closer, Liu Chang suddenly whips his head. With a sharp thrust, his tusk penetrates the serval's fur, signaling the end of the chase. Liu Chang revels in his victory. After indulging in a hearty meal, he leaves the remains of the serval behind and continues his hunt. The blood-soaked remnants may attract vultures or jackals, even hyenas, but Liu Chang is unfazed. Following the bloody confrontation with the leopard, he has gained a profound understanding of his own strength, and his perspective has transformed. The grasslands adhere to a singular principle, the survival of the fittest, while the weak are cast aside. Timidity offers no path forward. As Liu Chang forges deeper into the territory, he consistently encounters small creatures. The sound of his sharp tusks piercing animal hides resonates throughout the new territory, echoing his presence. He relishes the long-forgotten thrill of having small creatures rush towards him, knowing that a single strike of his tusks will yield succulent rewards. He has finally tasted the freedom of food. To his astonishment, he discovers his own insatiable appetite. Almost every half hour, he consumes 2 to 3 kilograms of meat, continuing to scour the new territory. By midday, he has devoured nearly 20 kilograms of meat. Even Liu Chang is taken aback by his formidable consumption. He recalls that only apex predators such as lions, hyenas, leopards, and Nile crocodiles typically consume such quantities in a single sitting. Even if he were to eat smaller portions more frequently, it would still amount to nearly 20 kilograms. Chapter 50. A new troop of baboons. Perhaps the mysterious orb has been altering my physiology. The previous scarcity of meat within my territory obscured this fact. Liu Chang attributes his newfound appetite to the enigmatic orb. Regardless, the ability to eat abundantly is a fortunate development. A robust appetite signifies a rapid metabolism and accelerated growth. Unbeknownst to him, Liu Chang finds himself at the edge of the forest where a troop of baboons once resided. Squeak, squeak. From the treetops, alarmed baboons emit high-pitched cries. A group of baboons foraging on the ground scrambles up the trees. Eyeing the unexpected intruder, several adult male baboons cling to the trunks, scrutinizing Liu Chang with a mix of curiosity and suspicion. Liu Chang furrows his brow. Previously, alongside the elder warthog, the mother warthog, and Taidan, 4 warthogs in total, they had repeatedly besieged the baboon territory, eventually driving the troop out of this very forest. To his dismay, less than a month after the warthogs vacated the new territory, another troop of baboons has arrived. He enters a state of heightened alert. Raising his head towards the baboons above, it quickly becomes apparent to Liu Chang that this baboon troop is not the same as the previous one. The newcomers consist of approximately 20 to 30 individuals, with 7 or 8 adult males, a formidable force. Suddenly, something catches Liu Chang's eye. A weathered piece of fur hanging from a tree branch. The filthy pelt still bears the unmistakable flower petal patterns. And most notably, a leopard's head dangles from it, swaying in the breeze, accompanied by 4 long, sharp canine teeth. In an instant, Liu Chang recognizes the owner of the pelt, the very leopard that nearly brought him to ruin in the northwest. It is that leopard. Regarding the death of the leopard, Liu Chang had long anticipated this event, though he did not expect to witness the remains of the creature. As for why the leopard's carcass hung from a tree within the baboon territory, Liu Chang surmised that the leopard had sustained severe injuries and succumbed here, allowing the baboons to take advantage of the situation. Being naturally omnivorous, the baboons would not hesitate to feast upon a dying leopard. After consuming the leopard's flesh, they hung its pelt on the tree to intimidate other intruders, effectively declaring to the animal kingdom that their troop had successfully killed a leopard, thus enhancing their own reputation. An act befitting the baboon's cunning, ruthless, and shameless nature. Liu Chang's gaze fell upon the tree trunk. It was here that he had initially honed his tusk-piercing skills, using the trunk as a target. Numerous deep gouges remained from his training sessions. The most pitiful of the trees, about the thickness of a bowl, stood bare, its leaves long gone, and its trunk appeared severely dehydrated and cracked, clearly dead. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Observing that no other warthogs were approaching, several adult baboons descended to the ground and ambled towards Liu Chang. Their pace was leisurely, lacking any apparent aggression. Liu Chang understood that their apparent friendliness was merely a ruse to ensnare their prey. Once they encircled it, their true ferocity would be revealed. The baboons would take turns inflicting injuries upon their target. And should the prey attempt to flee, they would swarm and restrain it until it was battered and exhausted. Baboons, being equally carnivorous, exhibited a level of cruelty surpassing that of hyenas. When prey is surrounded by hyenas, it is devoured within minutes. In the clutches of baboons, however, it may endure for half an hour before succumbing. As the baboons drew closer, Liu Chang took a cautious step back, maintaining a safe distance. After moving approximately 10 meters, the baboons still did not close the gap. Squeak, squeak, squeak. An anxious adult baboon leapt forward, bounding towards Liu Chang. In response, he pivoted and activated his V5 high-performance engine to flee. Upon witnessing Liu Chang's retreat, the other baboons no longer concealed their intentions and gave chase. The baboon's speed was not particularly swift, and as they followed Liu Chang, they kicked up a cloud of dust. Chattering and grumbling as they turned back, Liu Chang ran for a while before stopping to watch the baboon troop depart. A smirk crept onto his lips, revealing a hint of cold amusement. The reason he refrained from confronting the baboon troop was that he intended to keep them as a reserve food source. In his new territory, he could procure ample sustenance, even if he were to kill a baboon. The meat would be of no benefit to him. Exiting the warthog territory and facing the unknown dangers ahead, Liu Chang remained steadfast in his purpose, to achieve food freedom and rapid growth. He no longer worried about hunger and saw no need for bloodlust. Indiscriminately slaying other animals would be an extravagant waste of meat. As the saying goes, surviving on the savannah is not merely about killing. When the other animals in his new territory could no longer meet his dietary needs, that would be the time for Liu Chang to unsheath his metaphorical knife against the baboon troop. By then, he would be even larger than he was now, with sharper tusks, capable of entering and exiting the fray with ease, even against a troop of baboons. Under the blazing sun, numerous small creatures hid in the grass or under the shade of trees. Enduring the sweltering heat, Liu Chang, too, felt the scorching sun on his scalp, particularly the new skin on his neck, which felt as if it were being singed. He hastily ran back to the coolness of his cave in the west. Lying on the cool ground of the cave, Liu Chang felt the heat dissipate from his body, a most delightful relief. Once his body temperature had lowered, he stood up, retrieved the hyena carcass he had hidden earlier, and tore into its flesh with gusto. Warthogs are herbivorous creatures, lacking sharp canine teeth, possessing only molars, and their biting strength is not particularly formidable. Therefore, their teeth were not Liu Chang's hunting weapon. However, consuming meat was undoubtedly sufficient. After devouring an entire hyena, Liu Chang's belly was full, and he discarded the remnants of the carcass outside the cave, burying it in a hole. He nibbled on some grass to cleanse the taste of blood from his mouth. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, he returned to the cave to rest contentedly. Upon awakening, Liu Chang found that darkness had descended outside the cave. With a light-hearted step, he made his way towards the warthog troop's burrow. Along the way, he encountered a wandering field mouse, swiftly dispatching it with a strike from his tusk, sending it to meet its ancestors. "Thank you, field mouse family," he thought joyfully as he savored the mouse's flesh, reflecting that it was indeed fortunate to have such animals around. After finishing the field mouse, Liu Chang merrily sprinted back to the troop's burrow. As was his custom, he licked the wounds on the neck of the warthog matriarch. Although Liu Chang's injuries were far more severe than those of the matriarch, his wounds healed at a remarkable pace, fully mending in just 4 days. In contrast, the matriarch's wounds had merely scabbed over, with complete recovery likely still a week away. This was despite Liu Chang's efforts to lick her wounds, providing antiseptic and accelerating the healing process. Liu Chang was quietly astonished by his own recovery capabilities. As long as he did not suffer any debilitating injuries, other wounds would not claim his life. When confronted by formidable carnivores, exchanging wounds would become his primary means of survival. For the next 10 days, Liu Chang continued to expand and patrol the territory of the warthog troop. He amassed a considerable amount of meat, with his belly rarely returning to a flat state. His endeavors in exploring the territory also provided a safe environment for the members of the warthog troop who remained in their original territory. The matriarch's wounds fully healed, and she resumed her daily forays for food with her offspring. The troop members who had experienced the leopard's attack became increasingly cautious during their foraging. Outside the warthog territory, with a plentiful supply of meat, Liu Chang's physique grew at a visibly rapid pace. Chapter 51. Taking action against the baboon troop. If one were to photograph Liu Chang, capturing an image of him as he exited the territory, another a week later, and a final one of his current state, the comparison would reveal a marked transformation. His physique had expanded considerably, and the iconic tusks of a male warthog had elongated significantly. Liu Chang also recognized his rapid growth during this period. First and foremost was his weight. He estimated he had gained at least 10 pounds, with his weight now firmly above 80. Secondly, his tusks had grown to nearly 15 centimeters in length. A result of his efforts to sharpen them against the rocks, if left to grow naturally, they would have reached an additional 2 centimeters in length. Liu Chang was also pleased to note a noticeable improvement in his running speed. His V5 high-performance engine had been upgraded to a V6 mid-tier model, and he now reached speeds of 45 kilometers per hour, matching that of a subadult warthog. Having spent half a month outside the warthog territory, Liu Chang had made significant strides in various aspects, If I were to encounter a leopard again, he mused while sauntering across the grass, recalling the harrowing battle from 20 days prior. He pondered whether he would have a higher chance of victory in a rematch. After carefully comparing their respective abilities, Liu Chang's expression turned somber. Despite his improved physical condition compared to 2 weeks ago, the gap between him and the savannah's top predator, the leopard, remained vast. In another confrontation, he would still need to employ the same strategy, allowing the leopard to latch onto his neck while he wedged himself against its chest, attacking with his tusks. The only variable was that his tusks were now longer, perhaps affording him the opportunity to pierce the leopard directly. Yet, he knew that the outcome of being severely wounded would not change. I am still not strong enough. I must at least reach a subadult state. Liu Chang reminded himself. The untroubled life he had enjoyed for the past 2 weeks had filled him with a sense of pride. When confronted by adversaries, he could charge forward, his tusks penetrating their flesh for a swift kill. This had nearly become his hunting template. Liu Chang understood that his ease stemmed from the absence of worthy opponents in this territory. Should he encounter a leopard or a lion again, it would undoubtedly be a grueling battle. If he could grow to a subadult state, his physical prowess would allow him to achieve speeds akin to that of a V8 engine. With tusks exceeding 20 centimeters in length, he would be capable of instilling fear in medium to large predators. Even if he sustained injuries, he could still vanquish his foes, thus possessing a considerable degree of self-preservation. Liu Chang set a goal for himself, to reach a weight of 100 pounds. Crossing into the realm of subadult warthogs, he continued to explore his newly claimed territory with unwavering zeal. After running for over an hour without a single catch, Liu Chang sought refuge from the intensifying sun. Retreating into a cave in the east, he had constructed simple burrows at the 4 cardinal points of the warthog cave. During the day, while patrolling the territory or hunting, he would often rest wherever he found himself after a sufficient meal. On scorching days, lying in a cool cave for a nap after satisfying his hunger was an exquisite delight. However, today, Liu Chang found it difficult to sleep soundly due to his insufficient meal. After days of relentless hunting, the less intelligent creatures of the new territory had succumbed to his sharp tusks. The remaining animals were all astute, making hunting increasingly challenging. Relying on the migratory influx of animals to replenish his territory's population was too slow. In simple terms, there were not enough animals left in his new territory to sustain him. Liu Chang recalled what he had learned about lion prides. A typical pride requires at least 20 square kilometers of territory as its hunting grounds. If the flora and fauna within that territory were insufficient, or if the pride contained too many lions, their territory could expand to hundreds of square kilometers. Liu Chang had once thought the size of a lion pride's territory was excessive. After all, a male lion needed only to patrol his domain to become exhausted. Now, Liu Chang realized that a larger territory was indeed advantageous. In his mind, a rough map of the warthog territory materialized. Resembling an irregular oval, the original territory spanned approximately 2 to 3 square kilometers, sufficient for a group of 7 warthogs to forage and sustain themselves. He expanded the territory outward by more than double, bringing the new area to around 5 to 6 square kilometers. If Liu Chang's diet were omnivorous, such an expanse would suffice to fill his belly each day. However, his preference lay firmly with meat. He consumed not much meat per meal, roughly 2 to 3 kilograms, but his rapid consumption rate was astonishing. He could eat upwards of 10 meals a day, leading to a demand for meat that surpassed that of a fully grown male lion. The fauna within 5 to 6 square kilometers could hardly meet Liu Chang's immense appetite. It is time to stir things up with the baboons. A glint of cold determination flashed in Liu Chang's eyes. After a brief respite, he emerged from his lair. That moment, the sun dipped in the west, and the temperature on the savannah gradually declined, signaling that night would soon envelop the land. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of Liu Chang's footsteps resonated across the plains. Upon hearing this noise, the smaller creatures within the warthog territory shrank back, paralyzed with fear. Their siblings, parents, and ancestors had all been dispatched by this very sound. Those that survived were the elite of their kind. Knowing that when they heard the thud, 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 they must remain still and wait for the sound to fade for their safety. Indeed, the thud gradually receded. The frightened creatures gasped, relieved that they had managed to live another day under the shadow of the great demon king. Liu Chang galloped forward, slowing his pace to a cautious shuffle when he was about 500 meters from the baboon group. The thunderous sound of his charge would surely alert the baboons. As he drew closer, he entered a state of heightened potential, concealing his form among the grass, lifting his gaze toward the treetops. There, indeed, stood a sentinel baboon, scanning the ground below. Liu Chang exited his heightened state and silently repositioned himself to the rear of the baboon group. Continuing to observe, confirming that no sentinel baboons were in sight, he pressed forward into the heart of their territory. 300 meters, 200 meters, 100 meters. Each step brought him closer, yet it became increasingly challenging to remain concealed. Finally, when the distance closed to around 80 meters, Liu Chang surged into his heightened state, accelerating swiftly, thud, thud, thud. His powerful hooves struck the ground, producing a resounding noise. The baboons erupted into frantic cries. Adult baboons swiftly ascended the tree trunks, scanning the ground in a desperate attempt to locate the source of the commotion. A few young baboons remained on the ground, gazing around with wide, foolish eyes. Eek, eek. An adult baboon spotted Liu Chang charging and screeched loudly, warning the others to take cover, but it was already too late. Liu Chang rapidly closed in on his confirmed prey, whipping his head. With a sharp thrust, his razor-like tusks pierced the baboon's hide with ease. Liu Chang shook his head again, clamping down with his molars on the baboon's body, maintaining his momentum as he barreled forward. Thud, thud, thud. His hooves pounded the earth, stirring up clouds of dust. When the dust settled, the baboons could see no trace of Liu Chang. Chapter 52. The pressures of the dry season. Aside from the glaring pool of blood on the ground, the previous scene seemed but an illusion. Eek, eek. The baboon troop erupted like molten iron splashed into boiling water, on the verge of exploding. All members screamed loudly, venting their rage and fear. Liu Chang's actions were so swift that even the adult baboons felt a jolt of terror. From the charge to the swift kill of a young baboon, and then his hasty retreat, the entire episode unfolded in mere seconds. Had the adult baboons not taken refuge in the trees, they too would have succumbed to his ferocious assault in an instant. Every baboon felt a palpable sense of danger. Eek! The largest and most formidable baboon leader stood upon a branch, calling out to calm the frantic members of his troop. Though he was furious, Liu Chang's shadow had vanished, leaving no opportunity for retribution. 500 meters away from the baboon group, Liu Chang halted, releasing his grip. With a thud, the small baboon fell to the ground. He did not immediately feast but instead surveyed his surroundings, ensuring that the baboon troop had not pursued him and that no carnivorous predators were nearby before lowering his gaze to inspect his successful quarry. The baboon he hunted was not particularly large, weighing just over 10 kilograms, with a meat yield of perhaps only 40%. It belonged to the category of animals with abundant fur but scant flesh. Liu Chang had no qualms. 4 to 5 kilograms of meat was sufficient for a hearty meal. Furthermore, with many adult baboons still present in the troop, his food reserves were undoubtedly ample. Having successfully hunted within the heart of the baboon territory and departed unscathed, Liu Chang felt a swell of pride. 10 steps to kill one, 1,000 miles without leaving a trace. Once the task is done, I shall slip away, concealed in both body and name, perfectly illustrated his recent actions. After a satisfying feast, Liu Chang dug a pit to bury the remnants of the baboon, primarily to avoid attracting nocturnal predators. Once he had covered the pit, he casually nibbled on some grass nearby. As he chewed, a frown crossed his face. He distinctly sensed that the moisture content in the grass had diminished compared to a few months prior, and the texture had become much coarser. Lacking in softness, the dry season approaching? A shadow of concern loomed over Liu Chang. He viewed the baboons as a food reserve, just as the warthog group was perceived as a reserve by the top carnivores of the savanna. With insufficient moisture, the grass would wither, even becoming fibrous under the sun's harsh rays. Herbivores would struggle to obtain nutrients, forced to migrate. Consequently, carnivores that relied on herbivores for sustenance would find their food supply dwindling. They would either follow the herbivores in their migration or seek out the animals that remained, such as the warthog. Warthogs are remarkably resilient omnivores. When grass is scarce, they can dig for roots to satiate their hunger. Should the rivers dry up, they can consume the roots of plants to acquire moisture. Thanks to their robust digestive capabilities, warthogs can survive on minimal food within their burrows, enduring the prolonged dry season. This trait renders warthogs highly coveted by large carnivores during such times. When that moment arrives, lions, hyenas, wild dogs, leopards, and other apex predators will set their sights on the warthogs. Liu Chang felt an urgent sense of urgency rising within him. If he did not reach the physical state of a subadult warthog before the dry season set in, he risked enduring a protracted period of food scarcity. Suppressing his chaotic thoughts, Liu Chang sprinted back to the lair of his group. The warthog trio had returned to their usual joviality, even engaging in playful antics within the den. Warthog Mother rested with half-closed eyes, while Cuehua groomed her fur. She was on the cusp of adulthood, at which point she would mate with male warthogs and bear offspring, an instinctual drive embedded in their genes, just as adult male warthogs would inevitably depart their original groups to wander. In the vast grasslands, the survival and propagation of species have evolved over tens of thousands of years, establishing a set of fixed rules. Liu Chang observed Cuehua and approached her. Cuehua, not understanding Liu Chang's intentions, merely grunted in fear of him. Liu Chang had no particular interest in Cuehua. He simply wished to compare their sizes. Among the subadult warthogs in the group, Cuehua was the sole representative. To gain a direct comparison, Cuehua was his only option. Standing side by side, Liu Chang noted that Cuehua was approximately 7 to 8 centimeters taller and over 10 centimeters longer, an evident disparity. Standing beside Cuehua, he felt distinctly smaller. In terms of weight, Liu Chang weighed over 80 kilograms, while Cuehua likely tipped the scales at around 100 kilograms. Adult female warthogs typically weigh just over 100 kilograms, with a maximum of 140 to 150 kilograms. Adult male warthogs can reach extreme weights of up to 200 kilograms, like the previous elder warthog. Warthog Mother opened her eyes, rising to her feet, her gaze fixed in surprise upon Liu Chang. Previously, she had merely perceived Liu Chang's rapid growth but had not contemplated its extent. Now, as Liu Chang stood beside Cuehua, appearing smaller, Warthog Mother felt a sense of something amiss. After all, Cuehua had been born a full year prior to Liu Chang. Warthog Mother increasingly believed that her son was genuinely extraordinary, a prodigy in the realm of warthogs. Liu Chang remained oblivious to Warthog Mother's thoughts. After comparing sizes with Cuehua, he returned to his resting spot and lay down. I must accelerate my growth. Before the dry season arrives, I must attain the weight of a subadult warthog and the speed of a V8 engine. Tomorrow morning, I shall return to feast upon the baboon troop. Liu Chang silently resolved, closing his eyes to rest. The following morning, Liu Chang did not wait for Warthog Mother to lead the way. He was the first to venture out. The urgency of the impending dry season weighed heavily on him, compelling him to strive relentlessly for meat to strengthen himself. Thud, thud, thud. Once more, the sound of Liu Chang's heavy footsteps echoed through the warthog territory. The smaller creatures on the savanna trembled in fear, waiting until the thud, thud, thud faded before daring to show themselves. Upon reaching a distance of 500 meters from the baboon troop, Liu Chang employed his previous tactics, entering a state of heightened potential to enhance his vision and survey the baboon group. This troop of baboons was similar to the last, having added a sentinel baboon in the vicinity where Liu Chang had launched his ambush the previous afternoon. They were somewhat clever, though not excessively so. Liu Chang chose a different approach this time, preparing for another surprise attack. Hearing the thud, 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 the members of the baboon troop on the ground scrambled up the trees, while those in the branches screeched in exasperation. Liu Chang's speed during the ambush was astonishingly swift. Although his attacking technique was rather simplistic, it posed an insurmountable challenge for the baboons. Once again, he effortlessly pierced the abdomen of a baboon with his fangs and darted away, clutching his prey. The wound was fatal, yet the baboon did not succumb immediately in its final moments. It clawed desperately at Liu Chang's face. With his eyes shut, Liu Chang braced himself as the baboon raked its claws across him. Soon, the baboon's strength waned, its limbs dangling helplessly in the air. Squeaking, among the baboon troop, the largest male baboon leader, accompanied by several adult baboons, was fiercely pursuing Liu Chang from behind. After running 500 meters, Liu Chang noticed a few adult baboons trailing closely behind him and sprinted another 500 meters. The baboon leader, unable to catch even a glimpse of Liu Chang's elusive figure, had no choice but to lead the adult baboons back. Liu Chang, having feasted on the baboon meat, retreated to the woods on the eastern edge of their territory. He intended to continue honing his fang-piercing skills, this time increasing the difficulty of his training regimen. Chapter 53. An upgrade to fang piercing skills. Previously, Liu Chang had marked a tree trunk, akin to a stationary target for human shooters. He practiced piercing the mark with his fangs, enhancing his precision in hunting. This indeed significantly improved his hunting prowess. However, the experience of battling baboons sparked new ideas within him. From the moment he initiated his assault until he struck, Liu Chang had but one opportunity to attack. He had accurately pierced his prey with his fangs. Yet, the 15-centimeter-long fangs, while penetrating the baboon's belly, did not instantly bring about its demise. The baboon's final struggles had caused Liu Chang some trouble, leaving several grayish-white claw marks on his face. Fortunately, he was not targeting an adult baboon, and its claws lacked sharpness, sparing him from serious injury. Had he faced an adult male baboon, he might have emerged with his face severely lacerated by the creature's desperate final retaliatory strikes. As he continued hunting baboon troops, an encounter with adult male baboons was inevitable. Thus, Liu Chang pondered whether he could further enhance the lethality of his fangs. Achieving a one-strike kill, he aimed to penetrate vital organs such as the brain, heart, or lungs with his fangs, leading to the enemy's swift demise or incapacitation within mere seconds. Once he could drive his 15-centimeter fangs through these critical areas, even a leopard or lion would quickly lose all strength and be unable to retaliate. Hitting vital organs with precision during a hunt proved exceedingly difficult, especially since both he and his target were in rapid motion. Therefore, in line with Liu Chang's vision, the difficulty of the fang-piercing training needed to be elevated. Transitioning from stationary targets to moving ones, simulating the conditions he would face during actual hunts. Liu Chang sat down on the ground, raising his two forelimbs to his eyes, feeling somewhat perplexed. Without dexterous fingers, how could he create a moving target? After much contemplation, an idea struck him. He dashed back to the site where he had buried the baboons, excavated two of their pelts, and returned to the eastern cave with them in his mouth. He spread the two baboon pelts on the ground and ran to a nearby thicket, snapping off branches with his mouth. Armed with two sets of baboon pelts and branches, Liu Chang used his fangs to bore two deep holes into the tree trunk, then hung the pelts from the branches. As a gentle breeze stirred, the baboon pelts fluttered in the wind. Liu Chang's expression darkened slightly. Using baboon pelts as moving targets did not entirely align with his original vision. But given the rudimentary conditions, he had to make do. Once the moving target was prepared, Liu Chang retreated a distance and launched himself forward with vigor. His aim was the heart of the baboon. Thud, thud, thud. The ground resonated with the sound of Liu Chang's heavy footfalls. Upon reaching the fluttering baboon pelts, he swung his head, driving his sharp fangs toward them. With a satisfying thud, his fangs pierced through the baboon pelt and embedded into the tree trunk. Liu Chang extracted his fangs and continued to run a few steps before glancing back at his training results. The location where his fangs struck was at the chest of the baboon pelt, approximately 5 or 6 centimeters away from his intended target, the heart. How could I have missed? Liu Chang furrowed his brow. The sensation of the strike had felt remarkably smooth. It should not have been inaccurate. While the apparent deviation of a few centimeters may seem trivial, in an actual combat scenario, striking the chest and the heart are entirely different outcomes. A strike to the chest might leave the opponent alive and thrashing for a minute or two, whereas a thrust to the heart results in almost instantaneous death. Liu Chang could not afford to wait for a baboon to die over a minute after an ambush. Once ensnared by a troop of baboons, he would be embroiled in a fierce battle. While he did not fear combat, he was averse to unnecessary fights and injuries. Liu Chang distanced himself once more and charged forward, this time targeting the baboon's head. Thud, 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 crack, thud. As he charged, his head swung, and his sharp, hard fangs collided with the baboon's skull, shattering it and finally pinning it to the tree trunk. Upon witnessing his accomplishment, Liu Chang grinned, thoroughly satisfied with the outcome. He continued to repeat his training. After more than a dozen charges and head swings, Liu Chang stood before the baboon pelts, his brow slightly furrowed. The success rate of his training hovered around 60%. This meant that out of 10 charges, he could successfully strike his predetermined targets, like the brain, heart, or lungs, 6 times. However, in 4 instances, his strikes would deviate, resulting in a hunting failure. Liu Chang had attempted to adjust the rhythm of his strikes, but still could not ensure 100% accuracy in hitting his intended target. Therefore, he decisively paused to contemplate the reasons behind his inconsistencies. Soon, the answer dawned on him. It was the wind. The times he had failed to pierce accurately coincided with gentle breezes that caused the baboon pelts to sway. It was not that his aim was flawed. Rather, the movement of the pelts had altered the position of his fangs, leading to the apparent misalignment. With this revelation, Liu Chang felt enlightened. This was precisely the training effect he sought. In actual hunts, targets would not remain stationary, waiting for him to strike. He needed to adjust his offensive position based on the target's movements. Continuing his training, Liu Chang paid closer attention to the direction of the breezes in the air. Adjusting the position of his fang strikes to match the swaying of the baboon pelts, thud, thud, thud. The forest echoed with sounds reminiscent of an axe chopping wood. Soon, the baboon pelts hanging from the tree were reduced to tatters. He removed the branch with his mouth and hung another piece of baboon pelt. The dull thuds resounded once more throughout the woods, by the time the sun hung high in the sky. Liu Chang retreated to a nearby cave to escape the heat. Upon awakening, Liu Chang trotted toward the baboon territory. Previously, his hunting of baboons had merely served to fill his meat supply. Now, baboons had acquired an additional purpose. Their pelts were essential materials for crafting moving targets. Whether for sustenance or training his fang-piercing skills, he needed to launch attacks on baboon troops. With the day still young, Liu Chang opted for a light jog rather than a full sprint. He had also noticed that he had not been able to catch smaller animals lately, likely due to the sound of his pounding footsteps scaring them off. With this in mind, he resolved to remain silent. Liu Chang moved like a stealthy predator, wielding two sharp weapons, his steps soundless as he selected suitable prey across the grassland. As the oppressive heat of the day began to dissipate, many small creatures emerged from the underbrush and shade to forage. Unbeknownst to them, the figure clad in two formidable blades, who thudded across the ground, had altered his hunting strategy. Rustling. A plump male hare bounded through the grass, chasing a female hare ahead of it. The two hares raced across the expansive grassland under the setting sun. After a few leaps, the female hare glanced back at the pursuing male, playfully hesitant. The male hare quickened his pace, drawing alongside the female and showering her with affection. The scene was picturesque, laden with poetic charm. Had fate not intervened, they would likely have united as mates, propagating their kind and contributing to the vibrant life of the grassland. Regrettably, a pair of dark, piercing eyes fixated upon them, the owner of which bore a menacing grin. Chapter 54. The baboon troops guard under the male hare's advances. The female hare decided to reciprocate. The two hares pressed their bodies closely together, sharing tender moments. Suddenly, a swift and sharp whoosh pierced the air. Before the enamored hares could react, thrust, thrust. Liu Chang's elongated, sharp fangs pierced through both hares, skewering them together. Kekekek. Liu Chang withdrew his fangs, drawing forth a spray of blood. The two hares, their mouths and noses oozing blood, became a pair of doomed lovers. Pleased with his success, Liu Chang felt a surge of pride. It had been well worth the wait for those two foolish creatures to stand together. A single thrust of his fangs had made it effortless. Following this, it was time for Liu Chang to relish his feast. Each adult hare weighed around 4 to 5 pounds, yielding approximately 50% of edible meat. Liu Chang devoured the hares with great satisfaction, feeling sufficiently sated. After digging a shallow grave to bury the remains of his feast, he continued toward the baboon territory. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of heavy footsteps resonated across the grassland. With his hunger sated, Liu Chang no longer needed to hunt other animals, allowing him to move freely without concealing his presence as he sprinted at full speed. When he was 500 meters away from the baboon's resting place, Liu Chang halted, concealing himself as he approached stealthily. He entered a heightened state of potential, observing a sentinel baboon perched atop a tree, vigilantly surveying the ground. Having suffered 2 previous ambushes, the baboon troop was on high alert, and their vigilance had intensified. Liu Chang had anticipated this and turned his gaze toward the baboon troop on the tree trunks and ground. Upon doing so, he was momentarily taken aback. At least 7 or 8 adult male baboons congregated on the ground, resembling sentinels standing guard, their expressions vigilant as they surveyed their surroundings. Among them, one particularly robust baboon occasionally paced around the other sentinels, much like a foreman overseeing work. Good grief, this is unbelievable, Liu Chang thought. Genuinely astonished, the newly arrived troop of baboons was evidently different from the previous one. They exhibited a greater sense of organization, and the authority of their leader was markedly stronger in response to Liu Chang's stealthy approach. The adult male baboons formed a makeshift protective detail under the leadership of their chief. Although this tactic was rudimentary and rigid, it effectively curtailed Liu Chang's attempts at ambush, crouching low to conceal himself. Liu Chang mentally rehearsed the scenario of a surprise attack. If he were to charge into the baboon group now, even if he succeeded in his initial strike, the baboon leader, accompanied by several males, would undoubtedly impede his escape, making it exceedingly difficult to break free. 1 or 2 baboons pose little threat, but a group was an entirely different matter. Even if they refrained from attacking, simply leaping onto Liu Chang would significantly hinder his mobility. The thought of being overwhelmed by baboons sent a shiver down his spine. Damn it. It's as if these baboons have become sentient, he cursed inwardly, having initially envisioned a leisurely meal before sleep. Faced with such a formidable display from the baboon troop, he had no choice but to retreat empty-handed. Without engaging in excessive internal conflict, Liu Chang turned and left, on his way back to the warthog den. He pondered how to counter the tactics displayed by the baboon group. Outnumbered and alone, he recognized the futility of confronting them head-on. Damn it, I'll just recruit some allies. Who is afraid of whom? Liu Chang gritted his teeth, resolved to return to the den and enlist the help of his warthog mother and shoewearer for a decisive battle against the baboons the following day. Although 8 adult male baboons were indeed formidable, 3 warthogs working in concert could surely breach their defenses. Upon returning to the group, Liu Chang communicated with his warthog mother and shoewearer, gesturing towards the direction of the baboon troop while mimicking their gait, indicating that a group of baboons had arrived from that way. Following this, he assumed an attacking stance, suggesting that the 3 of them should team up to drive them away. The warthog mother and shoewearer grasped Liu Chang's intentions. Before the warthog mother could voice her opinion, shoewearer turned and departed, clearly disinterested. Hey, don't go. Think it over. Liu Chang called after her, but shoewearer continued on her way without pausing. Liu Chang quickly turned to the warthog mother. Considering that if she were willing to join him in battle, they might stand a chance. They could let her take the lead, drawing the baboons away, while he seized the opportunity to strike. The warthog mother grunted a couple of times, seemingly indicating that if shoewearer had left, she too would not participate. After her grunt, she found a spot to resume grazing on grass. Liu Chang sighed, reminiscing about Tai Dan, who would surely have rallied alongside him to confront the baboons if he were still around. Lacking the support of allies, Liu Chang temporarily abandoned the idea of ambushing the baboon troop, convinced that the cohesion of the baboons would not last indefinitely. Given a few days without external threats, the adult males would surely slack off, eventually tending to their own affairs, and the protective detail would inevitably disband. The next day, Liu Chang cheerfully patrolled the warthog territory, noting how increasingly akin he felt to a carnivore, understanding the timing of herbivore activity and honing his ability to conceal himself. Stealthily entering the village, he would often hear sounds from the grass, silently approaching the herbivores before they even noticed him. Oblivious, they would fall victim to his lethal tusk strikes. Now, with an approximately 80% success rate, his tusk-piercing skill had improved, allowing him to penetrate vital organs and achieve instantaneous kills. However, Liu Chang was not entirely satisfied with this accomplishment, recognizing that mastery requires ample practice and cannot be rushed. Suddenly, the sound of herbivores grazing reached his ears, prompting him to turn towards the source, a smile creeping onto his face. As he approached patiently, he had shed his previous impulsiveness and transformed into a seasoned hunter. Soon, he spotted an animal voraciously feeding on grass, its body covered in long spines, blackish-brown in color, with a round physique and a long snout resembling that of an oversized rodent. Liu Chang instantly recognized this creature as his long-lost companion, the porcupine, Little Tai. Much like the aardvark, porcupines and warthogs both bore pig in their names, hinting at a shared ancestry from 8 centuries past. Liu Chang continued to advance without launching an attack. His tusks were merely 15 centimeters long, while the porcupine's spines measured at least 70 or 80 centimeters. He surmised that any attempt to pierce the porcupine would likely result in his own face becoming a pincushion. Upon noticing Liu Chang's presence, the porcupine curled up tightly, hiding its head beneath its spines. Liu Chang grunted a couple of times, signaling his lack of hostility, but the porcupine remained concealed. Liu Chang's gaze fell upon the porcupine's spines, which were long, alternating black and white, with barbed tips that made him apprehensive. He recalled watching videos in his previous life of cheetahs or aging lions attempting to hunt porcupines, only to end up with numerous spines embedded in their forelimbs and faces. Animals, lacking dexterous hands, could not remove all the spines, leading to deepening wounds that became inflamed and infected. Most predators that hunted porcupines ultimately succumbed to painful injuries. Only the flat-headed brother can handle this. Liu Chang mused to himself. His resilient hide is perfectly suited to withstand the porcupine's sharp spines. After observing for a while, Liu Chang continued his patrol of the territory without attacking the porcupine. Even though he knew how to hunt it was quite simple. Flipping the porcupine onto its back to expose its soft underbelly would suffice. However, Liu Chang was reluctant to engage, knowing that while killing a porcupine may be easy, consuming one was a different matter entirely. A moment of inattention could lead to being impaled by the porcupine's spines, which would be more trouble than it was worth. Why risk injury when he could effortlessly hunt smaller prey? After wandering for a while, Liu Chang successfully caught a serval and a field mouse before returning to his crafted den to rest. Upon waking, Liu Chang once again ventured to the baboon's habitat. Noticing that only 2 adult male baboons remained on sentry duty, a grin spread across his face. In a couple of days, with the protective detail likely disbanded, he would have the opportunity to ambush the baboon troop once more. After assessing the situation, Liu Chang turned back. Suddenly, he felt a twitch in his nose, halting his steps as he turned to scan a particular spot in the grass with a cautious, serious expression. He had caught a whiff of the unmistakable scent of a carnivore. As the rainy season approached its end, the tall grasses, nourished by months of growth, were sufficient to conceal most carnivores. Liu Chang's vision could not pierce through the foliage, but the scent confirmed the presence of a medium to large carnivore lurking nearby. Rustling sounds indicated that the hidden animal was aware of Liu Chang's presence and was approaching. He soon caught sight of the carnivore. Its coat a chaotic patchwork of black, yellow, and white, with elongated canine teeth reminiscent of a Chinese rural dog, albeit significantly larger, akin to a large wolf dog, the wild dog. Liu Chang's heart raced, and he immediately entered a heightened state of awareness. His concern was not solely for the wild dog before him, but for the possibility of other members of its pack lurking nearby. This state of heightened perception greatly amplified his senses. Not detecting any other wild dog scents, Liu Chang felt a measure of relief and cautiously withdrew from the heightened state, keeping a watchful eye on the wild dog. Memories of his previous life flooded back, reminding him that wild dogs are pack animals, often hunting in groups ranging from a dozen to several dozen members. They typically engaged in hunts together, preying on antelope, zebras, and even buffalo. Warthogs also featured on their menu. Possessing the traits of canids, wild dogs have a powerful bite and remarkable endurance. Their formidable jaws enable them to hunt by targeting the vulnerable rear of their prey, often consuming it alive. A gruesome tactic colloquially referred to as gutting. This has earned them the rather grim title of rectal specialists. A single wild dog was not particularly concerning, as it was merely slightly stronger than a jackal. However, a pack of wild dogs, united in their endeavors, undoubtedly ranks among the most formidable hunters of the savannah. Aside from lion prides and hyena clans, the wild dogs can be regarded as the third brother of the grasslands. Liu Chang estimated that the wild dog before him was a mature male that had strayed from its pack, thus leading a solitary existence in the vast plains. To prevent inbreeding, most male members leave their original groups upon reaching maturity, entering a state of wandering. During this nomadic phase, they may succumb to various perils and meet untimely ends. Those that survive are the strongest of their lineage, possessing superior genes, and they mate with females to propagate their kind. The wild dog's eyes fixated intently on Liu Chang, revealing a gluttonous glimmer, drool trickling from the corners of its mouth. It awaited the opportune moment, just outside the baboon territory, only to unexpectedly encounter a juvenile warthog. This was a splendid gift from nature. Compared to baboons, the warthog offered a more delectable taste. The wild dog was eager to indulge in a sumptuous feast of warthog meat. Liu Chang smirked slightly. Weighing over 80 pounds, he noted that the wild dog could only be at most 60 pounds, a size smaller than himself. What audacity! Though a dog and a pig could not communicate verbally, they were able to perceive each other's intentions through body language and expressions. The wild dog was incensed. As a mature male, it was accustomed to instilling fear in the animals it encountered. Yet here it found itself disdained by a mere warthog. It howled fiercely, emitting a growl, and scraped its forelimbs against the ground. Liu Chang glanced in the direction of the baboon clan and promptly turned to flee. Engaging the wild dog near the baboon territory might alert the clan to his presence. Should they discover that he was lying in wait, the beleaguered guard squad, teetering on the brink of collapse, would likely regroup. After nearly a week of waiting, he could not afford to jeopardize his efforts. The wild dog, mistaking Liu Chang's retreat as a sign of cowardice, bore a menacing expression and pursued him. It was confident that a mere juvenile warthog could not escape its grasp. Once it caught up to Liu Chang, a few bites at his rear would guarantee a hearty meal. Thud, thud, thud. The pig and dog raced across the savannah. Small creatures, hearing the commotion, cowered in the grass, trembling in fear. Fortunately, the sounds of the chase soon faded into the distance. After a short pursuit, the wild dog sensed something amiss. It had failed to close the gap between itself and the warthog ahead. How could a creature that had yet to reach maturity run so swiftly? Yet the wild dog harbored no thoughts of surrender. Its breed was known for its endurance. It could chase prey for several kilometers, if not dozens, without faltering. Limited by its smaller size, exhausting the prey's energy was a conventional hunting tactic for wild dogs. Liu Chang led the wild dog around the warthog burrow, arriving at the eastern cave he had constructed. He halted, turning to regard the wild dog. Thud, thud, thud. The wild dog came to a stop about 10 meters away from Liu Chang. After running several kilometers, it needed to catch its breath. I could have killed you long ago, but then I would have had to drag you here. It is far more pragmatic to bring you here first, Liu Chang mused, stepping toward the wild dog. As the distance between them diminished, Liu Chang felt a surge of excitement. He finally had the opportunity to test his combat prowess against a mid-sized predator following the enhancement of his fangs. Howl! In response to the provocation, the wild dog yelped twice and charged at Liu Chang. It too was eager to savor the delicious warthog feast. Chapter 56. A fatal strike. Both Liu Chang and the wild dog were imbued with a fervent desire for battle. Liu Chang needed to engage with a large carnivore to validate his combat skills. The leopard was too formidable. The wild dog or hyena would suffice. Moreover, the wild dog's intent was singular. It was hungry and in need of sustenance. Thud, thud, thud. With differing motives, they surged toward each other, their goals surprisingly aligned. To take each other's lives. This was a life-or-death struggle. Liu Chang entered a state of potential explosion, perceiving the unfolding scene in slow motion. He could distinctly see the wild dog's paws striking the ground, kicking up dust, the ferocity etched upon its visage, its jaws agape revealing 4 sharp canines, along with its crimson tongue and drooling maw. Utilizing its hunting instinct, the wild dog anticipated that Liu Chang's attack would be a charge, a tactic the warthog would employ using its bulk and speed, particularly with the warthog's weight advantage. This maneuver held considerable destructive potential, yet the wild dog was unperturbed. Its strategy involved tearing at the prey's rear. In the face of a brutish charge, the wild dog merely needed to evade and swiftly pivot, sinking its teeth deep into the opponent's hindquarters to rip away a piece of flesh. Inflicting injury would diminish the warthog's speed, marking the beginning of its hunting spree. To the wild dog's astonishment, the juvenile warthog did not charge directly but brushed past it. Just a mere juvenile warthog, it thought, quickly pivoting, jaws agape, ready to take a bite from Liu Chang's rear. With a swift turn of his head to the left, Liu Chang's sharp fang pierced the wild dog's body. He immediately righted his head, blood staining his left fang. Having struck true, Liu Chang did not linger, accelerating away by several steps. The wild dog chased him for a few paces before its legs buckled, collapsing to the ground. Its eyes reflected a profound disbelief, unable to comprehend its sudden loss of strength. Gazing at the warthog ahead, the wild dog struggled to rise, managing to run a couple more steps. Its breathing grew rapid and labored, blood-tinged foam bubbling from its mouth and nostrils, its body convulsing before it fell lifelessly to the ground, never to rise again. Probably dead within 15 seconds, Liu Chang observed, silently counting as he witnessed the wild dog's demise from a punctured lung. In reality, the wild dog likely lost its ability to resist in under 5 seconds. This outcome was acceptable to Liu Chang. He sought to inflict lethal damage swiftly, rendering the opponent incapable of fighting back or dead. With measured steps, Liu Chang approached the wild dog's carcass, placing his hooves on its body and commencing the skinning process with his molars. As he peeled back the wild dog's hide to reveal the flesh beneath, he took a bite. Ugh! The overpowering stench and foul taste of wild dog meat churned his stomach, nearly prompting him to regurgitate his previous meal. Good grief! No wonder lions and leopards seldom hunt wild dogs. This stuff is absolutely repugnant. Liu Chang spat in disgust, trying to wash away the taste with a few bites of grass. This is fit only for the likes of Liushi. Who wouldn't mind? I've heard hyena meat is even worse. No wonder I saw a video where a lion killed a hyena but refused to eat it. I'd rather gnaw on grass than consume this. Liu Chang berated inwardly. How could there be such unpalatable meat on the vast plains? Adhering to the principle of utilizing every resource, Liu Chang retrieved a sturdy piece of dry wood and proceeded to poke several holes into the wild dog's body. He used the wood to hang the carcass on a branch. If it was inedible, it could at least serve as practice material for his fang-piercing training. For the next hour, Liu Chang utilized the wild dog's body to hone his fang-piercing skills. Previously, he had used pelts for training. This time, he employed the actual flesh. Remarkably, the results were quite effective, albeit with an excess of blood that splattered across Liu Chang's face. He did not mind. Once the wild dog's body lay in tatters, resembling a towel used by a boy for 3 years, Liu Chang dug a hole and disposed of the remains. Although he found the wild dog meat distasteful, the savanna was home to various creatures, and some might not mind consuming it. For instance, the notorious hyena, known as the second brother of the grasslands and a master of the rectal sciences. If wild dog meat was so unpalatable, one could only imagine the wretched flavor of hyena flesh. Liu Chang was truly reluctant to attract hyenas and engage in a confrontation with them. After clearing away the remnants of the wild dog, Liu Chang crushed grass with his hooves to rid himself of the blood and stench. Having completed his cleaning duties, he swayed his 5G antenna and returned to the safety of his cave to rest. Lying within the cave, Liu Chang reflected on the lessons learned from this encounter. The effortless dispatch of the wild dog confirmed the validity of his previous training regimen and yielded tangible results. To be able to take down a wild dog in a single round was not the mark of the strongest, but it certainly placed him above the weak. He had transformed from a scruffy little piglet into a formidable hunter of considerable prowess and one-on-one combat of similar sizes, bolstered by his potential explosion and honed fangs. He had become nearly invincible. Regrettably, he had not triggered the blood battle to the end state. Perhaps the simplicity of the fight had prevented its activation? Liu Chang speculated. The potential explosion state significantly enhanced his combat capabilities. If he could master it and enter the blood battle to the end state at will, he would stand a fighting chance even against the savanna's top carnivores. As for how to trigger the blood battle state and the skill's consumption mechanics, he had yet to discern a clear direction. Liu Chang remained grounded despite his victory in this skirmish. His immediate priority was to continue his growth. A stronger physique, increased speed, and longer fangs would enhance his self-preservation capabilities. For the top predators of the savanna would not engage in mere duels with him. Whether lions, hyenas, or wild dogs, they all operated in packs. What a pity my allies are lacking, Liu Chang mused, casting his gaze toward the mother warthog and shoewearer. Female warthogs exhibit fierce combativeness only when hunting or protecting their young against carnivores. In essence, they are not inclined toward violence. Male warthogs, however, are an entirely different matter. Within them lies an innate and abundant desire for combat, unafraid to flaunt their sharp fangs before the formidable carnivores. When confronted by other creatures encroaching upon their territory, male warthogs frequently resort to lethal force. The old boar is a quintessential representation of these males. If I were to assemble a team of male warthogs, perhaps we could sweep across the savanna. An audacious thought suddenly flickered in Liu Chang's mind. In the vast grasslands, living in a herd is undeniably safer and more powerful than solitude. The reason lions reign as the kings of the savanna lies not solely in their individual strength, but also in their social nature. A pride of lions forms a family, instilling fear in any creature that dares to provoke them. Liu Chang envisioned himself leading 20 adult warthogs on patrol across the plains, with both lion prides and packs of hyenas retreating in trepidation. What a sight of majesty it would be, however. He swiftly dismissed this impractical notion from his mind. For adult male warthogs, wandering is their true nature. Forcibly binding them together would lead to inevitable internal conflicts among these fervently combative creatures. Merely mediating their disputes already left Liu Chang feeling overwhelmed. Moreover, communicating with these beasts proved to be a formidable challenge. Without the ability to converse, forming an organized group was impossible. One could say that fantasies are rich and fulfilling, while reality remains stark and unforgiving. Chapter 57. It seems I must depart from the warthog clan. The baboon guard must be on the verge of collapse. Tomorrow morning, we shall hunt to fill our bellies before heading north to sharpen our tusks. In the afternoon, I shall pay a visit to my baboon friend. Liu Chang mentally mapped out his plans for the next day and closed his eyes. Suddenly, a thunderous and commanding roar reverberated through the warthog den. The already resting warthog mother nearly leaped up, pressing herself anxiously against the cave wall. Suehua and warthog Sanla hurried to her side, seeking refuge. Liu Chang sprang to his feet, his dark eyes gleaming with intensity as he entered a state of heightened awareness. Acutely attuned to the circumstances outside the cave, it was the voice of a male lion. This marked the third occasion he had heard a lion's roar within the clan's den during the night. The male lion stands as the apex predator of the savanna, its imposing size, exceptional physical prowess, and honed hunting skills cultivated over years of wandering rendering it the undisputed ruler of the plains. Whether it be buffalo, zebra, antelope, or warthog, even the young of larger herbivores such as elephants, giraffes, hippopotamuses, and rhinoceroses, they all fall prey to the male lion's diet. In the vast grasslands, all herbivores tremble at the sound of a lion's roar. The reactions of the warthog mother, Suehua, and warthog Sanla epitomize this truth. The warthog mother, who dared to bare her fangs at a leopard, trembled in fear at the mere sound of the lion. Liu Chang too felt a faint twinge of fear, coupled with a profound yearning for life. Even if it were a lion, should it seek to invade their den for a warthog feast, it would surely pay a steep price. After the lion's roar, silence enveloped the surroundings, and Liu Chang detected no scent of carnivores. The warthog mother, along with Suehua and warthog Sanla, gradually relaxed their vigilance. Liu Chang approached the cave's entrance, extending his snout to ascertain that no lion's scent lingered nearby, before withdrawing from his heightened state. He reclined once more, his brow furrowed. This was the third time. The first instance of a lion's roar occurred when Liu Chang was quite young, and he struggled to recall the details. However, he could definitively assert that the second and third roars belonged to the same lion. Nearly 2 months had passed, and it was still the same lion, indicating that it was not a wandering male but rather the leader of a pride. It was evident that the warthog territory lay within the domain of this pride. Contemplating this information, Liu Chang's expression darkened. Although he had anticipated this, it was undeniably bad news. During times of ample water and abundant herbivores, lion prides would not expend time and energy, risking injury to raid a warthog den. However, as the herbivores migrated en masse in a month, the lions, facing a shortage of meat within their territory, would inevitably turn their attention toward the warthog clan. Liu Chang felt the weight of pressure once more. Even after expanding the warthog territory to match the state of the old boar during its prime, it still could not sustain his growth. Under the pressure of the lion pride, he must continue to venture outward. This time, he was not merely seeking to expand territory but rather to mimic the lifestyle of adult male warthogs, actively foraging beyond their borders. Lost in thought, Liu Chang gradually succumbed to sleep. The following day, the warthog mother led her offspring out. She paused at the entrance, taking a moment to sniff the air for any scents. Having previously experienced a leopard's ambush, she had become increasingly cautious. Once assured of safety, she confidently guided her young ones out of the den. Liu Chang was the last to emerge. Instead of joining the clan and grazing on grass, he chose a different path, taking small, careful steps. Mornings are the prime time for herbivores to forage. As the saying goes, the early bird catches the worm, while the early worm finds itself devoured by birds. Liu Chang moved through the savanna like a hunting bird, attentively observing the movements of the grass around him. The tall grasses, reaching 50 to 60 centimeters, concealed his form as well as the small creatures hidden within. Rustle. The sound of fur brushing against the grass reached Liu Chang's ears as he cautiously approached. With a sudden puff, the area fell silent. After 2 hours of hunting time, Liu Chang remained on the grass, having failed to secure sufficient food to satiate his hunger. Thus, he was compelled to put in overtime. Not until the sun reached its zenith did Liu Chang conclude his morning hunt and dash toward the northern den. What should have been a 2-hour hunting period stretched to nearly double that time. Leaving Liu Chang's expression somewhat grim, he understood that the initial bounty of the newly claimed territory was gradually being depleted. First, he had raced through this new land, encountering panicked creatures to swiftly secure his meals. After about 10 days, the less intelligent animals had been nearly wiped out, leaving only the shrewdest among them. Liu Chang adjusted his hunting strategy, moving stealthily and using his keen hearing to discern the sounds of animals foraging or moving within the grass. Another 10 days passed, and the small creatures in the new territory had noticeably dwindled. As the old adage goes, a clever cook cannot prepare a meal without rice. No matter how Liu Chang honed his hunting skills, the decline in small animals once again placed his food supply in jeopardy. Upon returning to the northern den, Liu Chang spent an hour sharpening his tusks and then lay down to rest. He knew full well that even if he were to polish his tusks until they sparked like flint, fashioned from adamantium like Wolverine, without any animals around, he could not resort to gnawing on rocks for sustenance. It seems I must bid farewell to the Warthog clan, leave behind the 4 dens I painstakingly crafted, and depart from my birthplace. Even should I perish without a resting place this time, I would have no regrets. Liu Chang gently tapped his sharp, bony tusks with his hooves, solidifying his resolve. In the future, he would likely encounter the lion pride. His only chance of survival lay in growing stronger and faster. Before stepping beyond the new territory, Liu Chang's gaze shifted towards the baboon troop. He intended to drive away that group of baboons, striving to preserve a stable living environment for the Warthog clan. As for whether the Warthog clan could endure the dry season, Liu Chang did not contemplate such distant concerns. Under the premise of self-preservation, he could only do what was within his capacity. Upon awakening, Liu Chang dashed toward the baboon troop. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of hooves striking the ground resonated across the savannah. Liu Chang halted his steps 500 meters from the baboon troop, entering a state of heightened awareness to assess their habitat. Some baboons frolicked among the branches, while the majority foraged on the ground. Not a single member of the previous guard was in sight. Yet, atop the treetops, a vigilant baboon remained on watch. Fortune favors me. Liu Chang absorbed the situation of the baboon troop before redirecting his path towards a different side of their habitat. After making a circuit, he arrived at the left side of the baboon dwelling. Once more entering a state of heightened awareness, Liu Chang conducted a thorough inspection. This side lacked any lookout baboons, rendering it a blind spot for the troop. He moved forward with small, quiet steps. The lush grasses concealed his form. 200 meters, 150 meters, 100 meters. Continuing further would take him beyond the thick grasses, where he risked being inadvertently spotted by the baboons. Liu Chang did not rush to launch an attack, maintaining his advance. Suddenly, a mature baboon climbed through the trees and caught sight of a grayish-black warthog. Eek! The adult baboon cried out in alarm. Before the other baboons could react, the grayish-black warthog surged forward, charging toward the foraging baboon troop. Eek! Eek! The largest adult male baboon among them shouted. Leaping down from the branches to the ground, he called upon the other adult male baboons to join him in repelling the intruder. They had to take down this audacious warthog to redeem their clan's honor. Chapter 58. This is simply too reasonable. The baboon leader reacted swiftly, deciding to rally the troop members to confront Liu Chang head-on. However, Liu Chang's ambush speed was even more rapid. With the power of a V6 engine, he could accelerate to approximately 45 kilometers per hour in mere breaths, and as he launched his attack, he moved like a gust of wind. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of his hooves pounding the ground served as the rhythm of his assault. In just a few seconds, he arrived before his chosen target. In this heightened state, Liu Chang could see the panic-stricken expression on the target's face while simultaneously monitoring the movements of the other baboons. His rapid cognitive processing allowed Liu Chang to deftly handle the information before him. Eliminate the baboon in front of him, then make a swift escape. His safety was assured. With a sudden flick of his head, his sharp tusks shot forth like daggers. Thud! The tusks effortlessly pierced the target's fur, directly impaling its liver. Liu Chang slightly tilted his head, using his tusks, angled upward at a 30-degree inclination, to hang the creature from his face, continuing his relentless flight. Thud! With a series of heavy footfalls, Liu Chang swiftly vanished from the sight of the baboon troop. Squeak! A few adult baboons responded to their leader's call. leaping down from the branches and angrily shrieking in the direction Liu Chang had fled. Liu Chang, with his head cocked, ran nearly a kilometer before finally halting. The baboon dangling from his tusks was beyond saving. Its liver had ruptured from severe injuries, and even if it did not perish instantly, the jarring motion as it was dragged along with Liu Chang had rendered its internal organs a mere pulp. Within seconds, the baboon had lost all strength. This also explained why Liu Chang opted not to carry the baboon in his mouth. He realized that suspending his prey from his tusks accelerated its demise, leaving no room for the last-minute retaliatory scratches he had suffered in his previous encounter. After burying the remains of the baboon, Liu Chang carried its pelt and made his way to a small grove adjacent to the cave. He practiced his tusk-piercing skills for half an hour before returning to the cave to rest. The following day, he would breach the boundaries of his new territory and venture into a larger, more expansive plain. Before the dry season arrived, he aimed to secure ample meat to elevate himself to the status of a subadult warthog, thereby enhancing his self-defense capabilities. This was a race against time. At dawn the next day, without waiting for the warthog matriarch to lead, Liu Chang cautiously sniffed the air outside the cave entrance. Confirming it was safe before stepping out, "Humph," the warthog matriarch grunted twice, seemingly inquiring about Liu Chang's intentions. Liu Chang responded with a couple of grunts, reassuring her that he was merely going for a stroll and there was no cause for concern. The meanings conveyed through the warthog's grunts were quite limited, primarily reliant on tone. Emotions such as anger, urgency, worry, and fear were expressed through varying pitches of grunting. Liu Chang's calm response quelled the matriarch's curiosity, and she ceased to question further. Emerging from the cave, Liu Chang sprinted towards the edge of his territory. Thud! His heavy footfalls echoed within the territory, sending shivers through the small animals foraging at dawn. The formidable beast wielding two machetes was on the prowl again. Upon reaching the boundary of the new territory, Liu Chang paused, glancing back towards the warthog group before turning to continue forward. With the dry season approaching, he had to transcend the limits of his territory and embrace the vastness of nature. Once beyond the warthog territory, Liu Chang slowed his pace, ambling leisurely through the grass. The broader plains promised an abundance of food, but also unforeseen dangers. He could no longer afford to make excessive noise while on the move as he had within his territory. After walking several hundred meters, Liu Chang spotted a few gazelles grazing in the shade of the trees, a smile spreading across his face. How fortuitous! Just a few hundred meters into his journey, he stumbled upon an all-you-can-eat buffet. However, Liu Chang did not rush towards them. Drawing from his prior experience as a wildlife commentator, he knew that cheetahs often concealed themselves beneath lush trees to ambush gazelles. When the gazelles approached to graze, the cheetah would leap down, swiftly seizing one by the throat, then drag it up the tree to savor at leisure. This cunning tactic was frequently employed by cheetahs due to its high success rate. Liu Chang raised his gaze to the verdant trees, carefully scanning for any signs of predators. Once he confirmed that no carnivores lurked above, he approached the herd of gazelles with sturdy strides. The gazelles showed little reaction to his presence. As herbivores, their primary concern was the grass at their feet, and they posed no threat to one another. Liu Chang's smile widened. After nearly 2 months of relentless hunting, he had almost forgotten his identity as a warthog. Warthogs were also herbivores, and mingling with other herbivores while foraging was entirely reasonable. With this realization, Liu Chang felt a pang of regret, wishing he could thump his thigh in frustration. He should have ventured out much sooner. Despite the external dangers, the rewards were simply overwhelming. With his identity as a warthog, most herbivores would remain unsuspecting of his approach. For instance, he could graze peacefully, slowly inching closer to an antelope or a wildebeest. With a swift flick of his head, he could pierce their heart or vital organs with his tusks. Who could foresee such an ambush? Just who could anticipate the lurking predator at their side? The vast grasslands, teeming with herds of cattle and sheep, were the ideal hunting grounds for him. Feigning the guise of a wandering warthog, Liu Chang nibbled on the grass, gradually closing in on his chosen antelope. This particular antelope had just reached subadulthood, with horns barely measuring 7 or 8 centimeters, and exhibited no signs of wariness. As Liu Chang approached, the antelope sensed something amiss and shifted its hooves to a different spot. Liu Chang pondered, could it be that this creature had discerned his intent? He refrained from advancing further to avoid startling it into a panicked flight that would alarm the other antelopes. If this one proved too astute, he could simply select another. Liu Chang approached a female antelope nearby, waiting for her to lower her head to graze before he suddenly swung his head. With a resounding thud, his 16-centimeter-long tusks pierced the slender neck of the female antelope. Liu Chang tilted his head to withdraw his tusks, as if nothing had happened, and resumed grazing. Blood gushed from the wound in the female antelope's neck, and she felt her strength draining away. After stumbling a few steps, she collapsed to the ground. Under the shade of the large tree, the other grazing antelopes bolted from the area, with some fleeing far while 2 or 3 remained reluctant to abandon the lush grass and inviting dining spot nearby. The female antelope, still unable to comprehend the situation, expelled a frothy, sanguine liquid from her mouth, her body convulsing uncontrollably before she soon ceased to breathe. Cackling with delight at the success of his first hunt beyond his territory, Liu Chang reveled in the moment that it was simply exhilarating. Chapter 59. Fear not, friends, I, too, am an herbivore. Liu Chang felt an urge to burst into song. This had been the easiest encounter he had experienced while hunting large prey. Just a flick of his head, and he had dispatched his target as effortlessly as munching on a blade of grass. Indeed, adversity breeds innovation. Had he not been compelled by the meager resources within the warthog territory, he would never have found himself in such a welcoming hunting environment. Liu Chang continued to feign grazing, casting his gaze towards the nearby gazelles. A few of them regarded him with trepidation. Retreating a few steps, could they have realized I am the gazelle slayer? Surely, with their intellect, that cannot be the case, Liu Chang mused, his eyes falling upon his bloodied tusks, and suddenly understanding. His formidable weapon was stained with blood. Let alone the gazelles, even a field mouse would recognize him as the culprit. Aware that his cover had been blown, Liu Chang wasted no time, lowering his head to grasp the female antelope and dragging her into the underbrush. As a warthog, he could not indulge in fresh meat in plain sight of the gazelles. He had to maintain his facade, lest tales of a monstrous warthog began circulating among the antelope community. Jeopardizing his future hunts, it was worth noting that the grasslands were home to dozens of species within the antelope family, making them one of the preferred food sources for carnivores. If his reputation among the antelopes were to be tarnished, it would mean losing access to nearly half the prey available across the plains. In his previous life as a wildlife commentator, Liu Chang had not been able to identify every antelope species. Though he was familiar with several notable ones, such as the small gazelle, the black-faced impala, the blackbuck, the Kirk's dik-dik, the bushbuck, the nyala, the mountain reedbuck, the Thompson's gazelle, and the giraffe gazelle, among others. The antelope he was currently consuming was the most common variety. The small gazelle, with males weighing less than 30 pounds and females slightly smaller, just over 20, for Liu Chang, prey of this size, yielding around 50% meat, was just right. Amidst the dense underbrush, Liu Chang feasted on the fresh meat, feeling an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. This was truly delightful. He should have come out much sooner. He had squandered over a month expanding the warthog territory. The gains from expanding his territory paled in comparison to the rewards of venturing outside. The key was that in the outside world, he was perceived as a wandering warthog, and other herbivores were largely defenseless against him. With a swift strike of his tusks, he could wait for his target to succumb before indulging in a hearty meal. Just as he was doing now. Fortunately, with a month remaining before the dry season, most animals had yet to migrate, allowing Liu Chang some time to revel in his newfound freedom. As he savored the gazelle meat, Liu Chang contemplated his strategy. He intended to make the most of the final month of the rainy season to enter a state of furious growth. With a sufficient supply of meat, he was confident he could reach subadult status within 10 days. In this state, his abilities would rival those of an adult warthog, as long as he refrained from recklessly challenging carnivore groups. The vast plains would offer him boundless opportunities. After feasting, Liu Chang nibbled on a few blades of grass to cleanse his palate before making his way back toward the large tree. Indeed, he found several gazelles gathered in the shade, continuing their grazing. As Liu Chang approached, the gazelles retreated, their expressions filled with wariness as they regarded him. Humph! Liu Chang calmly emitted a couple of hums, signaling that he too was a herbivore, and that they could all graze together as good friends. The gazelles, however, paid no heed to his words, keeping a vigilant watch on him from a distance of 20 or 30 meters. Damn it, what exactly went wrong? Liu Chang mused, lowering his head to nibble on the grass while pondering the source of the problem. His mouth brushed against the greenery, leaving behind a crimson mark that caught his attention. Suddenly, enlightenment struck him. It dawned on him that after consuming gazelle flesh, his mouth and fangs were stained with blood, reminiscent of an ordinary person who had surreptitiously indulged in red dragon fruit. Denying any wrongdoing, that vivid mark was akin to irrefutable evidence. Even a fool could discern the truth. All right, I shall take a bath. Liu Chang decided to leave the shade of the trees and jog towards the river. The bloodstains on his mouth and fangs had already dried, and mere grass would not suffice to clean them. A refreshing dip in the river would be far more delightful. The muddy waters of the pond would serve as the perfect scrubbing cloth. Liu Chang was approximately 5 kilometers from the riverbank. At full speed, he could reach it in under 10 minutes. However, he opted for a steady jog instead, in a perilous expanse such as the grassland. Making a ruckus was a surefire way to court death. A slower pace also had its advantages, as it allowed him to better detect potential dangers through heightened senses, enabling him to avoid threats in advance. As he progressed, Liu Chang suddenly caught a whiff of a strong metallic scent of blood. Following the wind's direction, he realized it was emanating from the southeast. Maintaining a straight trajectory, he briefly entered a state of heightened awareness. With his senses significantly enhanced, the scent of blood intensified, and he could vaguely hear the anguished cries of a wounded warthog. It appears a carnivorous predator is hunting a warthog, Liu Chang quickly deduced. Realizing that the ongoing slaughter in the southeast involved members of his own kind. Licking his lips, he exited the heightened state and cautiously approached the southeast. His intention was not out of benevolence to save the other warthogs, but rather to ascertain which group was hunting them and what methods they employed. As the saying goes, know thyself and know thy enemy, and you will never be defeated. Understanding the offensive tactics of his adversaries was of paramount importance to Liu Chang. As he drew nearer, the scent of blood became increasingly potent, and the warthog's cries grew more agonizing. Liu Chang could even detect the foul odor of the predators in the air, a stench worse than that of the wild dogs he had slain earlier. A hypothesis began to form in his mind. Entering the heightened state once more, he gazed into the distance. Approximately 200 meters ahead, a pack of hyenas was savagely tearing into a mother warthog. Despite the mother's desperate attempts to fend off the attackers with her tusks, the sheer number of hyenas overwhelming her was insurmountable. 3 hyenas clung tenaciously to her hindquarters, inflicting excruciating pain, while one hyena lurked nearby, occasionally darting in to bite her. Another hyena moved in front of the mother warthog, drawing her attention away. The warthog's ability to retaliate was severely limited. She mustered all her strength to lunge at one hyena that was feasting on her back, but it easily evaded her strike. The other hyenas continued their relentless assault, tearing flesh from her body with ravenous bites. One hyena had its jaws clamped around the warthog's intestines, forcefully pulling them out, causing her to emit a heart-wrenching scream of agony. Liu Chang felt a shiver run down his spine. In his previous life, while narrating events, he had referred to the act of hyenas or hunting dogs extracting the intestines of herbivores as sucking snail powder. But witnessing this grisly scene in person revealed the true horror of it all. He felt a wave of nausea wash over him. Damn it, drowning in the river would be more bearable than being disemboweled by a hyena. But no, there's that damned leather shoe Liu in the river. Liu Chang inwardly grumbled, diverting his gaze from the mother warthog. The sight was simply too tragic for him to endure. He glanced towards another scene, where 3 hyenas were viciously attacking a subadult male warthog. With a ripping sound, one hyena sunk its teeth into the young warthog's back and yanked with all its might. The skin on the warthog's back tore apart like silk, exposing a pale layer of flesh beneath. Liu Chang could not help but shudder. Good grief, hyenas, enough is enough. Several young warthogs were swiftly dispatched by the hyenas, either succumbing to their bites or being devoured before they could even die. The ground was littered with the remnants of their dismembered intestines, along with the bloodshed of those struggling against their fate. Feeling a prickling sensation on his scalp, Liu Chang retreated, adhering to his predetermined path towards the riverbank. His mind was inundated with the images of the hyena pack's frenzied assault on the warthogs. He understood that the hyena's targets were other warthogs, yet the tragic fate of his kin stirred something within him. The composition of that warthog group was strikingly similar to his own, comprised of a mother warthog, a subadult, and several younglings born in the early rainy season. The hyena pack's relentless assault had effectively decimated this warthog group on the grassland. I must become stronger. The harrowing scene of the warthog's demise and its anguished cries served as a stark reminder to Liu Chang. He could not allow himself to become prey for other carnivorous beasts. As he neared the river, Liu Chang spotted various species of antelopes, towering ostriches, and the tallest giraffes on the savanna. There were also baboons, jackals, and rhino mothers with their calves. Upon reaching the riverbank, Liu Chang surveyed the area and frowned slightly. The river's width had shrunk by nearly one-third since his last visit. The diminishing water sources signaled the impending arrival of the dry season. The transition from the rainy season to the dry season was gradual, manifesting in numerous ways, such as the moisture in the grass, the river's breadth, and the color of the leaves. The increasingly harsh environment would compel herbivore populations to migrate. At that stage, life on the grassland would deteriorate drastically. Even the hyena packs and lion prides would be forced to endure prolonged hunger due to the scarcity of prey. Some entire groups might even starve to death. Liu Chang approached the riverbank, the soft mud beneath his feet revealing the former riverbed. Entering a heightened state, he peered into the waters below. Rows of dark green Nile crocodiles awaited patiently in the river. Liu Chang cautiously backed away. Even with his heightened senses and acute awareness of ambushes, he did not wish to confront so many crocodiles alone. He waited patiently, knowing that other animals would soon succumb to their thirst and approach the water's edge. Just as a baboon leaned down to drink, a crocodile surged out of the water with a splash. The baboon quickly retreated, narrowly escaping the crocodile's attack. The other animals by the river followed suit. Retreating in unison, all eyes were fixed on the crocodile, which seemed to feel humiliated and promptly submerged itself. Liu Chang moved downstream along the river, seeking a safe water source devoid of crocodiles and a suitable mud pool for bathing. After walking about 100 meters, he discovered a spot where only one crocodile lingered. Liu Chang approached the bank, lowered his head to drink, and kept an eye on the crocodile's position in his line of sight. The dark green figure began to swim closer to him. Liu Chang took a few steps back, causing the crocodile to halt its advance. He then moved a few steps further down the riverbed and resumed drinking. The crocodile continued to approach. Again, Liu Chang retreated, moving back to his original drinking spot. Each time the crocodile drew near, he would switch locations, never straying far, alternating between 2 points. The crocodile, no matter how dim-witted, eventually grasped that Liu Chang was deliberately evading it. As Liu Chang shifted to drink once more, the crocodile erupted from the water with a splash, propelling itself toward him with a combination of limbs and tail. Having been played with for several rounds, the crocodile's temper was fraying. If it could speak, it would undoubtedly berate Liu Chang. How dare this little warthog toy with me? Liu Chang swiftly turned and ran away from the riverbank. The crocodile pursued for a few steps before halting in the water. It was the apex predator. On land, it had its own natural enemies, which deterred it from straying too far from the river. Liu Chang sprinted a few paces before returning to the river. The crocodile observed him, slowly entering the water and relentlessly swimming in his direction. Hey, you really hold a grudge, don't you? You won't even let me drink water now? Liu Chang felt a surge of irritation. This was all in good fun, but denying him water was crossing the line. The crocodile must have forgotten the consequences of messing with him. Faced with the crocodile's relentless pursuit, Liu Chang entered a heightened state, ready to retaliate. Below the surface, the crocodile steadily closed in on him. As it entered striking distance, it lunged from the water with a splash, jaws wide open, aiming for Liu Chang's neck. If it succeeded, it would drag the playful warthog into the depths. From Liu Chang's perspective, the moment the crocodile leaped from the water, every subsequent movement seemed to unfold in slow motion, akin to a video playing at a quarter of its normal speed. When the crocodile lunged at him, Liu Chang merely took 2 steps back and then bent down. The crocodile's jaws grazed above his head in that instant. Liu Chang swiftly turned his head, his sharp tusks piercing the crocodile's jaw. The Nile crocodile was enveloped by a robust and tightly fitted layer of armored skin, which could not withstand the assault of Liu Chang's sharpened tusks for more than a mere fraction of a second before being swiftly pierced. After breaching the crocodile's hide, the tusks continued their relentless advance, puncturing the lower jaw, then penetrating the upper jaw, and finally piercing through the crocodile's upper armored layer from within. The 16-centimeter-long tusks resembled a sword. effortlessly skewering the crocodile's jaws. The Nile crocodile, overwhelmed with excruciating pain, thrashed about in a frenzy. Liu Chang felt his own balance wavering as he quickly withdrew his tusks and fled in the direction away from the river. Upon running over 20 meters and confirming that the figure known as Pisho Lao Lu was not in pursuit, he halted and glanced back toward the riverbank. The Nile crocodile continued to writhe on the shore, showing no signs of recovery from the grievous wounds inflicted by the tusks. Goodness, that was rather intense, Liu Chang mused, tapping his right tusk with his forefoot. If only his size and strength were greater. He could have used his tusks to drag Pisho Lao Lu ashore after piercing him, perhaps even hauling him for a distance of 1 or 2 kilometers. Such an act would have likely resulted in Pisho Lao Lu's demise. However, Liu Chang was wary that he might not be able to overpower Pisho Lao Lu, and thus refrained from attempting to drag him ashore, fearing he might end up being pulled into the water himself. Engaging in a scuffle with Pisho Lao Lu in the river would certainly be an exhilarating spectacle. Blood oozed from the crocodile's lower jaw and the corners of its mouth as it struggled to crawl back into the water. Liu Chang watched it enter the river, a grin spreading across his face. This unexpected skirmish had revealed to Liu Chang a new potential method to diversify his diet, by using himself as bait. He could pierce Pisho Lao Lu with his tusks when it surfaced, subsequently dragging it ashore. During the dry season on the grasslands, when food became scarce, this tactic could serve as a valuable means of supplementing his carnivorous diet. After achieving a resounding victory, Liu Chang strode nonchalantly back to the riverbank for a drink. The injured Pisho Lao Lu was nowhere to be seen. After quenching his thirst, Liu Chang continued along the river, in search of a suitable mud pool for a bath. Chapter 61. The Battle of Mature Male Gazelles. Under the vast sky and blazing sun, Liu Chang suddenly felt an exhilarating sense of freedom. In stark contrast to his previous life, which was fraught with rules and constraints, being a wart hog on the expansive grasslands seemed appealing. No one to oversee his actions, no one to issue commands, and no need to adhere to societal norms or legal regulations. The sole objective was to survive. After traversing 700 or 800 meters along the river, Liu Chang finally spotted a small mud pool by the riverbank. "Hong Langman, here I come." Liu Chang quickened his pace, reaching the edge of the mud pool. Rather than leaping in immediately, he surveyed his surroundings. Should a Pisho Lao Lu be lounging within, he would be unwittingly walking into a crocodile's jaws. Once assured of the pool's safety, Liu Chang stepped into the mud. As he rolled about, the reddish mud and sand beneath him were stirred up. The cool river water rapidly lowered his body temperature, while the coarse mud and sand rubbed against him, akin to a seasoned attendant vigorously scrubbing him in a northeastern bathhouse. The discomfort of heat dissipated swiftly. The odors of blood and flesh that clung to him from his recent meal were thoroughly washed away by the mud. After more than 10 minutes, Liu Chang emerged from the pool, his body enveloped in a thin layer of red mud. The scorching sun quickly dried the moisture within the mud. The remnants of the mud still clung to him, effectively shielding him from the sun's intense rays. "This Hong Langman is delightful. I must return often," Liu Chang mused contentedly, marking the location in his memory as he set off toward the large tree he had visited earlier. With the sun shining brightly, that tree would undoubtedly attract many gazelles. After meandering about, Liu Chang found his stomach empty once more. It was the perfect opportunity to procure something to eat. On the grasslands, a gray-black wart hog, adorned with cracked clumps of mud, scurried along, its movements light and sprightly, the 5G antenna on its rear swaying, reflecting its joyful mood. Liu Chang arrived at the spot where hyenas had previously hunted the wart hogs, slowed his pace, and after a moment of contemplation, changed direction toward the cluster of wart hogs he had seen earlier. Soon, he found himself at the site of a recent skirmish. The remains of several wart hogs lay scattered across the ground. A group of vultures circled the largest carcass, laboriously pecking at its skin and bones with their long beaks, tearing away the tiniest morsels of flesh. A few jackals hovered around a smaller wart hog carcass. Once they departed, the remains of the wart hogs would swiftly be reduced to bleached bones through microbial decomposition, nourishing the grass that would grow the following year. Liu Chang took one last glance before turning away. On his return journey, he encountered no other carnivorous animals and made it back to the large tree safely. Beneath the tree, a gathering of over 10 small gazelles awaited. Liu Chang raised his head to observe the lush canopy above, ensuring that no cheetahs or leopards lurked within its branches before cautiously approaching the base of the tree. The gazelles showed little reaction to his presence, filling Liu Chang with delight. It seemed that their previous fear of him was indeed due to the scent of blood that lingered on him. Now that he had returned refreshed from his bath, he was clean and unassuming, allowing him to mingle freely with the gazelles. Liu Chang employed the same tactic as before, selecting a male gazelle and feigning interest in the grass as he slowly approached. The male gazelle exhibited no wariness, standing still and scanning its surroundings. 0.3 meters, 2 meters, 1 meter. The distance between Liu Chang and the male gazelle diminished, the prey nearly within his grasp. Suddenly, a sound akin to rocks colliding echoed from the distance. Instantly, all the gazelles turned their attention toward the source of the noise. The male gazelle Liu Chang had targeted took a few steps toward the sound. Damn it, Liu Chang cursed inwardly. If only he had been granted 3 to 5 more seconds. He could have feigned nonchalance as he passed by the male gazelle and struck with lethal precision. However, at this critical moment, chaos ensued. Liu Chang looked toward the source of the noise. 2 male gazelles had locked horns, using their sharp antlers to clash against one another. Liu Chang quickly realized that these two were vying for mating rights. The victor would earn the affection of a female gazelle, while the loser would retreat in disgrace. Why now, of all times? Liu Chang thought in frustration, his teeth clenching. The battle between the 2 male gazelles captured the attention of the dozen or so gazelles beneath the tree, in their eagerness to witness the conflict from the best vantage point. They shifted their positions, significantly complicating Liu Chang's hunting efforts. Resigned, he abandoned the pursuit and joined the gazelles in observing the fierce battle between the mature males, resolved to seize whichever victor emerged. The male gazelles fought with ferocity, their sharp horns and sturdy heads serving as deadly weapons. As one gazelle sustained a chin injury and fled, the battle concluded. The victorious gazelle approached a female gazelle, proudly displaying its prowess. The female gazelle permitted the male to draw near, their bodies brushing against one another as their feelings intensified. Unbeknownst to them, a gray-black warthog was stealthily approaching, the stench of love. How irritating, Liu Chang grumbled, munching on grass to close the distance between himself and the male gazelle. Observing the 2 gazelles entwined, he lamented the inadequacy of his tusks. If only his tusks were as long as those of an adult warthog. Measuring 30 centimeters, he could pierce both of them and unite them as star-crossed lovers. Immersed in the joy of newfound affection, the male gazelle positioned itself behind the female, preparing to pass on its genes. Just as it was about to mount her, Liu Chang suddenly swung his head. With a swift thrust, his sharp tusks plunged into the heart of the male gazelle, embedding deeply. The male gazelle froze. As if ensnared by an invisible spell, Liu Chang withdrew his tusks and stepped back. Blood sprayed from the male gazelle, narrowly missing Liu Chang's head and splattering onto the ground. Maintaining his composure, Liu Chang resumed grazing, feigning indifference as if nothing had transpired. He even positioned his body to obscure the bloodied tusk on his right side. The male gazelle convulsed violently before collapsing, its limbs twitching in the throes of death. The female gazelle glanced back, horrified by the spreading pool of blood, and fled in terror. The other gazelles, bewildered by the sudden turn of events, joined her in a frantic escape. Only a few bolder gazelles paused at a distance to look back. Seizing the opportunity, Liu Chang clamped his jaws around the male gazelle's neck and dragged it into the dense underbrush. Kikik. It was time for him to relish a sumptuous feast. This mature male gazelle was remarkably robust. Weighing over 30 kilograms and after a hearty meal, Liu Chang found himself with a substantial portion of meat remaining. He dug a small hole, buried the leftover meat, covered it with soil using his snout, and trod over it with his hooves. After carefully concealing his food, Liu Chang nibbled on some grass to cleanse his palate and ambled out, continuing his charade as a wandering warthog. This time, before he even reached the tree, the remaining 2 gazelles caught sight of Liu Chang and bolted. "Hey, why are you running?" Liu Chang exclaimed in frustration. He was neither a lion nor a tiger. Was it truly necessary for them to be so terrified of him? It was particularly vexing considering he had only hunted twice. These gazelles were far too perceptive. Chapter 62. The desire to visit Hong Langman observing the thicket of grass beneath the tree. Liu Chang pursed his lips, pondering whether his frequent hunting activities at the base of the tree had instilled a sense of wariness in the gazelles. Indeed, one could not overstay their welcome in a single location. It was only natural that they would become suspicious. Liu Chang quietly reflected on his actions. Realizing that hunting opportunities were scarce, he glanced at the sky and made his way back toward the territory of the warthogs. With 2 hours remaining until dusk, there were still matters to attend to on the side of the warthog territory. Approximately 20 minutes later, Liu Chang arrived at the baboon habitat. Several adult male baboons stood guard on the ground, resembling a protective battalion, safeguarding the territory of their troop. The re-establishment of this guard was anticipated by Liu Chang. Without the assistance of the warthog members, he found himself waiting once more. He needed to bide his time until the adult baboons became lethargic, which would present him with an opportunity to launch a surprise attack on the baboon troop. Driving away the baboons was a task Liu Chang deemed essential. The warthog territory was limited in size. During the rainy season, with abundant water and grass, the baboon troop could coexist peacefully with the warthogs. However, as the dry season approached, with water and vegetation dwindling and food becoming scarce, the baboons would inevitably resort to hunting small animals, possibly even setting their sights on the warthogs. Liu Chang could not accept such a scenario. Just as a pride of lions would not tolerate another pride invading its territory, the preservation of food resources on their land was of paramount importance to the animals. Stealthily retreating, Liu Chang made his way to the northern cave. Along the journey, he dispatched a jackal and a field mouse, satisfying his hunger. Inside the northern cave, Liu Chang sharpened a pair of tusks, sparks flying as he ground them down. Their tips glinted with a cold brilliance under the sunlight, akin to finely honed weapons. He tapped his tusks with a hoof, a smile spreading across his face, as he yearned for a fresh group of antelopes to arrive beneath the great tree the following day. The antelopes he encountered today had grown too wary of him, making hunting inconvenient. If a different group, such as the spiral-horned gazelles or the Thompson's gazelles, were to arrive, he could still employ his warthog eyes to approach them. With a simple toss of his head, he could claim a medium-sized prey. Liu Chang found himself utterly enthralled by this sensation. It was no wonder that in the nature documentaries he had watched, leopards and cheetahs, creatures adept at climbing trees, preferred to remain aloft, leaping down to ambush unsuspecting prey as the antelopes grazed below. The thrill of waiting in ambush was exhilarating. Upon returning to the warthog den, Liu Chang was met with astonished gazes from his mother and companions, Suehua and Sanla. Snorting in surprise, Liu Chang inquired about their distress. His mother responded with a few snorts, nudging him with her back. Liu Chang was puzzled. Sanla's companions, Zishuan and Wanting, approached and licked the dried mud off his back with their tongues. Understanding dawned on Liu Chang. They were displeased because he had gone to the Red Romance for a bath without bringing them along. He quickly reassured them with a couple of snorts, indicating that he had merely been wandering. The few warthogs continued to snort in response. At this point in their communication, Liu Chang found it increasingly challenging to grasp their meaning. If he had the capacity, he would certainly take his companions to the Red Romance for a grand time. However, he was currently struggling to ensure his own safety. Venturing out alone was akin to hanging his head on his tail. Taking the group along could lead to dire consequences if they were to encounter a pride of lions or a pack of hyenas. While he might survive, he could not bear to watch his companions perish due to his recklessness. The weight of such guilt would be unbearable. Liu Chang entered the cave and lay down to rest. The next morning, he awoke early, positioning himself at the cave entrance to sniff the air. Upon seeing Liu Chang awake, his mother called for the others to rise. Suehua and Sanla promptly opened their eyes and stood, aligning themselves behind their mother, ensuring that no carnivores lurked outside the cave. Liu Chang stepped out. His mother and the others followed closely behind him. Liu Chang assumed they were simply accompanying him on a foraging expedition. However, after running several hundred meters, he noticed his mother still trailing behind. He halted, snorting a couple of times to inquire about her intentions. She responded similarly, indicating her desire to accompany him. Sanla then approached and nudged Liu Chang with her back. Liu Chang surmised that his mother wished for him to lead them to the river for a drink, with the primary goal of visiting the Red Romance for a bath. After a moment's contemplation, Liu Chang decided to continue leading the way. Yet, instead of heading toward the river, he redirected his course toward the baboon territory. After a little over 10 minutes, Liu Chang and his companions arrived at the edge of the baboon habitat. Entering a state of heightened potential, Liu Chang surveyed the baboon troop. Early in the morning, many adult baboons were still asleep, with only 2 standing guard on the ground. Several juvenile baboons were foraging or playing nearby. Liu Chang speculated that the adult baboons had likely awakened but were reluctant to descend from the trees, feigning sleep instead. This presented Liu Chang with an opportune moment. Rising to his full height, he gestured with his hoof toward the direction of the baboon territory, implying that if they wished to visit the Red Romance for a bath, they would first need to engage in battle. His mother hesitated briefly before snorting in agreement. Living on the periphery of the warthog territory was a group of baboons, which posed a significant threat to the warthogs. The competition for survival resources would inevitably lead to conflict. Although Cuehua felt apprehensive, the presence of Liu Chang and their mother at the forefront, combined with the allure of the Red Romance, prompted her to snort in agreement as well. Sanla felt similarly. With a strong figure leading the charge, they were willing to follow. Liu Chang grinned broadly, finally harnessing the strength of his companions. The decision to bring his troop to attack the baboons was not driven by a desire for wanton destruction, but rather to share the burden of facing the baboons' aggression. If he were to attack the baboons alone, the overwhelming number of adult baboons would quickly subdue him. Even with his formidable strength, he could not withstand being overwhelmed by a mass of baboons. With the assistance of his companions, Liu Chang could unleash his full potential, systematically taking them down. Moreover, driving away the baboons would be exceedingly beneficial for the entire warthog troop. Liu Chang needed to ensure that other members participated. He was not the matriarch of the warthogs, responsible for all the arduous tasks alone. Subsequently, Liu Chang led his companions in a wide arc toward the baboon habitat. This time, he intended to conduct a full frontal assault, aiming to shatter the baboons' confidence and compel them to relocate. However, this did not mean he would confront them head-on. A surprise attack could sow panic among the baboons, making victory more attainable. Tall grasses, reaching up to 70 or 80 centimeters, provided excellent cover for Liu Chang and his troop. When they reached the heart of the baboon habitat, they found themselves in a small grove where short, wild grasses grew. Not even the massive warthogs could conceal their presence, and even the diminutive, rounded hoofed rabbits would be conspicuous. Chapter 63. The lethal strike on the baboon leader. Snorting, Liu Chang turned to signal his mother and the others to prepare for the charge, instructing them to follow closely behind. His mother responded affirmatively, as did Cuehua and Sanla, all eager for the prospect of the Red Romance. With a thunderous sound, Liu Chang surged forward, his hooves pounding against the ground. During this time, he had never ceased to grow stronger, his physique becoming more robust, and his natural engine upgraded from a V6 to a high-performance V6, though Liu Chang's mother was slightly slower to accelerate. Being an adult warthog equipped with a V8 engine, she swiftly outpaced him. Cuehua, as a subadult warthog, matched Liu Chang's speed, starting off a bit slower but only trailing him slightly. As for Sanla, being a lesser member of the group, their role in this battle was primarily to create noise as they ran, making the warthog troop appear formidable. The sound of their charge echoed through the baboon territory. The largest and strongest baboon leader screeched frantically, summoning his troop members to prepare for battle. Faced with the full-on assault from the warthog troop, the baboon leader was genuinely alarmed. If they could not withstand this wave of attack, their numbers would surely dwindle, and his capabilities would come under scrutiny by the remaining members. With a thud, the baboon leader leapt down to the ground. As the leader of the troop, he bore the responsibility of confronting the external threat. The two adult male baboons that had been standing guard now positioned themselves behind their leader. Other adult males also began to converge around him, while the rest of the troop clamored from the trees, vocally rallying their fellow members. In this moment of crisis, the baboon leader charged forward, bolstering the morale of the troop. The warthog mother, charging ahead, was now within 20 meters of the baboon leader, having fixed her sights on her target. The leader standing at the forefront of the baboon troop, Theo forced the baboons to migrate. There were two strategies. One was to plow through their territory as Old Man Warthog had done before, frightening the baboons into fleeing without daring to descend from the trees. The other was to eliminate the baboon leader, extinguishing the will to resist among the remaining members. Liu Chang recognized his mother's intention to employ a decisive strike against the baboon leader, thereby shattering the fighting spirit of the others. He wholeheartedly supported her choice. In fact, had she chosen another baboon as the target, Liu Chang would have fixed his sights on the leader nonetheless. Only by eliminating the leader in front of the adult baboons could he achieve his strategic objective, to compel the baboon troop to vacate the territory, distancing themselves from the warthogs. Two predators cannot share the same mountain. A small patch of grassland could not accommodate both the warthog and baboon troops. With a swift rush, the warthog mother charged directly at the baboon leader. Weighing approximately 120 pounds, she was a formidable opponent compared to the baboon leader, who barely tipped the scales at 40 pounds. She was confident that if she could make contact, she would be able to deliver a fatal blow to the baboon leader. Faced with the oncoming adult warthog, the baboon leader was not naive. He would not recklessly endure the impact of such a powerful creature. With a light push of his paws against the ground, he leapt high, landing on a nearby branch, effectively evading the charge. The warthog mother, having missed her target, felt a pang of anxiety. The savage force of a warthog's charge required distance to build momentum. Only by utilizing her considerable size and speed could she maximize her destructive potential. Missing the baboon leader meant that should she attempt to turn, her speed would drastically diminish, making any subsequent collision unlikely to inflict significant damage. Moreover, there were several adult baboons lurking behind the leader. If the warthog mother slowed down, the adult male baboons would leap onto her, tearing at her flesh. The warthog with reduced speed would see its lethality plummet by at least 60%. At this moment, her best option was to continue her forward charge and target another adult male baboon. Yet, the warthog mother chose to significantly slow down and turn, persisting in her assault on the baboon leader. If she failed to eliminate him, her piglets would not survive the onslaught of the other adult baboons. In the instant she turned, two adult male baboons leapt onto her back, their sharp claws gripping her hide while their canine teeth sank into her spine. A furious roar erupted from the warthog mother. While the adult baboon's attacks were not overly damaging, their presence hindered her speed and significantly reduced her combat effectiveness. The baboon leader, having landed gracefully from his leap, felt a wave of relief wash over him. He noted that the primary fighting force of the warthog group consisted of a single adult female and two subadult warthogs. After weathering the initial assault from the adult warthog, the battle would soon tip in their favor. Suddenly, a grayish figure darted into the baboon leader's line of sight. Another warthog charged towards him. This one was barely the size of a subadult, but the baboon leader was unperturbed. He employed the same tactic as before and leapt again. He was confident that once he evaded the attack, this subadult warthog would be ensnared by the other adult baboons. The enemy had only one adult warthog and two subadults, while his own side boasted over 10 adult baboons, 7 of which were formidable males. Victory in this conflict was assured for the baboon tribe. Liu Chang observed the warthog mother ensnared by 2 baboons, noting the 4 or 5 more poised to spring into action behind the baboon leader. He also discerned the leader's sinister yet assured expression. A grin spread across his face as he pushed off the ground with his limbs, propelling himself into the art in the fleeting moment he passed by the baboon leader. Liu Chang abruptly swung his head. With a sickening thud, his 16-centimeter tusk, freshly sharpened just the day before, plunged deep into the baboon leader's body. Liu Chang did not specifically aim for any vital organs. The leader was airborne, just as he was, and targeting critical spots was exceedingly difficult. Nevertheless, he knew that any successful strike would cause significant harm, likely fatal. The baboon leader's body stiffened, as if all life had been drained from him, the light in his eyes fading rapidly. With a thud, Liu Chang crashed to the ground. Rolling to his feet swiftly, 2 adult baboons leapt high, aiming for Liu Chang's back, intending to use the same tactic they had employed against the warthog mother. Thud! The baboon leader struck the ground, struggling to rise, attempting twice before finally managing to stand, blood streaming from his belly, unable to staunch the flow with his hands. Tuehua dashed into the fray of adult baboons, seeking to assist the warthog mother in fending off her attackers. 2 adult male baboons soon joined her, intent on disrupting her efforts. Meanwhile, the subadult warthogs halted at the edge of the battlefield, paralyzed by fear. This was a brutal, life-and-death struggle between different species over limited resources, far too bloody and cruel for the tender subadult warthogs to comprehend. Chapter 64. The war pig's dependable allies faced with 2 baboons lunging at him. Liu Chang advanced rather than retreating, sprinting towards them. Thud, thud. The 2 baboons missed their targets and landed on the ground. As they turned to reposition, Liu Chang swiftly altered his direction, charging at them. He weaved directly between the 2 baboons. Swinging his head violently with a sickening sound, his right tusk pierced the heart of the baboon on his right, He withdrew his tusk and took several strides forward. The mortally wounded baboon staggered drunkenly before collapsing to the ground. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The other baboon, whether from rage or fear, continued its charge towards Liu Chang. This time, Liu Chang did not evade. He stood tall to meet the assault. Just as the baboon collided with him, Liu Chang leapt high, his sharp tusks piercing through the baboon's body as if it were nothing more than silk. With a swift withdrawal of his tusk, he left behind 2 fallen baboon corpses in his wake. Before the other adult baboons could surround Liu Chang, the baboon leader finally succumbed. Crashing down to the ground, he pressed his hands against the earth, summoning every ounce of strength, struggling to rise. A pool of crimson blood formed beneath him. The baboon leader's distress captured the attention of all the baboons, even as Liu Chang's rapid dispatch of 2 adult baboons went unnoticed. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The baboons perched on the branches shrieked loudly, seemingly rallying support for their fallen leader. Under their watchful gaze, the baboon leader summoned his strength, rising once more. Squeak, squeak, squeak. All the baboons erupted in joyous cries. Their elation lasted but a fleeting moment. The baboon leader staggered back 2 steps, then fell heavily to the ground. The baboon horde fell silent as if their throats had been seized. Blood had already soaked the leader's belly and hands. This time, he truly lacked the strength to rise again. The death of the baboon leader was akin to the downfall of a general in battle. It shattered the morale of his tribe. The adult male baboons encircling the warthog mother and shoewearer quickly retreated, scaling the trees. The warthog mother, now punctured with several wounds, grunted in frustration beneath the tree. These injuries were trivial to her, primarily fueled by her pent-up anger. Shoewearer remained closely beside the warthog mother, facing 2 baboons alone, feeling the weight of the situation upon her. The subadult warthogs rushed over to stand by the warthog mother. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The baboons in the trees screamed down at the warthog tribe members below. Yet, at that moment, neither the warthog mother nor shoewearer paid any heed to their cacophony. With the baboon leader dead and the adult male baboons withdrawing from the battle, it signified the conclusion of the conflict. The warthog tribe had triumphed. With her head held high, the warthog mother gazed at the baboons perched in the trees, her expression radiating the pride of a victor. Shoewearer and the subadult warthogs shared in her triumph, especially the latter, who puffed out their snouts and grunted triumphantly. Liu Chang found their exuberance amusing. These 3 had been hesitant to engage in battle, but were now the most boisterous in celebration. However, he refrained from quelling their enthusiasm. Victors were entitled to revel in their success. After a moment of pride, the warthog mother's gaze fell upon Liu Chang. She had not managed to slay the baboon leader. Nor had shoewearer. The only possibility lay with Liu Chang himself. Moreover, the crimson stains on his tusks, reminiscent of a battle god, clearly marked him as the warthog tribe's most valiant warrior in this skirmish. The warthog mother extended her tongue, swiping it across Liu Chang's face, leaving a wet trail of saliva that made her feel satisfied. Liu Chang squinted, preparing to wipe his face on a tree branch. Shoewearer approached him, also extending her tongue to lick his face. Soon, the subadult warthogs followed suit. Liu Chang's remarkable performance in battle earned him the unanimous admiration of the tribe members. Had it not been for his bold charge and the slaying of the baboon leader, the outcome of the conflict between the warthog and baboon tribes would have remained uncertain. Furthermore, Liu Chang had also dispatched 2 adult male baboons, significantly intimidating the core fighting force of the baboon tribe. Liu Chang accepted the respect of his fellow tribe members with calm composure, even if their method of expressing admiration was somewhat difficult for him to accept. After wiping his face clean, he reciprocated by licking the faces of the tribe members in turn. Without their assistance in drawing the fire of the adult baboons, he could never have achieved such results alone. The plan to drive the baboon tribe away might take a week or 2 to realize, with considerable risk involved. With Liu Chang's positive acknowledgement, the warthog mother and her companions felt even more jubilant. They brazenly strutted about the baboon territory, eventually departing with Liu Chang leading the way. Throughout the encounter, not a single adult baboon dared to descend from the trees to confront the warthog tribe in a final showdown, choosing instead to retreat into hiding. The death of the baboon leader had extinguished their spirit, and the remaining adult male baboons were preoccupied with vying for the position of the next tribe leader, making them even less inclined to risk their lives. Across the grasslands, a line of warthogs led by a subadult male, marched forward in formation. Any biologist studying the grassland fauna would be utterly astounded. Typically, the warthog leading a group would be the strongest among them. Yet, behind this subadult warthog trailed an adult warthog. Defying the norms of warthog behavior, Liu Chang guided the warthog tribe onward, heading toward the direction of the Crimson Romance. This time, he was genuinely leading the team, bearing the weight of the entire clan's safety on his shoulders. Thus, Liu Chang proceeded with utmost caution, maintaining a deliberate pace that was not too swift, his hooves barely making a sound against the ground. Occasionally, he would lift his head to survey his surroundings, his nose delicately sampling the scents carried by the air. Should there be any signs of carnivorous predators, he would be the first to detect and evade them, avoiding any unwelcome encounters. They arrived safely at the Red Romance bathing mud pool. The warthog mother grunted twice, extending her tongue to lick Liu Chang's large face, seemingly conveying, "Well done, my son." She was the first to plunge into the mud pool, her massive body rolling about. Tuehua stepped forward, eager to lick Liu Chang's face as well. Liu Chang hurriedly joined her in the mud. He had no desire to endure another round of affectionate licking from the clan members, as the sticky sensation on his face was quite uncomfortable. Earlier that morning, he had slain 3 baboons, and his tusks were stained with blood, making the mud pool an ideal place for a thorough cleansing. Afterward, he planned to seek out his fellow herbivores beneath the great tree for a heartfelt conversation. The warthogs entered the mud pool like dumplings being dropped into boiling water. The pool was not large, and several warthogs squeezed together, rubbing their rough backs against each other in the coarse mud. Liu Chang intentionally buried his face in the muck, thoroughly washing away the blood that marred his body. After more than 20 minutes, the warthog mother emerged first from the pool, grunting at the other warthogs still submerged. Liu Chang, Tuehua, and the warthog trio followed suit, stepping out of the muddy waters. After their bath, several warthogs felt utterly refreshed. Even the blazing sun overhead seemed to soften its rays. The warthog trio couldn't contain their playful antics. Suddenly, Liu Chang emitted a series of low grunts, signaling an impending danger. He had caught the scent of hyenas in the air. Chapter 65. The hyena following the pack. Liu Chang was well acquainted with the scent of hyenas. Not from any familiarity with them, but rather due to their overwhelmingly foul odor. Hyenas are carnivorous scavengers, often reeking of decay, as they feast on the rotting carcasses of animals, leaving them covered in the stench of death. Additionally, they secrete a yellowish, oily substance to mark their territory, contributing to their foulness. Most notably, hyenas do not bathe, resulting in an amalgamation of odors that undeniably establishes them as the most odorous creatures on the savanna. Liu Chang had previously witnessed hyenas hunting warthogs and could never forget the stench that accompanied their presence. Now, he detected that same foul aroma wafting through the air. His warning grunts heightened the tension among the warthog clan members, who promptly gathered behind the warthog mother. She shook her head, glancing around, yet, due to the inherent poor eyesight of warthogs, she couldn't spot the threat. Liu Chang could not explain the situation to them. Instead, he led the group toward the clan's territory. Through the scents in the air, he discerned that the pursuer was not a pack of hyenas, but likely a solitary male scavenger. Typically, these lone hyenas are either solitary or part of a small group. With 1 adult warthog and 2 subadult warthogs in the clan, Liu Chang was not particularly afraid of a lone hyena. He simply wished to avoid a confrontation. He had no appetite for wild dog meat, let alone the even more pungent flesh of a hyena. Engaging in a battle with a hyena would yield no reward whatsoever. Liu Chang led the clan members at a brisk pace. He soon heard the faint sound of pattering footsteps behind them. Clearly, the wandering male hyena was unwilling to retreat and had begun to trail the warthog group. Hyenas, being canines, possess remarkable endurance and can sustain a chase for over 10 kilometers. Liu Chang recognized that this method of running was unsustainable. Leading the hyena into the warthog territory would pose a significant threat to the other clan members in the future. He emitted a couple of grunts, halting in his tracks and turning to face the rear. Soon, a hyena, with a grayish-yellow coat adorned with irregular black patches and resembling a large Alaskan dog in size, appeared before the warthog clan. With no intention of ambushing, it ceased to conceal its presence, opting instead to take a chance. Liu Chang was taken aback by the hyena's size. He had not anticipated it to be so large, appearing almost bigger than himself and comparable in size to a subadult warthog. Moreover, with its formidable bite force and nearly 100 pounds of weight, it was no wonder that it could take down wildebeest and even subadult warthogs and zebras. The hyena slowly approached the warthog clan, emitting a series of cough-like sounds reminiscent of a baby's cry or laughter. Liu Chang was quite familiar with the sounds of hyenas. During his previous life as a wildlife commentator, hyenas frequently featured in his videos, often depicted devouring other animals with great fervor. The warthog mother issued a warning call towards the hyena, adopting a defensive posture. The hyena halted, its gaze fixated on the warthog clan, brimming with unabashed greed. While it could not overpower an adult warthog, it did not covet the subadult tusks. However, among the warthog clan were 3 young warthogs, and it was already ravenous with anticipation. Liu Chang took a few steps toward the hyena, grunting to signal the warthog mother to lead the group away. He intended to confront the hyena alone. The warthog mother grunted in response, reluctant to leave Liu Chang by himself. Even if she encountered a hyena in the wild, it would be exceedingly perilous, let alone Liu Chang, who was merely on the cusp of reaching subadult status. With no other choice, Liu Chang retreated behind Wan Ting, grunting once more to the warthog mother. On the return journey, the warthog mother would lead the way, and he resolved to take up the rear, ensuring the safety of the warthog trio in case the hyena attempted to abduct one of them. The warthog mother grunted twice, organizing the group. Under her guidance, the warthog clan set off once more, with Liu Chang trailing behind, safeguarding the warthog trio. The stray hyena continued to follow. As they neared the warthog territory, the warthog mother slowed her pace. If they pressed on, the hyena would surely follow them into their domain. Concerned about inviting danger into their midst, Liu Chang reconsidered his strategy. Initially, he had aimed to drive the hyena away, but since it had followed them this far, he realized that it could not be allowed to remain. The warthog mother halted and turned to confront the hyena. Liu Chang, apprehensive about the potential for the hyena to retaliate and injure the warthog mother, charged forward alongside her. The hyena remained unfazed, shifting its direction to evade, racing against the warthog mother across the grassland. Liu Chang noticed that, despite its evasive maneuvers, the hyena was gradually closing the distance to the warthog trio. Its target was clear: to avoid conflict with the adult warthogs while seeking an opportunity to hunt the younger ones using a kite-flying strategy. Understanding the hyena's intentions, Liu Chang refrained from wasting energy chasing after the warthog mother and instead positioned himself near the warthog trio. The strategy of waiting in ambush could equally be employed against carnivorous predators. The warthog trio and shoewearer were initially quite distressed. If the hyena continued to approach, they would undoubtedly scatter in fear, making them easy prey for the hyena. Liu Chang's presence provided them with a sense of security, and the warthog members huddled closely around him. The hyena zigzagged in A's pattern, steadily advancing toward the warthog trio. Its speed surpassed that of the warthog mother, who, despite her desperate efforts to catch up, was unable to exert any pressure on the hyena. As the hyena drew nearer, the warthog trio began to fidget. Liu Chang grunted, stepping forward to shield his younger siblings from the encroaching danger. The hyena regarded this scene with an icy, mocking gaze, considering the mere subadult warthog's audacity to obstruct its path. It contemplated targeting Liu Chang directly. If it could manage to land a bite, Liu Chang would lose his ability to flee, paving the way for an unrelenting assault. The warthog mother, recognizing the hyena's intentions, cried out loudly, urging her offspring to remain vigilant. At that moment, she was trailing behind the hyena, maintaining a distance that she could not breach, while also wary of abandoning her children to the predator. To turn her back on the hyena would be a perilous gamble, potentially marking her as its next target. Should she sustain an injury, the hyena would patiently hunt down the remaining clan members, devouring them one by one to satiate its hunger. Finally, the hyena was within 20 meters of the warthog trio. It ceased its circling and charged directly toward them. The warthog trio, along with shoewearer, scattered in every direction, their terror overwhelming even the presence of Liu Chang standing before them. Liu Chang launched himself forward, charging toward the hyena. He was unafraid of a direct confrontation, even with a lion of similar size. Chapter 66. Confronting the hyena, the warthog mother cried out, hoping Liu Chang would flee. She had 5 children and wished to lose none. If one were to be taken by the hyena, she fervently hoped it would not be Liu Chang, for he was the most exceptional among them. In the face of danger, Liu Chang's willingness to stand up for his siblings filled her with both pride and concern. Should another warthog be taken, the warthog mother would feel a fleeting sorrow. However, if Liu Chang were to be captured, she vowed to fight fiercely against the hyena. With both pig and dog charging toward one another, confidence filled their eyes. For the hyena, having previously trailed the pack and hunted various herbivores such as wildebeests, zebras, and large antelopes, it was well versed in the art of the hunt. It understood precisely how to separate young from their protective adults, leveraging other family members to complete the task of hunting the young. Hunting the young is not merely about slaying the opponent. Hyenas differ from felines in that they lack the skill to clamp down on the throat, which would allow them to swiftly suffocate their prey. Their methods of attack are predicated upon their formidable bite force and 4 razor-sharp canines. Once they manage to sink their teeth into their target and tear away a chunk of flesh, the mobility of the animal young is severely hampered, and their ability to evade danger diminishes drastically, rendering them unable to keep pace with the adult herbivores. The hyena continues its assault, exacerbating the injuries inflicted upon the young, until the adult herbivores are compelled to abandon their offspring and flee alone. For this particular hyena, the chase it just had with the warthog mother was entirely within the framework of its hunting strategy. All it needed to do next was to bite down on Liu Chang's rear, and the second act of the hunt would seamlessly fall into its rhythm. Liu Chang, on the other hand, had a simpler thought. Previously, he had dispatched a solitary wild dog with a single move. Now, with the opponent having shifted from a wild dog to a hyena, he perceived no distinction. Entering a state of potential eruption, Liu Chang gathered all environmental stimuli into his mind, swiftly analyzing them and executing the most rational actions. The warthog mother's cries in the distance, the cruel demeanor of the hyena before him, and the scattering of warthog members behind him painted a vivid tableau in Liu Chang's mind. His primary focus fell upon the hyena in front of him. A confrontation between pig and dog was imminent. The hyena deftly pivoted, evading Liu Chang's charging angle. Its mouth curled into a grin, as it eagerly anticipated tearing a piece of flesh from Liu Chang's hindquarters and sounding the horn of a successful hunt. Liu Chang, too, made a maneuver to change direction. He had no intention of colliding with the hyena. Estimating his weight to be over 90 pounds, he recognized that the hyena before him was even larger. A direct impact would yield nothing more than a stalemate. As pig and dog intersected, Liu Chang suddenly whipped his head, his sharp tusks gleaming like daggers. The hyena, too, swiftly turned its head, jaws agape, its 4 sharp canines poised to sink into Liu Chang's rear. In a mere 0.5 seconds, they were on the brink of collision. Thud. Liu Chang's 16-centimeter tusk pierced through the hyena's taut fur, quickly penetrating deeper until it was fully lodged within the hyena's body. Only then did Liu Chang wrench his tusk free and continue his forward sprint. The hyena's mouth lunged toward Liu Chang's rear, its upper canine striking him, but before it could close its jaws, Liu Chang had already completed his thrust and darted away. The hyena's sharp upper canines left 2 blood streaks on Liu Chang's hindquarters. Failing to secure its target, the hyena attempted to accelerate and chase after Liu Chang. But a sudden, searing pain coursed through it could not help but kneel, an expression of disbelief crossing its face as it struggled to rise. After swaying unsteadily, the hyena felt its strength rapidly deplete. Blood and froth uncontrollably spewed from its mouth and nose before it collapsed to the ground with a thud. Liu Chang glanced back at the 2 blood streaks on his rear, then turned his gaze to the fallen hyena, whose body began to convulse, a flicker of gravity in his eyes. Truly, it was a top predator of the savannah. Even with his maximum single combat skill and finely honed tusks, he had still sustained minor injuries. The 2 scratches were not deep. Given Liu Chang's resilience, a night's rest would suffice for healing. Yet, it served as a significant wake-up call. The potential eruption state did not render him invincible on the plains. It only enhanced his sensory perception and cognitive speed. His physical attributes remained unchanged. For instance, while he could reach speeds nearing 50, the hyena could sprint at 60. If the hyena pursued him, even with his potential eruption state in full swing, he would be unable to shake off the chase. The hyena lay on the ground, summoning all its strength to raise its head and gaze in Liu Chang's direction. Were it not for the glaring red stain on the left side of the warthog's tusk, it would be impossible for it to believe that it was meeting its demise at the hands of a mere warthog. In the next moment, the hyena's head tilted, its body ceased convulsing, and its eyes lost all glimmer. Liu Chang approached the hyena step by step, a look of disdain in his eyes. To have killed an adult hyena at the cost of his own injuries was not something he relished. Not only did he have no desire to taste even a morsel, but the very thought of tearing away the hyena's hide was repugnant to him. The warthog mother quickly rushed to Liu Chang's side, circling around him as if to inspect for injuries. Upon noticing the blood streaks along Liu Chang's hindquarters, she promptly extended her tongue to lick them. Then, raising her head, she let out a loud grunt, summoning her offspring to return. Suehua, Sini, and Zishuan soon dashed over, their faces displaying anthropomorphic expressions of shock as they beheld the corpse of the hyena on the ground and the crimson mark on Liu Chang's left tusk. The warthog mother puffed out her chest in excitement, running in circles around the hyena's carcass before returning to Liu Chang and licking his large face, seemingly proclaiming to the other warthogs that Liu Chang was her pride. The pig whirled as prodigy who had slain a hyena. Suehua, Sini, and Zishuan attempted to approach and lick Liu Chang's face, but he brushed them aside with his hoof. Though he understood that the warthog's fear of hyenas was instinctual, he did not wish to associate with the fleeing ones at that moment. Suehua, Sini, and Zishuan appeared sheepish, clearly aware that their earlier retreat had displeased Liu Chang. Humph! The warthog mother continued to grunt loudly, beckoning the members of her clan to return. Wan Ting, however, was still missing. Liu Chang furrowed his brow. It was perilous for a young warthog to be separated from its clan. Carnivorous animals in the wild would not let a defenseless little warthog escape. Not to mention warthogs, even the cubs of leopards and hyenas, or lion prides would struggle to survive more than 3 days in the treacherous savanna without the protection of adult members of their species. Liu Chang had no intention of searching for Wan Ting. Had she not fled in terror and instead waited calmly in place, she would have faced no danger. Yet, she had been frightened by the hyena and had run off randomly. Who could say where she had gone? The vastness of the savanna meant that if Wan Ting could not find her way back to the clan's den, she might not survive even a single day. Chapter 67. A day apart feels like 3 autumns. Liu Chang began to dig a hole, the warthog mother calling out loudly in hopes that Wan Ting would hear her summons and return. Liu Chang knew that the hyena's corpse would attract other scavengers, and since they were very close to the warthog clan's territory, the arrival of scavengers would spell trouble for them. After 10 minutes, Liu Chang buried the hyena, firmly packing the earth over its body with his hooves, and grunted twice towards the warthog mother. His message was clear. The clan members could not afford to wait for Wan Ting's return here. The warthog mother grunted sorrowfully a few times, and upon seeing no movement in the surrounding grass, she turned and trotted toward the direction of the clan's den, with Suehua, Sini, and Zishuan following suit. Liu Chang sighed. If Wan Ting could return, that would be ideal. He did not wish to see the warthog mother distressed. If she could not return, then each pig had its own fate. Whether Wan Ting survived would depend solely on her own fortune. Liu Chang turned and followed the clan's path. After escorting the clan members into the warthog territory, he grunted twice and came to a stop. The warthog mother turned to look at Liu Chang. He stood upright and pointed toward the direction outside the territory. He had grown up. He was no longer the little piglet clinging to his mother for protection. He had his own matters to attend to. The warthog mother grunted a few times and continued leading the clan members forward. Liu Chang then ran toward the baboon territory. There lay the 3 baboons he had slain in the morning. Wastefulness was a disgrace. More importantly, Liu Chang recalled the lion that occasionally roamed near the warthog territory. If the 3 baboon corpses attracted that lion, it would spell disaster. Upon arriving at the baboon habitat, Liu Chang observed several adult male baboons gathered in a cluster, with 2 robust adult males engaged in a fierce fight at their center. The other baboon members stood on tree branches. Chattering excitedly, he instantly realized that the baboon group was in the process of selecting a new leader. The victor would ascend as the new chief, leading the baboon clan in their migrations. As for the 3 baboon corpses on the ground, the baboon clan had merely grouped them together without burial. Liu Chang furrowed his brow. Lacking dexterous hands, it would be quite a challenge to carry away the 3 baboon bodies. After pondering for a moment, Liu Chang slowly approached the baboon group. All the baboon members were captivated by the leader selection taking place in the center of the clearing. Even the sentry baboons perched in the trees had forgotten their duties. Liu Chang managed to approach the baboon habitat without incident. When he was within 100 meters of the baboon corpses, he suddenly accelerated. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of his charge, which struck terror into the hearts of the baboon clan, echoed like a nightmare in their ears. The adult baboons engaged in combat and observing from the ground climbed swiftly up the trees, their eyes darting toward the source of the commotion. Upon seeing only a subadult warthog rushing toward them, the baboon clan was immediately thrown into disarray. Several adult male baboons leaped from the ground, filled with rage as they bounded toward Liu Chang. Liu Chang reached the three baboon bodies, thrusting his left tusk through the body of one baboon with a loud thud. Then tilting his head, he pierced another baboon with his right tusk. Each tusk now bore a baboon's body, as if he had two dark lanterns hanging from his face, and he promptly turned to flee. The adult baboons, initially on guard against Liu Chang's charge, were utterly taken aback by his true intent to steal the baboon corpses. The sudden turn of events left them all bewildered. In the next moment, the baboon clan members erupted in fury. Outrageous! The despicable warthog had not only slain their members but was now dragging away their bodies. Baboons, being omnivorous, were well aware of the warthog's intentions in taking the corpses. At once, an adult male baboon leaped forward to the body of the fallen leader, hoisting it onto its shoulder and climbing up the trunk. Its actions garnered widespread praise from the baboon members. The leader's corpse was hung on a tree branch, resolutely preventing the detestable warthog from taking advantage. Liu Chang sprinted 500 meters, confirming that there were no pursuers behind him before halting to catch his breath. Each of his tusks bore the weight of a baboon exceeding 30 pounds. A significant burden for Liu Chang. The primary issue was the imbalance of weight at the front and back of his body. If he were carrying 70 pounds on his back, running would be manageable. However, with the weight dangling from his tusks, most of his focus was on maintaining his balance to avoid toppling over due to the heaviness of his head. He glanced back at the direction of the warthog herd and saw that the baboon leader's body was already suspended from the treetop. Feeling no trace of annoyance, as long as he did not leave the baboon's corpse on the ground to attract carnivores, he had accomplished his objective. After catching his breath, Liu Chang trotted towards his cave to the north. After consuming a baboon to satiate his hunger, he concealed the other baboon within the cave. With the sun directly overhead, Liu Chang felt no inclination to venture outside, opting instead to sharpen his tusks against the hard wall. Upon awakening from a nap, he noticed that the sun had moved significantly towards the west. Liu Chang emerged from the cave, filled with a murderous intent as he dashed towards the territory's edge. Inside the cave remained a baboon's body, which Liu Chang chose not to consume, saving it for breakfast the following day. He intended to pay a visit to his good friends, such as the gazelles, the kudu, the Thompson's gazelle, and the black-faced impala. There is a saying that one day apart feels like 3 autumns. Previously, Liu Chang found it difficult to comprehend this phrase. Now he understood it perfectly. His longing for his good friends could not be more aptly described than with this expression. After approximately 20 minutes, Liu Chang arrived 300 meters from the great tree, entering a state of potential eruption. He cast a glance and noticed several kudus gathered beneath the tree. Excellent, a change of game, Liu Chang exclaimed, a wave of excitement washing over him. On the way, he had worried about encountering the small gazelles again beneath the tree. These young gazelles were quite clever and reluctant to allow him near. With a new batch of prey, Liu Chang was undoubtedly a fine specimen. To be prudent, he chewed a few handfuls of grass, spitting them onto the ground, then used his hooves to smear the chewed grass around his mouth and nose, striving to present himself as a law-abiding citizen. Once fully prepared, Liu Chang tiptoed towards the great tree. Confronted by a harmless subadult warthog, the kudus beneath the tree merely glanced at him before resuming their leisurely rest or stroll. A smile crept across Liu Chang's face as he silently praised his ingenuity. He was truly a genius. Upon reaching the shade of the tree, Liu Chang did not rush in but instead looked up at the lush canopy. Caution is the mother of safety. This glance nearly startled Liu Chang. Perched atop the canopy was a cheetah, its fur a striking yellow adorned with solid black circular markings. Its belly white had a slender physique and 2 black tear marks streaking down from the corners of its eyes to the corners of its mouth. As Liu Chang regarded the cheetah, it too had noticed the unexpected visitor below, its gaze fixated on Liu Chang. Their eyes locked, and Liu Chang felt a twinge of anxiety. He had stumbled upon a formidable foe, a cheetah lying in wait. With the cheetah poised to pounce from the treetop, Liu Chang cautiously retreated to avoid becoming its target. The cheetah was smaller in size compared to a leopard. But Liu Chang estimated that this adult cheetah weighed around 100 pounds, comparable to his own size. And no matter how confident Liu Chang was, he could not simply approach the tree and allow the cheetah to leap down and attack him with its deadly grip. After retreating about 100 meters from the tree, a thought suddenly surged into Liu Chang's mind. Chapter 68. A heist of our own. If the cheetah can work for lions and hyenas, why can't it work for me? What makes me, a warthog, any less worthy? Moreover, I just took down a hyena. With this thought, Liu Chang's audacity surged. If other animals could rob the cheetah, why couldn't he? The savannah operates under a singular principle: the strong prey upon the weak. Liu Chang took small steps towards the tree, halting about 50 meters away to feign grazing on grass up in the tree. The cheetah, having noticed the warthog's departure, redirected its attention to the kudus on the ground. The kudu is one of the largest antelopes on the savannah, with male kudus weighing up to 400 pounds, particularly notable for their sharp, spiraling horns that can exceed a meter in length, making them a challenging target for the cheetah. Female kudus lack horns and are considerably smaller, weighing around 250 pounds, a size 2.5 times greater than the cheetah. However, the cheetah is not without opportunity. Utilizing the momentum from its descent and its own weight, a cheetah can bring down a female kudu, successfully locking its throat, rendering the larger animal helpless within a minute. Within 2 to 3 minutes, the kudu succumbs to suffocation. The cheetah meticulously and patiently selects its prey, its gaze fixated on a subadult female kudu, weighing less than 200 pounds and not particularly robust. The cheetah awaited patiently for its target to stroll beneath it. Minutes passed, and the subadult female kudu, with elegant strides, shifted positions. Oblivious to the excellent hunter perched above her, she continued her leisurely way. Now was the moment. The cheetah seized the rare opportunity, leaping from the branch and landing heavily upon its chosen target. With a thud, the unsuspecting subadult female kudu was knocked to the ground. Lifting her head in an attempt to rise, the cheetah's jaws, wide open, accurately clamped down on the prey's neck, pinning her beneath its body. The other kudus scattered in a flurry, their hooves kicking up clouds of dust as they fled. Liu Chang squinted, continuing to graze on the slightly yellowing grass beneath him. The female kudu was not yet dead. It was not time for him to intervene. On the ground, the female kudu struggled to shake off the cheetah's grip. But the cheetah held steadfast, denying any chance of escape as the female kudu fought to rise. Her larger size could allow her to drag the cheetah across the grass, forcing it to relent. However, she remained pinned beneath the cheetah's weight, unable to gather the strength to rise. The window for the female kudu to escape was fleeting, and soon she began to feel dizzy and weak. Sensing her diminishing struggles, the cheetah maintained its hunting posture, motionless, waiting for the prey to succumb entirely before dragging it up into the tree. Only then could a successful hunt be deemed complete. With the reward being the subadult female kudu itself, a minute later, the kudu foamed at the mouth, her heartbeat ceased, and she was utterly lifeless. The cheetah exuded a look of relief, thankful that it had chosen the right prey. As this kudu had been particularly young and the hunt had proceeded smoothly, just as the cheetah prepared to rise and drag the kudu up the tree, a sudden sound echoed nearby. Thud! The cheetah's ears perked up at the sound of a charge, in a reflexive response born from repeated experiences of being robbed. The cheetah quickly relinquished its grip and scrambled up the tree trunk. Glancing back down, a subadult warthog stood beneath the tree, head held high, grunting defiantly. The cheetah was incensed to the point of laughter. After being robbed by lions and hyenas, it had endured the humiliation. Fearing injury, now, even a subadult warthog dared to steal from it. Did they think it was made of clay? Liu Chang halted 10 meters from the prey, gazing at the cheetah atop the tree. He knew that seizing the prey from the cheetah would inevitably lead to confrontation. However, he was utterly unprepared for the fact that the cheetah would abandon its prey and flee, executing the maneuver with such finesse. Liu Chang couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy for the cheetah. The large carnivores on the savannah were truly ruthless, mercilessly exploiting the cheetah's hard work. Just as Liu Chang was about to approach and drag the kudu away, the cheetah leapt down from the tree, standing beside the prey, baring its teeth and growling at Liu Chang. So you run away just now and now want to fight me, thinking I am unworthy to take the prey? You just a coward who bullies the weak. Liu Chang lowered his stance slightly, adopting a combative posture and growling in response. The cheetah was incensed. It seemed that every petty creature was now bold enough to bully it. If it were an adult male warthog, it would surely reconsider. But now, a subadult warthog dared to shamelessly rob it of its kill. The cheetah growled and lowered its body, stepping forward to exert pressure on the warthog. It decided to deal with this warthog while it was at it, not knowing where this audacious fool had come from, and it would make for a fine meal. What unfolded next astonished the cheetah. The warthog did not turn and flee. Instead, it charged directly at it. Thud. Liu Chang accelerated rapidly, and the cheetah reacted even faster. As the savannah's most agile predator, the cheetah had learned to be meek in the face of lions and hyenas. But it must strike hard against herbivores. The cheetah was utterly unafraid of the warthog's charge. Leaping into the air, its front limbs spread wide as if to embrace, preparing to pounce on the warthog. Liu Chang had anticipated the cheetah's reaction. In previous encounters with leopards, they too had not feared his charge. Feline predators possess nimble limbs and lightning-fast reflexes. In the face of a charge from prey, they can swat them aside with their claws or pin them down, biting down with their sharp fangs. As the two adversaries were on the verge of colliding, Liu Chang deftly altered his course, endeavoring to sidestep the powerful form of the cheetah. This maneuver would enable him to employ his tusks for piercing without incurring injury. Liu Chang was resolute in his desire to avoid the harrowing sensation of a feline predator's grip upon the nape of his neck. Pain was but one of the reasons. Sustaining injuries would impede his growth. In a moment of quick thinking, Liu Chang changed his strategy, yet the cheetah was equally swift in its response. Unable to pounce upon its prey, it extended its forelimbs, attempting to swipe at Liu Chang's hind legs. This tactic was frequently employed by the cheetah during hunts, designed to destabilize its quarry and bring it crashing to the ground. With a sudden flick of his head, Liu Chang directed his tusks towards the cheetah on his right. Simultaneously, the cheetah's claws found their mark on Liu Chang's hind leg. In that near simultaneous moment, both the wild boar and the cheetah executed powerful strikes. Chapter 69. The infuriating freeloader. Both the cheetah and Liu Chang were convinced of their inevitable triumph. Each possessed a wealth of hunting experience and remarkable physical prowess, sufficient to swiftly eliminate their opponent. Surviving on the vast savanna was, in itself, a testament to one's strength. Liu Chang's tusks were akin to sharp daggers, effortlessly piercing the cheetah's fur. Before he could fully drive his tusks into the cheetah's body, he was suddenly tripped, causing him to lurch forward uncontrollably. The cheetah had successfully ensnared Liu Chang with its forelimbs and was poised to pivot, ready to launch itself onto Liu Chang to secure a death grip. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through the right side of the cheetah's body. Driven by its hunting instincts, the cheetah refrained from pursuing further, swiftly evading the attack and darting away from the confrontation. Liu Chang stumbled forward a few steps before regaining his balance. Both parties turned to face one another once more, but this time, their positions had shifted, and an air of gravity enveloped them. Clearly, both had recognized that the other was not as feeble as initially presumed. Furrowing his brows in concentration, Liu Chang realized that he was so close to fully embedding his tusks into the cheetah's form. He had not anticipated that, in the fleeting moment of their pass, the cheetah would extend its forelimb in an attempt to trip him, with no eyes at the back of his head. He had unwittingly fallen for the cheetah's ploy. The cheetah glanced at the wound on its right side, where a puncture from Liu Chang's tusk had drawn blood, creating a stark crimson stain upon its golden fur. Liu Chang grinned, reveling in his momentary victory. He had emerged unscathed while the cheetah bore the marks of their encounter. The cheetah, sensing Liu Chang's triumph, emitted a low, furious growl. Ignoring the threat, Liu Chang lowered his head and seized the neck of a kudu. Dragging it toward the thicker underbrush, he was confident that the cheetah would not dare to engage him further. For carnivores, remaining uninjured was paramount in the animal kingdom. There were no antibiotics or surgical procedures to mend broken bones. Injuries signified weakness and diminished hunting capabilities. Social animals might rely on their pack for sustenance during recovery, but a solitary creature, like the cheetah before him, faced a grim fate if injured. The cheetah took a few steps forward, growling menacingly at Liu Chang, its eyes brimming with ferocity and resentment. Liu Chang dismissed it entirely, laboriously dragging the 200-pound kudu. This kudu weighed twice as much as Liu Chang, and despite his robust physique, the task was strenuous. Fortunately, he did not need to drag the kudu too far. The cheetah watched longingly as its prey was whisked away, unwilling to depart, trailing closely behind Liu Chang. Moments later, Liu Chang arrived at the previous dining spot, surrounded by water grasses towering around 70 or 80 centimeters, providing the perfect cover. With a swift tear, Liu Chang ripped open the kudu's skin and began feasting on its thigh meat, while other carnivores favored the rich, fatty internal organs and chest meat. Liu Chang preferred the tendons and back, appreciating their texture and chewiness. The cheetah stealthily drew closer, coming within 5 or 6 meters of Liu Chang. Liu Chang grunted a warning, signaling that any further approach would result in consequences. The cheetah halted its advance. Liu Chang continued to devour the succulent flesh, while the cheetah salivated, unable to contain its yearning, emitting whimpering sounds as if pleading for a morsel. It seemed to implore, "Please, brother, let me have a taste. I cannot bear this any longer." Casting a sidelong glance at the cheetah, Liu Chang grunted again, indicating for it to retreat. In the savannah, it was not uncommon for carnivores to share their spoils when they had hunted down a particularly large animal and could not consume it all. If the cheetah had initiated an offer to share, Liu Chang would have had no qualms about not monopolizing the sizable kudu. However, it was evident that the cheetah possessed a cowardly disposition. Unable to best him in combat, it now sought to partake in his meal. Preposterous. Seeing that its pleas bore no fruit, the cheetah lowered its body, emitting a low growl and adopting an aggressive stance. Liu Chang remained unfazed. With the potential for explosive power as his trump card, he was unafraid of the cheetah's ambush. Moreover, Liu Chang was certain that the cheetah, having tasted defeat, would not dare to challenge him again. Indeed, the cheetah's display of aggression was merely for show. When it realized that it could not intimidate Liu Chang, it ultimately succumbed to temptation and stealthily approached the discarded kudu. Liu Chang gnawed at the kudu's thigh while the cheetah prepared to feast upon its neck. Liu Chang growled again. The cheetah, determined to claim its share, continued to inch closer. Liu Chang rose to his feet and charged at the cheetah. Thud, thud, thud. Swish, swish. Liu Chang accelerated rapidly, but the cheetah was even swifter. As the fastest animal on the savannah in terms of short-distance bursts, the cheetah could reach speeds of up to 120 kilometers per hour within seconds. Faced with Liu Chang's approach, the cheetah did not even need to exert itself fully, darting away in an instant. Liu Chang pursued for a short distance before losing sight of the cheetah and quickly turned back to safeguard his meal. He was wary of falling victim to the cheetah's diversionary tactics. Having taken only a few bites, the cheetah returned. Liu Chang was incensed, feeling the gnawing frustration of a lion or hyena encountering a scavenging jackal. Ignoring the creature was futile. It was brazen enough to sit down and indulge itself. Conversely, addressing it would only waste time that could be spent eating. It was akin to a toad, hopping about without causing harm. Yet exceedingly bothersome, he could only turn a blind eye to its freeloading, hoping for a moment of peace in his mind. The cheetah continued to stealthily approach the kudu's head, resolute in its desire for a bite. Its heart brimmed with resentment. Not only had Liu Chang usurped its prey, but it also questioned how a single pig could possibly consume such a large kudu. What harm would it do to let me have a few bites? Liu Chang growled softly and stood up once more. The cheetah bolted, displaying its cleverness. Not hearing the thudding footsteps behind it, it stopped after a few meters. "I truly cannot fathom your persistence," Liu Chang muttered in exasperation. Encountering such a tenacious creature left him at a loss in terms of speed. He could not match the cheetah. In terms of evasive skills, the cheetah could even climb trees. The cheetah cautiously approached once again, igniting Liu Chang's irritation. This creature had hidden from lions and hyenas, yet felt emboldened to seek a meal from him. "What, am I not worthy of respect?" After a moment of contemplation, Liu Chang approached a nearby gently rising mound of earth. Using his tusks to dig into the ground, soon, he unearthed half a gazelle and made his way toward the cheetah. "You want to eat? Here are some leftovers for you." The cheetah slowly retreated. Plop! Liu Chang dropped the remaining half of the gazelle onto the ground, grunting twice, signaling the cheetah to consume the gazelle and leave him to his meal. Regardless of the circumstances, Liu Chang would never share his food at close quarters with the cheetah. He was a herbivore, while the cheetah was a carnivore. He could not afford to let the cheetah seize the opportunity to attack him while he was distracted. Thus, Liu Chang resolved to pacify the cheetah with his previous reserves. Whether the cheetah could secure this meal depended solely on its luck. Liu Chang had his own calculations in mind. His meat was not easily given away. Chapter 70. The path to death is already set had a smaller carnivore. Like a jackal, approached for a share, Liu Chang would not have bothered. A freeloading cheetah, however, posed a different challenge. When hungry, a cheetah could consume 20 to 30 pounds of meat in one sitting. The situation became more complicated considering that this particular cheetah bore a grudge against Liu Chang. No amount of generosity would compel Liu Chang to share fresh meat with it. After a moment of contemplation, the cheetah surveyed the half-eaten gazelle on the ground, then cast its gaze toward the fresh kudu merely 7 or 8 meters away. After some deliberation, it ultimately crouched down to devour the gazelle meat. Though it was not fresh, it was certainly better than going hungry. Liu Chang continued to relish the delectable flesh, and once he felt sufficiently satiated, the cheetah approached the kudu once more. Liu Chang stood up, grunting as he glanced at the spot where he had discarded the half-eaten gazelle. All that remained were scattered bones and fur. The meat had vanished into the cheetah's belly. Well, it seems that half a gazelle isn't enough to satisfy your appetite, and yet you still have your eyes on my meal. If you were to finish your portion and leave, I would have no recourse, but your insatiable greed is your undoing. A smirk crept across Liu Chang's face, filled with disdainful amusement in his eyes. The cheetah had already sealed its fate, with its belly 3/4 full. The cheetah growled at Liu Chang, its demeanor more menacing than before. Previously, it had been weakened by hunger, but now it was a different story. Liu Chang decided to relinquish his position, stepping back a few meters while observing the cheetah. The cheetah, slightly taken aback, realized that Liu Chang had ceded the right to eat. Cautiously, it approached the kudu. Liu Chang made no move to intervene. In an effort to assuage the cheetah's wariness, he even took a few steps back. The distance between Liu Chang and the cheetah widened to approximately 7 or 8 meters. At this distance, should the cheetah decide to charge, it would have ample time to react. With no further concerns, the cheetah lowered its head to devour the belly of the oryx, indulging in its feast with gusto. Blood smeared its face and paws, painting them a vivid red. Liu Chang, calm and collected, awaited the cheetah's hearty meal, occasionally standing upright to survey his surroundings. Observing the cheetah's abdomen swell as it fed, resembling an inflated balloon, his smile grew ever brighter. The cheetah continued its feast, its belly straining against the sheer volume of meat. Unable to even sip the fresh broth, it eventually rose, biting down on the oryx's neck, preparing to drag its prey away. After the meal, the oryx had lost a significant amount of weight, shedding around 70 to 80 pounds due to the blood and other bodily fluids lost. The cheetah found the task of dragging it relatively effortless. Liu Chang stepped forward, and with a low growl, the cheetah, still clutching its prey, emitted a threatening sound, its eyes ablaze with ferocity. Unfazed, Liu Chang continued to approach, reducing the distance to 6 meters, then 5, and finally 3 as they drew closer. The cheetah reluctantly released its grip and nimbly retreated, wary of injury and unwilling to engage further. Liu Chang noted the way the cheetah's belly jiggled with its movements. Indeed, as he had anticipated, the cheetah's agility was greatly compromised by its full stomach. Upon reaching the oryx, Liu Chang bent down to grasp the carcass, dragging it in the chosen direction. Previously, he could only walk slowly while dragging the oryx. But with its weight reduced by 1/3, he was now able to jog. The cheetah, enraged, followed closely behind. Growling fiercely, it was aware of Liu Chang's intentions to monopolize the oryx, which still contained over 60 pounds of meat, and was unwilling to relinquish it. Liu Chang cast a cold glance at the cheetah, continuing to drag the oryx toward his predetermined destination. After 7 or 8 minutes, he released his grip and began to dig a hole. Intending to conceal the oryx, the cheetah, standing around 10 meters away, watched with icy eyes, knowing Liu Chang's intentions. Once Liu Chang departed, the cheetah planned to unearth the hidden meal. However, its intelligence was insufficient to comprehend why Liu Chang would bury the prey in plain sight. Liu Chang worked swiftly, and after a short while, a pit large enough to accommodate the oryx was ready. Grasping the oryx by its neck, he pulled it into the hole, covered it with dirt, and stamped down to secure the surface, preventing the scent of blood from attracting other carnivores. Once his task was complete, Liu Chang nonchalantly walked away. The cheetah, fixated on Liu Chang's retreating form, felt an inexplicable joy. The warthog had simply walked away. Filled with delight, the cheetah approached the spot where Liu Chang had buried the oryx, peering around to confirm Liu Chang's departure before extending its claws to dig. Just as it began to excavate, a resounding thud echoed in the air. The unique sound of a charging warthog reached the cheetah, which swiftly turned to face the source of the noise. The warthog, having just departed, was now barreling towards it. Without hesitation, the cheetah took flight. Surprisingly, the warthog pursued relentlessly. Frustrated, the cheetah cast a glance back, summoning its strength to run faster. Liu Chang observed the cheetah fleeing, unperturbed, continuing onward in the direction of the dust cloud. He understood the cheetah was incredibly fast, but also knew that its explosive speed was short-lived. Felines have poor endurance. After sprinting for 2 to 3 minutes, the cheetah would be overheated and require a lengthy rest. Moreover, Liu Chang had intentionally overfed the cheetah, which would significantly hinder its speed. He was confident he could catch up. Minutes later, he spotted the cheetah ahead, which seemed increasingly flustered. Its distended belly churned with discomfort as it ran, nearly bursting. The warthog behind showed no signs of slowing. In the absence of nearby trees, the cheetah realized it could not escape by climbing. By the time it understood the situation, it had already expended considerable energy. Liu Chang, approaching at nearly 50 miles per hour, steadily closed the gap. Noticing the cheetah's pace falter, a mocking expression crossed Liu Chang's face. Did it truly believe his flesh was so delectable? Had the cheetah not been greedy for the oryx, Liu Chang would have had no desire to pursue it. The half-orcsy was merely a remnant of a previous meal. And with the fresh oryx in sight, he had more than enough meat to spare. Yet, the cheetah's insatiable greed had led it to this predicament. Liu Chang had already set his sights on the cheetah when he vacated the feeding ground. The location where he buried the oryx was deliberately chosen. After his brief absence, he would charge the cheetah, forcing it to flee, and there were no trees within several kilometers. The cheetah's full belly would limit its running distance. Ensuring he would catch it, layer upon layer of strategy unfolded, and the cheetah's greed had ensnared it completely. It was either the cheetah or Liu Chang that would remain standing. Gritting its teeth against the turmoil in its belly, the cheetah struggled onward for another kilometer. I faced two choices: to turn back and engage the warthog in a fierce battle, or to sprint toward the nearest tree, hoping to ascend before the warthog caught up. With a low growl, the cheetah opted for the latter, sprinting toward the tree. Its distended belly weighed heavily, and in its weakened state, it lacked confidence in overcoming the warthog. Chapter 71. An unexpected encounter with a tourist group upon seeing the cheetah change direction. A sinister smile crept across Liu Chang's lips. Should the cheetah choose to confront him, a battle would ensue. For now, however, he merely needed to pursue and claim the exhausted cheetah. The thudding of heavy hooves reverberated through the air. Sounding like a death knell to the cheetah, it dashed toward the tree with all its might. 800 meters, 500 meters, 300 meters. Each step brought the cheetah closer to salvation. Panting heavily, its energy nearly spent, the cheetah's swollen belly swayed as if weighted down by a lead ball, drastically sapping its stamina and disrupting its rhythm. Meanwhile, the thudding footsteps grew ever closer. Clenching its teeth, the cheetah summoned every ounce of strength it had left to race toward the tree. 200 meters, 100 meters, 50 meters, 30 meters. The tree loomed near, yet the ominous thudding echoed right beside it. Normally, the cheetah would require only a slight exertion to reach the tree in a matter of seconds, climbing to safety. However, it was utterly spent. The cheetah's limbs trembled, its body ablaze with heat, and its breath came in fiery gasps. Particularly, the food in its stomach weighed it down tremendously, leaving it in a precarious state. At that moment, the cheetah resembled a tightly drawn bowstring, on the verge of snapping. Hearing the thudding grow louder just 5 meters ahead, Liu Chang unleashed his full potential and charged forward in a final sprint. The moment to eliminate the laboring cheetah had arrived. With the tree less than 10 meters away, the cheetah needed only to cross a concrete path to reach safety. Hearing the ominous thuds behind, it clenched its jaw in a moment of life and death. Its primal instincts kicked in, compelling it to abandon the futile chase for survival, pivoting instead to face the warthog. Its jaws opened wide, preparing for a desperate final attempt to seize a fleeting opportunity. Liu Chang, agile and swift, darted past the cheetah. The cheetah, devoid of energy, could not muster the strength to evade. Its body felt as if it were filled with lead. With a swift thrust, Liu Chang's tusks pierced through the cheetah's body, withdrawing swiftly. After running a few meters, he halted and turned to observe the fallen creature. The exhausted cheetah collapsed to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Its last desperate struggle against Liu Chang had drained it of all remaining strength. Even without the tusk's piercing, it could not rise. Liu Chang watched the cheetah with a calm demeanor, observing as blood flowed and the creature convulsed until it breathed its last. Only then did he step forward to grasp the cheetah by its neck. After pursuing the cheetah for several kilometers, Liu Chang found himself in a completely unfamiliar territory. For the animals of the grassland, unfamiliarity signified danger. Dragging the cheetah, Liu Chang prepared to return and bury the oryx if the scent of blood attracted other large carnivores. Protecting his hard-won prize would become exceedingly difficult. He needed to leave this place swiftly. Suddenly, he heard a rumble, and his body jolted. The cheetah he held dropped to the ground, oblivious to the commotion. He distinctly heard the sound of an engine. Liu Chang was certain it wasn't a figment of his imagination. The familiar roar of an engine could not be mimicked by the animals of the grassland. At that moment, he felt as though he had been marooned on an island for months, finally catching sight of a human vessel. Overcome with emotion, he struggled to contain himself. However, reality struck him. He was no longer human. Even if he encountered humans, they would not recognize him as one of their own. He was now merely a warthog on the vast prairie. Lowering his head to grasp the cheetah, he suppressed his emotions and prepared to leave. Wishing to avoid any interaction with humans, Liu Chang jogged with the cheetah in tow. A group of humans equipped with binoculars and cameras had already spotted him. Witnessing a warthog gripping a cheetah, the onlookers were incredulous, exclaiming phrases like, "Oh my God," and "I can't believe it," while urging the black tour guide to accelerate. Complying with the tourist's demand, the guide turned the vehicle toward Liu Chang, who continued to jog with the cheetah. Yet, the rumbling of the vehicle grew ever closer, and he could clearly hear the excited shouts from within the car. "Wow! Unbelievable! Holy cow! Incredible!" Upon hearing the familiar sounds of Chinese phonetics, Liu Chang could not resist halting his steps and turning to glance behind him. Despite his full-speed sprint, he could not outpace the vehicle, let alone with the cheetah clenched in his jaws. An encounter with humans was inevitable. Liu Chang beheld the entirety of the convoy. It was a tourist group comprising 6 vehicles, all resembling jeep-like designs. The drivers were local staff with dark skin, and the rear compartments of their vehicles had been modified to resemble cargo trucks, featuring crossbeams and sunshade roofs. This eclectic assembly included individuals of various ethnicities, those with white, yellow, and brown skin intermingled. Liu Chang recognized them as members of a safari tour, which annually attracted numerous foreign tourists to Tanzania during the Great Animal Migration, allowing them to witness the majestic movement of herbivores up close. At that moment, the tourists were standing atop their vehicles, gripping the crossbeams, their eyes brimming with curiosity as they gazed at Liu Chang, exclaiming in awe, "My God, look what I saw! A subadult warthog caught a cheetah. I swear, this is the most memorable moment of my journey. Wow, the warthog fought back against the cheetah and is dragging it away. Quick, quick, snap a picture for me." A chorus of astonished tourists eagerly brandished their cameras and smartphones, capturing Liu Chang with the cheetah in his mouth. Some even attempted selfies, including themselves alongside Liu Chang, who was clutching the cheetah. Observing the raucous tourists, Liu Chang felt a chill in his heart. He understood that he was merely the object of their sightseeing, now a warthog, a creature not of their kind, and the way they looked at him was no different from how they regarded other animals. As the tourists urged the vehicles closer, they slowly approached Liu Chang, coming to a halt about 3 meters away. Despite the tourist demands to inch nearer, the guide, after a rapid exchange and a low murmur, waved his hands, indicating that this distance was already the limit, and any closer would disrupt the natural lives of the wildlife. If the animals chose to approach the convoy, they would not intervene. The guide explained to the tourists that this subadult warthog had stumbled upon a dying cheetah, thus reaping an unexpected benefit. Indeed, it was a fortunate warthog. Under normal circumstances, a cheetah and a subadult warthog would not engage in conflict. As their sizes made confrontation difficult, as the distance closed, tourists continued to snap photos of Liu Chang with fervor. Liu Chang let out a grunt, his eyes flashing with displeasure. He despised their fervor, knowing that they were capturing his likeness solely to showcase on social media. He loathed being treated as an object of amusement, akin to a performing monkey. "Oh, it's angry, ha-ha," exclaimed a white man with a pompadour, pointing at Liu Chang and bursting into laughter. The other tourists joined in, seemingly delighted by this amusing spectacle. Liu Chang's gaze fell upon the pompadour man, and indeed, he was incensed. However, he refrained from any aggressive actions. For among the tourists were local staff wielding rifles. Liu Chang observed several black rifles firmly grasped by the local guides. Even if their barrels pointed downward, he harbored no doubts about their professionalism. The local guides relied on conducting safari tours across the savannah to sustain their families, holding the means of authority in their hands, which was not only their job but also their livelihood. In his previous life, while narrating wildlife documentaries, Liu Chang often witnessed videos of tourists observing lion prides or packs of hyenas up close. Ferocious carnivores appeared docile before the safari vehicles, for when armed with authority, nature follows reason. "Hey, it's looking at me and making me very unhappy. Can you drive it and kill it?" The pompadour man gestured toward Liu Chang with a universally recognized sign of disdain, directing his query to the guide in the driver's seat. The black guide shot the pompadour man a disdainful glance, too apathetic to respond to such a fool. The fee for the safari group dwarfed that of the hunting group by more than tenfold. Did he take him for a simpleton? It merely glanced at you. Why would you want to kill it? A young man with yellow skin remarked to the pompadour man, irritation lacing his tone. His similarly hued female companion translated for him. The pompadour man retorted sharply, "Mind your own business." He dismissed the young man's concern, declaring that they were out to have fun, so there was no need for arguments. The yellow-skinned woman translated the pompadour man's words while attempting to dissuade him. "What a big fool," she commented. The young man shot a glance at the pompadour man, cursing under his breath. After venting, he swiftly turned to his companion and said, "No need to translate that." The woman stifled a laugh. Ignored, the pompadour man's demands grew more frantic as he approached the guides and babbled incessantly. The armed guides explained that Liu Chang overheard the term chopper being mentioned, surmising that they were educating the pompadour man about the procedures for hunting on the savannah. He'll hunt animals on the plains. One must pay a sufficient amount of chopper to join a hunting group. Liu Chang's frustration intensified. He dropped the cheetah from his mouth and began striding toward the convoy. He overheard the pompadour man conversing with two compatriots. Realizing his sinister intentions, previously, Liu Chang merely found the pompadour man distasteful due to his attitude. However, now, upon learning that the pompadour man desired the guide to run him over, Liu Chang harbored murderous thoughts towards him. Unfortunately, the pompadour man was amidst the tourist group, leaving Liu Chang without the opportunity to act. Unable to eliminate him, Liu Chang resolved to make things difficult for him. "Look, it's coming closer. Quick, take another picture for me. It wants to get closer to us." The tourists in the vehicle gasped, their cameras flashing incessantly. The pompadour man approached the railing, chuckling and saying something to Liu Chang. In his eyes, Liu Chang discerned mockery and contempt. He stopped a meter away from the convoy, coughed, and gathered a mouthful of phlegm. "Heh!" Liu Chang forcefully spat the phlegm, striking the pompadour man squarely in the face. The mixture of blood and cheetah fur within the spit carried an overpowering stench. "Oh my God! Fuck! Fuck! Fuck!" The pompadour man wiped the phlegm from his face, howling in fury. The other tourists erupted in laughter, some doubled over, clutching their stomachs. It is an inherent trait among most animals to find joy in the misfortune of their kin. And humans, too, are animals. Especially the young man who had previously clashed with the pompadour man, who laughed so hard he could barely steady his phone. Hearing the laughter of the crowd, the pompadour man's anger intensified as he wiped the phlegm on the vehicle's railing. "Heh!" Liu Chang spat again, this time hitting the pompadour man's hair. "Fuck! Fuck! Fuck! I must kill you, you bastard!" The man bolted into the vehicle, trying to remove the phlegm from his hair while continuing to smear it on the railing. The laughter from the other tourists erupted once more, a cacophony of mirth. This warthog seemed to hold a grudge, using its spitting as a means to disgust the unkind tourists. He said he must kill that warthog. The yellow-skinned woman translated for her companion. Liu Chang caught wind of this remark and, tired of being a mere spectacle, trotted away. Cheetah and TOW. As for whether the pompadour man would pay to join a hunting group specifically to hunt him. Liu Chang felt no concern. Hunting groups were a pastime for the affluent elite. The price for hunting a warthog was not steep, merely a few $100s. However, that was merely the killing fee. In reality, a hunting group required a security team, provisions, guides, vehicles, rifles, and more. Altogether, the entry fee for hunting could amount to tens of thousands of dollars. Wealthy individuals willing to spend such sums on a safari typically sought to hunt lions, elephants, giraffes, Nile crocodiles, or leopards, majestic predators that would showcase their prowess. Few would be foolish enough to pay tens of thousands for the chance to hunt a warthog. As Liu Chang departed, the tourists clamored for the vehicle to follow him. The black guide loudly explained that pursuing the warthog might provoke it to charge at the convoy, thus endangering the safety of the tourists. In such a scenario, they would have no choice but to shoot the warthog. Every animal was a precious asset on the savannah, and should they wish to hunt, they could join the hunting group. With sufficient payment, guides would be provided for their hunting endeavors, with warthogs priced at $800 each. As for the costs associated with security measures and other necessities, the black guide deliberately omitted those details. The tourists fell silent or murmured softly. The pompadour man raised his hand, insisting he must kill that warthog that had humiliated him. The black guide, gleeful, approached the pompadour man and presented him with a bill. "Oh my God! $30,000 US." The pompadour man exclaimed, his voice rising yet again. Moreover, that $30,000 was merely the base price. And additional costs remained uncalculated on the bill. The African guide chattered enthusiastically, asserting that the hunting group was undoubtedly worth the investment, with tens of thousands of dollars spent solely for the safety of the participants. The Asian female companion continued to translate for her male partner in hushed tones. The white man with a buzz cut waved his hands dismissively, indicating that he had no intention of seeking revenge, primarily concerned with preserving the natural environment of the grasslands. What a pretentious display! The young Chinese man, overhearing the female companion's translation, wore a look of disdain. If one lacked funds, then so be it. Why invoke the pretense of protecting the grassland environment? It was as if the very person who had just insisted on the guide running over the warthog was now feigning concern. Tourists from other safari groups chuckled, having witnessed the white man's embarrassment. Just moments ago, he had loudly proclaimed his desire to kill that warthog, but upon seeing the bill for the hunting group, he had instantly calmed down, a quintessential display of pretentiousness exposed. Such individuals are always a source of amusement wherever they go. The black driver turned the steering wheel, returning to the regular driving route. Liu Chang heard the roar of the engine gradually fade away and glanced back briefly before nonchalantly proceeding forward. He understood that he was no longer human. A lamentable thick barrier now separated him from humanity. Chapter 73. Optimizing combat techniques. Dragging the cheetah towards the burial site of the kudu, Liu Chang held the cheetah in his mouth, momentarily lost in a sweet dilemma. He had never imagined a day when he would possess an abundance of meat beyond consumption. Currently, he had the carcass of a baboon in a cave north of the warthog territory. A cheetah clutched in his jaws, and beneath his feet lay the remains of a kudu, over half of which still remained. If he were to eat alone, this bounty could sustain him for nearly a week. After some contemplation, Liu Chang resolved to hide the meat within his cave. With ample supplies of meat, he could remain there to thoughtfully reflect on his recent combat experiences. Liu Chang increasingly realized that relying solely on his potential eruption skill, combined with his sharp tusks-piercing ability, left him at a disadvantage against the apex carnivores of the grasslands. His battle with the hyenas had provided no time for reflection, and the encounter with the cheetah had only further revealed his limitations. After these two confrontations, Liu Chang felt he could no longer dispatch his foes as effortlessly as before. He needed to analyze his combat experiences and refine his strategies. Otherwise, the next encounter with a stronger predator could cost him dearly. Liu Chang set off towards the warthog territory, determined to first stash the cheetah meat in his cave. Having already savored the flavor of the kudu, he would not be overly distressed if it were stolen by other animals. The cheetah meat, however, remained untested. After a brief jog, Liu Chang tore open the cheetah's soft abdomen, carelessly discarding its stomach on the ground as he continued to run. With the burden lessened, dragging the cheetah became far easier. The sun blazed overhead, compelling both herbivores and carnivores to seek solace in the shade. His journey back to the northern cave was uneventful, and upon arrival, Liu Chang reclined on the cool ground for a few minutes, allowing his heated back to cool down. After a brief respite, he exited the cave and made his way towards the buried kudu. Along the path, he startled a hoofed rabbit hidden in the grass, which fled in a panic. Liu Chang refrained from pursuing it. He was already saturated with food, and further hunting would be wasteful. Among the vast grasslands, refraining from waste was an unspoken rule adhered to by all creatures. Even lion prides and hyena clans would not hunt other herbivores once satisfied. Liu Chang recalled a time when, in a bout of boredom, 2 tigers were airlifted to the grasslands. These tigers, being outsiders with formidable power, disregarded the local rules and killed any animal they encountered. Eventually, they were urgently transported back to their original habitat. Allowing tigers to remain in the grasslands would either result in them engaging in fierce battles with hyena packs or lion prides, leading to injury or death, or they would decimate the local ecosystem through relentless slaughter. Neither outcome was desirable. Liu Chang had watched the video at the time, bemused by the folly of humans who meddled with the tigers, disrupting the native fauna of the grasslands. With heightened senses aiding him, Liu Chang swiftly arrived at the site where the kudu lay buried. Using his tusks, he excavated the earth and seized the kudu by its neck, dragging it from the pit as he continued towards the warthog's cave. The blazing sun bore down upon him, yet no carnivores interrupted his journey. Once he had dragged the kudu's body into his cave, he sprawled on the cool ground, awaiting his body temperature to decrease. Despite his robust physique and stamina, dragging over 100 pounds of meat for 30 to 40 kilometers had left him quite fatigued. During his rest, Liu Chang reflected on his encounter with the hyenas. The process of defeating the hyena had been relatively smooth. He had entered a state of potential eruption, piercing his foe's body with his sharp tusks at the moment of their passing. Hyenas, not being particularly agile predators, had failed to evade him. However, their counterattack had left him with 2 bloodstains on his rear. Upon recalling this, Liu Chang glanced at the marks on his backside. The wounds had scabbed over. And after running over 30 kilometers, they had not reopened, indicating that he had likely healed significantly. My endurance and recovery ability must be the finest in the grasslands, he mused, dragging prey heavier than himself under the scorching sun for over 30 kilometers. Alongside the 2 wounds inflicted by the hyena, which had healed in less than a day, left him pondering who could rival him. Although his injuries were minor, the hyena's counterattack had served as a wake-up call. His previous tactic of feigning a charge, only to sidestep and pierce with his tusks, felt outdated. He had faced an adult male hyena and had barely secured victory. If he encountered a stronger, more aggressive female hyena, even if he could kill her in a one-on-one confrontation, he would undoubtedly suffer a bite in the process. A hyena's bite is no trifling matter. Their jaw strength surpasses that of lions and cheetahs, making it a commonplace occurrence to lose flesh with a single bite, without exaggeration. His subsequent battle with the cheetah had further exposed significant flaws in his approach. The cheetah, comparable in size to him, belonged to the agile feline category. The moment of their intersection, the cheetah extended its forelimb, causing him to lose his balance and nearly trip. Liu Chang had witnessed lion prides hunting large buffalo, where a mother buffalo defending her calf stood her ground against 7 or 8 lionesses, only to be taken down by a male lion, leading to her being devoured by the pride. Engaging with a feline capable of a chokehold was perilous. His current tactics had failed to defeat even the cheetah, and if he were to face a stronger leopard, it could very well succeed in toppling him, subsequently pouncing and choking him. Liu Chang surmised that in a confrontation with a leopard, he would inevitably offer his neck to be bitten. The thought of this made him uneasy. He had no desire to endure the agony of flesh being torn apart again. It was akin to undergoing surgery without anesthesia the last time. He had nearly fainted from the pain, inadvertently activating his blood battle to the end state, which had allowed him to barely fend off the leopard. Following that encounter, it had taken him 5 days for the lacerated wounds to fully heal. These 2 battles came at a pivotal moment, revealing my shortcomings. Now that food is abundant, my most pressing concern is to enhance my hunting and combat skills. Liu Chang resolved to stand and first consume some kudu meat. After running for dozens of kilometers, he was famished. After satisfying his hunger, Liu Chang contemplated how to improve his combat abilities. The warthog's combat skills revolved around its tusks and brutal charges. However, in practice, landing a direct hit on an enemy was exceedingly challenging. Opponents were not foolish and would evade. This was particularly true for agile felines, such as cheetahs and leopards, against whom Liu Chang found it difficult to gain the upper hand in direct confrontations. His tusks, honed through experience, exhibited formidable piercing ability, having once been his primary attack method. Yet, against other top-tier predators, this technique was no longer sufficient. If I could utilize the potential eruption state to significantly enhance my senses. Perceiving my opponent's movements in exquisite detail, could I directly pierce them with my tusks before our bodies intersect? Liu Chang pondered. Chapter 74. The booklet in the dream in his mind. Liu Chang simulated the scene of battling an adult male hyena. The hyena's fighting style involved pouncing from behind to bite, using its powerful jaws to inflict injury and cause blood loss, if he chose not to sidestep but rather to charge head-on. Waiting for the hyena to commit to its movement, would it be more effective to then pierce with his tusks? In a state of potential eruption, the hyena's actions would appear to slow down significantly in his perception, allowing him to react after the hyena made its move. Liu Chang pressed his lips together, repeatedly replaying the battle with the hyena in his mind. After a while, he shook his head, opting for a brutal charge combined with tusk piercing. Engaging the hyena directly, indeed, seemed more effective than his previous sidestepping approach. Yet, he felt it was still inadequate. He had merely altered the rhythm of his combat execution while maintaining the same attack methods as before. Liu Chang then took the battle with the cheetah as a template, again simulating the confrontation in his mind. He considered the same approach, charging directly without sidestepping, waiting for the cheetah to move before attempting to pierce with his tusks. Soon, he shook his head again. The cheetah, being an agile predator, would undoubtedly evade at the moment he attempted to pierce with his tusks. He might not even strike true. Conversely, if he and the cheetah passed each other, both would lose sight of the other's front half, making it easier for him to land a hit with his tusks. Thus, he remained unable to evade the interference of the cheetah using its forelimbs. If I strengthen my limbs and become more robust, will it not be easier to confront lions or leopards in the future? Liu Chang furrowed his brow, dismissing this thought once more. There was nothing wrong with enhancing defense, but solely focusing on defense without more offensive capabilities would still render any encounter with formidable carnivores a perilous battle. Liu Chang glanced down at his forelegs, sturdy limbs, and the 5G antenna protruding from behind his rear. Aside from his tusks and hard head, he realized that his other bodily features lacked substantial combat capability. His hooves could be considered somewhat effective. Against smaller creatures, he could easily crush them. However, he had never contemplated using his limbs as weapons for attack. It would be absurd for him to stand upright and use his forelimbs like hands to execute martial arts. As for the 5G antenna, that was even more ludicrous. If the warthog's tail were robust enough, he might consider training it to serve as a long whip to distract opponents during battle, but the warthog possessed only a slender tail, which was of no use. The more he thought about it, the more his head ached, so Liu Chang simply lay down to ponder. Having eaten his fill and enjoying the coolness of the cave, he soon drifted into slumber. Even in sleep, his subconscious was contemplating how to enhance his combat abilities. Aside from charging and tusk attacks, he found it exceedingly difficult to conceive of other offensive methods. In the midst of his dreams, Liu Chang suddenly beheld an ancient little booklet. The pages flipped autonomously, depicting a mature male warthog moving with a specific gait within a defined space. Liu Chang found it quite intriguing, as if the warthog in the booklet was almost becoming sentient. The booklet continued to turn on the next page. Alongside the adult warthog, there was a cheetah. The following page showed the adult warthog engaging in combat with the cheetah, both charging toward one another. Liu Chang felt a sudden clarity, striving to discern the contents of the booklet more clearly. Next, he saw the adult warthog deftly sidestepping the cheetah's attack with its exquisite steps. Then, like an antelope locking horns, turning back to pierce the opponent with its tusks. Before Liu Chang could ponder this further, the booklet turned again. This time, the opponent of the adult warthog was a hyena. The scene was similar. The warthog effortlessly dodged the hyena's bites with its graceful footwork, delivering a seamless tusk puncture that concluded the battle. It appeared as though the hyena had sought its own demise, colliding with the warthog's tusks. Liu Chang gleaned some insight as the booklet continued to flip. He then witnessed the adult warthog employing the gait introduced at the beginning of the booklet to engage with leopards, lions, rhinos, and even hippos. When the warthog practiced its steps alone, the intricacies of its movements were not apparent. However, during its encounters with other animals, Liu Chang observed with clarity. What seemed merely a simple repositioning allowed the warthog to evade the leopard's pounce and collide with the cheetah using its broad back. The cheetah struggled to regain its balance, while the warthog shifted its footing, appearing almost effortlessly beside the cheetah again, delivering another blow with its back. On the third occasion, the warthog drove its tusks into the cheetah's chin, ending the skirmish. Throughout the encounter, the warthog exhibited a remarkable ease, akin to strolling. The same was true in its confrontation with the lion. The weight of the rhino and hippo far exceeded that of the adult warthog several times over. Yet, during their clashes, the warthog maintained its buoyant gait, remaining steadfast. Not only did it evade attacks from the rhino and hippo, but it frequently pierced their thick hides with its tusks, leaving the rhino and hippo bloodied and retreating in disarray. "Wow, how fierce!" Liu Chang could not help but exclaim. The final page of the booklet depicted the departing silhouette of the adult warthog. 4 words flashed in Liu Chang's mind. A master of the age. He awakened, eyes wide, to the sight of the cave's red walls, with no trace of the adult warthog. No, it was the mysterious orb. Surely it had bestowed upon him new skills. Liu Chang quickly realized that he had witnessed the adult warthog's solo encounters with the various animals of the grassland in his dream. Rather, it should be said that it was not merely a dream, but a secret manual gifted to him by the mysterious orb. Thrilled, Liu Chang stood up, straining to recall the content of his dream. Fearing he might forget, he activated his potential burst state, his mind racing. With the enhanced speed of thought afforded by this state, Liu Chang reconstructed the complete set of steps of the warthog from the booklet in his mind. Not yet satisfied, he stood upright, patiently tracing his hooves along the cave wall. A good memory pales in comparison to a poor pen. He needed to etch the steps he had imprinted in his mind onto the wall. Approximately 15 minutes later, Liu Chang felt a wave of dizziness and heard his stomach grumble with hunger. He quickly exited the potential burst state and pounced upon the oryx, ready to feast. Previously, I tested the duration of the potential burst state, and it lasted just over 10 minutes. As I have grown to a subadult state, the duration of the potential burst has noticeably increased, which is indeed a good thing, Liu Chang mused inwardly. While consuming the oryx meat, he dared not forget the painstakingly pieced together set of steps in his mind. After devouring over 10 pounds of meat, Liu Chang resumed the potential burst state and approached the cave wall to carve the steps he had memorized. This time, it took him about 7 or 8 minutes. Liu Chang inscribed the entire set of 32 steps into the cave wall. What a marvel of creation! If I master this set of steps, who in the grassland could stand in my way? Recalling the warthog's victorious encounters with various animals in his dream, Liu Chang could not help but break into a wide grin. He. Chapter 75. Thud. Thud. Liu Chang attempted to take a step. Quite stable. It seemed rather simple. He just needed to follow along. He continued to step forward, one step after another. Thud. Liu Chang twisted his foot, his body swaying, and his forelimbs flailed in the air, crashing to the ground with a thud. Damn it, what is this? I can't even practice a step without falling. Liu Chang stood up, irritated, took a few steps back, and resumed practicing the steps from the beginning. First step, second step, third step, fourth step. His foot twisted again, but this time Liu Chang anticipated it, quickly retracting the hoof he had extended to avoid another embarrassing fall. This attempt made him realize that his earlier stumble was not a fluke. Rather, the set of steps was somewhat counterintuitive for a warthog. The first 3 steps were quite normal. He could simply follow along. However, for the 4th step, his hind limbs were completely twisted, making it impossible to bear weight. If one of his forelimbs was unable to bear weight, Liu Chang could still maintain his balance for a brief moment. But if his hind limb couldn't support him, could he stand? Liu Chang repeatedly attempted, falling several more times, but he could not stabilize himself on the 4th step. Damn it, could it be that I remembered incorrectly? After numerous failures, Liu Chang could not help but doubt himself. Entering the potential burst state, he carefully compared his memories with the steps etched into the cave wall. And no mistake. Liu Chang furrowed his brow. Exiting the potential burst state and ruminating on the reason for his inability to execute the 4th step. Confirming that the steps were correct and his posture was proper, Liu Chang steeled himself and resumed practicing the steps. First step, second step, third step, fourth step. Steadily landing the 4th step, Liu Chang felt a slight crack from his hind limb, followed by a surge of excruciating pain. He gritted his teeth, enduring the almost bone-cracking agony as he deftly turned his body and firmly executed the fifth step. Hiss! With all four limbs on the ground, Liu Chang could not help but hiss in pain. Yet a smile spread across his face. He had verified that his hypothesis was correct. He had indeed executed the fourth step firmly and successfully transitioned into the fifth step. The first hurdle had been conquered, albeit at the cost of a small bone in his right hind hoof, which might have been fractured or twisted. Previously unable to progress beyond the fourth step, it was due to the inadequacy of the stride for the warthog, or rather, for a warthog in its normal state. To gracefully execute the fourth step, Liu Chang speculated that it would require bone adjustment or bone refinement. Moreover, it necessitated extensive practice to strengthen the small bones that briefly supported his entire body, allowing his physique to acclimate to the stride. However, when Liu Chang forcefully attempted the fourth step, a sharp crack echoed from that area of bone. He tried to place his right hind leg on the ground, merely grazing the surface, yet a slight pain emanated from that bone. As Liu Chang gradually increased the load on his right hind leg, the pain intensified noticeably. Until he landed all four limbs on the ground, he remarked, "It's bearable. It certainly hurts, but it won't prevent me from walking. Practicing this is sheer self-torture. Fortunately, I had the foresight to stock up on food. Otherwise, hunting would pose a significant challenge," Liu Chang mused. Once his right hind leg felt somewhat improved, he resumed practicing the enigmatic stride. 1, 2, 3, 4. Hiss! Liu Chang grimaced in pain, and after executing the fifth step, he hastily lay on the ground. Limbs skyward, gently moving his joints, he speculated that if the fourth step proved so challenging, the subsequent strides would undoubtedly demand even more from his other three legs. It would be wiser to mobilize all joints together. Later, when he engaged other limbs, it would be easier. Once he felt a reduction in pain, he rose to continue his practice. As twilight deepened, Liu Chang ceased his training and hurried towards the warthog den. Upon returning to the den, he continued practicing the mysterious stride. After completing 4 steps, he lay on the ground, limbs raised, slowly rotating to exercise the joints within. The warthog mother observed with curiosity, snorting twice as if inquiring what Liu Chang was doing. Liu Chang calmly snorted back, assuring her that he was fine. He had no idea how to explain the intricacies of the stride to the warthog mother. Liu Chang had never contemplated teaching this marvelous technique to her or any other warthog. Firstly, he could not convey to the warthog mother just how remarkable this stride was or how to practice it. Secondly, having endured the difficulties of the fourth step, Liu Chang understood that such a stride might only be feasible for himself. If another warthog attempted the fourth step forcefully, it could lead to a painful fracture. Requiring a day or two for recovery, he could pause briefly and then resume practicing. If the fourth step was this arduous, the complete set of 32 steps would be utterly unattainable for an ordinary warthog. Liu Chang practiced until the moon hung high in the sky before finally lying down to rest. With limbs aloft, he moved his hoof joints, reflecting on how incredibly challenging the stride was to master. Akin to self-inflicted torment, I wonder if it will truly yield such miraculous results in combat, Liu Chang pondered, recalling the image from the booklet of an adult warthog executing the stride with an effortless grace. Stirring a pang of envy within him, if only he could reach that level, then cheetahs, leopards, wild dogs, and hyenas would all seem trivial. Chapter 76. A drastic change in environment. The moon shone brightly in a sparsely starry sky. The excited snorts of a warthog echoed in front of the den. Liu Chang awoke with a start. Just as he stood, a small warthog darted into the den. Seeing this newcomer, Liu Chang's eyes brightened. It was Wanting. Initially, Liu Chang had feared that Wanting had strayed from the group and likely become a meal for a carnivore. To his surprise, she had remarkably survived a day outside without encountering danger and had returned. The warthog mother also awoke, emitting low growls towards the shadow, attempting to expel the unexpected guest from the den. Liu Chang calmly snorted, informing the warthog mother that the newcomer was the previously lost Wanting. While the snorts of warthogs could not convey much information, the warthog mother sensed Liu Chang's calm intent. Wanting approached the warthog mother, extending her tongue to lick her large face. The warthog mother, still wary, stepped back a few paces. Cui Hua and Zixian Xian also rose to their feet. Recognizing Wanting, the 3 warthogs joyfully rubbed against each other. And soon Wanting was enveloped in the scent of the warthog family. The The warthog mother recognized Wanting, extending her tongue in excitement to lick Wanting's face, moving around the den in delight. Liu Chang felt immense joy. Having the family united was more important than anything else. Being alive was the greatest fortune of all. The warthog family frolicked for a while before settling down. The following morning, Liu Chang was the first to emerge from the den, heading towards the northern cave. Along the way, he encountered small animals like field mice and hares, but he couldn't be bothered to hunt them. His purpose for hunting was to eat and enhance his growth rate in times of abundance. Liu Chang adhered to the unwritten rules of the grasslands, refraining from needless killing. Why abstain from unnecessary slaughter? Because he was kind-hearted. Upon arriving at the cave he had excavated, Liu Chang continued to feast on the meat of the spiral-horned antelope. The meat from the spiral-horned antelope was sufficient to sustain Liu Chang for 2 days. Within the cave, there remained the carcasses of cheetahs and baboons, enough for 4 to 5 days' worth of meals. After breakfast, Liu Chang resumed practicing the flying step, a name he had coined for the mysterious stride. In the booklet, the adult warthog exhibiting the stride possessed an indescribable grace, akin to a pig soaring through the skies. Thus, Liu Chang aptly named it the flying step, a fitting title in practicing the flying step. Liu Chang continued employing yesterday's method, forcefully executing the 4th step while maintaining his balance, then rotating his body to achieve the 5th step. The ankle of his right hind leg still throbbed slightly. Yet Liu Chang endured. After several attempts, he lay back down, limbs raised, moving his ankle joints. Once the tendons and bones around his ankle were sufficiently mobilized, he stood up to practice once more. Whenever hunger struck, he would consume meat, and when thirsty, he would venture outside the den for a few bites of grass. The lush water grass had turned slightly yellow, indicating reduced moisture content, so Liu Chang would bite down and uproot the grass. The roots and stems of the water grass contained ample moisture. Thus, 3 days swiftly passed. At the entrance of Liu Chang's northern cave, 2 small mounds appeared, remnants of the spiral-horned antelope, hunted by cheetahs and baboons. Within a few dozen meters of the cave, Liu Chang had uprooted nearly all the taller water grass, chewing the roots and stems into pulp in the afternoon. Liu Chang exited the cave. Glancing at the sun setting in the west, he proceeded towards the former baboon clan's territory. Over the past 4 days, he had spent nearly all his daylight hours within the cave, diligently practicing the flying step. The results were evident. Liu Chang could now effortlessly execute 5 steps. The small bone that previously bore the weight of his entire body during the 4th step had been solidified through rigorous training, and the fascia surrounding the bone had become remarkably flexible, enabling him to perform challenging turning movements. Yet, Liu Chang found himself stalling at the 6th step. The 6th step tested his flexibility, requiring the warthog to perform a motion reminiscent of ripples on a lake surface. This presented a considerable challenge for Liu Chang. With a total of 32 steps in the flying step, he had been stuck on the 4th step for several days, and now he found himself grappling with the 6th. To achieve the level depicted in the booklet, where the warthog appeared to soar, Liu Chang surmised it might take him 1.5 years to master. Today at noon, the food supply within the cave had officially run out. Liu Chang reeked and intended to head to the riverbank for a drink and a refreshing wash. However, before venturing outside, he decided to check on the baboon territory to ascertain whether the baboons had indeed vacated. During this period, Liu Chang had dedicated all his energy to mastering the flying step and had not had the opportunity to verify the situation within the territory. He took small, cautious steps towards the baboon territory. With the sun shifting westward and temperatures dropping, he anticipated encountering small animals that might be out for a stroll. Liu Chang, lacking food reserves, harbored the notion that even the smallest morsel was worth pursuing. Midway, Liu Chang encountered a hapless hare wandering about. He swiftly dispatched the creature, his tusk piercing through its skull, resulting in an instant death without inflicting any suffering upon the hare. Why did Liu Chang pursue a quick kill? It was simply because he was compassionate. He was the great benefactor of the grasslands, Mr. Warthog Liu Chang. After devouring the hare, Liu Chang exhaled contentedly. Fresh meat was indeed delectable. The meat he consumed yesterday and today was on the verge of spoiling, and he had forced himself to eat it. Liu Chang made a firm resolution to avoid laziness in the future. Without a refrigerator, hoarding too much food would ultimately harm himself. He jogged towards the baboon territory, which was now devoid of any baboons. Liu Chang was quite satisfied, redirecting his path towards the river. Thud, thud, thud. Along the way, Liu Chang made no effort to conceal his presence. He had fully reached a subadult warthog stature. Weighing comfortably over 100 pounds, with sharp tusks extending a full 20 centimeters. His muscles bulged like loaves of bread draped over his frame, and the mane atop his head and along his spine had thickened. Coupled with his preliminary mastery of the first 5 steps of the flying step, Liu Chang felt a pressing need for a worthy opponent to test his current strength. His vigorous movements did not attract the attention of carnivores, which left him somewhat disappointed. Sensing the moisture in the air, Liu Chang knew he was nearing the river. To his astonishment, he noticed a significant reduction in the number of animals coming to drink at the riverbank. When the warthog mother first led her offspring to the river, Liu Chang had observed dozens of different species. During his recent visits, even with the river's width having narrowed by a third, he had still seen over 10 species. Yet now, only a few animals were present, such as meerkats, jackals, and baboons. He had not spotted a single zebra, buffalo, or wildebeest, 3 hefty creatures that were typically frequent drinkers. Approaching the river with a sense of curiosity, Liu Chang's doubts were quickly dispelled upon seeing the water before him. If the river had once been 20 meters wide, it had shrunk to about 13 meters during his last visit. Now, however, it measured a mere 5 meters in width. The water volume in this 5-meter-wide river had diminished in comparison to before by at least 100-fold. Liu Chang felt the stark reality of the drought season setting in. The yellowing grass, withering leaves, and rapidly shrinking river water indicated a dramatic change in the environment, compelling herbivores to migrate towards regions abundant in water and grass. When the rainy season arrived next year, they would return in droves. Such is the cyclical nature of life on the vast grasslands. Liu Chang gazed down at the river and was met with a sea of deep green shadows, causing him a slight headache. Chapter 77. The fisherman, as the dry season approached, the aquatic overlord, the Nile crocodile, faced equally dire circumstances. Its only means of survival lay in burrowing into moist caves to escape the sweltering heat. The crocodiles still congregating in the river would suffer immensely, with over half likely to perish from the oppressive temperatures and lack of water. Liu Chang strolled along the riverbed, hoping to find a spot where the crocodiles were fewer so he could quench his thirst. After walking several hundred meters, he discovered that nearly every section of the river was populated by at least 2 crocodiles. As for the Red Romance bathhouse, under the gradually drying waters, it had become utterly devoid of life. Liu Chang felt a wave of frustration wash over him, unwilling to waste further time searching. He chose a section of the river where only 2 crocodiles lingered, approached the water's edge, and entered a state of heightened potential. Bowing his head to drink. In the stretch of water he selected, 2 crocodiles, one large and one small, were present. Liu Chang, now an adolescent warthog, was no longer the same as before. He contemplated attempting to catch the smaller crocodile. Having feasted on cheetah, baboon, and antelope, he was yet to savor the taste of crocodile. With the grasslands entering the dry season and a mass migration of herbivores seeking to survive the food scarcity, becoming a fisherman was an essential task for Liu Chang. As he drank from the river, he noticed the 2 crocodiles swimming closer to him, so eager, starving to madness. "Where have you been all this time?" Liu Chang thought mockingly while continuing to drink. Suddenly, the larger crocodile could no longer contain itself, breaking the water's surface, jaws agape, lunging towards Liu Chang. Sensing the disturbance in the water, Liu Chang swiftly retreated. The crocodile snapped at the air, its gaze filled with reluctance as it beheld the warthog standing 2 meters away on the bank. Liu Chang did not budge, fixating his gaze on the crocodile. After a moment of contemplation, the crocodile reluctantly submerged back into the water. Once ashore, it moved slowly, unable to outrun the warthog. To pursue would only lead to humiliation. The river calmed once more. Liu Chang approached the riverbank again. Lowering his head to drink, this time, he was much closer to the smaller crocodile. The juvenile crocodile felt a surge of excitement, believing its opportunity had arrived, and slowly crept towards Liu Chang underwater. Its movements did not escape Liu Chang's keen eye. "I suppose I shall serve as bait," Liu Chang mused, closely monitoring the smaller crocodile's actions. As a novice fisherman, he exercised caution while preparing to catch the smaller crocodile. Upon reaching his striking distance, the crocodile suddenly lunged from the water. Liu Chang, with a slight dip of his head, evaded the crocodile's wide-open jaws and swiftly retaliated by thrusting his sharp tusks towards its jaw. With a decisive puncture, His tusk pierced through the crocodile's upper and lower jaws. To an onlooker, it appeared as though a tusk had sprouted from the crocodile's upper jaw. The excruciating pain compelled the crocodile to thrash about, desperately attempting to free itself from the tusk and retreat to the water. Liu Chang, however, remained steadfast, his limbs firmly planted on the ground as he advanced towards the riverbank. A contest of strength ensued between the warthog and the crocodile. With all four limbs anchored, Liu Chang found it easier to leverage his strength. Yet, a flicker of anxiety crossed his mind. The ground he stood upon was the former riverbed, and with the weight of the crocodile hanging from him, his feet sank into the damp earth. Should he hunt a larger crocodile, it was entirely possible that he might be dragged into the water. The crocodile, having its mouth impaled by the tusk, struggled violently, nearly losing consciousness from the pain. With its forelimbs suspended in the air, it could only rely on its hind legs to claw at the ground, soon being dragged along by Liu Chang towards the bank. To alleviate its suffering, the crocodile's hind legs followed Liu Chang's direction, resembling a water buffalo tethered by its nose. Liu Chang burst into hearty laughter. It was no wonder that fishermen reveled in the thrill of the catch. The sensation was simply exhilarating. With his feet planted on the moist riverbed, Liu Chang successfully dragged the crocodile onto solid red earth. Once ashore, a wave of relief washed over Liu Chang. Casting a sidelong glance at the crocodile hanging from his tusk, he grinned menacingly. He chose a direction at random and sprinted away. The crocodile, helplessly ensnared by Liu Chang's tusk, struggled to keep pace. In his adolescent state, Liu Chang could reach speeds of 55 kilometers per hour, akin to a motorcycle dragging the crocodile across the ground. Liu Chang did not venture far. After running a kilometer, he turned back. Upon his third return, the crocodile was clearly in distress, gasping for breath. Liu Chang grinned as he made his way back to his starting point. The crocodile's lower body had been ground down, revealing exposed bone and flesh, a testament to its torment. With a splash, Liu Chang found a patch of grass, tilted his head, and discarded the lifeless crocodile onto the ground, sending a cloud of dust into the air. "How inhumane," he remarked. "Next time I fish, I shall aim for the throat." Liu Chang, feeling a surge of compassion, reminded himself. The next order of business was a crocodile feast. Liu Chang flipped the crocodile over to reveal its pale, soft belly. The crocodile's back was covered in tough, armored skin, difficult to gnaw through, a tiresome endeavor. In contrast, its belly was smooth and soft. With a decisive bite, Liu Chang tore into the crocodile's abdomen, ripping away a sizable patch of skin. What a waste! Liu Chang internally lamented, spitting out the pale layer. In the realm of humanity, this crocodile's belly skin could easily have been fashioned into half a bag, worth tens of thousands. Yet here he was, discarding it carelessly on the ground. With subsequent bites, the tender flesh of the crocodile's belly was finally revealed to Liu Chang's eyes. The feast commenced. 20 minutes later, Liu Chang emerged from the thicket, his belly bulging, and his expression revealed his satisfaction with the recent crocodile banquet. "Crocodile meat is truly chewy. Too bad I have no toothpick to clean my teeth," Liu Chang mused, peering at his tusks. This tool was hardly suitable for such a task. Once satiated, he buried the remaining crocodile meat and set off along the river in search of the Red Romance bathhouse. With the river's flow drastically reduced, the bathhouse Liu Chang had previously visited had transformed into arid red soil. After half an hour of searching, he found no suitable bathing spot. "If nature won't provide a Red Romance, then I'll create one myself," Liu Chang seethed, returning to the site of his previous bathing experience. The pit was devoid of water, merely filled with coarse sand settled at the bottom. Liu Chang estimated that this pit was 5 to 6 meters from the river. The flat ground between the pit and the river was the former riverbed, composed of soft, fine soil. Digging a channel to divert water would not be overly challenging. Without hesitation, Liu Chang began to excavate. Creating a water channel was far easier than digging a cave. While a cave required the removal of broken soil from within, a water channel merely allowed the excavated dirt to be cast aside. With the vigor of a digger, Liu Chang swiftly excavated 9/10 of the channel within 10 minutes. Upon reaching the river's edge, he encountered interruptions from the crocodiles. A group of them gathered around Liu Chang. As he was only a foot away from the water, they impatiently lingered, waiting for him to come closer. Liu Chang found their antics amusing and deliberately kicked a few clods of dirt into the water to signal to them that he had noticed them. Several crocodiles retreated. Yet 3 stubborn ones remained, resolutely guarding the riverbank. Chapter 78. Crafting the Red Romance Bathhouse. Liu Chang kicked more dirt into the river, which landed precisely atop the heads of the 3 concealed crocodiles beneath the water. 2 more crocodiles retreated, leaving only one determined to wait for Liu Chang to approach the riverbank, hoping to seize its chance to hunt. Liu Chang, feeling no inclination to deal with a solitary crocodile obstructing his path, continued digging the final stretch of the channel. Clumps of soft earth were turned over until he reached the final few centimeters. To ensure absolute success, he entered a state of heightened potential. With his head still bent, he dug into the soft earth, his heightened hearing compensating for his sight as he monitored the surroundings. Suddenly, the crocodile beneath the water could no longer contain itself and leaped from the surface to strike. Liu Chang nimbly stepped back, evading the crocodile's attack. The crocodile retreated in frustration. Liu Chang successfully completed the last segment of the water channel. The river water began to flow into the pit. Content: Liu Chang returned to the pit and lay back, awaiting the water to fill the cavity. After a little over 10 minutes, the water had risen sufficiently to submerge Liu Chang, who rolled in the water, stirring up the sediment at the bottom of the pool. The coarse grains caressed his skin, eliciting involuntary sounds of pleasure from him. Just as Liu Chang was reveling in his bliss, the previously thwarted crocodile crawled ashore, making its way towards the pit. Hearing the sounds of an animal emerging from the water, Liu Chang promptly ceased his rolling and climbed out of the muddy pool. Upon seeing the crocodile approaching, a surge of annoyance welled up within him. It was this very creature that had waited the longest underwater to ambush him. How dare it attempt to sneak up on him while he was bathing? Liu Chang felt a mixture of indignation and disbelief. The crocodile paused, momentarily stunned by Liu Chang's presence, yet unwilling to retreat. It feigned sunbathing on the bank, inching closer to Liu Chang as if to convey its harmless intentions. Liu Chang stood his ground. Observing the crocodile's performance, it ambled closer, casting sidelong glances at Liu Chang. It detected no movement from the warthog, filling it with a flicker of hope. Perhaps there was a chance to execute its plan. Despite being a mere adolescent warthog, it was still enough to satiate its hunger. A sudden thought struck Liu Chang's mind. Pengbu had reached the 6th step of his training. Although he encountered a slight obstacle, he had already mastered the preceding steps with remarkable proficiency. The pressing question remained: how effective would it be in actual combat? The crocodile before him presented an ideal opportunity for practical testing. After soaking in the mire for a while, Liu Chang felt his body temperature drop significantly. Coupled with the layer of mud that enveloped him, the harsh sun had little impact on him. In pursuit of caution, he entered a state of potential eruption, bracing himself for a direct confrontation with the crocodile. Known as Old Six, Old Six approached Liu Chang's right side, closing the distance to merely 2 meters. It lunged forward, jaws agape, aiming to bite Liu Chang. The Nile crocodile possessed an astonishing bite force, several times greater than that of a hyena. A single bite was capable of shattering the bones of most animals. Confident in its prowess, Old Six believed that a successful strike against the diminutive warthog would lead to a feast. Liu Chang calmly observed as Old Six charged towards him. He deftly stepped to the left and then pivoted diagonally. With a resounding snap, the crocodile lunged at Liu Chang's previous position, its jaws snapping shut on thin air, producing a sharp clack. Before it could turn to locate Liu Chang once more, a loud thud echoed as Liu Chang's broad and sturdy back collided with the raised head of the crocodile. The impact caused Old Six's head to tilt awkwardly. Its skull and spine were shielded by a thick layer of armor, rendering the collision inconsequential. Instead, it ignited a ferocious rage within the beast, which, relying purely on its hunting instincts, swung its head around for another strike. With another sharp snap, Old Six bit down on nothing but air once more. Liu Chang had executed the 4th step of Pengbu and swiftly transitioned into the 5th, twisting his body to change positions and arriving at Old Six's flank. He extended his hoof and tapped the crocodile's hardened back, producing a series of thuds. In a flash, Old Six spun around, aiming to bite Liu Chang once again. Liu Chang continued with Pengbu, evading Old Six's assault, and brought his hoof down upon the creature's foreleg, executing the Iron Mountain lean with his back. Old Six fell into a frenzy. Infuriated by the incessant teasing from this audacious warthog, particularly as its rapid attacks continually missed their mark, with a series of thuds, Liu Chang appeared once more on Old Six's back. Striking at its tail with his hoof, a broad grin spread across his face, illuminated by a radiant smile. The repeated application of Fipengbu had confirmed for Liu Chang that this technique was undoubtedly a formidable skill in combat. Despite standing right beside Old Six, the crocodile's swift head movements failed to connect. As Liu Chang adapted to the rhythm of Old Six attacks, his proficiency with Fipengbu only increased, allowing him to playfully toy with his adversary. Having had his fill of amusement, Liu Chang prepared for the next phase. Once again, Old Six whirled around, launching a ferocious assault. Liu Chang lowered his body, and as the crocodile's lower jaw passed over him, he turned, delivering a powerful upward flick with his sharp tusk. With a satisfying puncture, the tusk pierced through the soft underbelly of Old Six, protruding slightly from above. In agony, Old Six thrashed wildly, its forelegs resting on Liu Chang's back as it attempted to free itself from the tusk's grasp. Liu Chang, undeterred, dragged the writhing crocodile along, sprinting away. After running a distance of 1 kilometer, he returned to the mire. With a splash, Liu Chang released the lifeless body of Old Six, submerging himself once more in the mud. He remained unfazed, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task, rolling around to wash away the scent of blood. As he soaked in the mire, Liu Chang reflected on the battle. The victory had been remarkably effortless. With the tempo of combat firmly in his control, he had slain a juvenile Nile crocodile measuring over 3 meters in length and weighing nearly 300 pounds, and he had done so with relative ease. This achievement warranted a self-congratulatory moment. Liu Chang had also discovered that the combination of potential eruption and Fipengbu was nothing short of a superlative advantage. While potential eruption significantly heightened his sensory perception, his physical attributes remained unchanged. Confronted with formidable carnivores like leopards, he would undoubtedly find himself at a disadvantage. However, with the aid of Fipengbu, he could adeptly evade attacks, akin to an antelope gracefully maneuvering through its environment. Liu Chang understood that the crocodile's speed was not a strong suit, and facing a leopard would be far more challenging than this encounter. Yet, he remained elated. He had validated the potency of Fipengbu in combat. And his primary objective now was to continue honing this skill. The only drawback was that the Iron Mountain lean executed during combat bore a somewhat comical resemblance to the phrase "chicken you too beautiful." However, in the savannah, no creature was privy to such references, and Liu Chang felt no embarrassment. After a refreshing soak, Liu Chang emerged from the mire and seized Old Six's jaw, dragging it into the underbrush. Still warm to the touch, he continued his efforts. Chapter 79. Physical conditioning. 20 minutes later, Liu Chang was hauling back a significant portion of Old Six's body. With this 200 pounds of meat, he secured provisions for the next 4 or 5 days. Having tested the efficacy of Fipengbu in real combat, Liu Chang felt akin to a martial artist who had just acquired a legendary skill. Eager to retreat into seclusion for further training, as he ran, Liu Chang suddenly perceived an increase in his strength. Though the crocodile he had caught weighed just over 200 pounds, he had easily bested it during their confrontation. Initially, he believed this was due to having pierced through Old Six's jaws, rendering it incapable of resistance. Yet now, as he dragged the hefty crocodile back, he felt no strain whatsoever. He distinctly sensed a notable enhancement in his strength. Could the mysterious orb be continuously augmenting my physical abilities without my awareness? He pondered, or have I reached a state akin to a juvenile warthog, thereby fortifying my physique? Liu Chang mused, unable to discern the true reason, and resolved to dismiss the contemplation. Regardless, his physical prowess had undeniably surged, perhaps even surpassing that of an ordinary adult warthog. As the sun gradually dipped towards the western horizon, the ground radiated oppressive heat. Liu Chang successfully dragged Old Six into the cave and proceeded to the spot where he had buried the first crocodile. Upon arriving, he took the time to soak in the mire once again. One could not underestimate the effectiveness of being coated in mud as a shield against sunburn. Once his body had cooled, Liu Chang emerged from the mire and unearthed the buried crocodile. He dragged it back towards the cave. Having made 3 consecutive trips, Liu Chang finally returned to the cave. Lying down to rest, he practiced Fipengbu for another hour but still could not grasp the nuances of executing the 6th step. As twilight descended, Liu Chang made his way back to the communal cave. Upon his return, instead of reclining to rest, he stood upright, engaging in movements reminiscent of calisthenics from a past life. The aim was to relieve tension throughout his body and prevent his muscles from becoming overly stiff. The challenge of the sixth step in Phi-Ping lay in achieving a lightness of movement, akin to a stone sinking into a lake and creating ripples. This was the hurdle Liu Chang struggled to surpass. His physique was well-defined and robust, and while he could endure the trials that required small bones to bear weight, he found himself stymied when it came to tasks demanding a more delicate touch. Liu Chang speculated that Phi-Ping was a hybrid technique, a comprehensive approach to movement that demanded exceptional physical attributes, both strength and grace. Thus, he resolved to engage in full body conditioning, striving to elevate his physical capabilities to meet the demands of Phi-Ping. Lest he become ensnared by subsequent steps, the warthog mother and other members of the group regarded Liu Chang with curiosity, occasionally grunting as if to inquire about his activities. Liu Chang reciprocated with grunts, indicating that he was simply preoccupied. After completing his calisthenics, Liu Chang sat on the ground, stretching his limbs and bending his body, employing techniques akin to yoga from his past life to facilitate his physical flexibility. After 2 hours of practice, the other warthogs had fallen asleep. Liu Chang lay down to rest. The following morning, he sprinted towards the cave in the north, encountering a hoofed rabbit along the way. He did not pause. Within the cave, he discovered 2 crocodiles, and he was disinclined to squander time hunting for food. Upon reaching the cave, Liu Chang enjoyed breakfast before commencing his practice of Phi-Ping. First step, second step, third step, fourth step, fifth step, sixth step. With a resounding thud, as he executed the sixth step, Liu Chang felt himself teetering on the brink of falling, his forelimbs bracing against the ground to support his body. He continued to struggle with the challenge of allowing his form to flow forward like rippling water while maintaining balance. More practice was necessary. Within the cave, the sounds of thuds and splashes echoed. Days passed in a flash. Liu Chang sat on the ground, his hind legs twisted into an odd shape, resting on his waist. At first glance, it appeared as though his hind legs had been broken. Yet there was no trace of pain on his face as he extended his forelimbs behind him. Performing movements that defied normal warthog capabilities, a hint of discomfort flickered across Liu Chang's face, but he resolutely endured. After a while, he managed to realign his forelimbs and hind legs. With a sigh of relief, Liu Chang finally achieved the desired state for his limbs. The process had been excruciating, yet relying on his body's remarkable healing abilities, he succeeded. Rising to his feet, he faced the cave wall, slightly bending his hind legs, and exerted force to propel himself forward. His body inverted, supported by his forelimbs. Liu Chang bent his forelimbs, gradually lowering his body, and as his forelimbs extended, his body rose once more, completing a standard inverted push-up. He repeated the motion until he felt his arms growing heavy and his bones creaking under the strain. Only then did he flip back over, allowing his limbs to touch the ground. Liu Chang did not rest. He rose upright, his body crouching down. He continued to squat and stand until his legs began to ache, feeling as though they were filled with lead, at which point he allowed his limbs to fall to the ground. After walking in the cave for a while and letting his limbs recover, Liu Chang resumed practicing the flying pong step. The first step, the second step, the sixth step. During his forward movements, the muscles and skin on his body visibly rippled like waves in water. Success! Liu Chang's limbs settled on the ground, and he broke into a grin. After days of arduous training and self-inflicted hardship, he finally reaped the rewards. He had mastered the sixth step of the flying pong step. Lying on the ground, he was filled with joy. Once he had rested sufficiently, he stood up to eat. After finishing his meal, Liu Chang looked at the crocodile meat, of which he had consumed 4/5, and smiled wryly. I eat so quickly. I'll have to go out hunting again the day after tomorrow. The 2 shoes, old 6, appeared large, but in reality, their meat yield was only about 30 to 40%. If he were human, wielding a knife to carve slowly, he might achieve a yield of about 50%. The problem was that he only had hooves and a mouth, making it difficult to access much of the meat, or it was quite laborious. From a 400-pound crocodile, he could consume less than 150 pounds of meat. He continued to solidify the 6th step while attempting to advance to the 7th step. 2 days later, outside the cave, 2 slightly raised mounds of earth appeared, remnants of 2 shoes. Under the blazing sun, Liu Chang returned to the river's edge. The river's width has shrunk again, he noted, glancing at the animals drinking by the river. Compared to his last visit, fewer animals were present. Meanwhile, the shoes, old six, appeared increasingly cramped in the dwindling river water. The clever Nile crocodiles had already filled their bellies and were burrowing into the moist riverbed to sleep, awaiting the arrival of next year's rainy season. Only the foolish Nile crocodile remained hungry, striving for its last chance at survival. If they could secure ample food and enter the damp caves, perhaps they could endure the prolonged dry season. Liu Chang arrived at the red romantic bathing pool he had previously created. The water had once again dried up, the river continued to shrink. The water level in the channel he had dug earlier remained unchanged, while the river water had dropped by more than 10 centimeters. Shaking his head, Liu Chang approached the channel to dig again. This time, he had two objectives: to bathe and to fish, while also testing the strength of his seventh step in the flying pong step. Indeed, Liu Chang found himself stuck again in his practice of the flying pong step. This time, he was hindered by the eighth step. Chapter 80. An encounter with a rhinoceros. How utterly bizarre! Liu Chang muttered to himself. He finally understood why some individuals pursued the evil repelling sword manual. A swift cut to oneself could yield extraordinary martial prowess. How exhilarating! The slow grind of practice, riddled with obstacles, was a torment both physically and mentally. Liu Chang needed to indulge in the red romantic waters to alleviate his inner fatigue. Once again digging the channel to the river's edge, he found several shoes, old six, waiting for him by the river. With a splash, Liu Chang, venting his frustration, kicked the loose dirt into the water. This time, not a single obstinate shoe remained. They all submerged or swam away. Liu Chang successfully excavated the last barrier of dirt, completing the water diversion channel. With a rush, the river water flowed into the bathing pool. Liu Chang reclined in the pool, relishing the cool river water gradually enveloping him. Half an hour later, after finishing his bath, he emerged from the muddy water feeling refreshed. A boar must bathe. Liu Chang strode with light steps along the riverbank, his gaze scanning the water, hoping to find a spot with fewer shoes, old six. Drinking water was secondary. Primarily, he wished to fish once more. After walking over 300 meters, Liu Chang selected two locations to drink. As soon as he bent down to drink by the river, several shoes, old six, swam over, reminiscent of ancient refugees scrambling for a bowl of porridge. Liu Chang had no choice but to abandon the idea. He dared not fish in front of the shoes. What if, during a struggle with a hooked shoe, another emerged from the water to ambush him? The Nile crocodile's bite was formidable. He could not afford to be bitten. After two failed fishing attempts, Liu Chang decided to forego the plan entirely and strolled aimlessly across the grasslands. He specifically sought out large trees, hoping to find herbivorous animals resting in their shade. After wandering several kilometers, Liu Chang had yet to spot a single sizable herbivore. Fortunately, he was not entirely empty-handed. He managed to kill two hoofed rabbits and unearthed three field mice hiding in burrows. The warty pigs excelled at digging in the grasslands, and the little field mice, believing they were safe in their holes, were laughably mistaken. Eating small meals frequently, Liu Chang barely managed to scrape by on this outing. It's over. The good days are coming to an end. Liu Chang looked up at the yellowing leaves overhead, his brow furrowed. He felt the plight of the carnivores. With massive migrations of herbivores, the grasslands lay desolate. And soon all animals would enter a desperate struggle for survival. As the drought intensified, many animals would succumb gradually. To survive, prides of lions, packs of hyenas, and wild dogs would scavenge anything edible in sight, even risking their lives to hunt large herbivores such as rhinoceroses, hippos, crocodiles, and giraffes. These herbivores, weakened by food scarcity, would face their demise. Once they fell, it would be a feast for the carnivores. Under harsh conditions, lions would resort to scavenging. All creatures would fiercely compete for limited resources, their eyes gleaming with desperation. The first to fall would become sustenance for others. Liu Chang did not spot any antelopes or wildebeests, but instead encountered a solitary gray rhinoceros. This rhinoceros lay resting in the shade, and upon noticing it, Liu Chang quickly halted. The creature before him was approximately 3 meters long, with a broad back capable of supporting a horse, and a long horn protruded from its face. Liu Chang estimated its weight to be at least 2 tons, translating to around 4,000 pounds, while he himself weighed barely 110 pounds. He understood that rhinoceroses were generally docile creatures. Yet faced with such a colossal beast, a single charge could obliterate him. Thus, Liu Chang exhibited great caution. Even a 20-centimeter tusk piercing into the rhinoceros would not reach its vital organs. And no wonder the adult warty pig he had seen in a pamphlet merely managed to chase away a rhinoceros without killing it on the spot. The rhinoceros's size was simply too daunting. The warty pig's proud weapon, its tusks, paled in comparison to the rhinoceros. The rhinoceros, noticing the small warty pig not far away, could hardly be bothered to move. Liu Chang turned and continued his leisurely stroll across the grasslands. He ultimately chose to rest beneath a large tree. Despite being coated in a layer of mud and running under the blazing sun, the heat on his skin was quite uncomfortable. Observing the seemingly lifeless grasslands, Liu Chang's eyes filled with gravity. This was merely the onset of the dry season. The thought that the drought would persist for 5 months made him scratch his head. He could hardly comprehend how the creatures of the grasslands would endure the long dry season. It was no wonder that during the dry season, most carnivores relied on scavenging for survival. They lacked the ability to hunt large herbivores such as hippos, rhinoceroses, elephants, and giraffes, and could only depend on nature to take its course. The death of a single large herbivore could sustain a family of carnivores for nearly a week. In the end, it came down to who could endure the longest. Those unable to hold on would become the prey of others. After resting for an hour, Liu Chang resumed his wandering across the grasslands. Without encountering any large herbivores like antelopes, wildebeests, or zebras, he had to hunt for the shoes. The grass and water would soon dry up extensively. Warty pigs would gnaw on plant roots for sustenance, which was both unpalatable and unsatisfactory. Liu Chang could not accept that. Not only was it unappetizing, but it would also hinder his normal growth and development. The harsher the living conditions, the more he needed to grow quickly and become stronger. With the easily catchable herbivores having migrated away, the sharp-eyed predators of the grasslands would undoubtedly turn their gaze toward the warty pigs. As the reserved food in the eyes of carnivores, Liu Chang felt the weight of pressure on him. I wonder if the members of the group can survive this dry season? Liu Chang's thoughts turned to his mother, the warty pig, and his companions, shoewearer and warty pig Sanla. Immediately, he brushed the thought aside. In these times, he could barely ensure his own survival, let alone worry about the others. Would he wish for his own demise to come quicker? Liu Chang's stance regarding his companions had always remained unchanged. As long as he ensured his own safety, he would help if possible. If not, then it was simply a case of each creature having its fate, and life had its own rhythm. With a light jog, Liu Chang again approached the riverbank. My growth rate is still too slow. If I had reached my current state a month earlier, with my appearance as a warty pig, I could easily hunt down countless antelopes and wildebeests. Now that I've grown, all the food has fled. What a joke! Liu Chang grumbled internally, pretending to drink water as he approached the riverbank. In the water, 2 dark green shadows stirred, moving toward Liu Chang. Even the shoes, old 6, more than 10 meters away, were also making their way toward him. If a crocodile succeeded in hunting, they could get a share. Faced with a gathering of 7 or 8 shoes, old 6, Liu Chang remained calm, drinking water as though unfazed by the impending danger, embodying the demeanor of an experienced fisherman unruffled by the chaos around him. Splash! A fully grown shoe, old 6, burst through the water's surface. Its large mouth agape. Liu Chang had anticipated this moment. He swiftly retreated several steps, standing 2 meters back on the riverbank, eyeing the large shoe before him. This fish was far too sizable. He did not dare to fish for it, fearing it would drag him into the water. Chapter 81. Drinking and grabbing the fully mature shoe, old 6 regarded the warty pig before it, its green, vertical pupils glinting with cunning malice. It cautiously took a step forward. Liu Chang retreated several more steps, clearly signaling to the creature not to attempt any tricks. The old leather shoes, witnessing Liu Chang's cleverness, begrudgingly turned away and plunged into the river. Liu Chang glanced at the flowing water before him, where a group of old leather shoes had gathered. Half of them had already swum away, while 4 or 5 remained by the riverbank, waiting. It was unclear whether they were too lazy to move or were confident that Liu Chang would continue to drink, patiently biding their time for the next opportunity. Liu Chang stepped forward, lowering his head to drink. Splash! Another old leather shoe leapt from the water's surface. Liu Chang retreated, evading the oncoming attack. He assessed the situation and determined that this particular shoe was still too large for him. Liu Chang aimed to catch shoes weighing under 300 pounds. Any exceeding that weight would pose a formidable challenge. The shoe stared at Liu Chang for a considerable time before ultimately surrendering to the water with a sense of reluctance. Liu Chang continued his fishing endeavors. Among the 4 or 5 old leather shoes in the water, only one met his criteria. Unfortunately, this particular Nile crocodile was too small, mingling among its larger counterparts, rendering it incapable of hunting. Liu Chang sought precisely this small old leather shoe. After multiple attempts at teasing the group, they had grown wise. Even when they saw Liu Chang drinking by the riverbank, they refrained from wasting energy attempting to leap out and hunt him. Beneath the water's surface, the small old leather shoe finally seized its chance, approaching Liu Chang stealthily with excitement. The larger shoes, remaining in the water, had no interest in joining the fray, believing this little one could not possibly succeed. Liu Chang felt a thrill of anticipation. A small old leather shoe weighing 300 pounds, even with a mere 30% yield, would provide him with over 100 pounds of meat, enough sustenance for 3 days. Splash! The small shoe suddenly sprang from the water, viciously opening its jaws. Liu Chang crouched down, waiting for the shoe to pass overhead before swiftly turning his head, his sharp fangs piercing through the shoe's body. In the next moment, he turned and sprinted toward the shore. The small shoe writhed in agony, unable to escape the grip of Liu Chang's fangs, being forcefully dragged toward the bank. The other old leather shoes remained stunned beneath the surface. Damn it, they had anticipated the little one's failure in hunting, especially since even they had struggled. But what did it mean for the little one to be taken away? Could it really drink and take at the same time? A few crocodiles surfaced, eager to glean more clarity. Liu Chang had already reached the shore with the small old leather shoe, his feet firmly planted on solid ground as he ran towards his den. A few larger shoes, witnessing Liu Chang's swift departure, blinked in disbelief. The little one was gone just like that? Damn, this was utterly outrageous. Several larger shoes, filled with indignation, submerged themselves in the water, awaiting the next unfortunate soul to come by. Thud, thud, thud. Liu Chang, dragging the shoe, sprinted with all his might. As he ran, he gradually quickened his pace, his hooves thumping heavily against the ground. He made his way back to the den without a hitch. And with a tilt of his head, thud. The small shoe, which had met its end with its hind legs worn down to nubs, crashed heavily onto the ground. Liu Chang lay on the cool earth, allowing his overheated body to cool down. Successfully hunting a small old leather shoe ensured his food supply for the next 3 days, alleviating some of the tension in Liu Chang's heart. Once his body temperature stabilized, he rose to continue practicing his flying steps against the cave wall. He closed his eyes, standing still as the muscles on his body surged and contracted slightly. From his massive head down to his limbs, and finally to the small 5G antenna behind him, the 8th step's difficulty lay in compressing his body, akin to a chubby cat squeezing through a narrow hole. Oh, flying steps, you always manage to present me with new challenges. After half an hour of training, Liu Chang felt his body ache profoundly as he exhaled sharply. Controlling the muscles of his body was a new challenge for him. With no other options, he could only feel his way across the river, relying on his formidable recovery ability to gradually explore the techniques and nuances. Occasionally, when he strained a muscle, the pain would cause him to grimace. But after resting for over 10 minutes, he would return to normal. Throughout the afternoon, Liu Chang remained within the cave, practicing. When hunger struck, he consumed meat, and upon satiating his hunger, he resumed his training. It was only when dusk began to settle that he emerged from the cave, heading towards the clan's den. Returning home every evening had been Liu Chang's unwavering commitment. With his current abilities, he could easily separate from the warthog clan and roam the grasslands as a lone male warthog. However, Liu Chang, cherishing the nurturing grace of his warthog mother, chose not to leave. She had protected him through the rainy season, and he intended to safeguard her through the drought. He understood that he could not care for her forever. But he must repay her kindness. Otherwise, how was he any different from a true beast? Upon returning to the cave, Liu Chang continued to hone his control over his muscles and bones. Occasionally, he would strain a muscle, letting out a muffled groan while waiting for his body's healing ability to correct itself before resuming practice. The clan members had grown accustomed to Liu Chang's peculiar actions, showing no signs of surprise. During his rest periods, his warthog mother extended her tongue to lick his large face, pride radiating from her as she regarded him as her most esteemed offspring, brave and strong. though merely 6 months old. He had already surpassed the size of a year-and-a-half-old shoewearer, completely appending his mother's past experiences. Liu Chang reciprocated with a lick to his mother's face, feeling a mixture of dependency and concern. In the blink of an eye, he had transformed from the little one nursing beneath his mother's care into a robust, subadult male warthog. Now, it was his turn to protect her. Liu Chang knew that with the onset of the dry season, the dangers faced by the warthog clan would far exceed those of the rainy season. His daytime excursions made it challenging to ensure the safety of his clan members. Fortunately, during the sweltering heat of the day, social carnivores tended to hunt at night, taking advantage of the cooler temperatures, allowing the warthogs to rest in their caves. However, Liu Chang was acutely aware that famished carnivores would not adhere to predictable patterns. A confrontation between the warthog clan and the social carnivores was inevitable. To protect his mother, he needed to grow even stronger. Wiping the saliva from his face with his hooves, Liu Chang continued to strengthen his physique. The moonlight spilled into the cave entrance, bearing witness to Liu Chang's sweat-drenched exertions. The following day, Liu Chang refrained from rushing out of the cave immediately, instead choosing to accompany his clan members. He grunted twice, signaling them to follow. His warthog mother instinctively positioned herself behind him, followed by Cuehua and Yaoju. Liu Chang led the way towards the cave he had excavated to the east. He decided to share the locations of the southeastern and southwestern caves with his clan members. Now, those 3 caves held little significance for him, akin to fixed resting points. Liu Chang spent most of his time away from the warthog territory. Sharing the caves with other clan members posed no detriment to him and might even enhance their chances of survival. Even if it were just a sliver of a chance, Liu Chang was willing to do so. As for the cave to the north, which bore engravings of the flying steps, Liu Chang had no intention of revealing it. This wasn't out of fear of the other warthogs learning it. Rather, he was concerned they might not understand and inadvertently damage the engravings. Chapter 82. The final rainfall. The cave to the north often housed Liu Chang's stored provisions, the scent of blood potentially attracting carnivores. Liu Chang, skilled yet audacious, could handle them, but the other clan members might not fare as well. Thud, thud, thud. A line of warthogs trotted joyfully across the grasslands. Soon, Liu Chang led his clan members to the eastern cave. This cave was the first Liu Chang had personally excavated, somewhat rough in construction yet spacious inside. The trees bordering the cave still bore the marks left by Liu Chang during his practice of tusk piercing. Liu Chang guided his clan members into the cave. Grunt, 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 grunt. Liu Chang's mother and the other warthogs expressed their astonishment with excited grunts. Liu Chang grunted twice, mimicking the motion of digging at the cave wall to signify that he had excavated this space. He brought them here so they would know of this refuge, a place to retreat in times of danger. His mother beamed with delight. Though she was unaware of the idiom, a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. For the warthogs, more caves simply meant increased safety. Liu Chang led the clan members around the eastern cave, then continued on his way. Before long, he arrived with the clan members at the southern cave. This cave, compared to the eastern one, showcased significant improvements in digging technique, though its interior was smaller. Liu Chang had initially constructed it with the aim of conserving energy, essentially cutting corners. His primary goal had been to create an emergency shelter for himself, not to share with clan members. Now, the cave was inconsequential to him. Sharing it with the clan members would have no impact on him. His warthog mother was even more excited, licking Liu Chang's large face several times. Liu Chang wiped away the saliva with his hooves and, once the others had memorized the location, he led them toward the western cave. The western cave had been repurposed from an abandoned burrow of an old aardvark. Its entrance was relatively spacious, and Liu Chang had added an additional exit to promote airflow, making it more comfortable. Upon entering the cave, Liu Chang sniffed the air, ensuring no scent of carnivores lingered, and confidently led the others inside. Liu Chang's mother and the other warthogs, now stunned into silence, ceased their grunting and followed Liu Chang into the cave. Today, they finally realized that Liu Chang had single-handedly created so many caves while outside. Suddenly, a furry creature darted out from another exit of the cave. Liu Chang, with keen eyes, recognized it as a hoofed rabbit and took off in pursuit. The rabbit barely managed to escape 10 meters before Liu Chang caught up. Delivering a swift kick in pursuit of honing his skill in the flying wind steps, Liu Chang trained his limbs to be as obedient as his fingers, executing commands with remarkable agility and exceptional flexibility. This mastery allowed him to explore novel applications for his hooves. For instance, akin to the zebra or giraffe, he used his hooves to kick at the creatures before him. Liu Chang's hooves exhibited greater dexterity, rendering them effective as fists. While he found himself somewhat challenged when dealing with large carnivorous beasts, confronting a hare was merely a matter of a single swift kick, with a resounding thud. The hare was sent flying several meters before crashing heavily to the ground. After a couple of convulsions, it fell silent. Such a diminutive hare dares to occupy my burrow. It has sealed its fate. Liu Chang mused as he trotted over to the fallen hare, seized it in his mouth, and made his way back to the den. The warthog matriarch, accompanied by her kin, had emerged from the entrance of the burrow. Upon seeing Liu Chang return with the hare, several of the pigs retreated back inside. Inside the burrow, Liu Chang discarded the hare onto the ground, gesturing with his hoof towards the main entrance and then to an alternative exit. The interior of the burrow was quite spacious, capable of accommodating all the members of the group. The warthog matriarch's mouth curved into a joyful smile. Once the pigs had familiarized themselves with their new abode, Liu Chang grunted twice, picked up the hare, and indicated his intention to depart. The matriarch, along with her offspring, followed closely behind him. Liu Chang extended his hoof, directing them towards the direction of their foraging grounds, signaling to the matriarch that she should lead her group in search of food, as he had other matters to attend to. After they had moved a distance away, Liu Chang set down the hare and savored his first breakfast of the morning. Having finished the hare meat, he proceeded towards the northern burrow. Having caught a fish the previous day, Liu Chang anticipated an abundant supply of food for the next 3 to 4 days, maintaining his focus on perfecting the flying wind steps. Although the 8th step proved to be challenging, he was confident that with time spent mastering his muscles, he would undoubtedly surmount this hurdle. As long as his resolve remained steadfast, solutions would outnumber difficulties. 3 days swiftly passed. Inside the northern burrow, Liu Chang stood resolutely on the ground, his eyes gleaming. His muscles appeared as if forged from steel. Each definition pronounced, with steady breathing, it felt as though a small mouse scurried within him, traversing the surface of his body. His muscles undulated like rippling water. The mouse traversed from Liu Chang's head to his tail. With a deep exhale, Liu Chang released a sigh. Even without achieving the 8th step, he understood in his heart that he had succeeded. He could now command each muscle of his body to contract or expand with ease. Akin to a master martial artist, images of the 32 steps of the flying wind steps flashed in his mind as he firmly executed the first, second dot, and finally the 8th step. His body felt as though it had condensed, shrinking slightly, akin to a hefty cat squeezing through a narrow opening, his form expanding and contracting like water. The 8th step was executed flawlessly. Liu Chang did not pause but continued on to the 9th and 10th steps. Upon completing the 10th step, he hesitated, furrowing his brow. While he had indeed executed it, it did not yield the ideal result he had envisioned. Glancing at the sky, Liu Chang exited the burrow and sprinted towards the Group S dwelling. Suddenly, a thunderous clap echoed through the air. Liu Chang instinctively looked up at the ominous sky. Was rain on the horizon? He quickened his pace. Just as he entered the burrow, torrential rain began to pour from the heavens. The downpour battered the dull earth, the yellowing grasses, and the leafless trees, nourishing all. Standing at the entrance of the burrow, Liu Chang observed the deluge outside, a sense of clarity washing over him. Perhaps this would be the last rain for several months to come. Following this, the grasslands would fully transition into drought mode, and all creatures inhabiting the vast plains would have to fight for their survival. Whether predator or prey, they would gradually and resolutely enter a state of mere existence, awaiting the arrival of the next rainy season to usher in a new cycle of life. Fortunately, he had already reached the intermediate stage he had set for himself, entering a subadult warthog state. Even exceeding his initial expectations, as long as he did not act recklessly or become ensnared by the 3 dominant carnivore groups, he could survive even on dried grass, having prepared himself to face the drought ahead. His singular focus was survival. The following morning, Liu Chang did not set out alone but waited for the members of his group to awaken. Once they were assembled, he was the first to emerge from the burrow. With the warthog matriarch closely behind him, grunting, he pointed towards the river, indicating to the pigs that he intended to lead them to drink. After the heavy rain of the previous night, the river's flow would surely be substantial. Liu Chang sought to ensure that his group could indulge in a hearty drink before heading for a refreshing bath in the red romance, for difficult days lay ahead. Liu Chang harbored a secret thought. During this drought, some members of the group would undoubtedly struggle to endure. Sharing the burrow and playing with them was his way of providing for the group, should any fail to survive. He would not bear excessive guilt. The warthogs, each baring their teeth, were already envisioning the upcoming bath, despite Liu Chang not explicitly mentioning the red romance. Leading the charge, Liu Chang guided his companions at a brisk pace. In a line, the warthogs trotted across the grasslands, their little hooves pattering rhythmically. Liu Chang remained acutely aware of his surroundings, glancing up at the sun, which felt particularly scorching that day. They arrived unscathed at the riverbank. And indeed, as anticipated, the river's flow had surged dramatically post-storm, its width expanded by at least 2 meters. Beneath the surface, numerous lurking predators awaited their next unfortunate victim. Liu Chang was cautious. He did not lead his companions directly to the water's edge but rather guided them along the riverbank, searching for a spot where the predators were less concentrated. Upon selecting a relatively safe area, Liu Chang grunted to the warthog matriarch, signaling her to remain still while he approached the water. Trusting Liu Chang, the matriarch complied without question. At the river's edge, Liu Chang used his strong, sharp tusks to dig out several clumps of the soft riverbed. He then bent down to drink. Suddenly, the lurking predators sprang into action. Liu Chang calmly took a few steps back as if facing not a fearsome adversary, but a harmless hare. The predators, disheartened, retreated into the water. Liu Chang resumed drinking. After toying with 2 attempts at hunting, the predators submerged beneath the surface, expending no further energy. Turning to his companions, Liu Chang grunted, prompting the warthog matriarch to lead the others to the river's edge to drink. The sight of several warthogs drew the attention of the lurking predators, who stealthily approached. Liu Chang, standing at the riverbank, kicked up clods of soil with his hoof. Splash! The clod landed squarely atop one of the predators' heads. Splash! Splash! Several more predators attempting to close in were similarly repelled by Liu Chang's strategic maneuvers. The predators succeeded in their hunts due to their silent approach. However, once detected by their prey, they would not readily attack. Once the group had quenched their thirst, Liu Chang led them to the bathing area he had previously excavated. The water channel he had dug now proved beneficial in the swollen river. The muddy pool was filled with murky red water. The warthog matriarch was the first to plunge into the mire, followed closely by Tsuehua and Sanla. Liu Chang glanced towards the riverbank, ensuring no predators had emerged, before joining them in the muddy water. The warthogs rolled and tumbled, kicking up the sediment from the pool's bottom, then rubbed against one another, using the coarse grit to cleanse their skin. Nothing beats a communal bath, Liu Chang grinned. Bathing with his companions was far more enjoyable than alone. Half an hour later, the warthog matriarch was the first to emerge, grunting a few sounds. The group reluctantly exited the red pool. Liu Chang remained at the forefront, assuming the role of leader as they safely returned to their territory. Once back, he grunted to signal his companions to forage for food while he had other matters to attend to. After the warthog matriarch led the others away, Liu Chang turned and sprinted towards the northern burrow, determined to continue practicing the flying wind steps. This was currently his most effective means of enhancing his strength, and regardless of the difficulty, he was committed to giving his all. The 10th step required a turn using his left hind leg. Liu Chang had previously encountered a similar obstacle at the 4th step, but his experience equipped him well. This step would not deter him. Over the following days, the sun blazed with unusual intensity. The much-needed rain was quickly consumed by the sun's heat. Liu Chang observed the once yellow grasses withering rapidly, as if the recent downpour had merely been the final flicker of the rainy season. I have now mastered the 12th step. I have grasped a third of the flying wind steps. Perhaps I should actively seek out opponents who can provide me with sufficient pressure, Liu Chang contemplated before the cave wall. Indeed, he had conquered the challenges of the 10th step and successfully advanced to the 11th. Now, he stood at the threshold of the 12th step. Soon, Liu Chang dismissed the notion of seeking out adversaries. With carnivores descending into a frenzied state of foraging, he had no shortage of opponents, yet he feared encountering one that was too formidable. There was no need to court danger unnecessarily. Outside the cave lay a small mound, slightly raised, where he had buried the predator he had caught earlier. His food reserves had been depleted once again. As Liu Chang stepped outside the cave, his gaze fell upon an almost desolate landscape. It was as if the entire grassland had succumbed to silence, and even he could not help but be affected by the bleakness surrounding him. Half a year ago, I embarked on my journey from the clan's cavern, commencing my inaugural foray into dungeons. Wherever I, the proud descendant of my lineage, tread, the waters and grasses flourished abundantly, truly a testament to the opportune circumstances. The vibrant vitality of life, competing for existence, remains vivid in my memory. Yet, in the mere span of 6 months, has this place transformed into my final resting ground? Regardless, I possess the potential for explosive power coupled with my swift movements, rendering me nearly invincible in one-on-one encounters. The advantage is undeniably mine. Liu Chang motivated himself, taking delicate steps to survey his territory. He planned to hunt a few hoofed rabbits to satiate his hunger before venturing out to fish. Outside his domain, the availability of herbivorous prey was alarmingly sparse. Apart from fishing, Liu Chang found it challenging to secure a stable supply of meat. Who would have thought that in my previous life I never embraced the role of a fisherman? Yet in this life, I cannot escape the fate of being one. Liu Chang chuckled to himself, perking up his ears, his eyes darting around, and his nose gently sniffing the air for the scent of the adorable hoofed rabbits. Suddenly, the rustling of animals disturbed the grass. Thud, thud, thud. The dull thump of a warthog's hooves echoed on the ground. Liu Chang revved up his V8 engine, charging forward and delivering a kick to the rabbit's forehead. With a resounding thud, the rabbit tumbled over 3 meters in the underbrush, lifeless. With one swift kick, Liu Chang secured the rabbit, letting out a series of gleeful chuckles before approaching to feast. After consuming one hoofed rabbit, Liu Chang continued his search. After meandering through his territory, he had only managed to find 2 rabbits, his belly filled to merely a third. His weight had now stabilized at a robust 120 jan, surpassing Cuehua. Standing side by side, he was indeed larger than Cuehua. Liu Chang, disinterested in wasting time any further within his territory, took off running towards the outside world. Thud, thud, thud. Along the way, Liu Chang made no effort to conceal his presence. As long as he did not encounter wild dogs or hyenas, he was more than willing to engage in battle. When confronted with wild dogs or hyenas, Liu Chang would not hesitate to flee. Killing creatures that could not be consumed held no value for him. Chapter 84. Targeted by the hyena pack. Suddenly, Liu Chang heard a rustling in the grass, with the source moving directly towards him. Clearly, they were approaching with intent. Listening to the commotion, Liu Chang's expression turned peculiar. The approaching figure was clearly small in stature, a little body. What audacity to approach him with such bravado. Soon, a stout, black-suited honey badger burst into Liu Chang's view. Liu Chang's curiosity was swiftly assuaged. It turned out to be the foolish honey badger of the grasslands. The honey badger rushed over without hesitation. No, it should be said that it was entirely reasonable. It wouldn't be a honey badger if it didn't charge. Liu Chang wondered if the commotion he had made while running had awakened the honey badger, or if it was simply having a bad day. Either way, it was clearly agitated. Its gaze toward Liu Chang was filled with hostility as it charged at him. Even a little honey badger dares to prance before me. Liu Chang snorted dismissively. Maintaining an air of calm as the honey badger approached, he extended his hoof, aiming a kick at the honey badger's chin. With a thud, the honey badger was knocked to the ground, rolling backward while emitting pained cries. Liu Chang, utilizing his swift movements, closed the distance in 3 steps, tilting his head. With a swift motion, his over 20-centimeter-long tusk pierced into the honey badger's body. Liu Chang flicked his head, withdrawing the tusk and stepping back, gazing down at the honey badger from a meter away. The honey badger writhed in agony on the ground, convulsing a few times before falling silent. Liu Chang proceeded to feast on the spot. The fresh meat was extraordinarily delicious, allowing him to indulge heartily. Afterward, he need not concern himself with the remnants of the meal. Nature would take care of the leftovers, as scavengers like jackals or vultures would soon arrive to clean up. Having filled his belly, Liu Chang set off once more. No foolish creatures approached to cause him trouble. He soon arrived at the river, observing the significantly diminished width of the waters, pursing his lips. Beneath the surface lay a multitude of dark green shapes, accompanied by heaps of enormous dark green excrement, flowing downstream. Liu Chang recognized that the heaps of excrement belonged to hippos. A single hippo could produce up to 80 kilograms of dung in a day. With 200 hippos, that amounted to a staggering 16,000 kilograms daily. The number of hippos upstream exceeded 200. Previously, when the river's flow was robust, several tons of dung could be swept downstream. Now, with the water levels plummeting, the hippos continued to defecate, overwhelming the river's capacity. The accumulation of hippo excrement would gradually choke the riverbed, presenting a significant torment for the aquatic life upstream and downstream. The hippos themselves would become mired in the muck, imperiling their very lives. Likewise, the nearby scavengers would suffer, becoming trapped in the hippo dung, deprived of fresh air and clean water, as the moisture in the dung evaporated. Their entrapment could lead to death, a true dung massacre. For those further downstream, the hippo excrement would obstruct or absorb the river's flow, hastening the desiccation of their water sources. Without water, herbivores would not venture near, and crocodiles would face starvation or sun exposure. Liu Chang felt a sense of urgency. While he could still catch clean fish, he needed to act swiftly. He could not afford to repeat the mistakes of a month prior when, before the herbivores migrated, he failed to venture out, resulting in chaos. Once he grew larger and the herbivores had departed, he would be left with nothing but empty threats, as for the potential disappearance of the Red Romance bathhouse. It ranked low on Liu Chang's list of concerns. Approaching the riverbank, Liu Chang was disgusted to see heaps of dark green excrement floating like miniature islands on the surface. The hippos had proven to be exceedingly filthy, defecating directly into the water without regard for other creatures. Liu Chang suppressed his revulsion and approached the river, selecting his fishing spot. As an experienced fisherman, Liu Chang was well versed in the art of fishing. He opted for areas where the population of old shoes was sparse. In some locales, groups of 7 or 8 would gather, and as he approached to drink, they would jostle for position. Liu Chang refrained from striking, fearing that while he fished, others might pull him under. He also sought areas where smaller old shoes lingered, as they would be easier to handle. Encountering larger specimens, exceeding 3 meters in length and weighing 400 to 500 jin, Liu Chang would not dare to engage, even if they offered their necks willingly. The disparity in weight indicated a significant difference in strength. Fishing recklessly would be tantamount to courting disaster. As he wandered, Liu Chang caught a whiff of an unpleasant, fishy odor. Following the scent, 2 hyenas materialized before him. Goodness, a clan of hyenas. Liu Chang took off running. He believed he could handle a single adult female hyena without issue, and even 2 might be possible with careful maneuvering. However, facing more than 3 would exact a severe toll, likely compromising his very survival. A hyena pack typically consisted of 5 to 6 members, with 10 or more being commonplace. Liu Chang, recognizing the danger, fled as far as possible. Thud, thud, thud. His hooves pounded against the hard earth, stirring up clouds of dust. A robust, solemn-looking young male warthog sprinted across the grasslands, closely pursued by 2 hyenas. Suddenly, the warthog veered left. After its change in direction, 2 hyenas burst forth from its right. They had intended to lie in wait, but the warthog had anticipated their strategy. What the devil? When did I become the target of a hyena pack? Liu Chang maintained a steady speed of 55, his mind racing to devise an escape plan. Being targeted by a hyena pack was a terrifying prospect. Hyenas operated as a cohesive hunting unit, each member performing specific roles, some to harass and drive the prey, others to maneuver, and still others to block. Liu Chang abruptly turned to the left, having caught a whiff of the distinct body odor of hyenas lurking to his right. Instinctively opting to evade them, behind him, the number of pursuing hyenas had swelled to 4, yet Liu Chang remained unfazed. The running speed of the hyenas was comparable to his own. He possessed enduring stamina, capable of running for hours without fatigue, as long as he was not cornered by other hyenas blocking his path, or encircled by the ones trailing him. The distinction between being pursued by 100 hyenas or just a solitary one was negligible. Thud, thud, thud. Liu Chang galloped across the vast grassland, while the pack of hyenas split into 2 groups. One group pressed forward, closely tailing Liu Chang, while the other slowed their pace to conserve energy. Chasing prey is a nuanced endeavor. It is certainly not a mere frenzied rush where whoever bites first claims the prize. If the prey possesses sufficient endurance, the pursuers will soon tire. In most cases, carnivorous animals instinctively form groups when pursuing prey. This strategy allows them to maintain pressure on the quarry while also providing brief moments of respite for themselves. Whoosh! Liu Chang veered once more, now sprinting towards the east. Soon, two additional hyenas emerged from the northwestern direction he had just vacated. These two were unable to obstruct his escape and thus joined the ranks of those trailing him. Casting a glance over his shoulder, Liu Chang noted that the two leading hyenas bared their teeth. Saliva flying, their eyes gleaming with avarice and malice. Should he fall into their clutches, his fate would be dire. Liu Chang deftly maneuvered past another group of hyenas, now being pursued by 8. He decided to indulge in the chase. Galloping across the plains, and when he stumbled upon some high-quality grass, he deliberately took a bite, munching as he ran. The hyenas behind him emitted furious howls, evidently perturbed by Liu Chang's brazen antics. While they were exhausted from the chase, he was casually replenishing his energy. Was this fair? After more than 20 minutes of leading the hyenas on a wild chase, Liu Chang sensed their pursuit had noticeably slackened. At a speed of 55 kilometers per hour for over 20 minutes, he had covered a distance of at least 20 kilometers. Even if Liu Chang circled around, the distance he had run would remain unchanged. For the stamina-laden hyenas, running 20 kilometers was an immense burden, especially under the sweltering heat, akin to a torturous ordeal. Liu Chang felt increasingly at ease. With his mindset relaxed, he took the opportunity to survey his surroundings. The grassland was vast. Previously, his explorations had been confined within a 30-kilometer radius. Today, driven by the hyena's relentless pursuit, he ventured into uncharted territory. He beheld colossal baobab trees reminiscent of druidic lore, as well as an array of peculiar flora. He encountered numerous animals seldom seen in his usual haunts. Although their sizes were insufficient for a meal, the novelty of these discoveries brought him great delight. He made a mental note of the baobab tree's location. During the dry season, the tree's trunk, rich in stored water, could prove invaluable. More importantly, Liu Chang discovered several termite mounds, a most unexpected treasure. While Liu Chang reveled in his leisurely escape, the members of the hyena pack suffered greatly. Typically, they would pursue warthogs, driving the panicked creatures toward ambushes laid by their kin, resulting in an effortless kill. Even if a warthog managed to elude their traps, a pursuit of 7 or 8 kilometers would usually suffice to bring it down, as the warthog could not withstand the relentless cycling of the hyena's chase. Yet this particular warthog was a true rogue, running and eating, embodying the essence of a scoundrel. It was their first encounter with such a crafty adversary. What exacerbated the hyena's frustration was that their coordinated efforts did not seem to impose sufficient pressure on their quarry. They observed the warthog ahead, who, while running, casually glanced around, completely disregarding the threat posed by its pursuers. A few hyenas began to entertain thoughts of retreat. Gur, the hyena queen, perceptive to the dwindling morale of her pack, emitted low growls, urging her comrades to rally. They simply had to capture this warthog. Failure to do so after running more than 20 kilometers would severely undermine her authority within the clan. Hyenas are matriarchal, with the strongest female assuming the role of the hyena queen. With leadership comes rivalry. To maintain her position, it was imperative for her to lead the pack in securing the food necessary for survival. Under the hyena queen's leadership, the pack had pursued Liu Chang for over 20 kilometers. To abandon the chase now would be a blow to her pride. The hyena queen firmly believed that the warthog's apparent ease was merely a fade. If they persisted a little longer, they would surely devour this insufferable creature. As Liu Chang continued his run, he suddenly caught a familiar scent in the air. It did not take long for him to identify it as the odor of lions. Previously, when the old warthog was still around, he had led his brethren to a bathing spot known as Red Romance, where they crossed paths with a wandering lion basking under a large tree. Liu Chang had memorized the scent of that lion, and now he detected a similar, albeit more complex, aroma, indicating the presence of a lion pride ahead. A grin crept across Liu Chang's face as a devious idea took shape in his mind. In the vast grassland, lions and hyenas are sworn enemies. During the rainy season, with an abundance of prey, conflicts are rare. However, as the grassland transitions into the dry season, both factions harbor a deep-seated desire to eliminate the other. By vanquishing their rivals, they can effectively reduce the survival pressure on their own kind. A highly effective strategy. Casting a glance back at the 8 hyenas trailing him, Liu Chang sprinted toward the direction of the lion pride. He deliberately slowed his pace, aiming to minimize the sound of his footsteps, intending to startle both parties. Beneath a grand tree, A lethargic lion reclined on the ground while 3 cubs attempted to clamber onto its back to play. Roar! The lion issued a deep warning, rolling over into a more comfortable position while shooing the cubs away. Nearby, several subadult lions and a handful of beautiful lionesses lounged on the ground, eyeing the sweltering heat. The pride was either napping or resting, for nighttime was their prime hunting time. Thud, thud, thud. The faint sound of running grew audible. The lionesses and subadult lions lifted their heads, curious about the source of the noise. Thud, 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 thud. A warthog dashed swiftly into the shade of the great tree. Before the pride could react, it abruptly changed direction and bolted away. A few lionesses stirred but soon lay back down, eyeing this scorching heat. They were utterly disinclined to hunt, especially not a warthog. The warthog was exceedingly swift. The lionesses could reach speeds of up to 80 kilometers per hour, akin to a cheetah, but not for long.